Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
No Sean Sharif, once again, slacking. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy with you here on a Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sorry, I guess I should have gotten that out of the way. Does he Good Morning Metroplex at 5:30 and 6?
Good morning. Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Women are the worst.
I don't really listen to him.
Women are the worst. Choppy, how you doing today? You feeling okay?
Why are your shoes off? And why are they close to my coffee? They're within a foot and a half of my... This guy won't poop and shower in the same 2 hours, yet he thinks that his disgusting-ass feet next to my coffee is a copacetic.
I was. It's funny. My shoe was feeling like too tight today, so I was like, I'm gonna take it off real quick. And then I just committed to, I'm gonna leave it off till Chop gets here. Then I'm gonna put it up on the desk right when he comes in, and see how he handles it. Because I had a
I
feel.
don't care.
I have a feeling it does. We got exactly the reaction. Because Peyton and I were talking. I said, look,
Feet don't bother me.
Do tell.
I'm not disgusted by feet.
You a foot guy?
No,
Not a foot guy, but not disgusted by
I'm
them.
not disgusted by them.
Will you put a toe in your mouth?
I've done many toes in my mouth.
Whoa.
Hey, good for you, buddy. Peyton, how about you?
There's a lot of things I put in my mouth that you don't want to know.
Wow. I like the feet.
In the last hour.
Oh, already?
Uh-huh.
Sarah sleepover?
Congrats.
Hey, good for you again, buddy.
Fist bump.
Fist bump hour. Anyway, we lost another icon, Chop.
Man, they're just dropping like flies.
Your favorite announcer, top 3 for you, I think you said in your prep email. Tim McCarver, World Series champion, TV analyst. Tim McCarver has passed away at 81. How long's he been away from broadcasting?
Maybe a decade tops. Tops.
I can't even. I mean, the last time the Rangers were consistently playing important games on Fox was like a decade ago. So
Derek Holland texted yesterday that he called his game. Derek says he called my World Series game. Like Derek, we all know like the game that he's talking about. Like that's how good the game was.
It was. If they win that World Series, that's considered one of Derek's performance is considered a turnaround game.
If they won that series, oh boy, there we go.
Damn, you still have not recovered.
Oh, dude, when we go in the garage to leave at 10:30 this morning.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see if that
10:30. We having a Friday meeting
or 10:05.
Yeah, please.
I can't wait to see if that green thing is still out there on the sidewalk.
Oh gosh.
Oh hell yeah, it's crunchy and everything. Derek should have won the MVP of the series if they won.
Well, I love Derek. Napoli should have won the MVP of that World Series if
Napoli
they won.
couldn't spell MVP.
That doesn't matter. You sound like Hollywood Henderson. What was his old line about Terry Bradshaw before Super Bowl 10? He said he couldn't spell cat if you spotted him the C and the T.
Yeah. Yep. It's okay. I like Napoli, but Derek should have won it because Derek's my boy.
But Tim McCarver still.
So
sad news.
I have a different take on Tim because Tim was the Mets announcer and I grew up in the New York area, so Tim was the Mets announcer. So I listened to him. I watch a lot of Yankee and Met games. So I would listen to him, a couple times a week. And I always thought he was much better on local broadcast than the national.
Why? How did he change his approach?
On local, he was great. On national, I felt that he was trying to give his resume out every single day. And very know-it-all condescending, but on local, I thought he was the bee's knees. He was where it's at.
He probably knows what that means. He returned to local broadcasting in 2013. He was hired to be a part-time analyst for the Cardinals, teaming up with Dan McLaughlin to call 30 games in the 2014 season. Didn't do that for very long, but you remember he had the incident with Deion Sanders.
Yep.
In the I believe it was the NLCS, where Deion did not like him, and Deion sought him out to pour water on him. And I just remember Tim McCarver after getting the water poured, I was like, "Real classy, Deion. You're a real man. I'll say that." And just got very petty with it. But man, Tim McCarver I liked him. I think, like you said yesterday, he's one of those guys similar to, even if you don't like Buck or guys like that, you hear their name and you go, oh, this is an important game.
Big event. He's a big event voice. Billy Packer, Jim Nantz.
Yeah.
Joe Buck.
Not Jim Nantz anymore. He's banned. We don't talk about him.
I like Jim. He's still a voice.
You like Orlovsky too, though.
Yeah, anybody that doesn't like you too, I like.
Anybody that's our mortal enemy, you're like, I like what this guy's putting out.
I'm a pleaser. I'm a pleaser.
Except to us. Except to me and Sean.
No,
to us, you're
to
tortured.
Keep the peace. I've got to keep the peace.
That's true.
I don't like drama.
That is true. That is very true. I think that's why you are, along with Dawson. I don't know. I maybe hear Dawson get worked up more often than you.
Oh, yeah.
His even keel is more low than you, but he will get worked up quicker than I think you will.
Yeah, I don't get worked up.
I don't know.
Nothing bothers me.
I don't know that I've ever seen you get super upset, other than yesterday when there was this large controversy with Tiger Woods and how he had passed over a feminine hygiene product. First off, first off, Tiger shoots a 69 at Genesis Invitational.
Nice.
He trails by 5 shots still. Like it's this huge headline that he's trailing by 5 shots. Genesis, by the way, one of my favorite spots, the Riviera Country Club.
It's a great spot.
I love shooting there. It's
Shooting?
Yeah, I love shooting all the.
It's one of the places I want to play. I've got an in to play there. I just haven't been able to get out there.
You gotta try.
Gotta try it.
You
man.
gotta try it. The dimpled orb just like plays so lovely. off those
Dimpled
screens.
orb.
That's
huh?
what we
they
call
the
it.
golf ball?
That's what we
Yeah.
call it in the circles.
Yeah, in the circles.
Yeah, in the circles we call that. But Tiger Woods shoots a 69 at Genesis Invitational. This is I'm honestly surprised. You and I were talking about this when you came in. I'm surprised this didn't turn into a controversy. Not that it should. I'm just surprised that in this day and age it didn't turn into some, oh my gosh, Tiger Woods. Because Tiger Woods is up there. He's teeing off on 9, hits a shot. Justin Thomas comes up, does not tee it as far, and so Tiger comes up behind him.
Yeah, he doesn't tee it as far.
He doesn't. He doesn't. Or as far as I do.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it. Like he just doesn't have the natural athleticism Justin Thomas that I do.
So Tiger hands him a tamp.
Hands him a Tampax and just like comes up behind him, taps his shoulder, and like Justin Thomas doesn't know it, and he looks like he's like, oh gosh. And so it was.
I'm stunned this has not become a bigger deal because you know that someone out there is going to say you're saying that women can't hit the ball as far
yeah,
as men.
like you're saying which I mean
They can't.
Don't they have ladies tees that are closer?
Well, they call them forward tees now, Bobby. They don't
Yeah, but I mean, this is in an era where like Aikman got in trouble for like, come on, let's take the dresses off. Like I would think doing something like that would get everybody really worked up.
Yeah,
the SJ
would.
Dubs, as you and I call them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But listen, I've played with LPGA Tour golfers. Bobby.
Well,
they just don't hit it as far as the men. It's just a fact. It's not an opinion. It's just a fact. Like so, but it's still like I'm stunned that it didn't become a bigger deal because. It is kind of degrading. Even if you think it's funny, and I do think it's funny, it's definitely degrading.
Yeah, but it's just
boys.
It's just busting.
Boys. It's just boys busting onto each other, but it's definitely degrading.
Please pull. It's just boys busting on each other, please. The Stars looking to break a 2-game losing streak in Minnesota tonight. Returning to their roots, you could say, Chop. They're in Minnesota with the. What do they call themselves in Minnesota?
The North Stars?
Oh, the Wild.
Yeah, the Wild.
The
Wild.
North
Stars.
Yes. But any thoughts on that? Because I got nothing on the Minnesota Wild.
I've got nothing on Minnesota Wild either.
Well, Stars looking to break a 2-game losing
They're a hockey
streak.
team. They've got 5 men on the ice.
They're a
Plus
playoff
goalie.
team.
Yeah.
They could see the Stars in the playoffs.
Yeah, you did Stars Talk with Joey Catalano on North Texas closed circuit television. What are your thoughts
usually when I start talking like this, then he takes over. So.
Oh, that's right, with his dumb poker chip. What a douche.
Yeah.
We're going to play on Monday, I think. I'm going to pull the best of Peyton Russell's college broadcasts, and I think we should play some of his analysis and grade it.
Okay.
I think
We're still up.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
I think. Do we have a tape player?
Maybe. Do we have a cassette player in there, Peyton?
I think so. It's probably back here.
I think I have my first ever broadcast tape.
Oh,
I think I have
yes.
it
I know. Okay, I know if you bring it in, I do know I've got a cassette player where I can transfer it.
I think I have it. I've got to find it. I think I know where it is. I think I might have it, though.
I have my first UNT softball game that I called play-by-play.
Oh, please bring that in, too. I
that.
definitely want to hear Peyton play-by-play.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
gosh.
One of 3 games I called until they stopped giving me the mic.
We're just getting started here on a Friday morning. No Sean Sharif. He will return on Tuesday. You got me, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, and Ryan here in the back over the next 4.5 hours. Coming up next, UFOs and MH370. Yeah, that's the kind of show we're doing today. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up in the next.
Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan in the back. You know, I feel weird. I feel like every time I set that up, because that's how Sean does it. Sean will go, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell. We got Ryan coordinating video in the back. I just like, are we not allowed to say Ryan's last name, or does Sean not know it?
I don't think Sean.
Rai.
I don't think Sean knows it, and if he knows, he doesn't know how to pronounce it.
I think I know how to pronounce it. Ryan, can I see if I know how to correctly pronounce your last name? Okay, there are two different pronunciations of it that I know of when people have had this last name. Is it Couture? No,
it's cool. He's not French.
No, but okay, is it Couture? Couture. Okay. See, I knew a player at Middle Tennessee State. His name was Jeremy Couture. But I knew other people. There's somebody else who was from New Orleans who was French, whatever they are down there. What are they again? French Creole?
I have no idea.
You don't know about Louisiana's got French roots?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, the Louisiana French.
Somebody from there pronounced it Couture, so I didn't know. But Couture, huh? I bet nobody else gets that right the first time, do they, Ryan?
Nope. I would not have gotten it right.
I didn't get it right the first time either, though.
I would have said the R is silent.
Which one? The first or the second?
Yeah.
So you would have thought it was. Shut up.
You almost said it too.
I almost did. I almost did. You suck. We have an issue with birds, planes, Superman up in the sky.
Yeah, we do.
And all the what has it been now? We've shot down 3 things in the last like 2 weeks.
I think it's 4.
Is it 4 now? So there's a theory out there that last Saturday F-22 pilots did not shoot down a weather balloon or anything else. Chop, it was a UFO.
Now, is this UFO from China?
No, I think they're talking about different aliens. And they said that over the recent, this is from Barstool, over the recent years, we've gotten a large increase in reports of UFOs and all sorts of evidence that strongly points to us not being alone in the universe. Honestly, if you thought we were the only intelligent life forms in existence, you're either incredibly naive or narcissistic. Do you believe in
aliens?
Life outside of Earth?
Who doesn't?
There's no chance. No chance of life outside of Earth.
Why do we
Sean doesn't believe in it.
Whenever I've seen these...
you can't do it. You physically...
What do you mean?
Scientifically,
aliens, that's the point.
You can't do it. I mean, where do they come from, though? They just
Other
appear?
galaxies.
No. You can't do it.
You really think this is the only galaxy that's got
Dude,
life?
this is a giant...
This is it.
That's a very...
Here's my thing. I don't necessarily disagree that there may be life in other sectors. Like, that's very possible. What I disagree with is whenever I've heard it talked about in like documentaries on A&E or like National Geographic or whatever, they're like things from space and blah blah blah, is that everybody always goes, clearly if ever they'd show up, they would be far more advanced than us and we would not be prepared. I'm almost like, why do we assume that?
Yeah, why do we assume that?
Why do we assume that they, I guess other than just if they were able to find us all the way from wherever they were and we weren't able to find them, they probably are pretty advanced, I guess is the thinking there. But
you're thinking like spaceships with the guns and stuff, like Star Wars?
I'm not. National Geographic is.
Well.
Or whatever else. And not Star Wars. More like, I don't know, like what, blasters? Or what do you think they'd use?
Laser beams? Yeah.
Why do we always assume it's laser beams?
That's because that's what they said in the movies.
I guess
and
so.
I assume they're going to come
because bullets don't get the job done.
Yeah,
you need a laser.
I assume
do they not?
Probe us and everything.
No, it'll just go right through the earth.
Man, then I don't. Bullets don't get the job done. Then I walked in there basically empty-handed to Papacitos.
Yeah, you did.
Anyway, wow. It is one of those where I think that's my biggest frustration with the not frustration, but the thing that I always like kind of chuckle at is like, why is it that we just assume that when they get here, like, we'd be enslaved immediately, we'd be done if they exist and they know about us, because they've chosen not to contact us because we'd be too afraid, we wouldn't react properly. Like, what if they show up here and they're just dumb? Like, they've got to have their own, like, Kanye's.
I'm sure they. Wow, good one. Because we're obsessed with the end of the world. We're obsessed with our own demise. We as a people, we are. As a people, I said that. Yeah, as a people. Peyton, you're wrong. There's definitely aliens out there somewhere. There's ghosts too. I don't know how advanced they are. Maybe they got like some smoking hot aliens out there that, we could create the greatest species in the world. Who knows?
What if they? So, what do you think they look more like? Do you think they look more like the little green men, like Virgin, or do you think they look kind of like human? Like, do you think you would be attracted to one of the female aliens, Chop?
I don't know. When I was doing my sex symbols, I was like, man,
720. Yeah, Mount Rushmore of sex symbols.
I was like, man, I'm not really attracted to any of these girls.
Really?
No, I mean, like, they're just
Even the ones you put on there, you weren't into.
they're not my type. They're too thin. They're all too thin.
They need some meat on them.
And I don't mean, like I like it. I like good athlete.
You what?
You eat
What did you say? You eat what?
Eat. I didn't say. No, he said meat.
Oh, I thought you said I need some meat on. Okay, all right. I thought you said something very different. Peyton. So wait, you say you like the curves a little bit?
Yeah. You got to be curvy.
Was Molly curvy?
Oh, yeah. So many curves. Front, back, left, right. So many.
Up, down.
Well, do y'all believe in doppelgangers though?
Yeah.
Really? You think there's someone out there looks exactly like you?
Dude, have you seen, like, just go to Eastern Europe. I mean, everybody in, like,
Whoa,
Ukraine.
you guys, I'm gonna have to find that picture and I'm gonna send it to Ryan of the guy that I found that looked exactly like Dawson the other day.
Oh, yeah.
You remember when I showed you that?
Yep.
That was terrifying. And this guy looks dead, like wears the hat backwards, has the same
like 2014
beard.
Gavin Dawson, or
like pre-shaving his head a few months ago. Gavin Dawson looked identical to him. It was kind of terrifying. But so you think doppelgangers are aliens? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, they have to be. I mean, I don't believe in them.
Shapeshifters?
Yeah.
So you don't believe in aliens, doppelgangers, or ghosts?
No, he just said he believes in. I thought you said you do believe in alien doppelgangers.
No,
you
none of the
don't.
three.
What
no
about
life outside of Earth?
What about the David Icke lizard people? Do you believe in those?
No, I
No,
don't.
you don't believe in reptilians?
But I believe in dinosaurs.
Man, bear,
dinosaurs
pig?
happen. Do what?
Man, bear, pig?
No.
Okay, if you don't believe in aliens, how do you explain that MH370 just disappeared, the Malaysian Airlines flight? That's right.
It just
Did you see that? Did you just see how?
Yep. Where is it?
Yeah, where is it? Where'd it go?
It's in the ocean.
Yeah.
Is it? There's not a single remnant's been found.
Because it sunk to the bottom.
All in one place, in one piece.
Exactly.
It didn't.
What, you thought it just evaporated?
It didn't break apart.
No, I don't think it evaporated. I think it got. I mean, I don't really think that, but that is one of the theories that's been out there before, is that aliens took the plane.
Well, we have you seen Manifest, this TV show?
Yes.
It could just pop up in 5 years. It'll just land.
Dude, that'd be
wild.
That'd be awesome. Do you think we would react like they do in the show and like quarantine them? Like, y'all aren't going anywhere.
Oh, 1,000%.
MH370 though, there is a new. It is in the news because there's a new documentary coming out.
Yep, March 8th, Peyton. This is an assignment for you on Netflix. If you have your own account and you haven't shared it yet with somebody else and it hasn't gotten taken away yet,
Mom and Dad pay for it. Don't worry.
I got it somewhere.
So in the trailer, the narrator says, planes go up, planes go down. What planes don't do is just vanish off the face of the earth. And I'm hooked. And I can't, Sean has no interest in this.
I do.
So fascinated in this.
Because you remember, you and I are the ones who watch air disasters.
Yeah.
terrain, pull up.
So fascinated in what happened to this plane. Now we have no idea.
What's the most recent theory is it was suicide, wasn't it?
So there's a theory that the pilot just decided to commit suicide
because they say I guess the track and like the fact that the transponder was turned off like 2 minutes after he signed off. Like I guess people have said that's the likeliest scenario.
Which that's really scary that a pilot would just commit suicide.
It's
like
happened
that.
before.
I mean, like because that could happen on any flight.
Flight. There was a plane in a German wings plane. The pilot, just crashed. He locked the co-pilot out of the plane. Or the co-pilot locked the captain out of the cockpit.
Yes, yeah, I saw that one on Air Disasters.
And he just decided just to crash on the side of a mountain.
Right into the side of a mountain.
600 miles an hour right in the side of a mountain. Everyone's the pilot's trying to use an axe to get into the cockpit or whatever he was trying to use. Couldn't get in.
Yeah, they were trying to break it. They couldn't get in there in time. That's been an issue. There have been like a few instances of that in like aviation history, like over the last 30 years. I think it's happened like 2 or 3 times.
So one of the theories is of this flight too is that it was hijacked and it landed in some country, some island
or some planet.
You never know. But it's still there. Those people have been either killed or held hostage. Who knows?
I'm in on this documentary though, because like I said, you and I are in on Air Disasters. So good. Love the recreations. It's tense drama. It's cool to hear about, like, oh gosh, what happened? Like, they really treat it like a Law and Order episode of, like, flying each time. So I love air disasters. I'll be in on this one for sure. But that is one of the more wild. MH370 to me is one of the more wild stories we've had over the last, decade? How long ago was that? 2013?
Yeah, it was almost 10 years ago.
Jeez, 10 years ago. That doesn't even seem real.
I know, almost 10 years.
Oh my gosh.
And what is this show called, RJ?
MH370, the plane that disappeared.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's kind of exactly descriptive of what the situation was.
2014, so it was 9 years ago.
9 years, but still, my gosh, that's just wild to me that in this day and age and all the technology we have and all the resources, like, no, we couldn't find it. I mean, we found like some scraps like 3 years later in Australia or whatever they did. But I'm in on this one too, so that's March 8th on Netflix. Jacob deGrom has spoken about his injury. Let's see if his words make you feel any better about the left side tightness. That and more next on The Fan.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean and RJ.
Suck it for charity.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. No Sean Sharif again. He doesn't have that dog in him like we do.
No.
But he's already awake?
He was awake. He was awake at like
Twitter.
4:15. He tagged us in something.
That is early.
When you're off, do you find it's difficult to like sleep in at all?
No.
You just go straight
I don't find it's difficult to sleep at any hour of the day.
Lucky.
Just like my colon is a machine, my sleep cycle is a machine.
Your colon was a machine the other day for sure.
Machine Gun Kelly's, baby.
Machine gun colon. RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell, Ryan Cottrell. We're going to make sure Sean understands that. By the way, a quick update, because I did reference this a few minutes ago, and so I do want to lead off with this before we jump into Texas Rangers thing, because the fan cam has been asking for it. The Gavin Dawson lookalike that I told you guys I found on the internet the other day. Ryan, can we put up the picture of Gavin Dawson's twin? He looks literally just like him.
He's trying.
He's
Bobby.
trying.
Don't be so demanding.
I'm not being demanding. Look,
early.
as we await, there we go. Look at that. Chop,
so
look
close.
at that.
Man, see,
That is
that
is a doppelganger.
Yeah.
That is a little bit longer hair, but
Yeah.
that's the exact way Dawson wears his hat.
Hundo P. That's a big head too. Look at this. That's like on the 5th strap. Big head.
How? Let me see. Let's see where my strap is, because we've talked about. Oh yeah, look at that, man.
Yeah.
This is 3, and that's a little tight. But yeah, I usually go down to 2. You can't go to 1. Kristen the other day, a hat that didn't fit me. She tried to go to 1. I'm like, you can't. It just wobbles.
This
and
hat's on a 1 for me. But
no, but I mean, like,
yeah.
just 1 back here.
Most of them I'm 3 in.
Jacob deGrom spoke yesterday out at Rangers spring training. He was the talk of the beat out there. They were all hanging around him, wanted to hear about his left side tightness, as we were calling it. It does sound, from the way he described it, it does sound like what we were talking about, like kind of like right here on the rib cage or something like that.
Oblique.
Yeah. So here is Jacob deGrom explaining his injury. It's about a minute-long cut. Chop, you tell me if you feel better or worse about Jacob deGrom after hearing him explain this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what I've been through the past couple of years, I've dealt with some things, and this is very minor. Left side was a little tight. Mentioned that to them. Actually, I was still throwing at home. And then when I got here, they just said, hey, let's take a couple of days, knock this all the way out, and then resume. I was able to build a good bulk of throwing at home. I think I got off the mound close to 6 times before I came here, which normally leading into a spring, I would only have been off the mound 2 or 3 times. So I built up a good bulk, and, talking to CY about that and the training staff was, hey, let's make sure this left side goes away. And then, where I was at with my arm, we were comfortable taking a few days.
Everything felt fine during all your bullpens at home?
Yes.
And when was your last bullpen?
It was like a week ago, I believe. A week, because I threw at FanFest, and I threw when I got back, and then I threw again off the mound, and then was playing catch, and honestly, I felt it a little bit in light catch, but once I stretched out, I felt great.
Okay.
So I continued throwing, and then, like I said, once I said, hey, it's kind of hanging around, then they were like, let's take a couple days and knock this out.
Better or worse, Chop?
Did he? By the way, do we know if he did he hurt his esophagus while he was giving that?
Well, he talked for like 7 minutes, and he seemed pretty happy to talk, because I remember his first press conference, he seemed a little leery. He probably, like you've pointed out before about Kyrie and the media, I bet like deGrom came in here a little guarded with the dealing with the New York media, and now that he's here, I think he's lightened up a little, because the first press conference and the first interview he did with G-Bag, you're right, I think he was just a little kind of closed off, but he was smiling and cracking jokes and stuff like that yesterday, so seemed all right. But your thoughts in general? You still feel comfortable?
Yeah, I don't have any. I mean, he's gonna take a couple days, and see how it feels. I'm sure.
So it's a little. The only thing I think is a little. It's not even concerning. The only thing that's like, well, so this is something you were feeling for like a week. It's not like it just popped up the other day. You were like, hey, this is hurting and it's not stopping. And they're like, well, let's just rest a little bit. But also, as he said, he feels good about his arm strength. He feels good about where his arm is. CY feels good about where his arm is. And so they feel like, all right, we have the the latitude to be able to, give you some rest on this. But ultimately, probably not a huge deal, and it doesn't sound like he's super concerned.
It's not a huge deal. Look, he's going to miss time. He misses time every year. Most pitchers miss time at some point during the year. Very rarely do they make 35 starts. He's going to miss some time. That's okay. What you don't want is him to miss 4 months.
Yes, that would be the killer on the Rangers' entire season, is if you didn't have deGrom for that entire stretch. I got a question for you, RJ Choppy. You too, Peyton. We'll go around the room because I trust the answer's no. Do you know who Mark Church is?
I know who Eric Church is.
Do you know? He's terrible. Do you know who Mark Church is?
Really? You're not a fan of Eric Church?
Nope. Drink a little drink, smoke a little smoke. No, don't like him.
But you know his song?
I do. And The Boys of Fall, that's another bad song. I'm just not a fan. But do you know who Mark Church is?
No, but I have a feeling you're going to tell me.
Do you know who Mark Church is, Peyton?
No idea.
I didn't know who Mark Church was either. He was the 18th round pick of the Rangers in 2019.
I don't even think they have 18 rounds anymore in the draft.
I think they do. I think they do still. But
I know during COVID they shrunk it. I'm not sure about now.
You know who does know who Mark Church is?
Jared Sandler.
I'm sure he does. Nathan Eovaldi. And it's something that is garnering him a lot of praise from the Rangers organization, specifically Chris Young. So TexasRangers.com had an article up yesterday just talking about how Nathan Eovaldi apparently has already kind of taken up this mantle of, hey, I'm here. I want to connect with these guys. I want to impart as much wisdom as I can. So the Rangers have already taken notice, I guess, that he's, done a lot to impart wisdom and chat just in these first couple days with Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker, Owen White, Ricky Vanasco, Cole Winn. But he specifically pointed out to the Rangers Mark Church, who is the club's 28th ranked prospect. So way down the list, You've got Mark Church. But Eovaldi was apparently just raving to Chris Young about, man, like this kid's fastball command, the velocity. I was throwing in bullpen with him. He's really impressive. That's a good pitcher, blah, blah, blah. And Chris Young was saying, look, the fact that Nate's been here for a week and he already knows and has spent time with Mark Church speaks volumes of like who Nathan Eovaldi is. That he came in here and is willing to put in time and take notice of other guys here. Has that been...
He likes his music, man. I'm telling you.
Has that been something that's missing? I think we've heard Derek talk before about like how Cole Hamels is really good, was good about that, about imparting wisdom and stuff like that. But has that been something that's been missing in general from this organization? Is some of those we've heard about Seager kind of keeps to himself. Like deGrom kind of keeps to himself. Like, have they needed one of the Michael Young types? Like, could Nathan Eovaldi be that?
Sure. A lot of this has been a young team or a team of so let's say like they take the pitchers, right?
Yep.
How many times has this team brought in a pitcher on like a 1-year rehab kind of stint? Kluber, Lance Lynn. Now Lynn wasn't here for just a year.
Mike
right?
Minor.
They're here. They're
Brandon Webb.
They're taking flyers on them, knowing that these guys are probably gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean,
and these guys don't buy in. They don't get. Now maybe they did. Just looking at it from 10,000 feet. Maybe those players didn't buy in.
So you're saying the fact that he's here 2 years makes it easier?
No, just he may not be in that same mindset. Maybe he's just a good teammate.
Now, we were talking about Eovaldi yesterday a little bit during Crosstalk with Mike, but I wanted to go over some of this while we were into the show. So we look at, I think you can trace back some of Eovaldi's struggles last year came down to the fastball velocity being down, the slider then not working as effectively because of the fastball velocity not being as strong. And then through that, he was just, players were barreling up his pitches a lot more. Like, you look, he's had several seasons where his barrel percentage has been like 5%, which is basically just means, I don't remember the exact definition of it, but it's basically a combination of launch angle, exit velocity, like what percentage people are
solid contact.
Yeah, it's just a good way to say, hey, the guys were catching up to your pitch and were able to make really good contact with it. Like, this has a 50% chance of being a hit or better, which is super high whenever you make contact. Soup's high, as the kids say. But if you look at, he's had several seasons where it's like 5, 5.5. He's had a couple where he was like around 7, 8. League average, I think, is 7.5. Last year, he was like 10.8.
Yeah, that'll kill you.
And the fastball velocity being down what it was is, I think, a big part of that because his fastball velocity went from like 97 in 2020, dipped a little bit in 2021 to 96.8, and then last year he was 95.8. So this steady pace of the fastball velocity going down was a killer for the slider. The slider had always been such a good out pitch for him. He went in 2018, he got a K percentage of 21.7 on the slider. Then it was 22.2 in 2019. He got 60% K rate and very limited action in 2020 on it. Then he had a 23.9% K rate on the slider. 2022 chop, it dipped to 5%.
So he had in March of 21. So, still in the spring. His four-seamer.
By the way, Boys of Fall is Kenny Chesney. Sorry, that's another one I don't like. That was not Eric Church. Screw me. Thank you, Fantex.
In March of 21, so spring training, his four-seamer was at 99, averaging 99.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went down to 94 flat in September of this year. So in 16 months, it had gone down 5 miles an hour. It started last year in April at 97, and it just dipped, as the year wore on. Now, maybe it is that he's just getting older. That certainly is possible. But it also could be something mechanical. Could have been an injury. Who knows?
You look at his slider. You look at the slugging percentages that he's had over the years on it. It's like 373, and in 2021, the slugging percentage on his slider was 433. On 212 pitches, he used the slider 212 times last year, Chop. The slugging percentage on it was 709.
Wow.
If that slider's working, that's the difference for Eovaldi.
Oh, for sure. It's a difference for a lot of guys.
And if you get which you look at the metrics on it, Baseball Savant, by the way, if you're interested in looking at numbers like these, Baseball Savant is such a good stat keeper of advanced statistics on specific pitches and stuff like that. The slider for Eovaldi is still breaking the same. The velocity's the same. It's just it's getting crushed now, and it's got to be related to the fastball velocity. So to me, the thing I'm interested in with Eovaldi, other than, hey, he's coming in here and he seems to be a really good, clubhouse presence, and he seems to be, with the questions about, well, is Seager like the biggest clubhouse type of guy, or is deGrom? Like, are these guys?
Seager ain't.
It's good to have somebody here who's doing those things. That's great. That's interesting to me. But for me, the thing I'm going to look for right out of the gate, and something we can talk about with Sandler, I guess, is where's the velocity at on the fastball? Has that come back? Because if the velocity has come back, the slider should be more effective. If the slider's more effective, now you're cooking with gas, and you've got a legitimate, I think, guy who can pitch like a number two. Now deGrom's health, Eovaldi's fastball velocity, Martin Perez duplicating what he can do, John Gray's health for that matter. Like, these are the things that if these things fall into place, your rotation can be really, really good. And if your rotation's really, really good, even with the questions about your offense and the batting, you're going to be in a position to be competitive into September in all likelihood.
Look, if deGrom is healthy and Eovaldi pitches to his level, I mean, like that is the pick. He would be the pickup of the year, Eovaldi. He would be.
He'd be a huge value for them.
Holy cow! If he could pitch to his 2018 level with the Red Sox, where he pitched the biggest 3-inning stretch of his career in the playoffs. He was just an absolute monster in that game. If he goes back to that level, dude, I mean they found a gem. They really did. But I mean it's a flyer. Not really a flyer. It's more than a flyer.
And we got to say, for all the flack, I know you kind of referenced some of the names there a second ago. For all of the flack the Rangers have gotten for, the development of pitching in the minor leagues, the one area where they have been good is the stuff you just referenced a second ago. These reclamation projects.
Yeah.
They've polished up a lot of veterans looking for a rebound, looking for a chance to gather themselves again and come back and earn themselves a big payday. And it's worked out for them with, like you said, Lance Lynn, Mike Minor, Martin Perez, was one of these guys. And so if Nathan Eovaldi can be that, you can keep Jacob deGrom healthy. Boy, this could be a really fun season. I'm really excited about the Rangers season. I'm about this close, Chop, to get one of those 20-game packages.
Oh, you're more excited than the Cowboys season, huh?
For now, because the Cowboys are out of season.
That was the big thing last year. Everybody was more excited for the Rangers season than the Cowboys.
I was not last year. I was not more excited for the Rangers. But this year, I'm very excited to see what the Rangers have going on. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL. Alvin Kamara is in some hot water, and RJ Choppy is ready to just have a butt-gusting laugh at the New York Giants and their approach to Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. That's next on The Fan.
Donation.
Welcome back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy. No Sean Sharif today. We do have Peyton Russell and Ryan Cotrera, though. The fan text is telling me, and Ryan and Choppy are backing it, that when we were going to break and I was trying to say gut busting, that I said butt gusting. Is that right?
I think that's what you said. I wasn't really listening.
You never do. A butt. I apparently said a butt gusting laugh. You're going to need to go back and check the tape.
Which
there.
that probably should have been dumped.
Peyton Blandino.
Probably can't say that.
You can't say butt?
Well, butt gusting.
That sounds like
it doesn't. Yeah, butt
breaking
gusting
wind.
is nothing. It's not. It doesn't mean anything.
A gust. It sounds like you're
your toots.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Next segment, you guys are going to want to tune in at 6:40. RJ Choppy has an update on the Karen neighbor. It is getting real in these streets. In the streets of Roanoke.
I'm gonna have to move.
So you're gonna back down.
I'm just gonna have to move.
The guys, she called him out and was like, "What's up? What's up?"
Yeah, on the neighborhood Facebook page. I'm gonna have to move now.
She said, "Pull up." That's what she said. She said, "Pull up." She's like, "Where I'm from, we empty the clip." That's what she said.
What, in Roanoke?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what they do.
Let's go around the NFL real quickly here on 105.3 The Fan. And then we'll get into Choppy's thing at 6:40, which I'm thrilled to hear about. Alvin Kamara, Chop, Tennessee great, volunteer great, Alvin Kamara.
Yes.
Do you consider him a fake volunteer because he started at Bama?
No.
You accept transfers all the same?
I mean, he played, 2-3 years at Tennessee?
Yeah,
Not for me.
Yeah, but he played for Saban.
It's okay. He learned the error of his ways.
Well, Alvin Kamara, as you guys remember, it was actually last year at Pro Bowl, I think, where he was accused of assaulting somebody. In fact, I don't know that it was accused. I think there is video of it now at a Las Vegas nightclub in February 2022. Well, yesterday, Kamara and Cincinnati Bengals cornerback Chris Lamons and 2 other men were indicted by a grand jury for the assault. All 4 men were indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit battery and battery resulting in substantial bodily harm. Kamara's attorneys, Drew Findling, David Z. Chesnoff. Why do you put the letter in there? Who does that? Why can't you just be David Chesnoff? Why do you have to be David Z. Chesnoff?
What if there's another one?
If you put Z in there, though, are you just trying to be like, I have my middle name begins with
My
Z.
middle name is Zach or Zane.
David Zane Chesnoff. I like to pretend it's Zeus.
What if it's Zanzibar? Could be that.
That's very possible. And see another one. Richard A. Sconfield said in a statement Thursday that he intends to contest the charges. The state has avoided a contested preliminary hearing by indicting Mr. Kamara. He intends to vigorously fight the allegations at trial as he was defending himself and others at the time of the incident, the statement said. The indictment means that the case will move from Las Vegas Justice Court to District Court on March 2nd. So it's getting real for Alvin Kamara.
That sucks.
Because he's a volunteer?
He's a volunteer. But if he deserves to if he deserves to be in trouble, then he deserves to be in trouble.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time, bruh. Now,
yeah, but you gotta put the middle initial in there. I think when you're doing a story like this, you don't want confusion.
I mean, technically, you do every time. RJ Choppy.
Well, it is my name.
Yeah, I know, but you do put the initial in there, the middle initial.
But I don't do periods.
How many times? None of us do. How many times do you think Kamara's rushed for 1,000 yards?
I would say 0.
Yeah, 6 years, 0 times.
Yeah, but he's I mean, for how many years was he a split back with Mark Ingram?
Yep.
And then he also is a tremendous receiver. He's probably had more 1,000-yard receiving seasons.
Ooh, that's a good question. Has he had any 1,000-yard receiving seasons? No, but he does have almost 4,000 yards receiving. He's got 5,000 yards rushing for his career.
Okay,
so pretty close there. Last 2 years have been a bit of a struggle for Kamara. He's played in 28 games. He's missed a couple due to injury, and he's rushed for 3.9 yards per carry.
Yeah, he's got no quarterback for starters. Once Drew's gone.
Are you saying that a running back is more impacted by the offensive line and the quarterback play?
Oh, it's amazing. It's unbelievable to hear that. I don't. Who said that?
Tell that to Barry Foster.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Let's stop just making things up here. Chop, I know you were very excited. You had a butt gusting laugh about the one and only Daniel Jones.
Yes. The contract numbers. This is from Dove Kleiman,
who took that from somebody else because that's what he does.
Okay.
I don't know where it's to. He doesn't usually reference where he got it from, but he took that from somebody.
So the reports are that the Giants will give Daniel Jones top 10 quarterback money. This is according to ESPN's Jordan Raanan. 35 milli a year.
A milli.
They'll make him right around the 10th highest paid quarterback in the NFL. If that doesn't get you laughing enough, like it does for me, then how about this one? Young Peyton Russell.
P. Russie.
Saquon already turned down $12 million a year. They believe that he will get $14 million a year to re-sign. The Giants will go there. Oh, I love this.
I mean, look, let's imagine, like, we hated it enough when Zeke signed for 15, right? Zeke was healthy all the time. Mm-hmm. I mean, he didn't end up being healthy the last couple years, but Zeke played every game. He was always good. Barkley's never healthy.
Never healthy.
So you're signing a guy who's never healthy and really, honestly, not even as good as Zeke was when Zeke signed his deal.
Right. So $14 million a year, and then so they're going to pay those two guys $49 million a year. Goodbye. Like I said, Brian Daboll, we have seen the last of him in the playoffs for the New York Giants. He will be fired in 3 years because, you can do this. You can take the organization away from Dave Gettleman, but you can't take the Dave Gettleman out of the organization, and it's still there.
Which would you, if you had to accept one of the moves, would you rather pay Barkley $14 million or Daniel Jones $35? This is easy for me.
I'd rather pay Daniel Jones $35.
Yep, 100%. Daniel Jones was not terrible last year. He's just never going to win you stuff. He will, if the team's good enough, he will not get you into trouble, I think.
Well, I'll say this. Let me change it up a little bit. If my goal was to get the first overall pick in the draft, I'd pay Saquon and get rid of Daniel Jones and go with a bad quarterback that I know is going to get me the 2 wins. And then when you waste $14 million on a running back, you're screwing yourself. So that's probably what I would do. But yeah, if I was trying to win, yeah, I'd definitely pay Daniel Jones over Saquon. I'm not paying a running back $14 million.
It's wild to me that, like you say, you can take Dave Gettleman out of the organization, but you can't take the organization out of Dave Gettleman. It's wild that, like, when you get Joe Shane and Brian Daboll and you get these guys over there, Kafka, like who come from these places that have shown, not just come from these places, but have made decisions in organizations that don't seem to value running backs like that they still get there and they just go. I mean, does that sound like ownership? Is that like the Mara family just saying, like, this is what I want to do, so make it happen, and their hands are tied?
It's possible. It's possible. That's
I think
what that
Buffalo
is.
and Kansas City is pretty forward thinking on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would think so. But
those guys came from Buffalo and Kansas City.
Yeah, but I mean, even Kansas City, they still spent a 1 on Edwards-Helaire.
That's true, but it was back end of the first. I feel like that's a little different. Like I feel running back, the one place, if you're going to pick a running back, the only place acceptable to do it would be like 28 through 32. That'd be the only place where you could make a reasonable argument for it. Cowboys have added 2 new assistant coaches, and they are familiar names. Darian Thompson, the guy who was on the field as a safety for them just a year ago, he is, I guess, done playing football. And he is now going to be one of the assistant coaches for Dan Quinn's defense. And then the Cowboys have added a new assistant defensive line coach. I guess this is probably to replace what Leon Lett did. The Cowboys have added Sharif Floyd, who they loved coming out of Florida in the 2013 draft. Broadus lost his mind when they drafted Travis Frederick over Sharif Floyd.
Yes, he did.
He was blown up because the Cowboys had Sharif Floyd as a top 5 pick, but Floyd was played at Florida under Dan Quinn. And so he's got the Dan Quinn connection there. He has spent time, I believe, I think there's another assistant somewhere on the team that he had spent time with when he was with the Vikings. But he is now he's several years removed from his NFL career. He hasn't played since 2017. And so 31-year-old Sharif Floyd, it's 2 years younger than me, and he is now a quality control assistant defensive line coach for the Cowboys. Do you like, in general, the investment of, like, players as coaches, like trying to get them in here to... Because, like, for instance, I know you guys have a really, like, this is no secret. You guys used to host stuff with him, like Colombo, for instance, where he was a former player that came up. Richard was a former player who got into coaching young. The Cowboys tried similar things with Miles Austin, Andre Gerard, and Miles Austin went on to the Jets, and then he went on to Caesars Sportsbook. But Andre Gerard was another one here who spent a lot of time right after his playing career. So in general, do you think it's a good idea to just, hey, let's identify players immediately out of the league that can still connect with these guys, but also, you know, if they've got the IQ and stuff, let's teach them these ways and try to build a good bench here on our coaching staff?
I like it when they bring in former players.
Just in general?
Yeah, like certain organizations, most organizations, I don't think it matters. But certain ones that are like always in the news, I do think it's important to have somebody who's been there, who understands, you know, what it means or what it takes to put up with the crap that goes with the noise that goes with being a Cowboy or a Yankee or a Laker. Yeah. I think in those situations it can be beneficial, but for the most part, just give me the better coach.
Yeah, and when you're talking about somebody like Sharif Floyd, somebody who's worked under Dan Quinn, that's somebody who steps in here and immediately can communicate to guys, hey, this is what Dan wants. This is what DQ wants. He likes to do this, you know, and can be an effective communicator and is not long out of the league. Is young. I mean, there's going to be guys on this defense, like I believe DeMarcus Lawrence is about Sharif Floyd's age. So you're gonna have,
crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna have guys on this defense that are older than Sharif Floyd now, and so bringing in young coaches to communicate that I think is good. Another one here, another young coach, Jonathan Gannon. Despite all the chatter about nobody wants to go to the Cardinals and work with Kyler Murray, Jonathan Gannon says that's exactly why I'm here, baby. I'm a defensive coach who wants to work with Kyler Murray. The article from ESPN says part of why Jonathan Gannon was hired as the Arizona Cardinals' new coach was because of his opinion of Kyler Murray. It says during Gannon's introductory press conference on Thursday, he said one of his first moves will be to start looking at offensive coaches who he feels are the right fit to coach Murray. He said, I have a very specific vision of how I want to play on offense, and the person that comes in here to run the offense is going to understand that everything that we do will be structured around the quarterback position to maximize his skill set, Gannon said, and we have an elite one.
Oh.
He's got an elite skill set.
He does. He absolutely. He's very talented. He does have an elite skill set. You know, is he a great quarterback? No, not yet. But he's got all the tools you could want outside of height. The only thing he doesn't have is height.
That's it. And by the way, like I think they list him at 5'10". No chance. I have stood next to that man. He is 5'8", I bet.
Wow. He
is short, dude. Like I because what are you? You're 5'10", 5'9"?
I used to be 5'11". Now I'm probably about 5'10" and a half.
You are taller than him.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, I don't know. It's like watching an athletic Sean running out there, probably.
Ew.
Coming up next, does RJ Choppy have to worry about ending up on an episode of Dateline NBC after Karen clapped back on it at him on Facebook? That's next here on The Fan.
But let's get you over.
Back here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Couture, hanging out with y'all today. RJ Choppy may need to get a restraining order. There's some tension in his gated community.
It's not gated.
It's a gated community.
It's not gated, but it does cost. We do have a very high HOA. Very, very high HOA.
Bro, like, whenever we end up getting a house, like, I know I'm probably going to have to do it, but if I hear there's an HOA, I really want to just not move in. I think they're stupid.
Good luck finding one that it doesn't have.
That's what I'm saying. I know I'm probably going to have to, but I don't want to. It's just a stupid, this made up, police force for the community, and just so stupid. It's like how I hate, what? So you got to pay dues and crap like that to be told what to do?
Just, no, they don't really tell you what to do. I mean, there's some guidelines and rules you got to follow. You can't put your trash out before a certain time.
See, this is like how I hate, our complex made us start paying for valet trash.
Yeah, that happens.
Which is the biggest waste. I don't care.
Oh, it's great.
No, it's not. Because especially if it's a drop of rain, they go, valet trash will not be by tonight. And it
oh, they don't go in the rain. Oh, yeah, no.
They don't go in any rain. I think all of February they came 5 times.
What?
Yeah. So far it's been nothing. And they don't go well, since they didn't come much, we'll divide it up on your next bill. No, it's the same charge every month, and it's stupid. It's like $20.
Yep.
For valet trash.
Yeah. I mean, mine came all the time. When I get Sarah's comes all the time.
I mean, that's it. Yeah.
Rain nor sleet nor dark at night, and I see what you did there.
That's that's another free drink I could have had in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That I had to spend on valet trash.
Absolutely.
So I just think it's stupid. But you deal with an HOA, and yesterday you told us about this this situation with the Karen in your neighborhood.
Yeah, so there was a lady in the neighborhood who, she posted she had a face on our community Facebook page, in reference to all the trash that was because of the bulk trash, everything that was kind of floating around, right? Mm-hmm. Everything that was floating around. She was like, if this is yours, go pick it up. I'm not sitting here. She went around town.
These are trash bags?
No, it's bulk trash, so it was boxes.
Oh.
So she went around. She picked them all up. Very nice of her. Yeah, very good. Good reference there.
Thank you.
So she was picking them all up. She brought them to her garage and took a photo and said, if you don't come get yours, or if you do this again, I will post the addresses or something like that.
Woo!
Whose boxes the
Damn. I kind of respect the just the brazen nature.
Yeah.
I don't love the actions, but I respect hey, you that comfortable in your own skin, get it.
So I mentioned this on the radio yesterday. Now none of these were my boxes. None of these were my boxes for that matter, but just to be fully
You're
aware.
Certain?
Correct. Yeah, okay. I am certain. Because I put, my nephew puts it out there, and he laid stuff on top of it so they wouldn't blow away. A smart person.
Yep.
So they were blowing all over the place. So she went and got them. Very nice. She does a lot for the neighborhood. She's going extra time to do a lot of things. But
don't try to soften this.
I called her out yesterday for that post. I didn't appreciate that post. It was very Karen-y. It was a very Karen-y post. And I'm the neighborhood assassin.
And the truckwreck.com fan text, it was in Am I the A-hole, and they said she is, not you.
She is. And I'm the neighborhood assassin, man. I will go right up, but I got to move now. Okay? Because she called me out not once, but twice on the neighborhood Facebook page yesterday.
Woo!
The first one. Choppy. Don't call out a Karen unless you want her calling back.
Ooh!
Then, this morning.
What time was this?
This was, let's see. I saw it this morning. It was 1 hour ago.
Oh, gosh.
1 hour
Had
ago.
we already referenced on the air you were going to talk about this?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay.
Choppy, you got something to say? Come say it to me instead of about me. You know where I live.
Karen, if you are listening, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You think you're going to have to move now?
I have to move. I can't.
Have you told Sarah about this interaction yet?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
I would not want to get on Sarah's bad side. Sarah seems tough, and Sarah seems like I'll go to war.
Yeah,
if you wanna go, let's go.
Yeah, she's
fight. And you remember you tried to have Sarah arm wrestle me at Topgolf, And like,
taken you down.
she would have, because she flexed her bicep. I'm like, oh my, it's almost as big as Choppy's. It's terrifying.
Carried away here, but
yeah. But I mean, she's
she would have taken her.
She's fit.
She would take you down. She'll take this lady down, I'm sure. Well, who knows? But this girl's tough too. But that doesn't matter. Okay. It's great. It was, and I even wrote back. I wrote back with the smile face emoji on the Facebook post. And I said, but it was such great content. So I wrote back. It was such great content.
6:40 tomorrow. We'll talk about it.
So, like, yeah, I did. You know, if you're gonna, Sheila, and my neighbors. My neighbors on the group chat. They're on my side, and they're saying it just makes you look that much more bat-esque crazy for posting stuff like that.
Dag, are you dry snitching on the other neighbors now?
No. I just need as many people on my side as possible. I need to deflect.
The entire fan text was on your side yesterday. That's a lot of
her
people.
anger at me and post it onto the other.
Now, have you ever had it? Like, obviously, you said she's the neighborhood Karen. Have you ever had any tussles with her before?
She's not the neighborhood Karen. She does literally all the landscaping for the neighborhood. In the front of the neighborhood, she plants.
She cuts
all the
everyone's
flowers.
yards.
No, she plants all the flowers in the front of the neighborhood.
Oh,
she keeps the neighborhood looking clean. I totally respect it, but this was much. This was a bit much.
Look, who needs Karen for the flowers when you can just go to Kroger, right?
You could just go to Kroger, get the flowers yourself. Absolutely.
Yes,
but she plants
the one
right?
here on Mockingbird specifically.
She does
Good
everything.
people.
She does everything. But this now I gotta move. I can't have this. I can't have this kind of. I can't have people not like me.
But you've got the majority. You can't have one person dislike you?
I can't. Nope. I gotta have to move.
But you were willing yesterday to throw leaves in people's backyard.
I was asking if it was okay to do that.
But that was what you wanted to do.
But I've never met this lady, the one that lives behind me. I know this one. I've met this one. This is gonna be awkward. The next neighborhood function.
How far from you is she? Is she 2 houses down? Is she another block?
So she's behind me and 3 over.
I think you can get away with never seeing her again.
Yeah, I don't drive by. I'm gonna take a different route out of the neighborhood now. I won't even drive by. If I see her truck, I'm just gonna keep going.
You're worried about a boys in the hood situation.
It is. I'm worried about
I gotta go down the alley.
If I see her truck, I'm gonna take the other exit out of the neighborhood.
All right. Well, Karen, if you are listening, like I said, 877-881-1053. Let's hash this out. We can clear everything up. You can come on here and say your piece. Chop, there is a disturbing story that I saw yesterday, and you have experience with this.
Well, sort of.
You do. Tesla recalls, this is a very specific number, 362,758 vehicles.
Oddly specific number.
Says full self-driving beta software may cause crashes.
See, I would never do that.
I have been convinced that this would happen.
I would never drive that. I would never drive anything that says beta.
Haven't you? Yeah, I'm an alpha.
I only do alpha stuff.
I'm not a beta, bro. Man. Not a beta. You think with these biceps, anybody calls me a beta? People don't even call Sarah beta. Tesla is voluntarily recalling 362,758 vehicles equipped with the company's experimental driver assistance software, which is marketed as full self-driving beta or FSD beta. According to a recall notice out Thursday, Tesla will deliver an over-the-air software update to the cars to address the issues the recall notice said. I will never, ever, ever get in a self-driving car.
Okay, so I test drove.
That's how the guy died in the movie Upload, or in the TV show Upload.
Never saw it.
It's a good show.
I test drove one time.
Well, you didn't drive.
It wasn't a Tesla, but it had a my buddy worked at a Cadillac dealership, so I was able to just take it for the weekend, just see what you like. And it had the self-driving thing on the highway, so you set it and you go, and it actually moves with the lanes. It was cool. It was really cool.
And I mean, our cars these days do have obviously you've got the lane assistance where if you're you're even kind of on the line, it will go boo and it'll say, hey, get off the line. I know that's kind of becoming standard in most cars. They have the sensors to say hey, somebody's on your side. The other day, the fact that I was hitting the line in the rain because it was so slick. You remember I told y'all there was a thing popped up on the screen that said, do you need a coffee break? Pull over. Because they thought I was acting tired because it was just sliding so much. They figured it's
the car version of pull up.
So I mean, exactly. Terrain, pull up. But they've got this technology down on that front, to be able to sense those things. So I guess You could, man, I don't know.
It does work, but like you can only do it on major highways. You can't do it on like a back road.
I don't. A major highway is where I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah. I mean, look, you still gotta be awake and paying attention. You can't just sit there and nap. I mean, I guess you could theoretically. I don't know. Like, don't you have to keep the speed?
I don't know. Is that how? What do you have to put your foot on the gas and it just drives?
Yeah.
So you just aren't controlling the steering wheel. Are you still doing gas and brake?
I don't know on this one. On the one
the one you did you have to still control gas and brake?
If I remember right, yeah. I think you may have set the cruise control though. I don't remember. Like it would. So like my car, if I set the cruise, and I get too close to a car in front of me, it'll slow it down on its own.
I have never done cruise control. I've never pushed that button in my entire life.
Oh my god!
It's a game changer.
Have you not gone like a long road trip?
I do, and then I usually my shoe's still off, by the way. I usually have what's this here, Chop?
Your foot.
No, this right here specifically where you're like the shin meets the top of your foot. Whatever this is here, that tendon, because you're just kind of like you're at an angle, just kind of like putting it out. I will get out of the car and that right foot there, right there on that part, that will be cramping terribly for a good 20 minutes after I finally parked if I go on a road trip. But yeah, I've never put it on cruise control.
Try it in the morning whenever you drive here and there's no one on the roads. Just try it.
Your digitorium, that's what it is.
But like cruise control, so what is it like? Does it regulate your speed or does it just like stay at the speed once you hit it?
Stays at the speed. You put it for 75, it stays at 75.
See, I don't do that though because I weave.
Until you hit the brake.
I'm always like changing my speed so that I can weave and get
you do this
faster.
On the open road in like Arkansas when you're driving on a long road trip. You know, you don't do it in like in Grapevine.
Well, I mean,
you don't do it on 121. You do it on like you're driving to Oklahoma. You're on 35. You're north of Denton. Gets a little bit more. Well, maybe it's not very open, but you know what I mean. It gets more open. You hit the cruise and go.
Man, I don't know. I mean, it sounds good in theory. I don't like the idea of turning anything over to the vehicle. I want to be in complete control.
You just gotta let go.
Let go and let God.
Let go. Let God.
You're in favor of this, Peyton.
Yeah, I actually knew a person that she would instead of hitting the brake to stop when she was on cruise control, she would hit the down, like she would decrease her speed. She would just like really press it really hard and just like go down from 75 to 65.
Because you know how press the button?
Yeah.
So I've never pressed this button. I don't know how it works.
So when you're in cruise control, you can like increase your speed without hitting the accelerator.
How are you 40 years old and you have no idea?
40? D? I'm 33. I look 40 though. But soon I'll be looking 23 thanks to soda.
Yeah.
I weigh in today. I'm hoping for a good number. We're down 16 the first 2 weeks.
And this is how many weeks after the first? This is just week 3?
So this is like the third weigh-in here. So the first 2 weeks,
at 24.
It was like 8 each time. Well, no, it's the initial weight will be the bigger ones, I think, and then. But I mean, that'd be great if I was down another 8.
I can tell.
Somebody did ask on the fan text yesterday if this stuff. They're like, does it actually taste good? I'm like, yeah, it does. This little lemon razzie drink. This is delicious. So that'll be breakfast this morning. I gotta put some water in there.
Yeah, 19 more pounds and 19 more pounds and.
Bro, I'm gonna have hair. I'm gonna be down all this weight. I'm gonna be. You and I are gonna be crushing it.
Crushing what?
You know, the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're gonna be crushing the game. Dak Prescott weighs in on the departure of Kellen Moore. Jacob deGrom speaks on his left side injury. We got that and more in headlines coming up next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Couture. No Sean Sharif today. No Sean Sharif Monday. He'll be back with us again on Tuesday. Until then, you got to deal with me, baby.
My house will be for sale by then.
Hey, in this market, it'll sell fast.
Yeah, that's right.
You'll be good, man. Headlines here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up a little bit later this hour, we are, right, Peyton? We are doing Fall Out Boy ticket giveaway today.
That's right, one more.
All right, one more Fall Out Boy ticket giveaway today. We will also start getting your lists ready. We referenced this yesterday, and we decided to turn it into the 720 in honor of Raquel Welch. We're going to do the Mount Rushmore of sex symbols. So start thinking of who goes up there. Marilyn Monroe. Maybe you got a Britney Spears on there. Who knows? I vehemently disagreed with the list Choppy sent over last night, but he said he's adjusted it already.
I've removed one. I couldn't even believe I put her in there.
I can't wait for Peyton's list, which will be all people like
that are 18
have been known like the last 5 years. Yeah, he's just gonna he's just gonna read off his OnlyFans sub list. Dak Prescott talked at Super Bowl. Not to like the whole media. He was hanging out at Sleep Number, and Jory Epstein from Yahoo Sports got a chance to catch up with him a little bit and talk to him about some of the changes that have taken place with the coaching staff this offseason. Dak said, in terms of how much the Cowboys system is going to change, Dak said, right now, Mike told me about 20 to 30% change. I think if anything, it's things that need to be changed. It's great to dial in, fix some things, get sharper and crisper. I'm excited. So that's interesting. 20, 30%. So does it, and if Dak's saying, I think it's things that need to change, does that mean Dak thinks, was there disagreement with what Kellen was trying to do? Like, hey, there was about a quarter of the stuff that Kellen was having us do that I didn't like.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure that's normal with every team. I'm sure every quarterback doesn't love every play that the OC's put in, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, now this is why, when Brady went to Tampa, they turned the offense over to him midseason. He said, here, we're done doing the risk it, biscuit crap that Bruce Arians, Mr. Know-It-All, wanted to throw in there. And, Tom decided to do his own thing, and he went back to his Patriot offense more or less. When Manning went to Denver, he's like, yeah, Mike McCoy, your cute little offense, I'm going to run my thing, right? That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I bet most of the time quarterbacks and OCs disagree on several ideas and concepts. That's okay.
Dak on Kellen Moore's departure specifically said, when you lose a friend, you're going to be upset, but that's the nature of this business. When I say I'm upset he's gone, it's not that I'm upset about the future. It's that when you're a player, you have the relationship we've had when he was a player. I watched his success and watched him grow into the coordinator that he is. I'm just as excited about the opportunity as for our opportunity as I am for the new start for Kellen. Another quote from Jerry Jones that Jory got from Jerry at Senior Bowl. He said, frankly, I want Mike and Dak to join at the hip on the execution at quarterback. So that's good. Gives us something, again, as I've argued here, it gives us something tangible to like really grade McCarthy on. It gives us something to say, all right, because that's kind of been the question. It's like, all right, what is McCarthy's role? Like, we're going to know. If Jerry's telling us Dak's play is tied directly to Mike McCarthy, then it's easy. However you grade Dak's performance, you grade McCarthy the same way.
Yes, you would. I mean, now you will. Now you have much more of that ability to do that because, now he's in charge. He's in charge of the offense now. Are they going to go to the full West Coast? No. We're going to see it, though.
No, yeah, we will see some of those aspects in it, I think, for sure. Now, there was already some West Coast influence in it.
Mm-hmm.
So if they go 20 to 30%, and it's a 20-30% change more to the West Coast, then we might be looking at more of a full-fledged West Coast offense. For the love of God, don't run it on 1st and 2nd down and set up 3rd and 8 every single time anymore. Please be done with that. I'm exhausted with that. Jacob deGrom spoke at Ranger Spring Training yesterday. There was obviously a lot of chatter about him missing the first workout with the left side tightness, little tight on the left side.
Yeah.
He addressed the questions surrounding his health and missing the first workout when he spoke to reporters in Surprise yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what I've been through the past couple of years, I've dealt with some things, and this is very minor. Left side was a little tight. Mentioned that to them. Actually, I was still throwing at home. And then when I got here, they just said, hey, let's take a couple of days, knock this all the way out, and then resume. I was able to build a good bulk of throwing at home. I think I got off the mound close to 6 times before I came here, which normally leading into a spring, I would only have been off the mound 2 or 3 times. So I built up a good bulk, and, talking to CY about that and the training staff was, hey, let's make sure this left side goes away. And then, where I was at with my arm, we were comfortable taking a few days.
Everything felt fine during all your bullpens at time.
Yes.
And when was your last bullpen?
It was like a week ago, I believe. A week, because I threw at FanFest, and I threw when I got back, and then I threw again off the mound, and then was playing catch, and honestly, I felt it a little bit in light catch, but once I stretched out, I felt great.
Okay.
So I continued throwing, and then, like I said, once I said, hey, it's kind of hanging around, then they were like, let's take a couple days and knock this out.
I mean, listen, this is not 1963 anymore, where he was unloading a Pepsi truck until the 3rd week of February, and then reports to spring training. These guys
hitting on dames.
Yeah, I know, right? These guys, they train year round.
Yes.
They'll take time off in the offseason if especially if they have an injury. But it's not like he just got here and started throwing. He's been throwing all along.
Right.
Like, look at, every time we talked to Derek.
He talked about his bulk. You heard it.
Yeah, very bulky.
Yeah.
We talked to Derek. He's like, yeah, I'm, training between 8 and noon every day, throwing bullpens. Just keeping his arms, strong and healthy. So it's not like he just got out there and started throwing. They don't do that anymore. So he's been throwing all along. So is this a big deal? I mean, look, you got to ramp up still, but
it's just his history.
His history is the issue. You're right. It's all it is. If he was a guy who has made 35 starts a year for 10 years, no one's batting an eye at this.
Yeah.
But it's a guy who's made 35 starts over the last 3 years, and that's the issue.
Yeah, exactly. It's your injury, and he even seems like he knows that himself. The way he's talking about it. He's like, look, yeah, I get it. Like, I've obviously had some things crop up in recent years, so there's going to be some current concerns. But he said this is very minor. This is just rest. Let's make the only thing that's a little, I guess, concerned about is just the lingering nature that he seemed to describe there.
Mm-hmm.
Where it was like a week ago I felt it, and it's not getting better. And it's like, okay, well, muscle tightness is not necessarily that concerning, but it is the lingering nature of it a little bit that makes you go, ugh, okay. Tiger Woods out at Riviera Country Club. Beautiful, beautiful course.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Not Riviera either, Riviera.
That's what I said. Yeah. Love shooting the thing there.
You do. You're big. You're good at that too.
On the greens there.
Yes, on the greens,
as we call them. Tiger Woods shot a 69. Nice. It's Tiger. Shot a 69 at the Genesis Invitational. He is 5 off the lead, but the biggest headline, RJ Choppy, was not the 69. The nice 69 that Tiger Woods shot. It's not that, hey, Tiger's in the hunt. Tiger's on the prowl. Maybe we get red shirt Tiger on Sunday. It's not that. It's the 9th hole with Justin Thomas after he outdrove him there.
He did.
And what did he? How would you describe what he handed Justin Thomas?
Well, they were walking off the tee box, towards the fairway.
Yep.
And he kind of
goes
goes
the
up,
shoot, as we call it.
The shoot, is that what we call it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very nice. And he hands Justin a tamp.
A tamp. Like tamp it down, buddy, like that.
No, like
have you ever seen Carrie?
Right, like the horror movie from the 70s?
Yeah, you remember the opening scene in Carrie?
No.
He basically did that. He handed him the same thing that they were all throwing.
Yeah, it was a tamp.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
And they had a laugh about it. Justin Thomas thought it was funny. Look.
I am stunned this has not become a bigger deal.
Oh yeah, and not that you have a problem with it or I have a problem. It's guys just like having fun with each other.
These are guys busting on each other. I get it. Stop it. That's all they're doing. But this is all it is. Like let's be fair. Like it is totally degrading to women. It is. It is definitely degrading. Like you what because he didn't hit it as far. He's a woman. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And that's I totally get why somebody would be outraged by this. This is This is something that I would do to my friends, like on the golf when I'm playing.
That's great.
Golf.
Oh, he's feeling good. He's feeling confident. He's out there, and this is I think Broadus references. Is he right that this is the same area where he had the wreck or whatever?
Yeah, it was at this tournament. It was leaving
so
this tournament.
This is poetic. This is the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm stunned this hasn't become a bigger deal because if you really break it down, it is absolutely degrading to do this.
Michelle Wee is about to tell him, you know where I live. Come on, bruh. Step up. Show me you can beat me.
I don't know if Tiger could beat Michelle Wee at this point. Although is Michelle even playing it anymore?
I don't know. That's just the first female golfer that popped into my head.
That's the first one that popped into your head?
I don't follow golf, Chop. I just play it like a freaking madman. That's what I do. I don't watch other people play. I sink putts myself. World Series champion and TV analyst Tim McCarver died on Thursday at the age of 81. Obviously, a long storied broadcast career with MLB on Fox. And you had mentioned that he had been a local guy for the Mets, right?
He was with Mets, Phillies, Yankees, Giants for a year too. He was one of a handful of guys to do. Those four teams, because there's only three guys have done Mets and Yankees, only 2 guys have done Mets and Phillies. I remember him. That's when I first heard him was as a kid. I was in the New York area. I wasn't a Mets fan, but I would watch baseball and he would be doing the game. I thought he was better as a local analyst than
you didn't
national.
like him nationally.
I hated him nationally. I thought he was condescending.
But
locally, I thought he was great.
You brought up the point in your email, and we referenced it earlier. And I think it's a great point. Just his voice, though, it resonates and gives you an air of oh, this is a big game.
Big game.
It's the same thing. It's that same energy with Dick Enberg or you said, Billy Packer. Or whenever you would hear Enberg, I think you felt oh, this is, or Costas.
Vern.
Whenever Costas calls anything, it's
Costas,
oh, this is
Nance,
important.
Buck.
This is a big deal.
Yep.
And he was part of that, as Derek Holland told us. He was on the broadcast for his Game 4 pitching performance, I believe it was. It was, because Game 3 was when Pujols hit those 3 home runs.
Worst managerial decision in history, taking him out.
Derek?
That wasn't the worst. I'm joking.
In Game 4? Oh, yeah. He should have
just let him go.
They should have let him stay in there, and they should have let him stay in against the Mariners right before the trade deadline in 2009 when he had a 2-hitter going, and they wouldn't let him finish the game. I was so mad at watching that as a 20-year-old baseball fan. What other story for you here before we enter the expressway? The grand jury in the Alvin Kamara battery case from last February has indicted him, as well as Cincinnati Bengals cornerback Chris Lamons and 2 other men. So this was set for the initial arraignment was set for March 2nd at the 8th Judicial District Court, as the criminal case now bypasses Las Vegas Justice Court as a result of the indictment. If he's convicted, he getting suspended? Is he done? What's going to happen with him?
He'll get suspended, I imagine.
Significantly so?
Yeah, the NFL, they've got a byline now, a code on this, right? If you get arrested, they'll for anything, they're probably going to suspend you. Absolutely.
They just reserve the right to, so that whenever they want to be heavy-handed with it,
correct,
they can. That's headlines here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Buck Showalter is not a fan of rookie hazing at all. Also, there's a mother whose son got suspended for her career choice. But before all of that, we need your Mount Rushmore of sex symbols. That's next here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatest.
Back here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Cotrier hanging out. Ryan running the video for us back there. Coming up a little bit later here in the Expressway, we got 35 minutes of uninterrupted content for you here. Coming up a little bit later in the segment, we're going to do Buck Showalter's thoughts on rookie hazing, which I know you were out in at training camp, standing right by there when Dez years back was like, I will not carry pads, bro. So we'll get some of y'all's opinions on rookie hazing and share what I think is Buck Showalter's surprising thoughts, at least to me, on it. But right now, we're going to shoot the breeze with the beef.
I gave the beaver a hot bath.
Just rapping with the fellas, shooting the breeze.
My name's Beaver.
Beaver? Is that your given name?
Yes, ma'am.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is Shooting the Breeze with the Beef, which just needs a reset a little bit because Choppy has not done this before. So, Choppy, this is one that when I would do the nosebleeds or when I was hosting on the weekend, this is just a segment we did where we shoot the breeze on a topic. And then I am the beaver. That is I, Choppy. So we're shooting the breeze with the beef. So today's topic is who is on, and this was inspired by us talking about Raquel Welch yesterday and her as a sex symbol and things like that. Who is on the Mount Rushmore of sex symbols? And you can take this a few different ways. And I want to get all of you guys to weigh in on the truckhike.com fan text, on the Twitch, the YouTube. You can text in 877-881-1053. There's a few different ways you can go with this. You can make it just, if you consider it as these are the most attractive women, you can view it as the most culturally significant attractive women out there, like the ones that most like resonated with people of, oh my gosh, this woman is so attractive and like she's universally loved here in America. Or you can just look at it as, I don't know, whatever your definition may be. We got a few names to kick around here. Gonna kind of go around the room. Choppy, would you rather go like list one by one, or do you want to just list your four and then Peyton lists his four and we'll go like that? How would you prefer to do it?
We could do 1 to 1.
Okay, who's your first one on the Mount Rushmore of sex symbols for RJ Choppy?
Cindy Crawford.
Ooh. Okay, this is a really good name, especially because she was always on like the jeans ads and stuff like that. She's got the iconic Pepsi commercial, and she is still, I think she's gorgeous. So it's a good name and very culturally significant. So it seems like that's the direction you're going with, that cultural impact with their beauty.
Very culturally impactful. I'm not going with that. I'm just, Cindy Crawford was hot. Simple that. I don't care about cultural impact. I don't care about all that stuff. Was she hot? Does she do it for me? Cindy Crawford does it for me.
Does she do it for you? That's nice of her. Peyton, who you got?
So I'm going to go back well before my time, but Farrah Fawcett, I think is a good one.
Farrah Fawcett. Are you approving of that answer, RJ Choppy?
Not my, I get it. She's hot. I get a lot of people like her. I was looking at, Sarah and I were doing this. We were going through this yesterday. We were like just Googling, and we came across some photos. She was hot, but she's not on my 4.
Okay, so my first name here, Chop, is going to be a name that I will spoiler alert and say I don't have Cindy Crawford on the list. Because I really, it's a good answer, but I feel like I can only have one from that era, really. And so for me, the person from that era that more rises above that is Pamela Anderson.
So you have Pam.
I have Pamela Anderson, and that if I felt better about having two from the same era, I just think Pamela Anderson defines that same era that Cindy Crawford was in more as the one. So Pamela Anderson to me is number one. Chop, who do you got next?
I have Pamela Anderson as well.
We're getting a lot of Pamela Anderson right now on the fan text.
I do not believe you can have a Mount Rushmore without Pam. It was the first Playboy that I bought, the double issue with her and Jenny McCarthy. It hasn't been opened in years for a reason.
It's stuck together.
Stop it. It just hasn't been opened in years. I'm not saying why. But it was a great issue.
It's good. It's a good one. That's why I had her on there. Who you got, Peyton?
I'm going with Megan Fox.
Okay.
This isn't a bad answer. It's so new though. Like I don't know.
What?
I don't know that they have the I don't know that she
my
rises
list.
to the level.
Yeah,
It is your list.
Jessica Biel on there. I like Jessica Biel.
I'm just thinking. Maybe you do. I'm just thinking. I'm not saying it's the wrong answer. I'm just saying my own list. I would have a hard time. It's not a bad one. It really isn't. I would just have a hard time on it. My number 2. We just talked about her yesterday. Raquel Welch. Raquel Welch was 60s, 70s. Was like super. Like she was the face of it. You could. I don't have her on her. You could put somebody like Linda Carter on there. Wonder Woman from the same era. But I think Raquel Welch just, and like we said yesterday, you could have taken Raquel Welch in the 60s and dropped her in 2023 and people are still turning heads. Like she transcends all eras of beauty, Raquel Welch. So I'm going Raquel Welch number 2.
All right. I like it. I don't have her on here.
Damn.
But I like it.
Who's your next one? Don't say Fabio.
I think this next one is criminally underrated all time. And I think she is largely forgotten about. But when I was a young boy, my early teens,
she was part of your awakening.
She was part of my awakening. The great, and Peyton has no idea who this is, I'm sure. The great Kathy Ireland.
Yeah, that is a good answer. So this is definitely a more personalized list, I feel like, for you.
Of course it is. This is nobody. It's my list. Of course it's personal.
Well, like, do I think Marilyn Monroe or Raquel Welch, which I just spoiled my third, do I think they're the most attractive women of all time? No, but I just think culturally significant as well. But Kathy Ireland is a good answer. What was the first one that really did it for you? What was the movie or something that got you like, oh my gosh, I love you, Kathy?
It was her like in a green bathing suit.
Oh, that's simple.
Simple as that. Yeah.
It's good simplicity. Chef's kiss. Peyton?
Well, you guys already mentioned her, Pamela Anderson, number 3 on mine.
Boy, she's a unanimous selection, I think. The fan text has been, and we'll get to the fan text as soon as we run through our 4, so keep sending your 4 in. But Pamela Anderson, an easy call here. My next one, Marilyn Monroe. Oh, crap. I think I need to change out who my 4th is because I just remembered the other. But Marilyn Monroe is, to me, she is like the beginning of all of this. Like, wouldn't you say that? Even if you don't have her on your list, don't you feel like Marilyn Monroe is the forerunner for the whole sex symbol label? Like that was the happy birthday, Mr. President, the standing over the little rail with the wind blowing up, and she's like, oh my, like that whole thing. She was one of the earliest Playboy models. It's Marilyn Monroe, no doubt about it. Your list is not valid if she's not on it. Choppy, who's your final one?
There are so many that I could have gone with here. I thought about Denise Richards.
Interesting.
I thought about Tyra Banks.
Good. I think that's a good one.
I thought about Pam Grier. I thought about Carmen Electra.
Dennis Rodman ruined that for you.
I thought about Sophia Loren and Jenny McCarthy. But I'm sorry, this lady, she is just so hot.
Is this the one you swapped in late?
No, Kathy Ireland's the one I swapped in late. It's Liz Hurley.
That is my dad's biggest crush of all time.
Man.
He loves her. I don't like, I mean, she's attractive, but like, I've never understood, like, it must be a certain era, because like, you, my dad, and then like some ages in between. Like I noticed that
she's
do not
one. Put me and your dad.
No. I just said era, not the.
No, but it's the same. We might be the same generation.
It's I'm saying within a 15-year window, that's a lot of guys. Number 1 is Liz Hurley. That's all. I think you're on the younger end of the Liz Hurley obsession.
Yeah, probably.
And so that's all. Is that I think you're on the back end and he's on the front. So Choppy's list here: Cindy Crawford, Pamela Anderson, Kathy Ireland, Liz Hurley. Peyton, who's your number 4, and why is it? The LSU gymnast.
So this one might be a curveball, but Jessica Alba.
No, that's fair.
That's not a curveball.
That's fair.
Okay.
What I'll say is Jessica.
I've watched that movie with her and Paul Walker so many times. You have no idea. Was it Deep Blue Sea or something? Or Into the Blue? One of the two.
Yeah. No, you know what she is? I feel like she definitely is iconic for anybody that was like coming into their time during like the Sin City era. Gosh, her in Sin City, you ever seen that movie?
No.
Oh, she in Sin City, she was that's an iconic image, I think, for a lot. Peyton, how old were you when Sin City came out? 10? Something like that?
9 or 10.
Do you remember when that movie came out and she was all over everywhere?
Not really.
Oh my gosh.
But
Why is nobody my age? This is frustrating. My final one, I'm going to swap it out because I have to. Do I go with my preference or do I go by cultural significance? My preference was I put Britney Spears on there.
Okay.
Because that's culturally significant too, but I have to swap her out.
Hit me, baby.
And I mean, that's iconic. The schoolgirl thing is iconic. It dawned on me. I gotta put Madonna on there. Again, it's not a preference. It is, but as a symbol, she is. She was it in the 80s. So look, I think you covered it well. Marilyn Monroe, the beginning, Raquel Welch, the next generation, then it's Madonna, then Pamela Anderson, and then I can only have 4. I think Megan Fox is a good name. Somebody threw out a great name, but again, I think you're competing with Cindy Crawford and Pamela Anderson. Somebody threw out Anna Nicole Smith.
I saw that.
She was modern Marilyn.
Someone just put Gina Gershon on here. Someone's watched Bound lately.
Bro, somebody watched Showgirls.
Yep.
Oh, now see, we had this discussion earlier. I'm wearing a shirt today, and you don't have to adjust, Ryan, because I want the shirt to be seen. So I'm wearing this shirt today. It is Tiffany Amber Thiessen hanging out at the Max from Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Iconic
great
photo.
Show, great. Iconic girl.
We had a question about this. Oh, and thank you, Tolo Emily. She's my age, she says. So that's good. The question became, would you consider, because Kelly Kapowski, Tiffany Amber Thiessen, but her character Kelly Kapowski is iconic, but is she iconic in the way of sex symbol or first crush? I feel like she's more a first crush type.
Saved by the Bell, Kelly Kapowski, Tiffany Amber Thiessen was first crush. 90210, Tiffany Thiessen was first
sex symbol.
Oh my God, that was dirty hot there.
Let's get some of the names here on the TrekRec.com fan text, which
Kate Upton is one I
just
saw.
blowing up. Kate Upton as a modern one is a great answer.
5, I think
I had her up there, but then I was like, man, I don't really, because I recognize that her great. She does not do it for me.
We've got,
wow.
sorry, Jimmy, who's 57. I do love the beginning of your list. Marilyn Monroe, Raquel Welch, Linda Ronstadt, but then he put Mary Tyler Moore. We're getting
Anna Kournikova.
Anna Kournikova was a great one. Sophie, we're getting a lot of Sofia Vergara. We've got Jennifer Aniston. I never thought of Jennifer Aniston as a sex symbol. She was attractive, but I didn't think of her as a sex symbol.
Pounding Novocaine spritzers.
No, man. She's attractive, but again, I don't think of it like these other women we're talking about. I think are like there's kind of like an overt like sexuality about them that like is part of their acting and everything. I never felt that with Jennifer Aniston.
Well, she never ages. I mean, you could be 18, fall in love with her, or you could be 55 and fall in love.
A lot of Beyonce, Tyra Banks, who I know we all consider Kate Beckinsale. She was gorgeous. We're getting some Sharon Stone in there.
I thought about her.
There you go. That's the modern answer, I think. Margot Robbie.
Suicide Squad?
Yeah, but she was also in Wolf of Wall Street. Remember? She played Leonardo DiCaprio's wife.
Never saw it.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, that role was a breakout. But I mean, of course, you could say Margot Robbie and then Jamie Presley and any of the other 4 women that kind of look like Margot Robbie.
The 903 wants me to point out Olivia Dunn.
316 says Jane Slater. Which you didn't do your bit, Peyton. You said you were going to list that as your first.
That was too far. I can't
dare
say
you,
that.
Peyton.
I can't say that. Well, Bobby's best friends with her. I can't do that.
Are you best friends with her?
We're close. We're really close. She calls me. She says. Do
you have a key to her house?
Huh?
Do you have a key to her house?
No, but she's got the ring.
Phone a friend if you.
She's got the Ring doorbell that if I hit it, she would unlock her house from remotely if I was over there.
Well, you take your wedding ring off whenever she's around, right? Is that what happens?
He doesn't wear it anyway. Who are you kidding?
Oh my gosh, no. See, for the times where Kristen gets a little like, you're gonna lose this weight, you're gonna get your hair, and you're gonna be on the radio, and like you're just gonna leave, like when she gets like that or whatever. She's not that with Jane at all because she knows Jane like so well, like they're buddy, and so Jane and I are like, Jane's literally like my media mom. She says that
media mom.
When I got referenced,
you call her mommy?
No, when I got referenced in the Washington Post, she shared the screenshot and she was like, "Proud mom moment." Like she tweeted that, so like that's where we are. And Jennifer Love Hewitt, Angelina Jolie. Who's Haley Clausen?
Why do I know? I know that name. Hey, I'm looking her up real quick.
I don't know that.
American model, Haley Clausen.
We're getting Mila Kunis.
I love Mila.
Janet Jackson. There's a lot of Janet Jackson.
Janet, absolutely.
Janet, Miss Jackson,
Eva
if you're
Mendes.
nasty. Eva Mendes is a good one. Cameron Diaz in The Mask is suggested, and I hear that one a lot. She looked good. I was never crazy about Cameron Diaz, but she was getting just a ton of like I've heard a lot of people who like were growing up in that era, like 94ish when The Mask came out. They thought like that was their first. Oh my gosh, this is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Loved her. She was great, and something about Mary. I mean, she's always been near the top of my list. People coming in with Danny DeVito. I like that one. I think it's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan, Jennifer Lopez, a lot of Selma Hayek, a lot of Kate Upton. There's some Jenny McCarthy in there for you. Somebody threw out Shakira. Is Shakira one?
Yes.
I mean, she's good looking, but was she ever like at the top of the list? Do you think?
Yes.
903 is Jane your stepmom, Bobby? No. Rachel McAdams, Kaylee Cuoco, who's up here on the TV. We always have Charmed reruns up in the studio for some reason.
Alyssa Milano.
But again, is Alyssa Milano first crush? Because don't so many people view her as Sam from Who's the Boss?
Yeah, I mean, my age would, but then, people who watch her in Charmed, I mean, she was totally different there.
There you go. 682 comes in with the right answer for a certain demographic. The Pink Ranger. Kimberly. Amy Jo Johnson from Power Rangers.
Never really saw it.
Dear
I was not in on that.
Lord. Like, my wife, dead serious, she knows how much I like Kelly Kapowski. She hid this shirt from me for a long time. Like, she, packed away. She's like, stop wearing that. You look ridiculous.
You do.
But I don't care. It's great. But the Pink Ranger, Amy Jo Johnson, if I could, I need to find a shirt with her on it. I was very troubled to find out the other day that she's turned 50 now. But she was, let's see here. Let me turn this
God
on.
forbid somebody turns 50.
No, but I'm just saying that, like, how fast time flies. That's Amy Jo Johnson. She was very girl next door type. But overall, some good names. Any that you struggled with? Oh, Eliza Dushku. That's another good name. Any that you struggled with, Chop, that you felt like, man, I wish I would have been able to find
there's
a spot.
a lot. Like, I wish I would have felt a spot for, like Jessica Alba, Jessica Biel, Tyra Banks, Naomi Campbell.
Alicia Cuthbert's a good name, too, because of her girl next door role.
But then again, there's the girl next door wifey type as opposed to the sex symbol.
Kim Kardashian,
Beyonce,
we did need to give
Halle
more.
Berry,
Nobody has mentioned Kim Kardashian, and she should have been mentioned this entire time. She helped with the sex tape explosion.
Yeah.
Like that, she was a pioneer of that,
No,
along with Pamela.
Pam
it
did.
was Pam, and then it was Paris, and then it was Kim. And now everybody makes them.
Yeah.
You make them. Peyton makes them. Everybody makes them. You know?
I'm not gonna lie.
Peyton, anybody you had trouble leaving off your list before we give away some Fall Out Boy tickets?
I mean, Emma Watson was one that I fell in love with her early on. So
Look at
that
you.
was one.
You watch Beauty and the Beast, don't you?
I do.
And Harry
movie.
Potter or whatever she's in. Let's hook the Tolos up with some tickets to Fall Out Boy. We'll
do that right now. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Fall Out Boy along with Bring Me the Horizon and much more when they all rock out at Dos Equis Pavilion on June 28th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Man, Phoebe Cates. There's another one that just got thrown out. That one that's the most iconic scene in a movie, isn't it? The coming out of the pool?
The pool one.
Yeah, coming out of the pool in Fast Times.
Yeah.
Up to Judge Reinhold. That was his I met
Judge Reinhold.
I met Judge Reinhold at the Star a couple years ago. And I've got to tell you the story because he was very nice. He took a picture with us and he was just a cool dude. But we have our audio engineer that works with us is a guy named Lance Wells. And this is Lance right here. I'll turn around for the fan cam, but you see Lance here? Long hair, beard.
Yeah.
Looks like that. So this, where are we? There we go. That's Lance, our buddy with our long hair. So we saw Judge Reinhold there. We're like, let's go take a picture with him. And so we walk up to Judge Reinhold and he sees our friend Lance and he starts mussing his hair up and he goes, Spicola, you goofy MFer. I've wondered where you've been all these years.
God.
It's a great reference, man.
It's a great reference.
Oh my gosh. As we get Peyton ready, because I know Peyton's screening calls here, I'm going to play the Buck Showalter thing here in a sec, Peyton. And so I know you're busy, so I don't want to catch you up here. But in general, before we play the Buck Showalter thing, Chop, what is your thought on the hazing? Rookie hazing in sports?
I mean, keep it like
paying for dinner and stuff.
Yeah, like keep your, you know what, out of my area.
Yeah.
Right? Just like keep it to the point where you're not like
you can turn that off now, Peyton.
What is that?
It was on a loop. It looped back to the beginning.
keep it away from like making it basically degrading.
Yeah.
And we're good. Pay for dinner, carry water, carry bags. Like when I was in high school, right? Freshmen had to carry the seniors' baseball gear to practice.
Or like when Roy Williams tried to get Des to carry the pads. Now, when you were out at training camp at that time, what was your thought on that? Were you like, just carry the pads?
Just carry the pads, dude.
See, that's
but at the professional level, you're a professional.
But you are a rookie. It's just the natural way of it.
Like I think it's funny. Like it's when in baseball, right? They'll have the rookies, carry these funky backpacks out to the bullpen.
Oh yeah.
Right. It's filled with chewing gum.
Yeah, and usually it's like I remember Casey Kiker when he first got there, they made him carry like a pink unicorn backpack. It's like a kid's
That's
like
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's but when you start getting into like genitals and stuff, like stay away from that.
Get into what?
People like the hazy where they really go at you.
But what did you say? Genitals?
Genitals.
Oh, I thought you had no idea what you were talking about.
Do you speak English?
I thought you said genitals.
Like, you see these high school kids, they do that stuff, and it's like, okay, that's like, that's assault.
Right. That's the stuff that gets you in major trouble.
Yeah.
But the paying for the dinner,
Whatever.
do you even think that's too much? Were you like trying to make a rookie pay $15,000 for dinner?
Okay, $15,000 is a lot of money, but but like if they're all splitting it, they're all making $500,000 a year, whatever, you can afford that.
Well, Buck Showalter was talking to Mets media yesterday, and something just had come up. A reporter was joking about, you're going to have him carry the backpack or something like that. And Buck Showalter turned it into a little mini rant about hazing.
I don't do that to people in today's world. Embarrassing somebody, it's kind of like the Clubby Olympics. When you don't want anybody to get hurt and you don't want anybody to be embarrassed. I hate embarrassing people. It's like the whole hazing stuff. That's so stupid. Oh, it was done to me. Well, it was stupid when they did it to you. I never understood the rookie hazing BS. Come on, man. The guy's got your uni on. He's trying to help you. Why don't you make his path a little easier? It's like when people say, they did it to me. Well, it was stupid then, wasn't it? Never been a big hazing fan.
469, hazing is fine. It happens to you once, and then you're in the club and get to do it forever. Another 469, you can't make a rookie who is drafted higher than you and has a bigger contract carry your gear.
Is the number one quarterback? Let's just say the number one pick in the draft,
like Trevor Lawrence. If you couldn't haze Trevor Lawrence, you think?
I'm sure Trevor Lawrence got hazed somehow. I'm sure there was a rookie dinner that he paid for.
Yeah, in all likelihood, I look at it and I say, like that point there, like just do it the one time and then you're in. Like, because I feel like do you risk seeming like if you refuse, you're like, no, I'm not doing it. Do you risk seeming like a baby to the veterans? Do you risk getting isolated by them?
I think you do.
I'll tell you who did not respond well to rookie hazing. And I think it did affect, because it was like goofy stuff, like little things. It wasn't like malicious stuff, but somebody who didn't respond well to it when you talk to people with the team, with the Cowboys, Tristan Hill didn't respond well to it. And Tristan Hill, I think, did sort of develop a reputation with some of the veterans as like, don't be a baby. Like we're just having fun with you. Like this is the nature of like busting each other's chops. Like that's all we're doing here. And I think that risks you not getting into the club. Now, is that fair? If somebody doesn't want to do that, should you like is it unfair to go like, hey, if this guy doesn't respond well to that, why would you actively screw with your teammate and mess with his mentals and then make him worse on the field potentially, or not feel like he's fitting in? I guess you could have that, but it also, you could look at it from the test of how mentally tough are you? You're not mentally tough to handle this. Well, how mentally tough are you going to be when you're tired and hurt in the fourth quarter of a December playoff or of a December regular season game as the division's on the line?
I don't disagree. I mean, there is that of getting into the club and being accepted by the veterans. Now, again, as the starting quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, is it different for him because he's the number one pick? He's the anointed one. I would argue that he has a larger chunk of respect to earn. When you have that title of being the best draft pick since Andrew Luck or Peyton Manning, you've got an extra big thing to live up to.
Yeah.
You know, stop it. Like you've got to live up to even more. So it's, I think, even more incumbent on him to get on the side of the veterans.
510, love hazing. It's a rite of passage. Just don't go overboard.
Yeah, you can't go overboard. Like if you want to make them pay for dinners, or like the rookie relievers carrying a backpack out of the bullpen full of chewing gum.
Yeah, like a Dora the Explorer
Whatever.
backpack.
Yeah,
like, that's
who
just
cares?
funny.
That's
you're being goofy.
You know, they'll make them dress up on airplanes. One series.
Dress up
a
in
year.
costumes and sing and
Whatever.
stuff like that.
Yeah, but like if you start like making them do other things that are, I don't want to say embarrassing, but like just dehumanizing, man, no. This is a 50-50 split on the fan text. 682, hazing is for cowards. 817, when I was a freshman, senior tried to haze me. I hit him with a dumbbell. End of story. 817, hazing is essentially a rite of passage if done correctly. 817, hazing anyone is BS. 214, did y'all haze Bobby when he started? I don't know, did you? No, I don't think
it's
so.
tough to haze me because I'm such a troll.
Yeah.
Like I would lean into it or like kick it back. Let me see here. 469, is it hazing Bobby when Sean and RJ try to get you to eat anything other than fast food? You did haze me there. You guys hazed me in trying to get me to eat at nice restaurants that I don't want to go to.
God forbid we try to get you to venture out from Dino Nuggets.
817, you don't know what your teammate has gone through in their past. You got to make it non-emotional.
It has to be non-emotional. It's got to be just like, pay for a dinner or, rookie dinner. Like I said, carry the backpack.
682.
Nothing that is like dehumanizing though.
Let's see here. What do we have here? We had 682. Overboard is in the eye of the beholder. That's another thing. People are more sensitive to some things than others, and so you may think that was an overboard, and they may think it, and so then you're having to run into that. So I don't know. It is just a that's it. 936. Bobby hazed Sean and RJ when he started. Yeah, I reversed it. I flipped it on its head and I started hazing y'all.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay.
Would you not agree that?
Yeah, he shows up at 6 o'clock every day.
Yeah,
that right there is hazing you guys.
Yeah, we sure got him, Peyton.
Anyway, I just find it interesting, especially because Buck Showalter is, I think, considered such an old school type of guy generally. I just find it interesting that he wouldn't have more of the old, not that it's right or wrong, just I'm surprised he wouldn't have the old school mentality on hazing. Like, yeah, pay your dues and do that. I was just surprised to hear that was his take on it, was to basically be like, you can't, although he did say in this world today, or in this, so I also wonder if he's like, people react too negatively to that. You can't chance that. All right, we got another story here. Just a couple minutes left here in the Expressway on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Saw this headline yesterday, and I thought I need to get RJ Choppy's thoughts on this. School suspends boy after finding his mom's OnlyFans content. Ooh. Now, here's my first question. Where did the school person find it?
It was probably a parent. It was a Karen.
Isn't
it
a
like
little
neighborhood
bit,
Karen?
Isn't it a little bit like calling the police and being like, they stole my weed? Like you're snitching on yourself by doing that. You're snitching on yourself by saying, I found your OnlyFans. Well, how did you find that? You must have been browsing. But this woman, it's this story from Dexerto says, another day, another OnlyFans scandal. This time, OnlyFans star Sarah Blake Cheek. That's just as funny.
Sarah Blake Cheek.
It's a great name.
is revealing her story in support of fellow creator and Florida mom Victoria Treese, who was banned from volunteering at her school. This woman, Victoria Treese, was banned by Orange County Public Schools. This was not private. Ooh. She was banned from volunteering at a public school because of her OnlyFans. This woman here, Sarah Cheek, who every time,
all right, look, I
can
understand them banning the mom from being in the PTA.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't, but I can understand it. But not the kid.
Well, yeah, this was a different mom. This one had the kid, and then this other mom said, well, I'm going to speak out now because I'm an OnlyFans star. My 7-year-old son was kicked out of school. He was suspended because of her content. She
now,
goes,
is that at a private school?
It doesn't say. I kept looking for it. She doesn't. It must be. It's got to be a code of conduct thing, or it could be a religious private school.
Could be a religious school.
Or something. But she says, my son was suspended from school, and in trying to communicate with the principal, she refused to talk to me or give me a reason as to why he was being treated badly simply because I did OnlyFans. She goes, when Victoria's story hit, that's the other woman. When Victoria's story hit, I messaged her because she had found an attorney willing to take on an OnlyFans case. I had a similar situation with being banned from my kids' football organization because I did OnlyFans. They erased me from my kids' lives and humiliated me for what I did in private by exposing that secret. So, now it's interesting. You say you get it from the private school perspective, but then you also get it from the public school perspective if it's PTA. Why? Like, why would you think PTA would be?
Well, let's just say you're a volunteer. Like, you know, like I can understand a school not wanting the mom or the dad who's doing it around. I can understand that. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Private schools, they can do whatever the hell they want. And we know that. And it's stupid.
Right. It's there.
They can do it. If it's a religious school, like they could do, especially that. I could talk. We saw this in California a couple years ago where an OnlyFans mom, her kid was kicked out of school for that.
We got 469. The mother should be ashamed of herself and her username should be shared so that I know where to avoid it. 469. Hey, I was a high school teacher and one of my students' moms was gorgeous. Then we found her IG. My goodness. Another one interesting. 469. Depending on the age of that kid, he's about to get a lot more new friends. Not necessarily. I don't think you want the hot mom. Do you?
Who? Like,
if you for yourself, do you want your mom to be hot and everybody like, I don't think you want that.
Oh no. You definitely.
That's how you get friends, though.
Not the friends you want. That's how you get Stacy's mom's got it going on.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, you don't want that. But yeah, I think it's. I mean, to me, I personally have a major problem with anybody being blamed for something that isn't them. So I cannot blame the kid and punish the kid. Right. For the actions of the parent. I would never do that.
Especially a 7-year-old, but you know, that's the way things go sometimes. Yep. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Kevontae Turpin wants a larger role in the Cowboys offense, and Dak Prescott is speaking out about what that Cowboys offense will look like with Mike McCarthy calling plays. That's next here on The Fan. But
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Where's the got you down, Chop? You gotta get on board the mic with that. I can't.
Got you down.
There we go.
America loves lists.
Everybody loves lists. I was talking the other day to I was hanging out with Teddy Pendergrass, and Teddy told me, he's like, "See, you know how you say everybody loves lists?" I was like, "Yeah, I do." He's like, "Well, I was talking to Prince, and Prince was telling me how much he loves when you used to say that."
We're here on Sean and RJ. There's no Chris Arnold. It's Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Cottrell. We're all hanging out here. Sean Sharif will be back on Tuesday, but we got some Cowboys stuff to talk about. We're kind of in the desert for Cowboys stuff right now, Chop.
Yeah, it's the wasteland right now.
It's a little too far from the draft to really feel like, oh, let's deep dive into it. We're about a month removed from the Cowboys season ending, so there's not like storylines that came out of that we haven't talked about. So this is like pretty much the deadest period of the offseason for the Cowboys, because then you'll get into minicamp, OTAs. We'll have lots of stuff to talk about from there after the draft. But thank you to Jory Epstein, who sat on a story, it looks like, for about a week. She got this at Super Bowl last week and brought it out, wrote an article about it yesterday, and it's a really good article. I'll tweet it when we're done with this segment. How much will Cowboys offense change under Mike McCarthy? Dak Prescott weighs in. And this is something that we've all been talking about here is, okay, what is this going to look like? Is this going to be, is what we saw from Mike McCarthy, the results that he got in Green Bay, is that indicative of what can happen here in Dallas, or was it more indicative of Aaron Rodgers and what Aaron Rodgers can do? And I know you're generally in favor, right, of the quarterback matters infinitely more than the play caller.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course he does. He plays the game, but you think the play caller has very little impact on how successful the offense is.
I think it helps. Obviously, I mean, you call the wrong play against the wrong coverage, but the thing is like, when Kellen Moore called to play, he had no idea what look the defense was going to give him.
Who's more important? Would you rather have a great play caller or a great running back?
Great play caller.
Wow, that's strong. Well, we'll see if Mike McCarthy can be that. The question we all have now is how much it's going to change. Is it going to look different even? Are we going to notice a difference? Because I think we noticed a difference early on when Kellen took over from Scott Linehan, because that was the question. Is there even going to be a difference? And then Kellen took over and it was different. I think it became more conservative over the course of the last 2 years or so. But Kellen was also, I think, trying to create a hybrid system of Eric Coryell and, some of the Scott Linehan and Jason Garrett both came from those sort of concepts. A lot of people consider Scott Linehan's like the godfather of the single back offense. So it was like a hybrid of that stuff, the Linehan Garrett stuff, the Eric Coryell stuff, and then the McCarthy West Coast offense aspects that he wanted merged in. So he really created this bizarre hybrid. And I think Kellen Moore caught too much flack here. I think that may be the greatest reason for some of the confusing stuff when Kurt Warner or other analysts would talk about turning on and going, I don't even understand the system. It's because I don't think it was a normal system. It was just a hodgepodge of, okay, they want this, all right, we're making, what is it, gumbo? Is gumbo one of those ones where I don't eat gumbo? Is that one of those ones where you just throw stuff in? Or?
I mean, there's a lot of things in gumbo.
But is it like, take some of the, like, whatever, it's like you're making,
I think everybody has their own recipe.
It's like when you have
shrimp,
Thanksgiving.
sausage, all on rice, like dirty rice and stuff, veggies.
It's like when you have Thanksgiving dinner and then you make like turkey soup. Like, well, I got the stock and I'll put some stuff in here. Like, that's what the offense essentially did.
Why does everybody, when they talk about, food, they always do the thing with the...
Because it's Salt Bay, baby.
Salt.
It's Salt Bay.
Oh, you just mix it all in.
He's a cultural icon. I didn't do that. Did I do this?
No, but you did the stir.
Oh, yeah, I did stir.
Yeah.
That was literally because we're talking about soup.
Well, how do you pour salt? Do you go like this?
Do I go like what?
Like,
can you show me again?
Well, I mean, like,
I use a salt grinder.
Okay.
That's what I use.
You do the pepper grinder method?
Yeah, I'm on the grinder a lot. Dax said, when asked about how much he expects the offense to change, said, right now, Mike told me about 20 to 30% change. I think if anything, it's things that need to be changed. It's great to dial in, fix some things, get sharper and crisper, and I'm excited. And as he went down a little bit, he said, sometimes change is good. I'm a big believer in change, and I'm excited for Mike calling the plays. I'm excited for Brian Schottenheimer. I'm excited for just being able to dial into this offense and just really get it to where we want it to be. I'm excited as hell. Is that just Dak speak?
I mean, no. I mean, he probably is excited.
Could he be, though?
Why not?
I mean,
he's a positive guy in general.
Kellen was a friend of his.
Well, I mean, you could recognize Kellen as a friend of yours and be excited for, any kind of change.
I think
Kellen landed on his feet in arguably a better position.
He did. Yeah, I think that's
I mean, he's got a better quarterback now. As good as Dak is, Justin Herbert's got more talent.
I think that let's be completely honest here. Change is difficult for everyone, right? So Dak has been with Kellen for a very long time. When the change occurred in 2020 and Mike McCarthy got here, that was not the smoothest personality transition, I don't think, for your quarterback. I think that there was some initial, feeling each other out and trying to, get used to a new head coach. And I think they have. I think they're really good now. I don't know that Kellen and McCarthy ever got on the same page like that.
It's okay.
And so, but that's what I'm saying is that I think that there's, I would think there would maybe be a little, I don't know how excited he would be more as just I think Dak is excited that they maybe just are no longer running a hybrid. Hey, can we either run what Kellen wants to run completely or can we run what Mike wants to run completely? I maybe believe, I'll believe that. But in general, he's a guy who he trusts his arm and he trusts himself to make big plays. And if this is going to turn into the Brian Schottenheimer Seahawks offense,
God no,
it's going to be a very, or even what McCarthy is talking about doing with the run game, it's going to be a very run-focused offense and a bunch of short to intermediate throws that are not going to allow him to push the ball downfield. And it's 2023, not 1993. I don't want to go back.
If they do let's just say they do a run-first offense, that's probably going to slow the game down, and they may win more games. That might happen. It's probably going to slow the game down. They're probably going to score fewer points. And again, they may want to win more games. We don't know. But it's going to look really, really odd and really bad when the Cowboys are sitting here scoring 23 a game and the Chargers are at 29.
Yeah, now who's that going to reflect on more, Dak or McCarthy? I bet if they do that next year, people are blaming Dak more than McCarthy.
They'll blame both of them, but people blame Dak because people like to blame Dak.
They'll want to get rid of both of them, though.
But what they'll say is, oh, man, shouldn't have gotten rid of Kellen Moore.
I mean, when it was Kellen's concepts in 2019, the 1 year where Kellen was running, the offense looked great in the first part of the season. He didn't adjust well in the second half. The biggest problem with Kellen...
That was Jason's last year?
Uh-huh. That was the year where they started out 3-0. They cooked the Giants 35-10 on opening day. The biggest problem with Kellen, people tell you, is he didn't adjust. He wouldn't adjust as the season wore on when teams started trying to figure out different ways to attack them. And the other issue was he needed space, to create concepts. So when you got in the red zone and the field tightened, he had trouble. He had trouble drawing up creative stuff in shorter areas. And so when we all marveled at how Kansas City was drawing things up inside the 10, wow, look at these concepts they did to get 5-6 yards of separation in such a small area. That was a criticism that I think a lot of people had about Kellen Moore, is that he wasn't doing much of that at all. And you would hope that some of that would improve here. Now, one of the aspects that could potentially signal improvement, depending on your thoughts on it, does Kevontae Turpin do anything for you, Chop? Is that going to be a big game changer for you?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Is this a TCU hate thing?
No.
For you?
I don't hate TCU.
No. Kevontae Turpin was talking with Blogging the Boys last week. He said, we had a talk during my exit meeting, him and the coaching staff, basically saying they already know what I did with the special teams this year and all that, but they're going to try and get me on the offense and try to make our guys respect me more on both sides of the ball. I'm going into this training camp. I'm basically trying to show them that they have no choice but to use me on offense. That's my mindset. I like the mindset. He says, I'm a playmaker with the ball in my hands, and I can scare guys without the ball. Just on the same field together, me and CeeDee Lamb. I just feel like that's my biggest thing going on, just showing them that they got to have me on the field. I will say this. I don't think Kevontae Turpin needs to be any sort of a full-time player. Now, I know a lot of people, a lot of fans. We saw it on the fan text. We've seen it on the Twitch and everywhere else. A lot of people have asked, like, why is Kevontae Turpin not getting more of an opportunity? He's fast, and, like, let him go out there and use his speed. Guys, he is 5'7", maybe. Like, it's really tough, even with that speed. It's tough to push the ball downfield to a guy that small. It's just, it's difficult to get it over the top of DBs. And so generally teams don't like having 5'7" receivers run vertically like that, even if they have the speed to do it. Where I had said this whole time, anytime they kneeled down in the second half or at the end of the first half was a stupid play. Every single time, just give the ball to Kevontae Turpin. Have him in the backfield, toss it once, let him see if he can do something. Like that to me, I always thought it was a waste whenever they'd kneel down. Get the ball in Kevontae Turpin's hands. If it's a screen, if it's a pitch, just see if he can pick up 50 yards for you.
That.
And so, I mean, you remember Tyreek Hill when Kansas City came to town about 5 years ago. They did that one at the end. Do that. Just throw a screen pass and see if he can work. See if he can pick up plays like a big chunk of yards where it's like, well, okay, well, now we'll call a timeout because we're getting close to field goal range. Or see if he can score. Do something like that. I'm all in favor of using him on things that aren't even gadget plays. You can use him in the short, the short areas, the intermediate areas. But if he wants to be in 80% of the snaps, like I'm in the full receiver rotation, I'm running the full route tree, that's not going to happen. And that's not the solution.
No, he's not. That's not what he does.
No.
He's got no size. I have no idea what kind of routes he runs. People are saying on the fan text, he's Forrest Gump.
Yeah, you catch the kickoff and then run it over to Forrest. Yeah. And run, Forrest! Turpin, I mean, look, Turpin, I think, this is interesting. Would you say he was a disappointment? I wouldn't, but there were a lot of people who were disappointed in the second half the way he played. And the fact that he didn't get a single touchdown. I know a lot of people were disappointed in the San Francisco game. You remember we talked about that, the kickoff return where he spun it back into the kicker for some reason.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, did you think he was ultimately did you ultimately find him to be disappointing?
No.
You
Turpin?
think? Yeah.
No.
I didn't, but there were people who were.
No, how was he disappointing?
Because he didn't like the kickoffs, the kickoff return, the return game was getting consistently worse in the second half of the season. He wasn't giving you the type of.
I mean, he wasn't in the NFL. There was a reason this guy wasn't in the NFL.
Well, he wasn't in the NFL because he got in trouble for a domestic issue at TCU.
But still, he wasn't in the NFL.
Yes.
Like he's fine. He's okay.
Bobby's just mad because he lost a bet to Jared.
That made me mad.
What was the bet again?
That he would score a touchdown sometime in the first 6 weeks, and then Jared was like double or nothing. He doesn't do it by the end of the season. I was like, okay. And then he didn't do it. Like there were a couple different times we were really holding our breaths. And Jared was like, oh, you almost got me. Shut up, Jared. We'll talk to Jared at 8:40, by the way. But look, I think the one thing, whether it's Turpin, and it wouldn't be Turpin, but Turpin or somebody else, the clear thing to me, the number one priority heading into this offseason is you have to go get, for the love of God, a number 2 receiver. A legitimate guy who can get open, and even if he's not open, can just make contested catches that isn't Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup's fine to have in the rotation. Michael Gallup can't be the number 2. And if you want to go get Luke Musgrave in the draft, if you want to go find some elite tight end, do something like that, great. A tight end is a really great mismatch, can be an effective number 2. I'll take that. I'll take a really athletic tight end who can mismatch, but you have got to get a second receiver in here. And I don't want to hear anybody say the whole little, why does Dak have to be straight? Just get a number 2. Quit arguing about why does Dak have to do this or that because it doesn't fit your narrative. Just go ahead and say, get a number 2. Get another weapon in here. Why do you not want weapons? To me, I think that's the easiest call for what they need heading into the offseason is another big play threat in the receiving game.
They do need another big play threat. There's no doubt. I don't think he's it, though.
No, not damn Turpin.
No.
Not
but they
Gallup.
They do need a big play threat. Gallup is that guy, but he's got to get his mind right.
Yes. That'll be one of the things to watch this offseason. What kind of mindset does he come to training camp with? There may be some players getting traded or cut. that maybe they could be the number 2 receiver. We're talking about 15 NFL players who could be on the move this offseason. That's next year on The Fan.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday.
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwork.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Back here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell on the board, Ryan Cottrell on the video. Got Jared Sandler coming up here in about 20 minutes. I want to hear about this bullpen sesh that Jacob
the
deGrom
dominant
threw
bullpen sesh that he had?
FanFest. I
he was just dominant, man.
I want to hear it. In fact, we should call CA at 8:40. Have him come on and debate him with it. I found an article yesterday from Joel Corey, who is one of the best in the NFL media landscape when it comes to contracts, understanding the cap.
He was an agent, right?
Yeah, he was a former agent, and so
that would help.
He used to rep like Patrick Surtain and guys like that, and so he absolutely knows how these things work, and so he's got a list up of 15 players who could be on new teams via trade or as a cap casualty. We'll just kind of cycle through some of these, and you tell me, Chop, when you might like to stop and consider one of these. Obviously, he's got Derek Carr on here. He's got Aaron Rodgers on here. This is one that I'm interested in, and people are going to say I'm crazy, and that's fine. Carson Wentz.
What about it?
I would not hate the idea of Carson Wentz here as a backup if Cooper Rush leaves.
Is he known as a bad teammate? But do players like him?
I think there's questions about his mental toughness, and I think maybe that's what people don't like. Is I think some people view him as a little soft. But I don't think anybody dislikes him like personally. I think they're just like, come on, toughen up, dude. Like that. Like maybe he gets a little woe is me at times.
I got to be honest. If Dak gets hurt, I don't want to put the organization on Carson Wentz's arm or brain.
Yeah, I just look at it and I go, he is a talented, like he's got talent at the position. He's got arm talent. I just look at it and go, nothing's ever going to be perfect with a backup quarterback. So, but why not get a guy in here who's played decent? Like it's not like, would you call him a bust?
Carson Wentz?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he was picked at number 2. Where would you have called him a bust if he was the 15th player taken? He basically had an MVP season, and there were like a couple other seasons where he was like 27 touchdowns, 7 picks. I think is there a difference between a failure and a bust? I feel like a bust is just a catastrophic mistake, whereas a failure is you didn't live up to the expectation. I feel like he's more a failure than bust.
All right. Yeah, I could see that because I'm trying to think, right? Like Cam Newton.
Yes.
I don't think he's a bust.
I don't think he's a home run either.
But he didn't make it through his second contract.
Hellman and I fought about this once. He was like, so you're telling me you don't think Cam Newton was just a home run number 1 selection? I was like, no. And he was like, you're stupid.
Now, he won an MVP and he went to a Super Bowl. Like,
he did.
That's pretty dang good.
Yep, and wouldn't fall on a fumble.
I don't blame him for that. I don't blame him for that. But for example, is he a hit? Maybe.
I think he's a neutral. I think he's neutral because I don't think he's a hit. I don't think he's a bust. I don't think he's a failure. I just think he's a okay. All right. It was a so-so run and it was very short. It was great for a small period of time. Next quarterback here that is on the list of potential cuts or trades. Colts can save $17 million by releasing Matt Ryan, which they will. Matt Ryan is done in Indy. The question is...
Matt Ryan is done, period.
The question is, do you think anybody gives him a shot as a bridge quarterback to be a starter anywhere?
I don't think so.
So if that's the case, if he wants to keep playing, would you be interested in him as a backup?
Absolutely.
As a backup, you can live with Matt Ryan.
I love Matt Ryan. I like Matt Ryan anyway. He's a smart player.
And I mean, geez, if they're going to throw if it's going to be 5 and 7 yard concepts, he can still throw those.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I like Matt Ryan. So yeah, I would much rather have Matty Ice as the backup than Carson Wentz.
Would you rather have Matty Ice than Cooper Rush?
No, I wouldn't. Cooper Rush went downfield, man.
Yeah, a little bit. Now Cooper Rush will probably cost more. I'm not saying he's going to like break the bank, but I would imagine he'd cost more than Matt Ryan as a backup.
Really?
Yes. He's won games in the NFL. In back-to-back seasons. I think that'll matter to some team. I don't know if any team will give him a chance to start, but he may get the Chase Daniel treatment. Here's $7-8 million to be our backup.
Wow. So you don't think somebody will give Matt Ryan $7 million?
No, I don't. I don't think so.
Was he play with a veteran minimum?
No, like maybe like one of these like 2 years, $6 million, and with incentives, if you play enough snaps, you can get up to 10 or something.
I mean, I think Matt's washed, but I mean, I still think that his name would carry some weight within the league as a backup.
Another name here, obviously, that we've talked about, Ezekiel Elliott. He will. I just don't see him coming back. That is. Where does that rank in worst contracts in DFW sports history? Is Chan-Ho Park worse?
Chan-Ho's a bad one.
Chew?
No, Chew
was good. Chew was
fine.
just hurt.
Chew was fine. Chew is Chew's ahead of the game. Like, remember how we said Matt Millen was like ahead of the game a little bit by like drafting receivers high? You know, Chew was the Moneyball guy before everybody bought into Moneyball. Even though they had already gone through Moneyball, you know what I mean? But like, we'd already seen it, but like, that's what he was. He was a high on base guy. And you know, I don't think a lot of people here had bought into that, you know, philosophy yet.
Dwight Powell or Zeke contract? Which is worse?
Which is worse?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, giving a running back. Now listen, you can give a running back $15 million if you got Patrick Mahomes your quarterback.
I mean, they gave the Mavericks. You gave a running back a big contract, which is stupid. But the Mavericks gave a contract to a big man who doesn't rebound.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously the Zeke one ate up more of the cap, but Zeke was a better player when you did it. Next name here, $8 million in savings if the Cardinals were to trade DeAndre Hopkins.
$8 million in savings?
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
would you be interested?
Yeah, but it's gonna be $30 million, right? That's a nice cap hit.
His cap hit. So you would only take on the remaining guaranteed money. His cap hit for you would be like 19 probably this year.
So it wouldn't be the $30 million?
No, you take on the remaining guaranteed money in the salary, but they've already paid out a lot of it, and so that's why it would be more for them. But DeAndre Hopkins he'll be 31 in June.
Yes, I would absolutely consider doing that. What's it going to cost to get him?
What are you comfortable with? Would you give a 1? Would you give pick 26 for him?
No, I'm not giving a 1 for a 30.
2, 3, one of those.
Yeah, one of those.
Okay, fair enough. Here's a question that we got tagged in the other day, yesterday actually, because this is starting to be the chatter that he is going to be on the move. Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
$5 million. They say $5 million if they trade him.
Uh-huh.
Are you in if it's a first round pick for Ramsey?
How old is he?
Oh gosh, Jalen's probably 28, I guess, because he came out in the same draft as Zeke.
He's 28.
Boom, nailed it.
29 October. Yeah, man.
You're still in on that?
Did he have a good year?
I'm not sure. He was. I know he's not quite to the level he once was, but I'm not sure exactly how good or bad he was.
Assuming he hasn't fallen off, then I would do that.
Here's one I would not touch. Michael Thomas.
No, wouldn't touch it.
That's a guy who you want to talk about emotions. I don't want that.
Yep.
That's an emotional football player.
I am out.
Here's another emotional football player, a guy who got a reputation as a surly football player, but will be cut and will not be expensive. Would you be interested in the reclamation project of Kenny Golladay?
Yes.
That's a buy low.
Yes.
Maybe get a sell high. So they save $6 million if they cut him. He's done. He had 17 targets, 6 catches, 81 yards. But that's a guy who he could probably run some of the West Coast concepts. He could run some slants for you.
If he's your 3, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I would consider bringing him in, and you can get him at a very cheap rate, I think.
A year.
So, yeah.
A year after agreeing to a pay cut, the Chiefs could save $21 million by releasing Frank Clark. There's a lot of people who think Frank Clark's getting cut, who is very close to having the playoff record for sacks now and is a good pass rusher. He's got a little bit of a checkered past and is considered a little bit of a volatile personality at times.
He had some problems coming out of Michigan, right?
Yeah, he had a domestic violence issue.
Boy, people have forgotten about that.
Yep. Joe Mixon, I'll blow right by that one. You don't want Joe Mixon.
I think Joe Mixon's a great player, but I don't want to spend.
You don't want to spend on a running back, and you don't want to spend on a running back who was just like, hey, didn't he point a gun at somebody at an airport recently? Joe Mixon's got his own issues. Here's one of your favorites of all time, I think. Would you be interested in backup Jameis Winston, who may be on the chopping block for the Saints?
I absolutely would, but he would not be a backup.
You think? I think he's going to. I don't know that anybody's going to give him a starting job. He was a backup in New Orleans for a couple of years.
Yeah, then he became the starter.
Yeah,
then he got hurt
because it was Andy Dalton.
No, he was the backup for Drew, and then the plan was to give him the starting role. Then he got hurt.
I don't think I want to. Jameis would probably command one of the higher salaries as a backup quarterback in the NFL. And if you're talking about if this was a team that was pushing the ball down the field, great, let's push it down the field with Jameis. This is a team that's going to play in the short and intermediate timing offense. I don't know that that's the best fit for him. Are you interested in reuniting with Byron Jones if he's a cap casualty in Miami? That's one of the other names here on Joel Corey's list.
He'd instantly be the best cover corner on the team.
He's been solid in Miami. He has not been as good as he was in Dallas.
He was much better here.
He is 30. He's had some injuries. No, I know. I still think he's good. He would be. He would come in here and easily start.
I'm out on 30-year-olds. At that position especially.
Damn, sorry, Sarah.
She's 33. I'm not out on her. But at that position, yeah, I don't want age is the enemy at these skill positions.
Two more quick numbers for you here. Two more quick players. Taylor Lewan, the tackle from Tennessee. He is I think he's likely to get cut. Titans say $14 million. He's getting up there in age. I don't think Cowboys have their offensive line. Their tackles are set right now. But the last name here, this is the interesting one. This would have to be a trade. This would not be a cut because of the money that it would cost Houston to do this. But it's a name we were talking about at the deadline, Brandon Cooks. You want to revisit that? See if the compensation's gotten any better? See if it's...
I would have to see what the compensation would be, coupled with the salary.
If they say, we'll take a third, would you give up a third for Brandon Cooks?
No.
His salary is set to be $18 million next year.
How old is he? Let's look it up.
29, 30?
Yeah. No, I'm out.
Dang, you throw them all to the side, those 30-year-olds.
Man, this team drafts well. Just go draft these guys. You don't have to, this whole, if Dak's an elite quarterback, you don't need to go get, guys like Brandon Cooks.
He is an elite quarterback.
Let him make Brandon Cooks out of...
Let Brandon Cooks.
Tolbert.
Stop. What?
You don't think Patrick Mahomes would make something out of Tolbert?
Oh, I mean, not if Tolbert knows how to line up right in overtime. Probably not. There's basic functions that Jalen Tolbert had to figure out. Over in Surprise, how is Jacob deGrom's side? However we define that, his ribs. I don't know what you would call it. His oblique
side, ribs.
How is Jacob deGrom's side? How is Nathan Eovaldi fitting in? And what else do we have to look forward to in Rangers spring training camp? We'll catch up with Jared Sandler next year on The Fan.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif is out. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy. We've got Peyton Russell on the board, Ryan Cotrere on the video. And on the phone, we've got the one and only Jared Sandler. Jared, how you doing?
Hello, Bobby. Hello, RJ. Hello, Peyton.
Hello,
and
Jared.
Ryan. I can't forget Ryan.
You almost did. So way to go. Way to be
I know. Yeah, my bad. My
hey,
bad,
so before we get into Ranger stuff, which there's a lot of stuff we want to touch on with you, especially with the the pitch, the rotation, left field, all that stuff. Jack Leiter. We did this earlier during the Expressway. We got 1,000 replies on the fan text about this. Literally 1,000.
Holy smokes.
Who is on the Mount Rushmore of sex symbols?
Well, RJ.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah. RJ Hagee, for sure.
All right, Blake
Chris
Lively.
Arnold,
Blake Lively's 1. Who's 2, 3, 4?
Well, no, but Chris Arnold, I mean, have you ever seen him take one of those pictures with his shirt off in a mirror?
Bro.
He was big on that during the pandemic. So
Bro, I love everything about CA, including his body. CA,
Yeah.
and he'll tell that the eggs in the morning, and then he basically gets to eat whatever he wants the rest of the day. Those are just
There
good
you go.
genes right there, baby.
Got you down. And then I think Tim Collins. I think those are your 4.
Dang, those are good. Now give me your real answer, or
Yeah,
is Emily listening
hold on,
and you don't want to get in trouble?
No, I don't care. I don't care if she's next to me.
Whoa!
She knows how I feel about this. But hold on. Sex symbols, or are you talking like my biggest crushes?
No, sex symbols. So
right?
mine was Pamela Anderson, Raquel Welch, Marilyn Monroe, and Madonna. Choppy went Cindy Crawford, Pamela Anderson, Kathy Ireland, Liz Hurley. And Peyton went Farrah Fawcett, Megan Fox, Pamela Anderson, Jessica Alba.
Interesting. Okay, so I mean, Blake Lively has a special place in my heart, but I don't know if like other people would consider her to be a sex symbol.
Cultural significance.
Tyra Banks needs some love. I feel like Tyra Banks is big there. I'm thinking of names that you guys didn't bring up, not necessarily like to disagree, but just some other names.
Sure.
Does Kate Upton get some love?
She does. I mean, she's the modern era at ballot.
Yeah, I think Kate Upton. I think, there's an actress who just like my mind is going blank on.
Margot Robbie.
Oh yeah, Margot Robbie, and then you know what? Just another actress who I think in a weird way, like for our generation, Shannon Elizabeth, just because of her role in American Pie.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I'd put her on the Mount Rushmore, but again, I'm just trying to think of
we threw out
names
we had some others. Britney Spears.
Britney for sure.
Yeah, we have Britney Spears. Somebody threw out Anna Nicole Smith. Those were some big ones.
About her.
So yeah, just a lot of names to kick around. Just something to consider. Maybe something you can ask all the Rangers players at spring training.
Yeah,
Jared.
And then I mean, what about someone like, I don't know, Brandy Love or
wow, you go down that road, huh?
I mean, RJ, I appreciate you recognize because I know that Bobby. I know Bobby and Peyton and probably Ryan know who she is, but they're too scared to admit it.
She's a great stepmom.
Yeah, very good.
I don't know, stepmom. What are you
She
doing,
lays down the law.
Jared?
Yeah,
let's move on to baseball, Jared. How concerned or like there's nothing to be worried about with Jacob deGrom, right? And whatever his left side means.
Yeah, I don't think that there should be any additional concern. If you are on eggshells just every time he takes the mound, hoping he comes out healthy, I think I get that. They made a huge investment, and it's not like he's without a medical history the last few years. I don't know. I try to not just worry about things out of my control, and a part of me feels like because Keith Meister, the Rangers team orthopedic, was the one who was monitoring Jacob deGrom's progress while he was with the Mets, that they wouldn't have made that investment if he didn't sign off on it. And he has had as good a look as anyone. But based on the last 48 hours, that should not add any more concern, whatever your level of concern was before. I mean, this goes on around Major League Baseball, all 30 teams in mid-February, late February. If there is even the slightest degree, like if I wake up and I'm farting too many times, they might hold me out because it's mid-February. So I don't think there's any concern. I think you guys played some of deGrom's comments yesterday, and obviously he didn't seem concerned either. And then talking about where he is and his preparation compared to past years, it seems like he's in good shape.
So if he had been making 35 starts a year for the last 5 years, nobody bats an eye at this. It's because there's a little bit of an injury history.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, I think it's the combination of the investment, right? There's a lot of excitement. There's going to be an absolute microscope on this guy because of that. I mean, he's the best pitcher that the Rangers have ever signed in free agency. He's maybe the most talented pitcher they've ever had wear a Rangers uniform, and a lot of money. But yeah, it obviously is building on the fact that one of the big storylines was the concern about his health. So there's no doubt those things compound on top of one another, and that's what creates the headline, because you're right. I mean, this happens. This will happen to 100 different players across 30 different camps this year, where guys get held out for precautionary reasons. Because what the heck does February 16th, 17th, 18th really matter?
Talking with Jared Sandler here on Sean and RJ. Jared, we were talking about Nathan Eovaldi a little bit earlier, and I mean, he's a guy who, like, when he's on, he's very exciting. I know we talked about this a couple months ago a little bit, and then in the last couple days I've been doing more research on it, and I'm a little interested in it. The idea of Nathan Eovaldi's velocity being down like 2.5 miles per hour on his fastball the last couple of years, and then it seems like with that came some ineffectiveness with the slider, which had been a really good pitch for him in the years leading up to 2022, before last year when it kind of went sideways. I think his barrel percentage went from like 6 to 10 in 2022, and so it was by far the worst number of his career. Is all this, do you think, can be boiled down to, as long as he gets the fastball right, the velocity fall, everything else is going to fall in behind it?
I don't. So first of all, just generally speaking, there's not like a lot of corroboration behind just across the board. You drop your fastball velocity, or the margin between your fastball velocity and your slider velocity dropping decreases the effectiveness of your slider. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of pitchers who, as they have lost velocity, their slider has become a more important pitch for them. Mm-hmm. That's not to say that it doesn't work the other way. It certainly could. I think a few things stand out to me with Nathan Eovaldi. One, the slider has become his fourth most used pitch. He really, the split finger is his bread and butter now. And it used to be, the curveball was a big pitch, and that still is. Those are his three pitches. Those are the three pitches he'll throw to righties and lefties more than any other pitch. The slider is really just a right-on-right pitch. But I think what happened, talking to people that watched him last year, talking to some of the Rangers folks, I have not had the chance to talk to Nathan about this personally, but they just said they feel like he lost his feel of that pitch, which is not uncommon when you're throwing that pitch now, the fourth most of your repertoire. You're going to give that not as much attention as the splitter and the curveball. And, you throw those pitches differently. And because you throw those pitches differently, maybe it makes you lose a little bit of feel, lose a little bit of consistency with the slider. And so I think those things play a role. Now, the velocity thing, Bobby, is, I think, a really interesting conversation piece for all pitchers, because with the pitch clock, guys aren't going to have as much time to catch their breath. And I know it might seem minimal to people, but I'm curious to see guys who had average velocities, in the mid to high 90s last year in the starters role, what that looks like this year. Because, I don't think baseball is ever going to subscribe to the whole theory or the philosophy that we grew up with where, hey, as a starter, you don't want to really put your foot fully on the gas and you want to conserve energy and you're maybe going to be 85% in the first couple innings. I think, people have done away with that because they just want guys to be at their best always. But when you can wait 25 seconds in between pitches, that 10-second difference, that 5-second difference really is significant in terms of being able to catch your breath and go 110% on your next pitch. So I think there are going to be guys across the league, Nathan Eovaldi, maybe one of them, maybe most guys, who are going to have to adjust to maybe not throwing their fastball at 97 but doing it at 95, or not 95 but doing it at 93. I don't know. I can't say for sure that's how it's going to be, but it would stand to reason that if you got less time in between pitches, it could have a little bit of an impact on your velocity.
Yeah, and I wonder how the guys have to change their motion because of the new rules are going to be impacted
Sure.
by all that.
Yeah, is Marcus Stroman still allowed to wind up for 40 seconds?
Luis Garcia with the Astros rocks the baby 17 times before he gets into his motion. So I don't think he's going to have to. I don't think he's going to be able to do that.
No, yeah, he's not. Clevenger, if he even plays, but they'll rock the baby. I love that though. Any rotation battle that you're looking most forward to, like in terms of the back end?
No, I mean, I think if the five guys who we project to be in the rotation are healthy, they'll be in the rotation, and that's in whatever order: deGrom, Perez, Gray, Heaney, and Eovaldi. I don't think Jake Odorizzi is really competing for a rotation spot, but he could get consideration, as could Glenn Otto, maybe even Cole Reagans, if one of those guys gets hurt. And here's the reality. I mean, I don't know what the percentage is, but I'd say 25% of teams that come into spring training with all five of their projected starters healthy will have one guy who maybe isn't ready first time through for whatever reason. And maybe it's a minor injury in early March that, again, they don't want to push, but that sets his preparation back. So, I think it'd be great to have all five of those guys for 30 starts. The reality is that's not going to be the case. So for camp, the battle to me, RJ, is less about competing for a rotation spot, but competing for the next man up. When someone goes down, is Glenn Otto going to be the guy they turn to? Is it going to be Cole Reagans? Is it going to be Jake Odorizzi? Eventually, that could be Cole Winn or Jack Leiter in the discussion. Maybe I don't know, Zach Kent, but not right away, certainly. And then the other question is with Dane Dunning. He had hip surgery in the offseason. Where's he health-wise? Is he going to be ready on opening day? I don't know if that's the case. I think we'll learn more here in the coming days. But where does he factor into the conversation as well? So I think that the competition is going to be more for next man up than it is, who's going to be in the rotation.
All right, we got just about a minute left here, Jared. I know you heard us talking about it yesterday. Am I wrong to have the slight level of panic I do that Jack Leiter is plummeting on almost every evaluator top 100 list?
I mean, I don't think you're wrong to be nervous because, the other direction is to be super confident. It's tough to be super confident after what he went through last year. I would say, they gave him a really tough test. And I think if we see Kamara Rocker start in high A, that might be recognition that, hey, wish we would have done that with Jack. Let him have success and then move him up to Double A. But this is a big year for Jack. He's going to start in Double A, I'd imagine, and you'd like to see him have success second time through. But he's still young. He's still got room to grow. So I don't think that anyone should be super concerned. It's tough to keep him up where he was ranking-wise after the year he had. So I think that was to be expected. But we had Jim Callis on Hot Stove a couple weeks ago, and he said, the numbers weren't great, but I have zero reason to think that, my projection for Jack Leiter is any different today than it was last year. It's just a matter of seeing it because they're guys who did it last year. Now Jack Leiter's got to do it. And again, getting to repeat Double A to start the year will be a really good test for him.
Love you, Jared. Have fun in Arizona.
Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Is Luka Doncic Tony Romo? RJ Choppy has some hot takes on Luka's trip to Mexico coming out. You got some hot takes on his Mexico trip.
Wow, I do.
You got some hot takes on the hot takes.
Yes, I do.
About Luka's upcoming Mexico trip. That's next on The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. 24 hours. Well, you can by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fist Pump Hour, final day of the week. Really, this is the end of the week. It's not Saturday. Week doesn't start on Sunday. It's Monday. Now here we are on a Friday. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Cotrere. Glad you guys have been with us. One more hour to go. It is NBA All-Star Weekend. Does that matter anymore? No. Like when did you stop? When did you stop giving an S about NBA All-Star Weekend? The game was never interesting, but when did you stop caring about the theatrics on the side? Like I feel
when I got out of college.
Am I
20s.
wrong? Maybe I'm just thinking back to I just had different interests when I was a kid or whatever. But I feel like the 3-point competition, the dunk contest, it sucks now, right? Like there's nothing interesting about it anymore, especially the dunk contest. The dunk contest has become super mid.
Look, I stopped caring about the dunk contest.
If you're about to make a Spud Webb reference.
When the players stopped caring about it.
That's a good way to put it.
I stopped caring about the regular season of the NBA when the players stopped caring about the regular season of the NBA.
I mean, they put a G League player in the dunk contest. Well, he's not G League anymore. I think he signed a 2-way contract or he signed a 10-day contract
Mac?
or something. Yeah, Mac McClung.
Mr. Texas Tech.
Yep. So he'll be in the dunk contest. And he's talking a lot of trash leading up to it, apparently. Saying which he has to show out.
Right. When
if you're this guy in the contest, you have to win.
When the players stopped caring about the dunk contest and when they stopped caring about the regular season because they're taking load management, that's when I stopped caring about both.
Yeah, when they started worrying too much about their loads, that was when it was we gotta be better about that and manage that better. Then they stopped caring about the All-Star game, and that's true. Mavericks entered the All-Star break losing 3 in a row. You lost to Denver on the road. You lost to Sacramento on the road. Not the greatest way to begin the Kyrie-Luka era, and obviously Luka missed the first 2 games of the Kyrie play, and then Kyrie was out in the final game against Denver. But you don't want to lose 2 road games to conference contenders right after you make this trade. You want to be in those games. You want to be winning those basketball games, and I know they won the first one against Sacramento, but then they lost the second. So 3-game losing streak. All-Star break comes at a good time for them. I think Josh Green gets a chance to rest and catch up on what I think is probably some fatigue due to the type of usage he's gotten. I mean, they've really ramped up his minutes and his involvement, and it's probably a good time for him to reset and get there. One person who apparently is not allowed to reset and enjoy the break at all is, at least according to some Mavs fans, is Luca Romo. Luka has Tony Romo aspirations to use the break to go off and soak in the sun south of the border.
You'll be playing in your 4th All-Star game this coming weekend. What are you looking forward to most?
Sunday when I fly to Mexico.
Sunday when I fly to Mexico. And, dude, it was the biggest deal here. I mean, you were here for it, There are a lot of people who I don't think remember just how wild the month and a half of Jessica Simpson as Yoko Romo was in this market.
Yeah, I remember that.
My word, there was a dealership where, and I don't remember which one it was, this guy was a huge Cowboys fan. He replaced the dealership billboard for 2 weeks with Jessica, don't come to the playoff game. She was public enemy number 1. And when those damn Mexico picks with Bobby Carpenter and Jason Witten hanging out with them. And of course, they didn't get any flack for it. But when those pictures hit TMZ and everywhere, people melted down. And you're saying that people are now melting down similarly about Luka.
Man, social media has come to play in this one. I'm going to read you some tweets, some comments.
Hit me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
Luka's going to come back as the fattest man in the world. Luke is an all-time talent, no doubt.
Is that at Mike Bassick?
No. Best in the league, for real. But I feel like his lifestyle ain't maximized net talent. This is who he is, ATP. What is ATP?
At this point.
At this point. Larry Bird-esque, I guess. He about to gain 15 pounds All-Star break, man. Please don't get fatter. He's going to be crushing beers and cigs in Mexico for 3 straight days. His conditioning is going to be cooked. God help us, he's going to be crushing Modelo and Mexican cigars for 3 straight days. Next Thursday in San Antonio, he's going to need an oxygen machine.
He's got like one of the nasal ones just on the sideline.
And then people were asking if his girlfriend is going to be on the trip with him. Oh, she's attractive. Wow. Oh,
stunning.
wow.
You're kidding.
Yeah. So I'm stunned. I'm shocked that Luke has got an attractive girlfriend.
Have I mentioned it to you before? You know how like Corey talks about how his hall pass is Kay Adams?
Uh-huh.
Have I told you
your hall pass is Luka's girlfriend?
No, wife's hall pass is Luka. She is like, she's like, yeah, I'd run away with Luka. She loves him. She thinks it's so funny. Like you bring him up and she starts blushing.
He's got like that baby face.
Yeah. He's she thinks he's very pretty.
Huh.
But not after this Mexico trip where he
not
puts
this
on
Mexico
20
trip.
pounds. Jeez.
Now, he's going to go to Mexico. He's going to crush some beers. He's going to rip some cigs, and that's okay. Because there's like 2 months before the playoffs start.
And honestly, even when his conditioning hasn't been great, he still goes out there and puts up 30, 12, and 10.
He will burn all the beer he drinks. He will burn it all off by the second quarter of his 3rd game back at most. And the cigs might be a little bit longer. Might take a little bit longer. But, as I read, lung function returns 2 weeks to 3 months after your last one.
Bro.
So it depends on how many he has. He'll be fine.
I am stunned, and I don't want to out anybody. I don't want to tattle on anyone. I am stunned by the amount of NFL players who smoke cigarettes during the season.
No.
Yeah.
Cigarettes?
Uh-huh.
No. I mean,
yeah.
Smoking weed will do damage to your lungs too.
But there are several who smoke. It's not common, but there are players who and in season.
Stop! I am thrown.
I'm stunned by it. And I mean, look, there's got to be some NBA players I'm sure that do the same.
I thought I was the last one that smoked. I quit.
Period.
I quit over a year ago.
Oh, my dad still smokes. My dad has smoked Marlboro Red 100 since he was because it was the 60s, 70s, since he was 13. And I'm talking about every day ever since. He's 61 in May now. And still just going strong. 48 years of Marlboro Reds. Those are harsh too,
yeah,
man.
They are. No way. I don't know. I didn't think that anybody smoked.
Were you a Camel Crush guy?
Nope.
Marlboro Light. Marlboro Lights. That would figure. But I'm stunned when I see.
I think that's what everybody does.
Do they smoke the lights?
Yeah, nobody does the Reds. Now you might get your 72s or whatever, or is it 27s? I don't know, the short ones.
The Lucky Strike.
No. They have the short box. But no, it's just I'm glad I don't do it anymore.
I just can't imagine I guess that's how rare some of their ability is that they're able to do that and still perform like they do. But I don't have a the fascination. You've brought this point up before. You know how you think it's wild how much owners have been able to get the fan base on their side to attack players in contract negotiations, right? You're one of the ones who holds that opinion, I believe, where they had owners have somehow convinced people to yeah, hey, be on my side that the player doesn't deserve his money that he's earned. Be on my side to be a cheapskate. And convince them that this is something where it's well, it's better for our team. Well, no, just how about you spend properly?
Yeah.
And so similarly, it is wild to me sometimes the anger that stirs up when players just live their lives.
Oh,
and
I know.
People get furious with it.
I know.
Because Romo's just one example of it.
Look, I have never understood fans getting upset with players being human. I have never understood that. If Romo wants to go play golf in his spare time, okay.
Yeah.
Do you work on the weekends?
Or how people
or
get
whatever your job is.
People give players crap for why are they streaming? They're on Twitch too much. They're video games and blah blah. What? If
fans get triggered by that, man, they get triggered by that so much.
And why? Why does it matter to them so much?
Because they think they care more about winning than the player does, and they don't.
No, they don't. But I mean, and Luke is just the latest example of this. I foresee, and you don't even have to foresee it. You look at this. You look at the way social media's talked in the last couple of games. I think Kyrie getting here, Kyrie right now with this fan base is untouchable, and all the pressure and all the you better be perfect all the time is shifting to Luka. If Luka's not perfect, he is going to get ripped on those nights.
He's not perfect every night. Nobody is.
No,
Like,
I know, but that's what I mean. It's an
know.
unrealistic expectation where people I think are going to. It's been instant. People are saying Kyrie should run the offense, get the ball. Like one game in, people are saying get Luke off. Kyrie should run the offense.
I have never understood why fans get so bent out of shape over a player doing his own thing.
Do you care? At truckrack.com fan text 877-881-1053. Do you care about Luka Doncic going to Mexico during the All-Star break? 972. Sergei Zubov used to smoke in the showers between periods.
Yeah, man.
You remember that famous photo of Len Dawson at halftime of the Super Bowl, and he's just ripping a heater. 972. Do y'all not remember Vlade Divac? Was Vlade a smoker? I mean, I'm sure he was, but I just didn't know that for sure. 940. My dad used to smoke Marlboro Black Menthols. Ugh. Bro, no. 682.
I think they just outlawed menthols in California.
This is interesting. 682. I'm curious if you agree with this. Luka has about a 10-year run in the NBA. Great player. Enjoy the ride. 10 years?
He's got more than 10.
I mean, now he did say when the LeBron questions came up, people said, hey, do you think you can, about the scoring record, do you think that you can one day pass that, or is that your goal? And he's like, I'm not going to play as long as LeBron did.
Yeah, playing not as long as LeBron did doesn't mean he's going to stop it at 30.
682, tell everyone to get off of Luka. No one tells them where they can go on their vacation. Stop living your life through athletes. Get a life.
Yeah, like do you not take vacations?
469, when you put up Luka's numbers, he can go to Mexico. Let Luka be Luka. 817, Babe Ruth wrote the book on all of it. 682, Luka's health and conditioning will not allow him to have a long career. 682, Jim Leland used to smoke in the dugout. I do remember that. Leland wasn't playing, though.
Remember Mike Patrick, the announcer?
Yeah.
There's pictures of him, the cigarette hanging down on the side of the announcer's table, and you see the smoke billowing up at Cameron Indoor.
Luka, 575, Luka was smoking cigs and slamming beers the night before dropping 30 or 40 on Germany this summer. I mean, just like, you can take me, for instance. I slammed like 11 drinks, came out, had a great performance Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, you were just amazing the next day.
Crushed it.
I'm stunned you've made it to the show.
Honestly, probably the best performance I've had
Really
since I've been on the show.
Really was. How many times you throw up that day?
Are we including the night before?
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, it just is, he'll be fine. Luke will be fine. He will burn the beer off in 3 games.
All that cardio, man, running up and down the floor like for 40 minutes. He'll get into playing cheap.
He'll be fine.
469. Luka's gonna come back looking like El Chapo. That's
the king of the trap.
Yeah, exactly. What name did RJ Choppy's hero butcher this time? And we'll play a little Answer the Internet with you guys next here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
Companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3233.
Back here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell on the board, Ryan Kuchera on the camera. On the video, I guess. Not on the camera. That sounds weird. Later today, you guys are going to want to tune into the G-Bag Nation. They got 3 of their bet payoffs today. You tell me which one of these is worse, John.
All right.
Okay, I've got 2 of them here. I don't know what Eric's is going to be. But Gavin Dawson is going to get Wooly Bully's mom on the phone and flirt with her.
Ooh. Okay.
Man, what if it worked and, like, Dawson became Wolchuk's, like, real daddy and his show daddy?
Oh.
That'd be great. Like, Zach, come on. You ready to go to work, son?
Move back in with the parents.
We already know Brian Broaddus can't do orange juice. Can't do boiled eggs either, which you love. You have here in the studio every morning.
I already crushed my hard-boiled eggs.
So
soft-boiled, really.
So they're going to be blended together, and he has to drink them.
Drink OJ and eggs?
Yes.
Like, it's going to be a hard-boiled egg?
Yes. Blended together. That will... Luckily, we're doing this on a Friday. That'll give... it's a holiday weekend, though. So that'll give the cleaning crew time to mop up the studio before we got to come back in here on Monday.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that's his spot too, right there where you're sitting.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm just saying, I'd you know, much like grandmother's couch, I'd wrap it in plastic in case you got to worry about anything on Monday morning.
All right. Well, I'll make sure to smell the chair before I sit in it.
Disgusting. So that's on G-Bag Nation today. 2 to 7 p.m.
Wait, there's just those 2?
There's 3. I don't know what Eric's is. Those are the 2 that I know of are Dawson and Broaddus's. I don't know what Eric's bet payoff is today yet. So those are the ones those are 2 of the 3. So
okay,
it'll be fun. I mean, Broaddus won't be able to talk. They should make him get the wireless ready for them. Like hand it to Lucius when he gets here, and so that Brian will have to take it with him. so that he
You
can
tell
still
me to do it?
Yeah, let him know. Just let him know that the wireless is
I'm
in
not
there.
going to be here when they show up.
But just leave a note.
Oh.
It's not that hard, Peyton. Jeez. Just leave a note and say,
my job's done at 10.
Make sure Brian takes this with him into the restroom. So that's G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7 p.m. We got KNC Masterpiece coming into Crosstalk with us here in about 15 to 18 minutes, roughly. Before we get into Answer the Internet, where you guys are welcome to participate on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Your boy Mad Dog. He is, it was so funny. We were at Super Bowl and I was just walking out. I was leaving the convention center to Uber back to the hotel, and I was walking out. I just like kind of saw someone was behind me. And so I was like holding the door open for him, and I hadn't even looked back yet, and I heard, "Thank you." And it's like the Neil character or Mort character from Family Guy.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you. And I like turned back and I was like, oh, it's Russo. And so he actually still had the wired headphones in and was carrying his phone. He's like, thank you. He's like, yeah, I'm headed back now. And so, but your guy, again, butchering names as he's apt to do.
It's all he does. He does not care about getting names right. He never has. And
or numbers like Clyde Drexler and Michael Jordan.
Nope. Those little things just get in the way of a good story. Facts get in the way of a good story all the time.
Yep.
But here he is. Now, who is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs?
Patrick Mahomes.
That is correct.
Got it.
This isn't his first game he ever played, right?
No, I don't believe so. I think he not even his first Super Bowl.
Does Russo do a show on the MLB Network?
He does, or he did. I don't know if he still does.
He still
does.
Is Mahomes' dad? Did he play Major League Baseball?
He did. Yeah.
Okay.
He should know this name.
He should know this name. He has no idea.
If Reed quit tomorrow, would Clark Hunt hire Bieniemy as his head coach? That's a fascinating question.
You know who his first phone call would be to?
Who's that?
Patrick Mahomes. Do you want Bieniemy as your head coach? That would answer that.
Oh, Holmes is going to say yes. Then what do you do?
Up.
You think he would be? I don't know. I think he'd be truthful.
No, I think Holmes would want him.
Okay, two.
Holmes doesn't want Holmes would not want it out there that he's the guy that did not that caused Bieniemy his job.
Holmes.
It's like maybe he slipped up one time. You know, like when I meant to say gut busting and I said butt gusting earlier.
Holmes doesn't want that. Holmes doesn't want him
4
here.
times in like 12 seconds.
Oh, baby.
My gosh. Oh, that's Mad Dog.
Holmes.
That's your hero, baby. That's your guy.
Holmes is.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I grew up listening to him.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's play some Answer the Internet here.
Okay.
This was our training camp game. We would go back to the rental. We just kind of all hang out in the parking lot, chilling with each other and play and Answer the Internet a little bit. So you guys can weigh in on the truckwreck.com fan text. RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell are also here to weigh in. So let's go with this is a good one for you, Choppy. And this is the Barstool Sports game, Answer the Internet card game. We're taking the questions out of. Would you rather have your own personal bathroom or your own personal office? This is so easy.
My own personal bathroom?
Yeah, like like here. If you were up here, would you rather have your own office or your own bathroom?
I have no use for an office, so I would rather have my own personal bathroom.
Is easy. Have you ever done the you don't, because I know your colon's a machine or whatever, but like, do you ever do the you wait somebody out in the other stall? Like, I'm gonna wait to start my business until they exit the stall.
No.
That doesn't strike me as a you thing. Oh, Mike Bassick is here. Hey, Mike, do you want to play Answer the Internet? No, he doesn't. He's got Crosstalk to prep for and stuff. And
I'm tired. It's the annual Build a Chair Bassick show where I buy my chair. Because we do have a lot of chairs up here, but they're not the best chairs.
You're out of breath.
Yeah, I just had to carry a big box.
Why didn't you have make that money, guys? Why didn't you have him bring it up?
Make that money, guys?
Yeah, what's the
Joey?
security guard. The security guard
TJ.
downstairs. Yeah, TJ.
His name's TJ?
Yeah, TJ.
Really? I had no idea.
Good guy. What does he call you?
Nothing. Just looking at me.
You come in so early. He's not. Is he here?
No, we see him when we leave. That's what he says to us as we leave. Make that money, guys.
Yeah, say see you later, TJ.
Yeah. Okay, TJ. Got it. All right.
I don't like
I'm gonna call him TJ. Wait, real quick question for you. Would you rather have your own personal bathroom or your own personal office, Mike?
Office.
Really?
Yeah.
So up here at the station, you would rather have an office that you could just like slip off into than have the bathroom to yourself?
Yeah, even though I will say the second floor has like the really nice bathrooms with the showers in them.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Workout area.
Oh, yeah.
Well, most people do because they smell like dump 24 hours a day. Because everybody in this building, calling everybody out on floors 1 through 12,
goes there.
They all go down the second floor and they act like, I'm just going in here to do whatever.
I'm going to work out in my suit.
Immediately go to the bathroom, blow it up, and then 5 minutes later or 15 minutes later come out of that bathroom and then you can smell the poop.
Everybody knows what you
We
just
know
did.
you're pooping on that floor. You're not working out. Nobody ever works out. I've told the lady who's like, hey, you can't be here with your kids. You can't have your kids work out here. They're not employees or whatever. And I'm like, nobody works out here except some old lady with a workout lady who they do absolutely nothing. They talk for an hour and 15 minutes and do the softest workout you've ever seen in your life. Like, we need this to be our private area. Let me go tell on the security person. That's not TJ who does it. But I'm like, hey, how about this person who runs this gym on the second floor? 1 out of your 4 treadmills work. 1 out of your 2 ellipticals work. Like, they don't care about that. They don't care that everything's broken because nobody works out on the second floor. So if you bring your family up here during the summertime to be like, hey, let's get in a workout.
Yeah.
Then all hell breaks loose.
All hell.
So anyways, the lady who runs the second floor, it's just a dump floor.
It is a dump floor.
Thank you, Mike Bazik. He'll be leading Crosstalk in 12 minutes. Peyton, would you rather have your own personal bathroom or your own personal office?
I would go bathroom for sure, but is this do I get a shower in here too, or is this just a toilet?
Ooh, well,
Bobby
for me,
didn't
it'd have to
specify.
be. For me, I'd have to have 2 separate ones. They couldn't be in the same room together. Yeah, you get a shower in it.
But if it's your own bathroom, you can't have a shower. Like, you're the only one allowed in there. You can't have a shower next to the toilet.
Yeah, even when I go to the bathroom, I got to wait 2 hours before I can shower in
insane.
it.
Don't even.
So,
don't even.
Bobby, do you pee in the shower?
Yeah.
You pee in the shower. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yep.
You pee in the shower.
Yep. Aim it down the drain. So I hit it in the drain. It never touches the shower. I aim it to the drain.
It doesn't matter. Like there's dribble everywhere.
It's not.
So you pee in the shower.
My bladder is a machine.
Poop in the same room.
Right.
I'm thrown. What if you have a water closet?
What? What if what?
Like you have a water closet.
What's a water closet?
So like
where the water heater goes?
No, like you have you have a bathroom.
Uh-huh.
And then your toilet is in a
in a separated room?
In a room inside the bathroom with the door.
It depends. Is there the little molding at the bottom to prevent
There's not the molding at the bottom. You know, I don't know if you're aware of this, but they don't go down and then go back up it again. You know,
You're telling me.
the poop particles just fizzle.
I disagree. Anyway, so bathroom or office, Peyton?
Bathroom.
Okay. All right. Very good. Next question here. What temperature do you start wearing shorts?
Year round.
Same. I showed up to Cowboys practice a couple weeks back when they were still playing. I showed up to Cowboys practice a couple weeks back and I was wearing shorts and it was like 55 degrees outside, something like that. I was wearing shorts and a hoodie, which is a very common look for me. And I got out there and I had like 2 people go like, it's so cold. Why are you wearing shorts? It's like, I don't know. And he was like, Clarence Hill walks up to me and he goes, I was like, what? He said, shorts. He's like, shorts. It's cold outside and you're wearing shorts. He's like, that's a white boy thing. He's like, you white. I was like, that is not a white. And we looked around the practice field and we see the guys wearing shorts and it's Brett Maher and
All
Leighton
white people.
Vander Esch and Dalton Schultz. And I was like, damn it, Clarence is right. His stereotype was correct.
I wear shorts almost year round exclusively. Gym shorts mostly. Now, like I will wear pants. You know, like I like today. I've got like joggers on. But for the most part, because I just go to the gym after work, I usually wear shorts. I have my legs don't get cold.
Shorts are great. 50 and above is shorts weather according to the 940. 214 OCD is a B, ain't it, Bobby? It is. It really is. I've got weird OCD tendencies on certain things. 469 or 940. Ew. No, this is a lie, right? 940. I pee on my feet in the shower prevents athlete's foot.
It does. That's true. That's true. You know, baseball players that don't wear batting gloves, don't shake their hand.
Well, didn't Kerry Wood said he used to use it for calluses? Like he would like have a bottle of it.
It's basically
That's
like pickle
disgusting.
juice. It's like pickle juice.
When
You would never do that, Bobby?
No, I wouldn't. Okay, I'll tell you guys something during break that I don't think you can tell me if I'm allowed to say it on the air. I don't think I am, but you'll have to be my judge for it. I'll tell you during the break. There's a lot of things I won't let touch my hands, if you know what I'm saying. So Peyton, when is shorts weather?
50 degrees is the cutoff for me. Anything below, like today, this morning, it was a little below 50 where I was coming from, and so I wore sweats.
It's not common. If it's sunny and it's in the 40s, I will go. Like if I'm going for a walk, I'll wear shorts.
But if I'm indoors like this, like I'll wear shorts no matter what.
No, like my feet can't be cold. My knee down is fine as long as my feet are covered. If my feet are covered and I got long sleeves on, I'm good.
If I'm outside the majority of the time, I will wear pants if it's below 50.
All right, last one here. With a warm up, I don't know how long a warm up would be. With a warm up, how fast could you throw a fastball on an MLB mound, Choppy?
With a warm up?
Yep.
At this point, I have no idea.
Do you know how you used to play baseball? Do you know how fast you could throw it at your peak?
It was 84.
Peyton, you played baseball, didn't you?
Yeah, I was never above 80 though. I was never a fast.
Did you ever touch 80?
No, I was like 77, 78.
Ooh, then I'm guessing I could throw 79. If that's the case. I'm just kidding.
I bet you if I went out there and warmed up, I could probably touch 70. I'm 43. I don't really have any arm injuries anymore. I bet you I could probably do 70.
I have no frame of reference. Like I always had a pretty good arm. Like when I would play football, or I always had that. But I have no idea what kind of velocity I have. So I'm guessing. I don't know, 60. I have no clue.
So you're a 45 guy. Bobby.
Have you gone to like a Dave and Buster's? They've got that pitching machine thing kind of there where it's like you hit the target and it gives you points. It tells you your speed. They're not right because it said I did 78 once. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way I'm throwing 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, you're like that guy who went to the MLB display and threw, and he threw 95.
Yeah, I'm not. There's no way that's happening at my age. But yeah, I mean 70.
All right,
I think.
Well, we'll have to put this to the test.
I would love to find out. I honestly would truthfully love to test that out. I've got to find a gun.
Mark that. Coming up next,
you know what I mean.
Crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. But first, Ford Truck Month is going on now at Rockwall.
Listen, I'm not ready yet.
Can you feel the rhythm of the night?
All right, guys.
Wrong song.
Here we go. Choppy.
Yes.
That was a
I've been
sports
told to start this crosstalk off
done it.
by your neighborhood. You would like to talk about your neighborhood during crosstalk?
Well,
you're not told. I would just request it if you would be willing.
That's okay. I do what I'm told all the time, right, Kevin?
Yeah.
So as you may or may not know, I have been in a war of sorts with a neighbor of mine.
How close is this neighbor, if I may ask?
Like 3 houses over.
She's behind on the street behind me, and then down a little ways.
Okay.
All right. So I never go that way. I could never run into her. Whatever. We all know who she is in the neighborhood. She's a nice lady. But she posted something about the bulk trash boxes getting blown all over the neighborhood and how she went and picked them up. Very nice thing to do. Very nice thing for her to do, to go pick them up.
Very nice.
And then she was like, you go get your boxes. Come get them from my house. Now these weren't mine. None of these were mine.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry about it.
And if you don't get them, she was going to post your addresses.
Yeah, I just thought it was a bit much.
What?
To threaten to post the address. Whatever. I called her the neighborhood Karen. And on the neighborhood Facebook page, she wasn't too happy about that. She goes, Choppy, don't call out a Karen unless you want her calling back. Ooh. And then, Choppy, this was this morning at 5 a.m. Choppy, you got something to say. Come say it to me instead of about me. You know where I live.
Oh, my gosh.
So I wrote back and
She wants a piece of you, it sounds like.
Sounds like she does.
You have a girlfriend, though.
I do. And I wrote back, the smiley face at the laughing emoji. I said, but it was such great content. And then I said, she has an open line to call in. Well, she has since responded to my response.
Is she on the line right now?
Did you give her the number?
No, I didn't.
I gave it on the air.
1053 the fan.
That is not even enough. Yeah.
Nope.
You forgot
I think you got to put 011 in front of it.
817.
Nope.
1053 the fan.
Not
Don't
even
worry.
877-881-1053.
There's no chance in hell Mike knows the hotline number.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
All right, so what was her response so we can get to Mike's crosstalk?
She tagged me and she goes, I don't think my personal life is fodder for your entertainment. Your lack of responsibility is shared by many in your generation. And that's unfortunate for the rest of us.
So she's an older lady.
Again, you know where I live. Show over.
Is she married? Does she have a husband?
I have no idea.
Show over?
I have no idea.
Does she not know that people like us, we're kind of professional broadcasters, professional comedians? I mean, we use our life experiences to tell stories and try to entertain the people.
My entire neighborhood is fodder for this. Like, I'm running for HOA president, not to do anything for the neighborhood.
Oh my God! I hope that lady runs against you.
Please,
I love it.
Please win.
For content, it's just strictly for show content. And I'm going to win this thing. All I need is I figured out, I need 6 votes. That's all there's 6 people who vote in these things. So I need 6 votes. I'm going to get those. I'll go door to door.
All right.
And I'm going to become the HOA president.
That is awesome. I'm going to move into your neighborhood for just one day to vote.
Heck yeah, man.
Then
He's going to vote third party.
Because I don't like HOAs. All right, Corey, what's coming up on the, I never
Now's
say
a
this.
bad time to sell your house, though, so just be aware of that.
Yeah, well, it's really tough.
Kind of a buyer
Nobody
market.
ever knows the markets, right? That's the tough thing. I watch all the real estate shows, look to say, hey, I need to buy now or I need to sell now. You never know if it's going to get better or worse. Eventually it'll get better. Eventually it'll get worse. You don't know the day it'll change. What's coming up on the show? I never asked that, Corey, during my crosstalk.
At 12:40 today, I've been informed we're discussing, that's during the expressway, Kevin.
You finally got Candace Cameron? She did her podcast yesterday.
So did we say that's who we were trying to get on the show?
Yes, I said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
She can
very
only do a phoner.
I was very disappointed. I had 1,000 questions lined up.
Sorry.
Thanks a lot.
We talk about craft beer at 12:40 today.
12:40, yeah, we're going to talk about
y'all are
craft
starting to
beer.
squabble about that before
All
the
right.
show.
Now, before we get to that, I don't want to ruin Mike Likes It. I noticed, Bobby, that you have on a Kelly Kapowski Saved by the Bell t-shirt. And what's your name in real life?
Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Okay. Is that, now we're going to go around the room, since we're all somewhat kids of the 90s.
Yep.
Is that your favorite 1990s show? And think of, what is your favorite 1990s television show?
Simpsons. The Bart Simpson show.
The Bart
That
Simpson
doesn't
show?
count.
Yeah, it's a bunch of cartoons.
That's 70 years old at this point. It's
It
the
came
oldest
out
show
at the
ever.
end of 1989.
What was your favorite show in the 80s? The Smurfs?
Okay, so like my favorite show in the 90s is going to be super obscure, and I don't think anybody here is going to know. It was on for like 2 years on ABC.
All right,
Step by step.
Street Frogs.
Sort of something. The Torkelsons.
Torkelsons is great.
Yeah.
Torkelsons. What
They
is
created
that?
Spencer right about then.
That's
And he's the first baseman for the Tigers.
Yeah.
First overall pick.
The
Arizona State.
Torkelsons was my favorite, but technically it could be South Park. That started in '97.
Yeah.
Ooh. I mean, it's easy. It's Saved by the Bell from that type of show.
Okay.
And then 90210. Those two are the best ones for me.
Were you a
big
Melrose
Tiffany
Place
Amber
person?
No,
thing?
never saw Melrose. I did live on Melrose Place once in college.
What?
Yeah.
In Tennessee?
Yeah, that was our dorm was on Melrose Place on campus. Wow. Yeah. But
I figure everything would be like Whiskey Lane and Tobacco Road and all that.
Yeah, yes. Moonshine.
Cousin Love Circle.
Happy
What
Avenue.
are you saying?
Yep.
All right.
Sister Lovin' Drive.
Corey, what is your favorite 1990s television show?
This Week in Baseball.
Oh, Twib.
Oh, Twib was great.
That was almost dead, though,
Okay,
in the
all right.
90s. Like,
Hey,
Ozzie Smith had to take over.
Yeah, for who? Who did he take over for?
Mel
Allen. There you
Hello,
go.
everybody.
Hello.
And they
everybody.
would still
Mel
have
Allen.
cartoon Mel Allen near the end in the 90s.
It would probably be
about
Boy
that.
Meets World because his name was Corey and Topanga.
Yeah.
Like that was very
Maybe the Wonder Years.
Wonder
That
Years.
was
That was 80s though, wasn't
All
it?
right. Next clothing question I have here.
Okay.
Kevin, you've been wearing Han Solo a whole bunch lately.
In Carbonite.
It's true.
Is it because Duke stinks at basketball and you refuse to wear your
They're
Duke
average.
sweatshirts all year? You have not worn it since basketball has started in November. I have not seen you wear. You got a new Bluke hoodie.
What? Oh, you just put them together, Mike. That's awesome. Blue Duke.
Yeah.
You said Bluke, but
Okay.
I
Blue
tried to
Duke
say gut
hoodie.
busting, and I said butt gusting earlier.
When you went to Chapel Hill,
No.
and you refuse to wear it now because Coach K is gone because they're a bunch of losers and can't beat North Carolina.
my gosh.
Like, what happened to your Duke hoodie?
They did beat North Carolina.
Talk
this
your
year.
talk, Mike.
I think I got this as a Christmas present, and so I just started wearing it then, and I really like it.
Mike, did you hear Chiafalo play the story of Harrison Ford yesterday on G-Bag Nation?
No.
I have to get this audio. Kevin, I don't know if you heard this either. You probably didn't. You're probably throwing up over not getting Candace Cameron. It's hilarious. I want to hang out with Harrison Ford so much more than I've ever wanted to in my life. Chop, I think it would be the best nights of our life.
Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford. My understanding is he meets you at the door and says, "Do you want to have a drink?" And then he says, "I guess we should have a shot before we have a drink." And then the night just gets
Is that
better
like
from
swinger
there.
code?
I don't
Like,
know.
are you
about
down
that,
or
man.
not?
I don't know anything about
No.
swingers. Mike's the expert about
All right.
pineapples.
Next, Mike
No,
likes it.
You're not a swinger.
And crosstalk, sorry. Darren Rovell, who we're not sure if he tells the truth on his tweets. He's really bad at truthful
Fair.
tweets.
Yeah.
He stretches the truth or completely lies.
Especially about pickleball.
And about TCU not buying tickets for the national
Yes,
championship game. Like,
that's
you won't
right.
believe it. TCU made the national championship game and nobody wants to go. And it's like, no, in fact, we sold out within hours and we have a backlog of like 100,000 people who want to go to the national championship game and can't go, Darren.
Yeah.
So you might want to work on your facts there. He tweeted out last night or this morning that DraftKings is losing $1.5 billion a year. The last 2 years, they've lost $3 billion. That can't be right, can it? Gambling is going so well. They're paying Kevin Hart a whole bunch of money, I will say, to represent their product. I'm wondering where he gets this from because there's no way that gambling is losing.
Gambling has never lost anything ever in the history.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right either. I'll have to go look into that.
Do you think somebody just
as well.
emailed it to him and he was like, okay, I'll just say this?
Sometimes I kind of do.
I do.
Darren Rovell on Twitter is saying that DraftKings lost $1.4 billion in 2022 and lost $1.5 billion in 2021. I'm like, well, they wouldn't be around anymore. It would be over.
It's because they were one of the ones that doubted the Chiefs probably and had them at like 40-1 odds, and so they lost all the money, Chop.
But nobody can figure out how they everybody's
That doesn't
questioning
sound
Darren
right.
Rovell
Yeah.
on Twitter. They're like, hey, wait a second. Where did you get this from, and how are they losing this? Is this because of website design? Like they've done a bad job with website design? Like
use Wix, it's cheap.
Like
These
how
further startup? I know it's not a startup, but like further expansion costs.
Okay, but hang on.
is there a way they don't want to pay taxes, so they just tell Darren Rovell, hey, just post it. We're losing money, so we never have to pay taxes.
So they could because they have, didn't DraftKings, don't they pay? First of all, they built all these casinos now, right?
Okay.
They built these casinos, brick and mortar buildings. I mean, those are losses that are coming off their. Now they'll make the money up.
And that's the only way I can see it is because of expansion cost. It was like when the WWE started their network, they were like, oh my God, they lost this much money. And you're like, yeah, but not really, because that was the planned expense all along.
It drives me insane when people say this, whether it's Jerry Jones, who helps build the AT&T Stadium, or whether it's Mark Cuban. I've never made any money in basketball in my life. And it's like, well, then how in the world are you paying Jacob deGrom? Like if you're not Bob Davis. I'm combining Ray Davis,
Bob Greasy,
and Bob Simpson.
Yeah, and
it's like
Bob Greasy.
If you're losing this much money, how did you sign Jacob deGrom?
Yeah.
How are you paying Luka and Kyrie $80 million? Total. If you're doing this, you're not losing money. It just drives me insane sometimes, and you manipulate it. I get it. You manipulate it for tax purposes,
But
right?
Isn't DraftKings also like daily fantasy? They may lose on daily fantasy. You get some smart daily fantasy players. They may actually lose there.
They always win because it's a cost to play. Everybody, like when you play, it's everybody pays $20, and there's going to be $1 million winner, but they make sure that the pot is always going to be less than what they took in.
What a Mike Crosstalk. That was the
Whole
best
bunch.
one. That you
Whole bunch
covered
of stuff.
so much. We covered Choppy's neighbor.
We didn't even
covered the
talk
betting.
about the sick kid. The sick kid's back. We're going to talk about when you went to grade school. Who is the sick kid that seemed to miss at least one day a week?
Jonathan,
that little.
Coming up
little
next,
punk.
Kevin Gray's back for how many days? One.
What
Kevin Gray?
Kevin Hagelin is back for 1 day. There's too many Kevins up
We've
here.
been doing the show a long time together, Mike.
Coming up next, the G-Bag Nation with KNC Masterpiece.
Oh my gosh.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot happening in this opening segment. So, Corey, I know the crux of this opening segment was, or perhaps still is, going to be Tiger Woods and the art of elite level trash talking. In the meantime, Mike is building a chair, and I am back from being sick again.
What's your deal?
That's a great question.
Mike asks all the health questions.
I have not missed a day for illness here ever. And in the last 3 weeks, I have missed 4 days.
Wow.
I don't know what the hell is going on. It's kind of pissing me off.
Corey, do you think he's really sick, or do you think he was sick of the Cowboys? Because as soon as the Cowboys were out of the playoffs, he talked on Monday about the game, and he's like, I'm done. I'm so sick of this.
Mm-hmm.
And then he left for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes back. And then we're supposed to get DJ Tanner of Full House. You promised her in studio to me.
Definitely did not.
And then I text you while I'm walking to the library with my wife on a nightly walk. And I say, I wasn't getting a library book.
I was just about to ask that part. Like, that's what I wanted to know
I was
most.
returning the wife's book. I read, but it's listen reading. So I read with my ears. I don't read with my eyes. Is you tell me no. You say, no, I didn't get you Candace Cameron.
They said they could only do a phoner.
And we said no to that?
Yeah, I'll show you the text messages if you want to see the text messages.
Yeah, I didn't want to just have her on phone. I didn't think it'd go that well.
Kevin, yesterday, I've never seen Mike distraught before, but he was very distraught about not getting this opportunity. He was really excited.
What if Kay Adams would have not shown up and just said, I'll do it on a phone?
I would have been meh. Yeah, absolutely. I would have been very meh about it all.
I'm sorry, I tried. I even responded. I was like, you sure we can't do it in studio? We're not that far away, blah, blah, blah.
And what was her problem? Let's go behind the scenes. Was it her publicist?
Yes.
She didn't know how popular we are?
Perhaps that is the case.
The popularity thing.
Does she know I bashed Jerry Jones and Mark Cuban?
I think what she said was she was worried about having you and Candace in the room together because y'all are both wed to other people.
His wife would have been here, though. His wife would have come up to the studio.
I actually invited my
moment.
wife up to the studio. I said, hey, Candace Cameron might be coming to studio tomorrow. Do you want it? Because Thursday's kind of her off day. And I said, hey, do you want to come meet Candace Cameron? And she's like, no, it's cool, but she's just another person.
But to Mike, is that just another person? Is that just another person to you, Mike?
It would have been really cool to meet somebody. Like, somebody said, well, I wish guys go get Urkel. I'd love to meet Urkel. That would be super cool.
Jaleel White, yeah.
Yeah. Like one time at the airport, I saw Malcolm Jamal Warner, and I was like, that's Theo Huxtable. And that was before the Bill Cosby thing. But, you know, I was like, oh my God, that is Theo Huxtable right there. And so I think that it's really cool when you watch shows in the 80s and 90s that person, you get to meet him in real life. Like if I met Fred Savage, and Winnie Cooper, I don't know her real name. That would be really cool.
What is Winnie Cooper's real name?
Fred Savage is hit some hard times, perhaps. I believe.
Danica
McKellar
is what her was.
She loves
Cooper's
math.
name.
And she is in that Christmas movie. That I think she's in the Christmas movie that Candace Cameron did during Christmas
I couldn't
time.
find. I'll still look it up. I gotta find that out. It's a big movie that we gotta watch, Kevin.
We could have talked hockey. We could have talked Russian.
Yeah,
because she married a Russian hockey player.
She
How much
did.
does she go to Russia?
These are
Does
all
she
good
learn
questions.
Russian?
I tried to get her
Does
on
she
the
care
show.
about hockey?
I don't know.
How's podcasting going? You like podcasting? That's a basic, generic question. Come on, come up with something better, Bassick. Jeez.
So that's what's been happening over the last couple of days. Glad I could be back. Sorry I missed.
Did Stephanie have a boob job?
Are you sure about that?
Stephanie Tanner? Yeah, maybe not. No, she got into other stuff, right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure she got hooked on the smack or something.
You're hooked on it too.
No, I'm
you
saying
watched SmackDown.
No, I think she became like a pretty hardcore drug user.
Should we?
I watched the show. She
not on the show, like as a plot point.
Yeah.
All right.
What's up? Is it Cowboys time?
No, it's not.
Christmas
Cowboys.
under wraps is what it was, by the way. I just wanted to point that out, Kevin.
All right, Kevin, I'm interested in today because, I mean, the All-Star break is happening, and I mean, there's nothing better than the NBA All-Star break.
I do really like NBA All-Star Saturday night. I might be out on an island there. But, Corey.
As long as you watch fast-forward dunks and not watch him miss it 73 times to then perform the dunk finally.
That is a very fair point. Oh, yeah, by the way, Stephanie Tanner now in her 4th marriage.
Nice.
So
good for her.
Yeah,
if your goal in life is to go out there and collect marriages, she's ahead of a lot of people right now. You know, not everybody, because there are lots of people we know personally that are on that trajectory.
Why would somebody get married a 4th time if you're 0 for 3?
Why? Because they're still looking for love. I mean, it's in all the wrong places, but they're still trying to. They're trying to believe that it still exists.
Do you think she thinks she married all the wrong men, or that eventually she has to look in the mirror?
I think it was look in the mirror because I guess she wrote a memoir and said that she abused ecstasy, methamphetamine, and crack cocaine, among others, because she was bored. Yeah.
She's grounded.
Yikes. But
seriously, I get the institution of marriage is the mindset that I have to do this, otherwise I'm not showing my commitment to love, right? Like it's the idea, and it's more Americanized than anything, right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not
in
disputing
Europe, everybody
that.
loves everybody, man.
I cannot speak for somebody who got married when they were a drug addict, and then they're like, maybe that's why it didn't work out. I have
not
no
all
freaking
people
clue.
who have multiple
Text
marriages
in if
are
you're a drug
addicts.
addict and married. Help us out here.
I'd love to hear from you.
All right.
Speaking
now,
of-
Corey, I know you were caught up with trash talking in golf.
Mike, have you seen?
Oh, the tampon? Is that the thing we're talking about?
It is.
Absolutely, it is.
That's what it's called. It's not bad.
Justin
I
Thomas
agreed with you.
and Tiger Woods were on the 9th hole. Justin Thomas hits his shot, and then Tiger Woods brings out his driver and knocks that thing 323 yards down the fairway. On their way down the fairway, Tiger Woods hands Justin Thomas something, and pictures have shown that it is a Tampax. And it took a minute for Thomas to kind of like realize what it was, but then when he saw it, he like dropped it and just started laughing. I guess when they get to the next shot or whatever, there's a shot of them like looking at each other and laughing. And if you didn't know what he had, you just think there's this respect from Justin Thomas to Tiger Woods, and Tiger Woods is looking at him like, "Just got you, buddy," and it's hilarious.
I thought maybe they had like $100 or $1,000 bet on who could outdrive who on that hole. And so when they're like, "Hey, look really close," I'm like, "Oh, is it going to be a wad of 20s, just $100 bill? Like, what is it going to be?" And I'm like, does that say Tampax?
It does. It says it right there, Kevin. That's the name of the brand. Don't look
No,
like that.
I understand. I do. Oh, I did not expect this to come through to Mike's question. I'm a drug addict and I've been married for 24 years. Okay.
Congratulations.
And then somebody said, I'm a drug addict and this show's my drug. That's nice, but also I don't want you to be addicted. I don't know.
Do you say, I don't know this, I'm sorry. Do you say like you're in recovery or they're a current drug addict? Like they're currently on drugs, or do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you were on drugs, you go to rehab, you continue going to AA meetings or whatever the meetings are called. Do you always refer to yourself as like, listen, I am a drug addict, or do you?
I think so. Because the idea is that's what I am.
Yeah, you are addicted to
I
it.
am that, but
You'll always be addicted
I'm
to
recovering, or I'm always fighting the battle against it and staying away from it. That's I might be wrong, but my understanding is that.
So I have an update about Jody Sweeten. That's Stephanie Tanner. She said she got sober for good in 2008.
Nice.
That was,
Congratulations.
That is excellent. She said she started drinking at 14 right after Full House ended.
Absolutely makes sense.
She got sober in the middle of her second marriage, and then they got divorced, and then she married another guy, and then they got divorced. And so she has like 1.5 marriages on drugs and 1.5 marriages sober, and now this new marriage. She got married last year.
Again.
And not to Hunter Pence.
because they were on a show
on the
together.
show. They
yeah.
were dating, and then Stephanie Tanner became a bad luck charm for the San Francisco Giants, and they had to break up.
I don't know if I would, like, if I really had my choice, if I lived life, you know, with the I'm going to live life my way, if I would be married to Adrian.
What?
I would say, hey, can we not enjoy life together forever without having to be part of this institution? Like, can we just enjoy loving each other? Like, if, let's say marriage never existed, all right? It never existed. Would I still be happy with this one woman for the rest of my life? Absolutely. Absolutely, I would. I wouldn't have to commit to these things if I didn't know, if somebody didn't tell me, hey, this is what we do here in America, you know?
My wife is stupid.
That is not something that needs to ever be played again, Joey. And I don't even know where you found it. I thought we lost that. And that was about, Mike, that was about Amazon Prime. We were paying $100 a month, and I was told at the time that it was that expensive, and we didn't have that money. Then when I found out that we got a great rate on shipping and we get some really cool movies every once in a while, I realized she's not that stupid. She's
It's
smarter than I
$100 a
give
year
her
or $100
credit.
a month?
$100 a year. And I think they raised the premium.
Now it's like
on it.
$140.
What?
Yeah.
Actually, I use it a lot more, so now I guess it's me.
But you know the message is going to get back to her that you
She does
said
not
in
like
your
that.
perfect life you
Yeah.
would not be married.
She knows this. Like, she knows that there is a world that exists where I would be like, we can just be love, you know, like enjoy love together, as opposed to having to, dude, it costs more to get married, right? Like, you got to pay things. Now, do you get from the government? Do you get some really cool benefits? Yeah. That's pretty awesome that our government was like, hey, you guys, if y'all get married, we'll give you money because we think you'll make babies, and then you'll have to buy things that our industries build.
Mike.
And that'll help our economy. So, yeah.
Going
I
on
get
with
it.
what Corey's been saying, if you had your decision to just be in love or to stay married, which would you choose?
I want to stay married. I love my wife and love being married to her.
And you can do that, all the same things. You can do all the same things, and you can be fully committed the same way without ever having to have a wedding.
I just see it as, you know, getting married, at least in a church, that you're making a commitment to her through God.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is a lot there that you are saying. You are taking vows not only to her, but to your creator.
Right.
And so, but if you're saying
especially if she
if
believes
there
in
was
God
no
and everything,
creator
yeah.
or there was no book that talked about anything like that, I guess I'd be like, yeah, because it'd be really weird if somebody said we're getting married. They'd be like, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Corey, people have thoughts. This was going to be about trash talk.
She knows how I'm not going to die for this. I still love her to death, and I always will. She's my best
divorced.
friend. She is my best friend.
Don't know.
No, because she wants to be married.
But then stay like in your house and everything.
From the
I know people like
yeah, we got divorced. We're still together.
Not divorced. Like Gavin, he's still a fiance for 87 years.
From the 469.
Only like 14.
Is Corey feeling the itch? Good Lord, what the hell, man?
Not at all.
From another 469, R.I.P. Corey Majors. From the
He
214.
got to meet Kay Adams. Things have changed.
I know. Yes. From the 214. Is Corey having a midlife crisis right now?
I was just
from the 972. Corey, what are you doing?
We were talking about the 4 marriages, all right? Right? And I've only been married one time, and I will only be married one time. But I told her before, I was like, we don't have to get married. We can just do this thing together forever. And she was like, no, we're getting married. I was like, all right, fine.
If you're not married and you cheat on her, is it cheating on her? Is it like...
I think so. I think the commitment of all those things is like just the personal desire to want to make that other person happy. You know, like that's what this whole thing's all about.
But at least don't people that cheat on each other go, well, at least we weren't married. Then you could say that.
I have told Kevin that on many occasions leading all the way up to the marriage. I've said that to you, right? Like, hey, you know, there are all these options out there.
I do see a lot of people texting in that they have been in a relationship for a really long time and have no plans on getting married. And I understand that. I do.
Like the brother-in-law, her brother was in a relationship for a very long time. And the only reason I think I'm not 100% sure about this, but she said she wanted to be married, and he said, okay. And he was like, I'm kind of against all of it, but that's fine. I'll do it. And then on top of that, he was like, there are some benefits from the government to get married.
It makes sense to me. There's a lot of men that want to get women pregnant and not be the dad.
I've heard about that.
Right? I mean, like 40% of, I think, kids in the United States of America don't have a dad that's there.
But that's the other thing. I always said if we have kids, I'll be there and I'll do all the dad things. So that's just part of I grew up in a married institution. I was involved. My parents were married up until I turned 17, and then they got divorced whenever I left. I thought they had a perfect marriage. And then all of a sudden, that blew up in my face. So,
I think what you would lose out on is, I'm assuming this, a lot of people would then want to marry your girlfriend. And I don't know how many, I love you. I don't know how many people would want to marry you. So then Adrian would be like, this person really wants to commit to me.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
And then you would be stuck going, well, I don't want to be married in this institution.
Unless marriage
and now
never
she
existed.
gets married to somebody else, starts having other kids.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And then I
she
gotta
makes
go
more
find
money than you too.
And then I gotta find new love.
And you're paying child support while she's making more money than you.
Mike, you're making marriage sound a lot better now.
Thank you.
Your thoughts, Kevin?
On the run sheet, it said Tiger Woods and the art of elite level trash talking. And I just want to say, I totally...
Like to Waffle House waitresses?
No, not that.
That's dirty talk. Mike.
I understand the logic of just being with someone
Tiger Woods
and not
was married.
getting married.
Yeah.
I just
Look how that
fascinated
worked
by
out.
you going, no, we're married. What if we could not be married but still be together? Like, that's...
No, that was all pre-marriage stuff that I
okay.
was trying to convince. I haven't gone back on it since then. I'm
you
married
keep talking
now.
about marriage like it only exists in the United States.
There are other places it doesn't exist. Like if you, just think
Where?
about it. All right, who was the preacher that married Adam and Eve? Were they married?
The preacher, there were only two people on earth.
Were they married though?
It was God.
Or were they just together?
I don't know.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Well, looks like I got some research to do.
Heading into the NBA All-Star break, who is your predicted finals and champion? Do the Mavericks factor in?
Nope.
877-881-1053. Probably. Next, right here on The Fan.
All day, every day.
brought to you by Window Nation.
All 94 feet. That pass goes to Boston. Pritchard, a 2-on-1. Lobs it up, and Tatum with the crush.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A bunch of things happening here. Heading into the All-Star break, what is your predicted NBA Finals and champion? But also going back to our opening segment. Hey, Kevin, I think you're about to have a new house guest. I assume that would be Corey. From the 972, Kevin, I know you might be a little angry at them for not sticking to the run sheet, but thanks for letting them keep going that radio gold. And then this one might be my favorite
What if we're Full House and you're Danny Tanner and we're the uncles?
Yeah, who was married in that show?
Did Danny get married like at the very end?
I don't think I finished it, man.
To the USC parent.
That was John Stamos.
Yeah.
They did get married.
From the 972, oh my God, I love you guys. Nothing could have prepared me for that topical transition. My favorite part, poor Kevin in his run sheet. He always sounds so resigned to his fate.
Oh,
so true.
He crumbled up his paper and threw it away during the break.
All right, Kevin, let's get on topic here.
Come on, man. We got to talk about
Dallas
the finals.
Mavericks.
It doesn't necessarily have to be just about the Mavericks, but it certainly can. I'm curious, we're to the All-Star break, which is actually more than halfway through the season.
There's only 22 games left for the Mavs.
Yeah.
Like, they've played 60 out of 82 games.
What would be your predicted NBA Finals and champion, and how much has that changed over the span of the season?
It's changed a lot after the trade. I do think Phoenix is going to go to the NBA Finals. Now, that being said, one of my buddies is like, you really trust that Kevin Durant and his health is going to be there for the whole playoffs?
Yeah.
And I was like, man, that's a good point. That's one of the things that I can't predict. He is a guy that after the Achilles injury, pretty much, he hasn't been a guy who's been able to really stay healthy for long spots here.
Yeah.
Now, he has approximately 20 games to play in the regular season, and I would say approximately 20 games to play in the playoffs if they were to make it all the way to the NBA Finals. But I'm going to go with them over Denver, and I'm going to go with Boston over Milwaukee.
Okay.
So those are my final four. I can see Denver making it. I can see Milwaukee making it. It's tough to see any other team in the NBA making it.
Would those have been the teams outside of Phoenix, you just said?
Right.
Would those have been the teams at the beginning of the year that you would have been like, yeah, these are probably the most likely representatives?
In the East, yes.
Okay.
I think it was pretty clear who the two best teams were, unless there was a miracle of Kyrie and Durant and Simmons, and that didn't happen, obviously. And I would say in the West, I really didn't know going into the season, but I think the two teams people were talking about would have been Denver and Memphis coming into the season.
I can see that.
I know there was the outside New Orleans.
The Clippers, I have been like on people's radar, and if they get to the playoffs and they're like, our strategy worked, who knows?
I heard Charles Barkley and Shaq talking about this. I was watching NBA stuff last night, and I thought Charles Barkley, I know he has some crazy takes that I totally disagree with, but one of them I agreed with. He said, I can see the Clippers losing really quickly in the first round. I can see them making it to the NBA Finals. And he said, the weird thing is usually with teams, and Maverick fans, listen to this, usually with teams, it's the others that you worry about come playoff time. It's your role players. Are your role players going to hit big shots when the ball's passed to them? Are they going to play the defense you need? Are they going to get that rebound? Yeah, all those things. It's like those three guys that are with your two All-Stars, are they going to play well enough? Because usually the star plays like a star. Usually the second player usually plays like the second player. And he said, the Clippers are the total opposite.
Yeah.
He's like, I feel like I know what I'm going to get out of my five guys that are role players. They're doing their job at all times. Is Paul George and Kawhi going to be there to play the game? And he's like, that's not the case with Denver. You know that Jokic is going to be unbelievably great. Is Michael Porter Jr. going to knock down some threes? Is Aaron Gordon going to get some rebounds? Is Jeff Green and those guys going to have a good playoff series to push
Murray
them through?
be available? You know, like that's always a question now.
For the Mavs last year, it was a lot of guys hit some big shots. Jalen Brunson stepped up tremendously, and they played solid defense enough to make it to the conference finals. And Luka was always Luka.
Yeah.
I mean, Luka pretty much, if he had a bad game, you lose by 20 points. If he had a good game, it's like, do the role players follow?
What happened in the 2010 or the 2011 series as that run went along? They played really good team defense, very key minutes, right? In the Jason Kidd last 5 minutes, they were exceptional. Like they had runs where they'd be down 15 and come back and win because they played good defense during that. But Dirk showed up as the star, and then all the other guys who were kind of castaways by other teams worked together in their roles to be able to put up the right points and play the right defense.
Who would be your, at this moment?
I was my starting last year, Kevin, was Memphis and the Bucks. And I was like, this will be the most boring of names. Like that's the Milwaukee and Memphis. Nobody
in terms
cares.
of market.
Yeah.
In terms of star power, you got a couple of big ones.
And so
there.
right now I'm feeling pretty good about Milwaukee still. I think they've won like their last 10 or something.
12.
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, they won last night. Although
the injury is concerning.
Giannis, he got hurt, but they said the x-ray was negative, so that's good for them.
And this is where, Mike, when I look at the Nuggets, and I'm glad you brought up the other role players and the question there, they're really good right now. But you talked about the Knicks the other day and how they were really good because they tried hard during the regular season. But these other teams, I wonder who's going to be the ones that go, okay, now it's time for us to try hard in the playoffs. We're here in the playoffs. But so that's where I'm looking at it and going, will the Nuggets continue that? Or will they have a second round blunder, or something like that?
Or get a horrible matchup. If Golden State gets it together, and they have 20 games left to get it together with Curry still being out for another at least 2 weeks, I think, that's a team that if you drew Golden State in the first round and the last 10 games of the season, they went 8-2 and look like the defending champs, you're like, I can't believe we got the 1 seed and those son of a guns just, won the 8 spot and they're playing great basketball again.
And I'm not saying that this scenario is going to happen either, but it kind of piggybacks with what you just said. Somebody texted in, the Lakers might upset some people. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but let's say optimum health for both the Warriors and the Lakers, and they end up prevailing in the mini tournament and end up taking 7 and 8. If you're Denver and Memphis, that's probably not what you want to see.
I wouldn't think so. I would rather see the Lakers than Golden State in that scenario. I get that there's huge Laker fans. They're like Cowboy fans, but they still are 4 or 5 games under 500. As everybody that's in the playoffs is 500 or better, they got to figure out, they got to play in their last 25 games approximately. They got to play 7 to 8 games over 500 the rest of the way to then make the play-in. If they wanted to make the real playoffs in their last 25 games, they would probably need to go 20-5. And I don't know their overall record, but I mean, you're looking at where they're at right now. Yeah. You'd have to have the best record in the
20-5 is probably about right.
To make the 6th seed, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, just to show you how tenuous a position, not just the Mavericks, but all the teams in the West outside of pretty much the Nuggets and maybe the Grizzlies are, between the 3rd seed and the 12th seed, it's a 4.5 game gap. For 3 to 12, it is 4.5 games. Compare that to the East. That same gap is 13.5 games.
So the East is still weak, huh? Like they're not as deep as the West.
That is an interesting perspective.
I don't think anymore.
No, I do not believe that either.
Ever since Jordan hit that shot, literally when Jordan hit the shot over Byron Russell, from 1999 to approximately 2020, which is almost impossible, you had a 22-year reign of the West being abundantly better. There were teams that would win 49 games and finish 9th.
Yeah.
And then there would be a team that won 36 games and finish 8th. In the East. It was just so weird for 20 plus years how the balance of power was all in the West.
And because it's so jumbled up, if you move the Mavericks up 2.5 games, they're the 3rd seed. If you move them down 2.5 games, they don't even make the real playoffs. Or they don't even make the tournament playoffs.
They'd be out. And there is that possibility. I think Mavs fans need to understand you have a kind of not a super easy schedule, but you have a lot of home games to start off this second half. You need to run off some wins here to feel better about resting possibly Kyrie and Luka going into the playoffs, or feeling better about we're going to be a 3, 4, 5, or 6 seed. And it starts really quickly after this. Kevin, I don't know if this is on the run sheet because we can save it for later. I'm getting frustrated with Maverick fans right now. And maybe this is why Maverick, because now you're either team Kyrie or you're team Luka. They can't be together. Really? They can't be on the Dallas Mavericks, and you can't root for both of them. You either have to pick the side of, Did you see Kyrie? He went 2-0.
Yeah.
And we would be better off.
I mean, I said that, but I was only kidding to troll
Without
you.
this ball hog, Luka, who always wants to just dance
Luka,
around and not pass the ball.
And so that it's become, I think, a bigger deal. And maybe social media is obviously toxic, right? It's not like get a long time. But I'm just like, hey, can't we this is what we need, Maverick fans. We need them to play good basketball together. And they've only played 2 games. In those 2 games, because everybody wants to take small sample sizes, well, Kyrie's 2-0.
Yeah.
When Luka's not on the court and doesn't play, is when they played together, they're averaging 124.5 points per game. Now, I know that's not going to continue.
Right.
Just like early in the year, I
Right.
thought, Kevin, let's do a segment after 3 games on how good of a rebounding team this Maverick team is already. And they're one of the worst rebounding teams in the NBA again.
That segment was glorious.
3 games in, I was like, maybe they fixed the rebounding situation.
We came to a conclusion yesterday that
not good.
Luka doesn't trust his teammates, and Kyrie hasn't had his trust broken yet, so that's why he trusts his teammates right now. That's why there's ball movement, because he doesn't know who's going to fail all the time whenever they have the wide open shots. And Luka's like, nah, he can't shoot. I got it.
But see, so clearly what will happen, hopefully sooner rather than later, is Kyrie will get to that same point. He'll team up with Luka. They'll both agree that they're the only ones
They're
that
the only
other
options.
one can trust.
And it's a
they'll
two-man game.
Yeah, they'll run their own 2-man game instead of the singular up the court 20-second hold and move.
Maybe. But that was kind of actually, that's what my take is, that maybe there are moments where Luka's like, dude, I've passed that guy the ball a lot of times, and it either goes out of bounds or it doesn't go in the basket. So I might as well take it on myself.
I think I'm gonna. If I had to say right now, I think I'd probably go Boston and Denver.
Right.
But I can't wait to see, especially if Boston and Milwaukee match up in the Eastern Conference Finals. And like you brought up right now, Phoenix could potentially match up with Denver in the second round.
Yeah.
Because of where they're at in the standings.
I will say this right now. I want the Mavs to have a better seed, but the bracket right now. Now I'm relying on the Mavericks playing good basketball the last 22 games and giving me more confidence in what I've seen.
The bracket right now is perfect for them.
You play Sacramento, who's not been in the playoffs ever, pretty much. So you play a team that you'd like, hey, I'll take this matchup. If I would rather play, I'll ask you guys this question. Out of Phoenix, the Clippers, and the Kings, if you have to play one of those teams in the first round, who do you want to play?
Kings. I think you win that series.
And I'm with you. I think you have a great chance against the Kings. And then you would match up, if you won that series, you would match up of the winner of, let's say, Memphis and Golden State. Now, I would be, in a weird way right now, I guess I'd rather play Memphis just because I'm afraid Golden State, if they won that series, then they figured it out and they're back to last year's team. But you would all of a sudden have Denver and Phoenix on the other side of the bracket. And I don't think the Mavs can beat Denver, and I don't think they can beat Phoenix in the playoffs right now. And I think they have a chance against Sacramento and maybe even against Memphis.
We turn our attention now to the strength of schedule guru. Where the strength of schedule played so far, Kevin, the Mavericks were 15th, right in the middle of the pack, right where they are. Denver and Memphis and the Clippers were the bottom 3. So they had the easiest schedules so far. The Mavericks, the second easiest schedule for the rest of the schedule.
Stretch?
Yeah, so things are going to work out just fine, Mike. Mavs
20
play
and
good
2.
against bad teams.
19-3. What do you think? We don't play good against bad teams.
Think no, but luckily the NBA sets you up against San Antonio first, and I think they've lost 14.
Let's go.
This is it. We'll ask it on. Well, you're not even going to be here. What seed do you think the Mavs get?
Okay.
One. Say 1.
6.
Wow. I say 3.
1 is I do not envision a way that's possible.
They're only 10 wins away.
But even if they went undefeated, I don't think they would get the 1 seed.
I'm going with 7, and I hope I'm wrong. I think 6 could be a really nice one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for. I think 3, you're shooting for the stars.
There we go.
And that's like Bob Saget show or whatever it's called.
Would you like to shoot for a star? Do-do-do.
What
was that show called that Britney Spears was on and stuff? It's like on Saturday.
Mickey Mouse Club?
No, it was like you would go on and sing on the stage, or you
Star Search?
Star Search.
Did Bob Saget host that?
No, he didn't, but it sounded good in my head until now I'm thinking about it.
Oh, my God.
He did home videos.
Yes, he did.
Who's your home video? I think it's called.
America's Funniest Home Videos. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you want to do some baseball nuggets?
I do.
He's building a chair.
I'm building a chair. It's Build-A-Chair Day. Who's going to be the breakout player for the Texas Rangers next?
Coming up in the next.
C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 469. Can I get a birthday shout-out from my daughter Peyton's 6th birthday, please? Yes, you can. Happy birthday, Peyton. Now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Barsuk.
All right, so spring training for pitchers and catchers has started. Obviously, you have the position players. Most of them are there already, but you kind of have your full workout, I believe, on Monday is your first full day of workout. And so I'll just give you an idea. I say this every year, so if you heard it last year, deal with it, or the year before. Is when pitchers and catchers report, the manager will have a very small meeting because he knows his whole team isn't there. So, like, expectations for the team, expectations for spring. That is on Sunday meeting or Monday morning meeting.
Yep.
Where you just have to sit there for an hour and a half, and they tell you how great our team is and how great they're going to be. And you just have to sit there and like, yeah, all right, let's go get them type of stuff. But
is it fake getting excited? Does any team ever really get excited, or are they just like, nah, whatever, let's go play ball?
Well, I just remember, maybe this is who I am, unfortunately, is I just remember Manny Acta talking about us when he was our manager for the Washington Nationals, and we were predicted to be the worst team in Major League Baseball history. And you would have thought after that meeting we were going to win 100 games.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, we're not good. Like, I might make this team. Like, we need to lower expectations here. You know, it'd be like right now if Greg Popovich, before the season, I think we can win it all. No, you can't. In fact, you're intentionally losing them all to try to get Weeba Wamba. So, Wembanyama.
Almost.
Victor Wembanyama.
The next Tim Duncan.
Yeah. If they get, I'm going to be so mad if they get lucky for a third time.
Yeah.
So, anyways, a little bit off the beaten path there. But I was wondering this with the Texas Rangers. Last year, I would say the breakout player or most improved player, the guy that nobody saw this happening, was Nathaniel Lowe, being the silver slugger in the American League at first base, a premium offensive position. Lowe last year batted .302 with 27 home runs, 76 RBIs, and 74 runs scored. I ask you guys this. Who is the 2023 Nate Lowe of the Texas Rangers? It doesn't have to be the exact numbers. Obviously, you can pick a pitcher. Who do you think is going to surprise us? And when we get to August, September, go, wow, I never thought, or hey, look at me. I thought he would be this good when nobody really had expectations of this.
Well, I know you say Nate Lowe, but the pitcher version of that last year was Martin Perez.
You know what? Sure. You might be right. I might be wrong. I mean, it might
No. Both of them had
that would be a tough pick, though.
Like, what?
If you had to pick, because I'm sorry, I forgot Martin Perez. If you had to pick, which guy would you pick had the bigger?
Martin Perez. Okay. I thought he was,
because we had a entire history of Martin Perez being mid, right?
Yeah.
Even when they signed him 1 year, was it $4 million
I think that is
year?
correct.
When you sign a 1 year thank God, $4 million. Can you believe I'm about to say this? But when you get 1 year, $4 million, nobody really wants you.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? I'm saying that.
It is.
You are getting paid about $4 million less than kind of what a number 4 starter would get paid on the free agent market. Maybe even $6 million less. Like if you're established, like he's a number 4, he's not even a number 5. You're probably getting $10 million a year.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Don't do it. Don't say deGrom.
What?
That's definitely going out on a limb.
Josh, what?
That is
Jacob
extreme.
deGrom. I'm gonna say Josh Smith is
in left field
going to be the breakout player. He will win the left field job outright
and pretty much be the guy.
Yep.
That's awesome. And what would you say his breakout numbers will be? If you're picking him, what would you kind of give maybe his batting average or on base or whatever? You can pick the numbers that you think are going to be impressive. Do you think he could score 100 runs for this
I'm going to say 250 batting average.
That's above average.
I know it is. 320 on base and 79 runs.
Okay.
I'm trying to, because I feel like
I'm looking up real quick just Smith last year just to kind of give people an idea. He played in 73 games, 213 at bats. He had 23 runs scored last year. Obviously, he didn't even play, half a season.
Yeah.
He was a 197 batting average Better on base percentage than I think with a 197, a 307 on base percentage.
So maybe I need to up that on base percentage. But the runs, that would be more runs than Lowe got this past year. Now, Lowe obviously surpassed him in a number of other, would obviously beat him in a number of other categories, but that's what I'm going to go with.
I like your pick. And here's something that I don't know if they're going to change or not. Josh Smith came up and was pretty good. Now, everybody's going to deal with adversity at a major league level for the first time, for the most part. Sure. I get there's a few guys that don't, but I think from what I understand, they told Josh Smith at the major leagues, as he's having some success, we need you to have more power here. So It was a mistake. I believe it's a mistake. Maybe the Rangers don't believe. Maybe they're like, look, we don't care if you bat 197. We want 24 home runs.
Right.
I would rather him bat 250 with a 330 or better on base percentage and hit 10 home runs or 8 home runs, because he's going to be batting most likely 8th or 9th in your lineup. If you look at the lineup, if you know that Simeon's batting first, Seager second, Lowe and Adolis are batting 3rd and 4th, and then Josh Young will be mixed in the middle there, and you're like, this guy needs to get on base, so when Simeon and Seager get back up to bat, when the lineup runs through, I want those guys having RBI opportunities. I just need you to get on base. I don't need you to drive in runs. I'd love for you to, but if you get on base and give my best 2 hitters RBI opportunities,
then you're doing your job.
Yeah, that's how you build a lineup, and I think Bochy understands those things.
My pick was not not one of the popular ones on the fan text. They have 3 other people in mind.
And I think 2 of them are 2 that I'm trying to debate between, Kevin, because last year I said it would be the year of Leote. And last year, Leote had a really good season. Like and Mike, I've been kind of like monitoring this guy for a few years now, because I was like, his defense. And Mike was like, yeah, but he can't hit. And I was like, but his defense. He was like, but you kind of want to be able to hit in the major leagues. And I was like, okay, all right, fine. And then last year, he starts off pretty good. Like things went really well for Leote Taveras last year. But I am willing to gamble that we are going to go with speed in the outfield. And that being on base will matter, and having our center fielder and our left fielder as 2 really fast options is going to be a deal. I think that Bubba Thompson's going to win the left field spot and have a
left field. You both picked left field,
and have a
different people.
A 35 stolen base season this year and hit around 260.
So I just want to point out the enthusiasm for those 2 selections, Corey. These are 4 fan texts back to back to back to back. 512, Bubba Thompson. From the 682, hopefully Bubba Thompson. From the 940, this is the year of Leote. And from the 682, Leote takes the next step. And those are all consecutively. So those are 2 people that fans are like, come on.
So here's Leote Taveras. I don't have just first half, second half, because he came up in June. So remember, in April and May, he wasn't even in the major leagues. Yep. But when he came up in June, he batted 289. In July, he batted 341. In August, he batted 247. In September, he batted 173. And then in October, in 13 at-bats, he batted 308. His last 30 days, in 79 at-bats, he batted 190. People weren't paying attention then because it was Cowboys time.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much he was paying attention, in my opinion.
I think that
because he stunk.
This is going to be interesting for Leote and Bubba Thompson, as Bubba Thompson and Leote, I think, are going to challenge each other a little bit in center field, with Leote having the advantage starting Monday. Leote, it's your job to lose. See, I don't think you present it to him that way. Like I'm sure, like Donnie Cockstein would say, you don't want to present somebody, even though we say that, we don't say it to him like it's your job to lose, because that's a negative connotation. Like, hey, this is your job. You got it. And then I guess you got to also put on there, though, you are competing for this job, too, because what happens in spring training should matter, because Leote hasn't done enough yet to me to guarantee he's my center fielder no matter what happens in spring training.
And who have we left out so far?
Josh Young.
Who else have we left
Ezekiel
out?
Duran.
Ezekiel Duran from the 214. Duran hits 265 with 21 home runs and 74 RBIs. That's their breakout. From the 972, what about Duran? From the 682, Duran wins left field. And so
back-to-back Duran.
Yes.
Get it?
Yes, I do.
Group. They sing songs.
Did you think I was going to come undone?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
that's a Duran song.
I don't know any of their songs.
We're just living in an ordinary world.
Okay. Well, you know what's interesting is there's a lot of left.
Whip it good.
The tough thing is I wonder this. How long will it take for the Rangers to decide who their left fielder is? Because I don't think it'll be out of spring training. I think it'll be this rotational thing in April, and maybe even into May.
Do you think Bochy wants to do that, though?
No, but I think he has to.
Okay,
I think you
all right.
have to give guys chances, right? You can't just say, well, you batted 420 in spring training. Nobody can compete for this, because if you come out your first 10 games and you bat 150, you're like, hey, I know it's only 10 games, but we got to see. I'm hoping, though, by mid-May, and maybe that's too long for a lot of people, but by mid-May, whether it's Josh Smith, whether it's Ezekiel Duran, whether it's Bubba Thompson, whether it's somebody else, that somebody has established themselves as he's playing the majority of the time in left field.
Yeah.
And that's the hope, because you don't really want just a rotational left fielder with 3 guys for the season.
I know we have a little bit of time here, but with that, though, Mike, his trade value might be as an infielder, and you're going to try and work him so much in the outfield that maybe his trade value doesn't stick around, and maybe he's never going to be your left fielder, but he could be a good infielder for somebody else. That's my big concern with trying to play that game.
Also, what do you think about the way you said outfield?
It sounded normal to me.
That's an outfielder?
No, you said outfield.
Outfield.
And it was just interesting to me.
Well, I can't wait to talk about baseball with you guys on Monday.
Hey.
Sounds great.
We're going to talk baseball again in this show, buddy.
Yes!
So don't you worry about that.
I was going to ask what player maybe we going to overrate this year, but maybe that'll be for Monday
DeGrom.
when I work with Alec. Not Alex, guys. Okay, there's no X on the end of his name.
Yeah, we
it's
know that.
Alec.
Yeah,
Unless
we
you
knew
use
that.
the long form. And Joey.
Alexander.
Coming up next, your top NFL team primed to make a major leap in 2023 and one that's ready for the fall. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a shout-out Friday. It's Build-A-Chair Day. And on G-Bag Nation, they have not one, not two, but 3 payoffs during their program today. So holy cow, what a day, what a time to be alive.
Do you know the payoffs?
Yeah, it looks like Dawson is going to call the mother of one of the hosts and
chat her
up just a little bit. And then it looks like Broadus is doing the Orange Julius. So he's going to have,
Orange Juliuses are amazing.
Well, it sounds like there's some other things being added to this Orange Julius.
It's a not amazing version of the Orange
That was my
Julius.
favorite part. If we were going to walk around Redbird Mall with my mom, I was like, can we get an Orange Julius? And usually to keep me kind of quiet and going and happy, Orange Julius. And then the other great thing
now
was
we know.
Would that
Oshman's. Yeah.
Will that work on the show?
Sure. Oshman's food works all the time for me.
Okay.
Oshman's. Do you guys remember Oshman's?
I do.
And I would get my dad would every once in a while get me one of those Sports Illustrated posters.
Oh, yeah.
Those were the best. And they're really expensive now if you ever kept them in good shape.
Oh. Not if you have all the staple holes in them and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I had Spud Webb, Darryl Strawberry.
And?
I think I had Jordan.
And?
Had Larry Bird.
Mm-hmm. And then?
Don Mattingly. I believe those were the ones I had. I think I had 5.
Okay, very nice. So my question for y'all, we could start either positive or negative, is your number one NFL team primed to make a major leap or fall in 2023? Because CBS has 5 options for both, but if you only had to pick one, you want to go rise or fall first?
You want to go rise first or fall?
I think, Mike, I might actually be on your page.
Jacksonville?
I do believe that Jacksonville makes a lot of sense to me.
On the rise?
On the rise.
Well, I mean, yesterday we were going through 2023 power rankings, Kevin, and they were ranked number 10 by ESPN for next season.
Wow.
So that's pretty interesting.
And I thought that was too low because I think they're going to dominate their division.
Okay.
And, the Cowboys and the Chargers were ahead of them, and I'm not saying the Cowboys or Chargers are worse than them, but I think they have an easier path to get where they need to be, where the Chargers, unfortunately, are probably going to be a wild card team all of Justin Herbert's career. And the Cowboys, I know it always changes, but it feels like, and we're always wrong, but it feels like the Eagles are going to end up having a better team going into the season.
The other one that immediately jumped to mind was the Bears. Just the Bears were so terrible. They have so much cap space. They have the number 1 pick. I think the Bears make sense. I'm not saying they're going to be in the playoffs, but the Bears make a lot of sense to me.
I was thinking about this morning without even reading the run sheet. Is there a possibility that the Bears make the playoffs next year?
I don't think so.
Yes.
I mean, that's fair because what Jacksonville just did, I think a 7 or 8 jump to 7 or 8 wins is possible. I don't know if I would say playoffs.
So here's my scenario that has to happen is Detroit doesn't play up to what they did this year, and Aaron Rodgers gets traded. That leaves kind of Minnesota as their only.
We thought they were pretty darn lucky last year with their record.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. I felt that way for sure.
If they spend right, they have about $100 million to spend. If they're going to trade from 1 to either 2 or 4, or they might trade that one mock draft, had them trading from 1 to 2, then 2 to 4, and all of a sudden they had like 5 picks in the first 2 rounds.
A wide receiver hit, a defensive player hit. Right. I get your point for sure.
So we have to see this play out for Chicago. I do like that pick though, but we need to see where does their free agent money go to, and how many picks do they get for the first pick?
Yeah.
My team would be the Jets. I think that the Jets are like primed to go, okay, we're here now. And a lot of it does factor in like how Tua is next year.
Yeah.
And is Josh Allen on fire next year? Their division's tough. It's a very interesting division to say the least. But I think the Jets have built they have always failed at building a good team. And now they're just kind of this quarterback away from being really, really good and young.
Now, unfortunately, a segment we brought up the other day still has people's mind reeling. No, I still want to give them Micah Parsons for all those picks we talked about and then trade off Dak. Remember, I at least said that was a ridiculous idea.
You're not a big Micah fan, yeah.
From the 817, I am. Next year's Bears will be just like this year's Lions. So they'll be the team that comes up in the world.
I think Justin Fields is that good. Like, I'm a huge fan of his, Kevin.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to pick the Lions, but then they got too good too fast. Like, I needed them to win a couple more games, and I'd be like, oh, I could maybe see the Lions. Now I actually wonder if the Lions are, like, primed for a fall because they're like, no, Goff's our guy. And I know he played very well this past season, but...
I think here's the thing I think about Goff, Kevin, is that I think he wanted to become more of a leader last year and then did it. At the beginning of the season, he was like, I need them to understand they're my team. And during training camp games, or preseason games, they were like, hey, we're going to hold you out. And he was like, no, I want to play. I want to be on the field with these guys. They have a good run game. They invested in very good, talented receivers around Jared Goff. So I think that if they can get their defense in line, they're going to be a good team, man.
Got a couple of different votes for the Falcons coming in. Here's CBS's 5 primed for a rise, one of which I definitely disagree with. The Bears, the Colts, the Jets, the Rams. I actually disagree with multiple of these then. And the Broncos.
Well, didn't the Rams have the 6th worst record?
They did. I kind of think they might be more inclined to tear it all down than to be like, hey, let's see if we can Band-Aid this thing one more year.
You know how every year...
I would agree that they should do that, but it doesn't look like that. At least there's no hints of them doing that.
Yeah.
You take a shot at Jerry every year, and you're like, that's a lot of work to go do this.
Dude, yeah. Look,
and
I got
Rams,
spring break. I got my summer place in California. I got my 100-yard yacht. Like, relax, guys.
The Rams every year look at their roster and the way that they've done it, and they're like, holy crap, we have to go work really, really hard again to put something together. And so that's where, if they're in for it, it seems like that GM job is one of those that can wear you out, much like being the president of this country.
Oh,
you know,
sure.
where you go from like having dark hair and then it's all gray or gone immediately.
Oh, yeah. That job breaks you down. What about the Broncos? Now, I know Sean or RJ would say no because Sean Payton stiff-armed Bobby Belt at the Super Bowl, but
it was pretty amazing.
I know they were terrible last year. I just don't know what Russell Wilson's got next.
They got no picks. They got no cap space. I said 2 years from now, this was my hot take yesterday, Kevin, that we're going to crap all over Sean Payton as a coach. I think it's going to go that bad there.
Yeah, it was a hot take yesterday.
I think that you're going to go, well, they didn't even come close to making the playoffs. Like, oh, Sean Payton, and they gave up another first-round pick, and this means they don't have a first-round pick. They don't have a second-round pick. They don't have a first-round pick next year. How do you get better when you're out of cap space and you have no premium picks?
Yeah. I don't agree with that one. I don't agree with that one. I don't agree with the Rams one. From the 682, the Browns will be back. Good defense and full offseason with Deshaun Watson. I am really curious to see what he does next because he had so much time off, so you always felt like there would be a curve. But whenever people or athletes talk about shutout, like the outside, I don't care about the noise. I don't care about the noise. When you hear so many people think you're a piece of crap, like I always wonder if you are able to keep that. Okay.
When it comes to Russ, that is.
Yeah.
Is that we're talking about Russ, right?
And the other stuff. I'm saying when you hear people like, I think you're a piece of crap, I think you're this, I wonder how you block that.
I don't think he does.
Okay.
Because I think he bubbles himself very well. Like,
Probably
hey, I got
for
this
the
little
best.
tiny office over here and I'm doing,
Yeah.
you know, I'm part of all these things.
Now, teams primed for the fall.
Man. Obviously, it's teams that are good with rakes and can get all those leaves in the bag.
Okay.
That was actually pretty funny.
We just talked about it. I think Minnesota way overachieved.
Yeah.
Are they on the list?
Yes, they are number one
Okay.
on the list. This is going to sound like a ridiculous statement, but like that's the worst 13 and 4 team you've ever seen, right?
Yeah, especially since we've only played 2 years of 17 games.
That's the worst 13 win team you've ever seen, right? Like
probably.
That team.
I can't remember them all. I do remember the Cowboys winning 13 games in 2007 and me having tickets to the Super Bowl in Arizona, and that didn't work out.
The Chiefs.
See, he's been hurt.
If they don't win the Super Bowl, isn't that a big fall for them?
Okay, hold on. What if they're in the Super Bowl? Are you like, it's a little fall?
Yeah.
It's not a big
They still
fall.
make it. I think the Bucks. I think the Bucks losing Brady, like that was keeping everything together for that team.
They did go 8-9 though.
Yeah,
so I mean, if they go 7-10, they only were one.
But I think they're going to be in that
Hope they
like
do better.
3-win like
Gosh,
situation.
you know what? When we talk about on the rise, somebody has to win that division. I guess some people said Atlanta.
Yeah.
But somebody has to be good in that division, or at least win the division. Maybe they don't have to be good, but.
I mean, and so it's Atlanta.
What about Seattle?
Do you think they're going to fall? Yeah.
I know it was the year of Geno and all that stuff, but I'm just wondering if they can really repeat what they did.
And what about, can I throw another one out there? Because you guys, Seattle's on CBS's list, Tampa's on CBS's list, and obviously so is Minnesota. What about, because this is one I think is primed to rise. They also put the Las Vegas Raiders on that list. I think.
Yeah, we just don't know who their quarterback
I think they've got
is.
something they're trying to figure out, and I think they're much more likely to rise than fall.
I know they. Well, go ahead, Corey. What do you think?
I like
of
their
them?
coach.
He sucks.
And so, like,
You're right.
that's why I just can't invest any thoughts into the Raiders. I'm sorry. And for the longest time, like, their whole organization, very similar, I look at them as I do Washington. I'm like, it's more chaos off the field than it is. And I can say the same thing about the Cowboys. Like, that's perfectly fine. They won the last couple of years.
Can I ask you guys about your favorite high school quarterback of all time? Do you think Arizona is going to rise or fall? Like, is he done? Is he in the no man's land of just average quarterback who's different and small and gets hurt all the time and doesn't care about football? Or do you think that he could elevate his game with a new coach?
I admit I'm very biased in this. I am a believer in Kyler just because I've gotten to see him overcome adverse situations so many times. I think he'll figure it out, but I get it. If they fail again this year, I wonder what the next steps are.
I wonder a lot if there were a couple people trying to keep their jobs, and that's why leaks came out about their quarterback not really committing that way.
Don't you think the players, though, kind of exposed it too, that is somewhat truthful?
Maybe so. I also think that their head coach was miserable. So I think the new head coach there, I don't know that he's any good, but he did a good job calling plays this year for Jalen. Correct? It's the offensive coordinator, right? So I think that, but I don't know if he's any good. So that's all I know.
I'm gonna throw.
Wait, who did the Cardinals get as their coach? Are we?
Yeah, it's one of the Eagles offensive coordinator or one of the Eagles coordinators. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah, sorry. That may have happened.
I think it was defensive coordinator, right? Did the offensive coordinator go to Indy?
Yes.
And the defensive coordinator, because no, you're fine. I mean, I was like then going, wait, crap.
Yeah, it was their defensive.
I know they lost both coordinators, and the defensive guy went to Arizona. So I don't want to give up on Kyler either. I mean, I'm super disappointed with how this year went for him. I'm disappointed with the rumors or the truth, whatever you want to take it as, is that he doesn't care really that much about football, and he's just here to party and cash checks. But he is really talented, and I'm just hoping he gets the right people around him to get the most out of that talent.
From the 682, I am with this person. The Giants are primed to take a fall. They'll fall back to earth. They better get a quarterback. They think they have their quarterback. Daniel Jones is their guy. They had a winning record last year despite having a negative point differential. And so I do like what they're trying to build there. I think going all in on Jones and Barkley is going to end up being a mistake for them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, as much as I don't like Jones, it'll be more of a mistake to give Barkley a Zeke Elliott contract.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he gets hurt.
And he will.
Or
and
he
was
wears
great
down
this year. Yeah.
You're just going to be like, what in the world? Like, we're getting nothing out of this. At least with Daniel Jones, you'll be in, I hate saying this, but somewhat of a Kirk Cousins or Derek Carr situation where you're always thinking about releasing him, but can we really get better than him? And you're in that no man's land of quarterback with him, which is great for the Cowboys. I don't think he'll be bad. I just don't think he'll be good enough to really compete, but Barkley could just crush you where you're wasting $15 million and getting nothing out of it.
And the last one on the list was the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, fall.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a shout out Friday. Wanted to throw out a couple more. Can I get a shout out to the Texas Pistols 8U softball team out of Burleson? Best of luck. I'm assuming we're in the midst of tournament season, so you got something coming up this weekend. And can I get a birthday shout out for Lily? That is Leroy's daughter. So shout out, happy birthday to Lily.
Leroy Parnell?
They didn't put their last name.
How do you know Leroy Parnell, Mike?
Leroy rocks because my wife went to his concert.
Really?
When she was in high school, I think, and they were
gosh.
chanting Leroy rocks.
Dude could play the slide guitar.
I'm going to say no, but I don't know
Because
that
I always
for a
called
fact.
Jeremy Parnell Leroy Parnell on the Cowboys too.
I bet he really loved that. Coming up next, how about some Forgiveness Friday? This might be the Patrick Mahomes edition. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about the President's Day sales event. Yes, it's this weekend, but it's all month long at Stephen Gilchrist, Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. He and General Manager Mike Brown want you, the Tolo, to experience what so many others have when it comes to the purchase of your
So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franco and Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Build-A-Chair Day for Mike Bassick, and he is hard at work from the 817. Is Mike about to blow a gasket? I don't think so. He got frustrated.
Still a ways away, but I'm getting there. My mic is on.
Yes, it is.
Great.
No, I was looking at your chair. All right, so it's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you have to ask for forgiveness? Mike, does that chair need to ask you for forgiveness?
You know, sometimes like, hey, you pay an extra $50. And I'm like, no, the chair only costs like $120. I can do this. I've done it before, twice. But then when you're having trouble getting things to fit, you're like, I kind of wish I'd have $50 right now for somebody to just do this. But I'm going to get it. I just tightened some things up a little bit too tight. Couldn't fit things in where they needed to fit in, but you loosen some things up and then things start fitting in other places.
You don't ever try and force it and just trying to shove it in there, do you?
I was, yes. But then I don't want to break the chair because sometimes I give these away to charity. I'm 2 for 2, but I might like this chair.
Oh,
you know,
have to figure out something else.
Charity out.
I think one year, Kevin, I
got Michael Young to sign a rookie card, Topps rookie card. I'm going to get that for Peace-a-thon.
Nice. He's negotiating to get out of the chair right now. That's what's happening.
Bobby Witt only signed like 1 or 2 rookie cards for me.
Bull crap. He signed like 68 million of them.
I don't know about any of what you're talking about,
Only
Kevin.
15.
Yeah, plus the next group.
No, 15.
There was one year though when Mike was putting, I think it was the orange chair together, and
red and black.
Yeah, and he got all these pieces put together, and he goes, "Oh crap, this screw's long, and I installed it somewhere else," and so he had to go back, and he was like, "You know what? Screw it." And so it
works.
The screws in the wrong place.
It worked for Worth Collectibles in Waxahachie. He brought it back, and we resold it. Right?
I think Quasi Brodo has that, by the way.
Oh,
I have. Me and him are friends on Twitter.
That is the coolest thing. If that keeps getting cycled through and people sign it and everything like that, it's also Shout Out Friday. Can I get a?
What just?
It wasn't on camera. I just looked up.
It just fell over.
It just fell apart. From the 972. Can I get a shout out from my wife? It's our 6th year anniversary of being married.
Happy
Congratulations.
anniversary. Obviously, Corey doesn't believe in it.
But still.
I'm married. I've been married for almost 17 years.
It sounds like you were forced into it. Earlier today, you felt like it's society, and not just society in whole,
right?
The United States Society.
Yep.
There might have been extra X's in there, but
yeah, it might have. Could be.
And the United States Society.
Yeah.
The USS.
Whoa.
All right. How much do chairs need backs? What do you think?
They don't, because Boss Man Gavin has a ball for a chair, you know, and other people, there are stools. You ever sat in a stool before, Kevin?
Yes, I have.
At a hipster restaurant?
Yesterday, I kind of did that in a different way. All right, so
Noah lays in his stool, but hopefully for not long.
Is true. What do you guys need forgiveness for? Does anybody need forgiveness? Can I start?
Yes, go ahead.
My stupid body needs forgiveness.
Oh, man, the sick kid.
For the last 3 weeks, for being like, oh, we're going to be sick all the time and miss 4 days, and it's kind of pissing me off. My wife's like, maybe you don't need to go in today, and you'll have more time to rest. And I was like, if I'm feel good, and when I woke up at 5 o'clock, I was like, I think I can do this. And she said, you need to go back to sleep. And I'm here with my stupid weak body. I'm going to turn into one of those people who's like, I have to go to the doctor every 6 months. I go to the doctor like once every 2 years. And they're like, you were supposed to do your physical. I was like, I missed it.
And you're like, am I healthy now?
And they're like, you're fine.
You're not 45 yet, are you?
Nope. Because that's when they got to.
You can't do that on the TV thing, the stream.
Yeah, I got
right, Carter, or am I wrong about that? Can you do that? Carter says thumbs up.
Oh, great.
Get it?
I got to go get that done. But I wonder how many guys don't get that done at 45 years old. I know Gavin Dawson won't. Like, he refuses doctors. He doesn't go to the dentist.
Broadus says you have to. Like, Broadus is...
It seems pretty important. I'll go do that. I'm not looking forward to it, but, you know.
Why not?
I think the doctor tells you to look forward, though.
He's like, you don't want to see this.
Don't look back.
This is going to terrify you. All right, Kevin. So when you turn 45, I want you to explain it. Tell us if you looked forward or back. We'll wait. All right.
Well, that's a couple years away. But
do you want me to prepare you for it? Do you want to come to the doctor with me? So
No,
you can see
you
how
do
it
not
works?
want me alongside you when they examine your prostate.
The whole show should be there.
We're going to do a remote from the doctor's
Yes,
office.
I absolutely think we should. Yeah,
I do not think you should.
Carter says we have to take our phones and film it for.
Was it Katie Couric when they did like a colonoscopy of her and they showed it on the Today Show?
Isn't that what they do to you at 45 or something?
Yeah, everybody has insides, bro.
I'll tell you what.
That's a great point. That's a great point, Corey.
I had to do it before. From the last time I did it, I was on the New York Mets. You have to roll over on your side and tuck your knees to your chest and hope for the best.
What's wrong? Like, this is your health, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it like this is?
It's just I support that. I'm just mad at my body for breaking down the last 3 weeks.
I'm tired of your body.
Me too.
Make it better.
I'm working on it.
I would like to ask Patrick Mahomes to ask for forgiveness for being so thoroughly entertaining. Like, this is the most entertaining parade I've ever seen.
He's the best.
He walked up to take a picture, Mike, while holding the Lombardi trophy. He took a picture with a fan. I'm presuming a Tolo, just the way it is out there. He takes a picture with the fan, then gives them the Lombardi trophy and walks off back to the bus. Like, he's walking off, just leaves the Lombardi trophy hanging out with some dude.
You make a break for it at that point.
Was it
right?
Nick Wright? How amazing was that? Nick Wright picked the Chiefs to win. And so, like, I don't know how this happened, but then I see Nick Wright on Twitter, like, posting like he was on the Chiefs this year. I'm like, that's amazing to me that you're a national guy. I know he's from, or not from Houston.
Didn't he work in Kansas City too with Sharif, or am I wrong about that?
He might have. I know that he was in Houston back in the day, and then went from Houston to the national show with Chris Carter. Chris Carter's gone from that. Now it's First Get Right, something like that. I don't know, but
the Get Right from 7-Eleven is far more popular.
What is it called? I forget. Step Back or something. I don't know all the names of those shows, but
then, Kevin, the video I showed you this morning of Mahomes, and he has a Coors Light in his hand, which is, it's fine. But drink a better beer.
We'll get to that at 12:45.
Drink a better beer, Mahomes. But he's holding that, and he's standing on top of the bus, reaches into his pocket, grabs his phone, never looks at it, just switches it to his different hand and puts it in his other back pocket.
Which is weird.
But he looked like he was going to try and look at something on his phone and then got distracted because he had been drinking, Kevin. And then somebody's like, hey, can I throw you this football, maybe for an autograph?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then they throw a terrible throw, and he just looks at him like,
that guy,
he's entertaining me, though.
That guy needs forgiveness because on the bus, Patrick Mahomes like, you know what, you're right. If you could throw me a football with this bus, I know it's not like moving really fast, but if you could connect with me on the bus, I'll sign your football. And it wasn't even a real football. It was like a Nerf football.
And the ball wasn't even close.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. It looked like Jalen Hurts slipping Hail Mary.
Oh, my
And
gosh.
so then Patrick Mahomes just kind of looked at him and he was like, Which I felt all of that reaction. He was like,
turned into Tim the Taylor Man?
Yeah.
Tula Man?
He goes,
guy?
And he just kind of looked at him like, I mean, I gave you a shot, dude, and you blew it. And that's why I'm up here and you're not.
Yeah, because I'm the quarterback.
Yeah. So I don't
anyway,
blame
like I said,
him. I don't blame him for that part.
I'm not blaming him. I wanted him to ask for forgiveness from us because he's too entertaining. Like, you're not supposed to be that entertaining at the quarterback position.
Now we've got a lot of medical updates, some shocking medical updates, and I need people to take care of themselves. From the 469, I'm 47 years old, and I'm not doing that. They're not getting their prostate checked. The 817, I'll be 57 next month. I've not had a colonoscopy, and I will not. I don't know what this means. From the 469, Choppy gets it done twice a week. I don't know what that means. I do know.
What did you just say, Mike?
Is from the 469, I need forgiveness because I bought a pair of pink Luca 1s for my wife for her birthday, and I got the wrong size. Because you didn't know her size? And is that a dicey proposition?
It's the thought.
Asking a lady what her shoe size is? Is that
No, I've
rude?
done it. I feel like if you're married,
you can
Or if you're
ask.
just dating for a long time.
Yeah, I think on a first date, if you're like, what's your shoe size? Then that woman needs to end the date.
Okay.
And go, "Oof, this guy, He's a foot guy.
But what if he's like, I got all these shoes because I'm a shoe salesman, and I have some shoes that you might like. Here, what's your size? Like, that would be the only situation.
Then it sounds like he didn't invite you on a date. He invited you on a sales call.
Well, this is the bonus of the date. He's not trying to sell them to you. He's just trying to gift them to you, Kevin. Because he's a salesman, but he's like got extras.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. If you guys see any screws over there, let me know.
Oh, goodness. That feels like a red flag if someone's bringing you presents that aren't like your run-of-the-mill, like here's some little candy or flowers. I brought you a pair of shoes.
It's a great pitch, that you show up and you're like, hey, guess what?
I don't know, man.
You stick with me for a while and we don't have to get married. Shoes for life.
I don't.
You would, hold on, Kevin, before we go any further, I know you love Jess because you married her.
I do. She's delightful.
But
She
let's
helped
say
take care of me yesterday.
you were on some app and found some date, all right? And the girl shows up and she's like, I know you like baseball cards or football cards. I work for Panini and I have access to all these cards. Is that not a huge sale right there? Like she just won you over.
All right. So what you just described is when you keep dating that person longer than you want to because you think their family or their siblings are super great. Help me out here. Have you been in that situation where like you just love their family?
Don't want to let them go.
Yeah. And you're just like, oh man, once we break up, I'm never going to get to see these people again, or I probably won't really get to see them, and you get stuck with them. Yes. I would extend out that relationship if they work for Panini and they're like, oh, hey, look, we got this. And they said I could bring it home to you.
Exactly. And that's the way the shoe guy is. The shoe salesman is on his date, and the girl, she's like, I love shoes.
Okay.
And now they're connected for life.
And then you'd have to ask if Fanatics hired you in the family, because if not, then your relationship's going to end once Panini goes to Fanatics.
Man, yeah, you could just feel Mike's already ruthlessly planning his way out of that relationship.
Scheme,
plot, From the 609. Fellas, can I get a shout out to my beautiful fiance, lucky number 13 anniversary. 1 year until we walk down that aisle.
Nice. Congratulations to y'all if that's what you really want to do.
Okay, stop saying it like
Why
that.
Why in the world do they spell aisle the way they do? It's the stupid, well, not the stupidest, because then you have island, which is island. Right?
How do you think aisle should be spelt?
I-L-E.
Okay.
Aisle.
They spelled it I-S-L-E, and I still got what they meant. But even that's...
I-L-S-E is how they spell it, right? That's the correct spelling?
Is it not A-I-S-L-E?
See, they even threw in an A for no reason.
Yeah.
Hey,
and
the
what's
A
the
silent? I'll tell you what's silent. Letters shouldn't be silent.
So
if they're silent, take them out.
They have a silent A and a silent S?
Yeah.
It's not like they're saying Azel.
Yeah. That's how you should pronounce it. Or...
Aisley?
I
want that to happen. I want people get married
the book. I want to redo the book, and you know what? Spelling bees, everybody will win.
Which book?
Because everything's spelled correctly. Then
the dictionary.
That's why they have spelling bees. They're like, hey, guess what? We spelled everything wrong hundreds of years ago. We're gonna have a spelling bee to see how wrong you can get it right, and then you spell it wrong, true. But they're like, that's right. And
Do you think they panicked because they wanted to get their name attached to that spelling, and they're like, no. Knob is spelled K-N-O-B. And you're like, what? Why? Because I said
That's
so.
how my last name's spelled.
I'll tell you what, let's use no in a different way. Just put a K and a W on it. You're like, well, that doesn't spell no anymore. It spells canal.
Yeah, that's a fact. Because how do you spell no?
How do we say a lot?
Yeah.
We don't say low. Hey, let's spell low. Let's just add an A and a T at the end.
Mm-hmm.
A in the front and T in the end. That would be, you can't say low then. That's a lot.
I can't wait for the Mike Bassick dictionary to come out. I want to rewrite the dictionary.
They're going to teach classes all over the country.
Yeah. And how would dictionary be spelled too, I wonder?
Well, I want to break it down.
Got him.
New spelling is what we'll call it.
How do you spell shun?
Like, I'm going to shun you away? Or out here, shun, S-H-U-N.
Doesn't matter how you use it. It just matters how you spell it. And it's spelt the same way every time.
By the way, multiple people weighing in and saying that from the 214, 52-year-old, my doctors have told me all my blood work and other markers are good, so I don't need a colonoscopy.
I want that doctor.
So, and I saw another person that said with blood work, sometimes you don't have to have a colonoscopy. And then shout out to this person from the 817. I just picked up 30 cards from PSA. 22 of them were 10s.
Ooh.
Woo!
Size 10, huh?
That
Jim Mint. I know where they didn't get them from because they would have stayed in that person's pocket.
Oh my gosh.
I'm aware of that as well. Also, shout out from the 214. It's the 6th birthday for Bentley. So your parents want to shout you out. Happy 6th birthday, Bentley. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who was the worst QB who started an NFL game this whole season? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Coming up tonight on
This segment of the KC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Mahomes spread set 2x2 with Pacheco in the backfield. Mahomes in the pocket, floats a pass near side. Kelce over the shoulder. He's got the catch. He's got the touchdown. Kansas City as Mahomes to Kelce, 18 yards.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
This chair's gonna win, and I'm not gonna let it. That's it. You know what? Chair, you're losing.
Okay, go get it, Mike, as it is Build a Chair Day here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout out Friday from the 817. Shout out to the Solar Soccer Club's U14 girls headed to Houston this weekend for the Elite Conference National League Showcase.
They can run, baby.
Best of luck to the Solar U14 team. Now,
unless you're playing against them, then good luck to you.
Oh, okay. Now, we played that clip from Travis Kelce because he will be the first athlete in a little bit more than 3 years to host Saturday Night Live.
Travis Kelce?
Yeah.
Do they have bleeps on Saturday Night Live? Because that guy hasn't said a sentence yet I haven't heard the F word from.
Yeah, that could be pushing it. That's a good point. He'll be on there March 4th. And then, Corey, you might be interested in this. Jenna Ortega will be the host on March 11th.
For Wednesday. I don't know if you've watched Wednesday yet, Mike. It was a fun show.
With the hand?
Yes. With Thing. So she's hosting as well. That's awesome, man.
Question.
Yeah, good for her.
I like Travis Kelce. Is he the least recognizable athlete to ever do Saturday Night Live? I mean, I can think of Montana, Jordan, Peyton Manning, Barkley, Travis Kelce.
I don't know. SNL's had some people, you know.
I mean, go down the Deion Sanders might have done it. I'm not 100% sure if he did or not, but like, dang. Travis Kelce, Hall of Famer, maybe greatest tight end of all time, but I don't know. That just doesn't.
Fran Tarkenton.
I mean, that was a long time ago. I think.
Okay, you want me to update it a little?
Well, he was
Bob Uecker.
He's pretty popular.
Oh yeah.
Alex Karras.
Whoa, never heard of it.
He was from Webster.
The guy from Webster? Yeah.
That's not an athlete. That's an actor.
He played for the Bears.
Yeah, he was a player.
Wait, he's
No, it's not the guy who was Webster.
I thought he just
from the
blew my mind that
show.
Webster played for the Chicago Bears. I'm like, what game was this?
Yeah, no, he was a little running back.
No.
Subbing in for Walter Payton. Webster.
Should have seen his jump cuts, dude.
I know Alex Karras was really good, actually. Did you know he's in the Hall of Fame?
No, because I keep thinking of the dude who played for the LA Dodgers.
I'm going to say Johnny Mosley, 2002 skier from the Olympics. I'll say
Michael Phelps, I think, did it. Did he do it?
And Andy Roddick. Who knows that
Michael
guy?
Phelps was more recognizable than Travis Kelce. At least at that point in time, he would have been. All right, let's go from that to, Patrick Mahomes is the best. But 68 different starting quarterbacks this year in the NFL.
For Patrick Mahomes?
No.
Oh, okay.
Patrick Mahomes is number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Jalen Hurts is number 2.
Gotcha.
Who was the worst quarterback who started at least one game this year?
You hate that
Sam
Peterman
Howell
guy, right?
Nathan Peterman, shockingly, only number 62.
It wasn't Sam Howell, because Sam Howell dominated the Cowboys in his game.
It's always bad when they give you a spare and you're already going to the spare.
As you build your chair.
Yeah. Let's see. Was it Drew Lock?
Was not Drew
It's
Lock.
a backup, right? It's a guy who backed up something?
Yes, and then had to play out of necessity.
Oh, wasn't there heck, I guess that's playoff time. But the guy who played for the 49ers in the playoffs, that was horrible.
I don't think...
Josh Johnson?
Yeah, I don't think they included him for this.
Was it Davis Mills?
No. It was... in Davis Mills' backup, Kyle Allen, was second to worst.
Okay.
It was Anthony Brown. Not our...
cornerback?
Not our Anthony Brown.
What team?
For the Baltimore Ravens. Here are his stats.
Give them to us.
He had 2 games. His completion percentage was 45%. In those 2 games, he threw for a combined 302 yards.
Not bad.
with no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, -5 yards rushing, and a fumble.
Oh, well.
-5 yards rushing as the Ravens quarterback?
Yeah, and a 45% completion percentage. That's the one that I can't get over.
All right, so is that worse than Peterman in his run whenever he had the worst game ever?
When Nathan Peterman was in his prime, or whatever the opposite of prime is, he was unstoppable. He had a game where he had a worse quarterback rating than if you would have thrown the ball into the turf on every single play. Where do you think Dak is on this list? Just out of curiosity. 16th. All right. Patrick Mahomes 1, Jalen Hurts 2, Joe Burrow 3, Allen, Herbert, Trevor Lawrence 6, Tua 7, Jared Goff, and Geno Smith 8 and 9. Now they don't factor. They're like, we're not factoring any potential or anything. Just this year, and then Tom Brady 10. That's too high. Dak Prescott is number 11, right behind Tom Brady.
Okay.
Except in that playoff game when he took him to the woodshed.
He destroyed Tom Brady. He made Tom Brady cry so hard that Tom Brady said, "I'm actually retiring." Can you believe that? That's what Dak did to Tom Brady.
Did you guys go see 80 for Brady yet?
Is that out?
Yeah.
No, nobody should see that.
What shouldn't we go see it together?
Do you know what?
Take your book.
Do you know what the rallying cry of that movie? Because it did like better than expected. It's not great, but it did better than expected. And people were like, "See, this is why you got to make more movies for older people." Because they're like, "Look at these fierce."
They know that old people went.
Yeah, older people dominated the audiences of this.
All I'm saying is they still look great.
Sure.
All 4 of them ladies. I love them. For 80 or whatever, however old they are.
I mean,
they're around 80, I bet.
Yeah, I think that's
But it doesn't
fair.
matter. They get like 30-year-olds to play teenagers in movies.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great point.
I hope when Adrian turns 80 that she looks like half as good, you know? Because Adrian's already more gorgeous than them today.
Mm-hmm.
So
she's been told what he said earlier in the show. And now you're trying to cover up. Weren't you saying, like, I hope she gets a lot of surgeries when she's
No,
Oh my gosh.
No. I've never said that.
Do you want to have a conversation at one point if your spouse came to you and asked about plastic surgery?
Okay,
What
all
would
right.
you?
Should I say it now? The
Sure.
moment that I really got in trouble? And I didn't mean this in any way, or in any bad way.
Uh-huh.
She had mentioned that since she had kids,
Mm-hmm.
she was thinking about a tummy tuck.
Okay.
Because, you know, kids change things, right?
They do.
This was years ago, by the way. Years ago. This isn't recent. And then one night she was like, "Hey, you know, would you mind if I got the headlights changed?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Nah, I love them the way they are. You can get a tummy tuck, though." And she was like, that's when she was like, "What are you?" And I was like, You said
that,
You
yeah.
said this. Why is it whenever I say it, it's not me saying I want you to do it. It's just me saying I'm perfectly okay with your headlights.
I think I know this one is where you just go, whatever you want to do, I support. I think is what you're maybe supposed to say. I'm not.
I've made it this long,
Yeah,
Kevin.
I'm
And
not
here you
100%
are
about that.
providing very insightful thing. I appreciate that, man.
I'm here for
Thank
you.
you.
It's not official yet, but it's sounding like it's about to be. Is Eric Bieniemy is going to become the offensive coordinator for the Commanders?
It's bad for the Cowboys if they get talent.
I agree.
Because he comes up with good plays. I think he makes offense fun for the players who play offense.
I agree with Brian Broaddus. He's going to regret this decision and regret it tremendously.
Because of the organization?
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's true too.
He's I don't know. I have no clue when Andy Reid's going to retire, if he's ever going to retire.
Yeah.
But I think the longer you stick with Patrick Mahomes, the more your resume builds up. I don't know why he's not getting an opportunity to be a head coach before, but this isn't the opportunity to coach the Commanders. This is just the opportunity to be the offensive coordinator of a team that doesn't have a quarterback right now.
Yeah, what I wondered was if he thinks Ron Rivera is not even maybe going to make it through the season, and then finally he would get his shot one way or another. I understand the logic, though.
I mean, if that was the case, if they wanted him that bad, you fire Ron Rivera and hire him as your head coach right now.
I think that is a fair point, but it looks like that is going to become finalized today. And then I thought this was really cool is they're going to put together a John Madden. This might bother some people, a docuseries, and Tom Brady is one of the people involved in this with Brady's 199 pictures. That was, of course, where he got taken in the draft. And so they're working on a docuseries called All Madden. And so it's always fascinating to see more content, even if it's slightly dramatized. And so I'm kind of interested in that. And then in the case of adding insult to injury, did you see that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was fined $14,000 for lowering his head on Isaiah Pacheco in the Super Bowl? So not only did they lose and he wasn't flagged on the play, he now has...
I don't even remember what play that was. Do you
Exactly.
remember?
No, well, because they didn't throw a flag. His agent said he's going to appeal it, but it was like, hey, you lost the Super Bowl. Also, now we're going to find you.
The only play that matters is that Bradbury was holding. That's the only one that really
Yeah, they
matters.
showed that other. Now you see why the ref threw the flag, too, because you can see the jersey getting pulled, especially from his angle. So it wasn't, hey, I think he pulled his jersey because I see his hand there. You can see that was an easy call for a ref. If I see a jersey being pulled when a guy's in a route, I got to throw a flag.
So keep crying those stupid, greasy, pulled Eagle tears out there, Eagle fans. I'm glad you lost.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's National Girl Scout Cookie Weekend. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the best Girl Scout cookie?
Samoa's.
877-881-1053 in Fort Worth. They're not called that. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is National Girl Scout Cookie Weekend. So it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the best Girl Scout cookie? And also, I know Mike wants to celebrate the
Build a Chair Day has happened, and I have built a chair. In your face chair. You were trying to get the best of me about 30 minutes ago. I got the best of you. I made you.
Are you confident in the stability of this chair?
Yes.
Okay, Corey, are you confident in the stability of his
Mike
chair?
has built
Look what I'm doing to the chair.
3 chairs now. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Can't wait to watch him fall to the ground.
He has built 3 of these chairs.
Joey!
Not a single one of them has completely fallen apart. So I think we absolutely should have confidence in his.
Look,
in
I'm
his
trying
chair.
to fall back. I'm going to fall back. Ready? Fall back. Nothing happened.
Nothing. Oh God!
You want this chair? Come and get it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. 877-881-1053.
What's the real day? Goldfish, not goldfish. Girl Scout. Girl Scout Day.
From the 903, Rangers will win 85 games and Thin Mints. FYI, they don't make you thin. That is very fair.
Well, but don't you have like the thinner Thin Mints? Don't they have another version that's even thinner? Like it's a
Do they?
Like it's Thin Mint Crisp or something like that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's an even
Oreo and stuff, but Girl Scouts make more than one Thin Mint?
I don't know, man.
You just said you know.
No, I said
You
don't
said
they?
don't they.
Then that's a question, Mike.
They don't.
Okay.
They make one Thin Mint cookie. They don't make different sizes. You want the fat Thin Mint or the super thin Thin Mint? They just make Thin Mints, and you deal with it, and they're great.
No, they're not. They're so miserable.
Oh my goodness. All right.
They're gross. Come on. They don't like you bite into them and they crunch, and you're like, what just happened like that?
I do not think Thin Mints are gross.
Nope, they're bad.
And if you get them in Fort Worth, they're not completely round. They're like little floury things.
But support the Girl Scouts.
You should. I actually want somebody to go with you when you like tell them their Thin Mint cookies are gross.
Weren't you asking how come they're still Girl Scouts and they're not just Scouts?
I definitely was not asking that,
No,
Mike.
you weren't.
Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure that was a Mike Bassett question
I don't
as
know.
opposed to a Kevin
Feels
Hagelin.
like, Kevin, you asked that question. I thought, that's interesting.
No, that is not.
What are the Boy Scouts called?
That is not my question.
Eagle Scouts, Cub Scouts, and stuff like that. I believe. I don't know.
Eagle Scouts.
Oh yeah,
I
there you
think
go.
is one.
Are you a scout?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Kevin, you ever been a scout?
Yeah.
No, my son was.
What really? How'd that
My
go?
older
Noah?
son.
Were you a Boy Scout person thing, leader?
No.
Man Scout?
I was not a man scout. So.
Scout men.
Okay, yeah,
to
Joey.
that.
The way Joey just said it, man scout sounds like a really interesting job, though, right?
I'll tell you what, when the Scouts, I guess, right? Like, we can't call them Boy Scouts anymore.
I don't know if
bad.
that's true.
I think it is.
You can say what you want.
They don't do a good job of selling their product because they come to your house and they're like, hey, you want something? Fill out this piece of paper. Within the next 3 to 6 months, we'll bring it to you. You're like, I don't want to sign all this paper. Do you not have the cookies or the popcorn or whatever with you right now? Like, no. But someday we will.
And you never know when that day is going to be.
Yeah, how come the Girl Scouts get their stuff already done and Boy Scouts or Scouts don't have their things ready?
Yeah, if I want that popcorn, I don't know if it's going to be there by Christmas or not. How do I know?
Thank you. Kevin, you're the leader of the show.
You have to answer all the questions.
What's the answers?
I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question.
With your mouth? With words? With your thoughts?
You can write it to us if you want to.
Google it.
Send an email.
You can Google it.
I thought you just knew everything automatically. That's how I've always thought you were.
877.
We were so lost without you yesterday.
That's not what I heard. I heard y'all were way, way more focused yesterday than today.
Yeah.
And was
See?
it? So
That's what Joey and Carter both told me. They think this is my fault.
It's you.
Let me
then.
ask you this, Corey.
Yeah.
Give a grade of the show yesterday.
On sports content?
1 through 100.
Sports content, 100%.
I would have given it a C.
On the
Right now, this segment, A+.
From the 682, Kevin regrets not taking off again today. That is very fair. All right, 877-881-1053. Sports opinion, and then your favorite Girl Scout cookie. Now that we've broken down the gender politics of scouting
my sports
and what
opinion,
you don't like.
My sports from the 214. Okay, this is the first time I actually had to walk away from my desk laughing. Man Scout. My sports opinion is that whenever Kevin finally gets the opportunity to interview Greg Maddux,
Oh my gosh.
when we leave, not next week, but the week after, and we get there and Kevin's finally going to get an opportunity to sit down, maybe just do like a phone interview, like we pass the phone back and forth. I don't know.
I want to see him in person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not that kind of like a phoner, but like where you recording on the
Yeah.
phone or something. When you finally get the chance to do that, you're going to love him even more than you've ever loved him before, because you already love the pitcher. The fact that he looked like he could not beat you in a fight in an alley.
Yes.
You're like, I love the fact that this dude can strike you out with a baseball pitch that's 2 feet outside of the plate.
You shut your mouth.
But even still, he was a great defender on the mound as well. And I think that's my sports opinion, is you're going to fall even in more love with Greg Maddux. And all the Rangers pitching staff this year, because of the Maddux brothers, will have one of the best seasons we've ever seen pitching-wise for the Texas Rangers. Okay. That's my sports opinion for this year. And it's Samoa's, easily. Like, it's coconut, caramel, chocolate, whatever that cookie thing is in the middle. Like, it's just all of that stuff.
And it has the hole, right?
Yes. Yes.
Those are great.
Have you ever... Nope.
I like how you identify cookies. Do they have a hole or not?
I just wanted to make sure that I had the right cookie. It's a good cookie.
It is.
Very good cookie. I always find this interesting is the Keeblers make these cookies, and we don't really care too much about them, but the Girl Scouts make them, and then we start buying them in droves, if that's the right word.
I'm sorry, real quick. Did you say the Keeblers make
They're on the box, and it says Keeblers on them.
Remember they were in that tree.
I don't know what did I say
Remember
wrong?
when they made chips and they were like, we got cinnamon and crispy cinnamon panas or something like that? They were good.
Some of them broke off and made Rice Krispies.
Yeah. Cheesy quesadilla, cinnamon crispania.
What are you
That's
doing?
what it was.
I'm not sure what you're
I'll
doing.
pull the commercial up. It's a fantastic song.
From the 469 sports opinion, I guess, is after this current contract, Luka won't be a Mav anymore. Favorite cookie is the tag-along. The tag-along.
Chocolate peanut butter.
If you get it
No
here
hole.
in Dallas, no hole. That is correct. If you get it in Fort Worth, frequently it is called the peanut butter patty. We've talked about this in the past. They have two different, I guess, like bakeries or whatever that make these cookies in Dallas versus Fort Worth. So, like, a Samoa is not always called a Samoa in Fort Worth.
That's fine. It will always be a Samoa in my heart. And I can always basically just say, hey, just give me the cookie with the hole in it. And they'll be like, oh, we remember when Mike talked about that. That's basically Samoa's.
It's the caramel delight in a lot of areas in Fort Worth and stuff like that. So some of these, and some of them taste kind of different. Like I said, the Thin Mint in Fort Worth, it's kind of more floury, has little tiny rounded edges as opposed to just being a straight up circle. And the tag-along peanut butter patty in Fort Worth has too much peanut butter.
So when you take one of those Thin Mints and you put them in a blender with some ice cream and milk and you make yourself a Thin Mint milkshake, you got yourself something special.
My kids love the Thin Mint milkshake, but they also love like the caramel pretzel milkshakes more. So
okay,
they agree with me.
Shocking opinion here from the 940. A Rangers pitcher will throw a no-hitter this year, and Girl Scout cookies are nasty.
Which pitcher?
Besides Kenny Rogers, is that the only one?
And no one.
Thank you. God darn. I almost
It's
cussed
only
'cause
those two?
I said, I think so. Nobody did it before Nolan Ryan, and then I don't remember anybody after Kenny Rogers doing
No
it.
hitters or perfect games? I'm sorry. Both?
No, well, I mean,
no hitter.
Kenny Rogers is the only perfect game in
Yeah.
Rangers history, and then I'm pretty sure Nolan and Kenny Rogers are the only two people that have thrown a no-hitter in Rangers history. So that'd be really cool. I don't care about a combined no-hitter, listener.
Yeah.
If Jacob deGrom throws 6 innings, then we bring in 2 relievers to get a no-hitter, it doesn't count.
Does Jim Bibby in 1973 count?
Did it?
He was the first Rangers no-hitter.
That's awesome.
On the road.
I would not have guessed that.
Does
Mike Bibby's uncle.
Does Bert Blyleven count?
Bert Blyleven did it too.
And the largest margin of victory in a Rangers no-hitter, 6 runs.
We really don't play
That's not
that.
as impressive as I would have thought.
Wait, say that again?
Largest margin of victory.
He won 6-0 in his no-hitter?
They won, they won 6-0.
Okay, but
Nolan's first one, they won 5-0.
we don't celebrate this at all as Rangers, do we?
I
don't
didn't
care.
know that.
How
Yeah.
did the Texas Rangers never mention Jim Bibby and Bert Blyleven doing anything?
Jim Bibby
one
also
of them
won
was the
6-0.
uncle of Mike Bibby, and I'm not making that up. I usually do, but that is true.
What?
Yeah.
No way!
Yeah, that
I
is-
just learned who Jim Bibby was today. I never knew that.
Yeah. And then Bert Blyleven, one time. Now, this was when my dad was teammates with Bert Blyleven.
He saved your life too? Like
No.
Wash? Oh.
He decided to play a joke. And he decided to make a chocolate cake. But he decided to use something else as the frosting. And then he wrapped it in like the cellophane or whatever to really make sure that the smell didn't get out. And then one of the teammates got really excited that there was a chocolate cake there. And he cut into it. And then
he did not.
And then the teammates were like laughing. And then they stopped him before he put it in his
Oh,
mouth.
thank God. Like that would be, oh my gosh, that would be the worst.
How about that joke?
That is
that going too far?
I mean, as long as they stop them, that's good. From the 214, as a segment rater expert, I rate this segment a 93.
Thank you.
From the 360.
That's a good Madden
Well,
player.
somebody pointed out on a scale of 1 to 100, you gave the show a C, and that's not.
Thank you.
Is the
somebody knows what I'm doing.
From the 360, the Cowboys are under 500 against the NFC East next year. Oh my goodness. And
what?
They love
Cowboys
that
are going
was-
to the Super Bowl.
And Thin Mints. They said Thin Mints scooped with peanut butter. Whoa.
I've never had mint and peanut butter together. Is that?
I don't know.
I'm trying
I'm
it.
intrigued.
I guess I'll try it.
From the 469, Rangers will make the playoffs, making it the first time since 16 that all 4 teams in DFW have made the playoffs because, well, we're gonna need the Mavericks to make sure they get that part done. The Stars look safe. Obviously, the Cowboys already made it. So,
Do you think that that's a real possible thing for this year?
yeah, absolutely.
That would be so fun.
Look, the Cowboys.
But it's not good enough.
No, I'm with you, but just to start, the Cowboys made it. The Stars, barring a just colossal catastrophe, they're good to go. I think the Mavs will make it, but then that will depend on, do you think just being in the tournament counts or you have to be in the 8? Honestly,
I think you have to make the real playoffs.
then
Like you have to have a 7-game series.
I certainly think that is doable.
Yeah.
And I think the Rangers could make the playoffs. I'm not saying any of them are locks, but I think that's doable.
All right. My hot sports opinion, Kyrie is going to like it here in Dallas enough, and the Mavericks are going to offer him a long-term contract, and he is going to be a Maverick next season. So I think they are going to sign a 4-year deal. I don't know if it'll be the complete max because I think his complete max is $210 million. I don't know if they're going to – I think they're going to try to negotiate it where it's like, dude, because of luxury tax and everything like that, we want to give you a huge contract on a 4-year deal, but – we don't want to get it to being over $50 million annually. That just puts us in a tough situation. But I think that Kyrie and Luka are going to like playing basketball enough with each other, especially Kyrie because he's the free agent, that he is going to sign a long-term contract with the Mavericks.
You want that? You guys, like, is that what you all want and hope? I mean, in this world,
Right
a lot
now,
of good
I
things
kind of
happen.
do, but I am scared of that.
Yeah.
Just to be honest, I'm. Most people
Sure.
say you don't want to lock in long term with Kyrie. You always want him kind of
renting, having
that kind of. I'm playing really for something, that being money. Obviously, you'd hope you're playing for a championship every year too. But yeah, I'm for that right now, and I like all the cookies everybody has said. Those are my favorites. But I do really like those lemon cookies they make too. I don't know the name of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the name of those either.
But I'm a lemon fan. I'm a lemon dessert fan.
Okay.
Y'all like the trefoils? Is anybody a trefoils fan?
I've heard they're the give up cookie that tastes like a box.
Oh yeah, those.
They have lemon ups and lemonades, so they're two different lemon cookies.
Do you go out and buy Girl Scout cookies?
I haven't in a while, but I have obviously bought a lot of Girl Scout cookies. Usually it's Thin Mint. Usually it's the coconut one, and usually it's the peanut butter chocolate one. Those are our three favorites, and those are what I think most everybody's been listing right now.
They got Adventurefuls and Raspberry Rallies now. Like, they have some additional ones that I never knew about.
They have like gluten-free cookies and stuff, right? That they upcharge you on.
I don't know about that, but
no, they do,
dude. I'll tell you this though, man. The girls at the grocery store are aggressive. And I think the parents, parents are the reason too, because I see the parents. The girls are like, I'm not going to go talk to that guy. He's busy. And their parents are like, you better go now. And they're like, all right, hey, you want to buy 3 boxes? And you're like, well, I actually just wanted 1. And they're like, nope, here's 6.
Wow, that is a lot.
And then you eat them all in the car and you sit there.
All 6 boxes?
Trying to hide the box in the trash can.
Is that why you ate them in the car so you can take them right to the dumpster? You're like, I didn't even eat any cookies today. All right, Joey, do you have a sports opinion for us and favorite Girl Scout cookie?
Sure. I'll stick with the theme of baseball. The Texas Rangers will have 4 All-Stars this season.
Wow.
I'm thinking deGrom, Perez, one of those two. You got Seager, Simeon, and then probably between Lowe and Adolis.
I like it.
Be one of my 4. And my favorite one is the s'mores cookies. Like the s'mores ones. Thin Mints are up there, but I like the little s'mores, like circular oval thingies.
You a big marshmallow guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Why did you say it like that?
How it's spelled.
Sugar pillows.
Marshmallow?
Remember Mike earlier was talking about how words should be spelled the way they sound, or sound the way they're spelled. Marshmallow. It's mallow.
That's a great point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike's thinking that over right now on Build-A-Chair Day. Coming up next, countdown to spring training. It might be left field because we talked about it a lot earlier. What is the biggest question mark for the Rangers in Arizona? 877-881-1053. We'll do Mike Likes It as well as part of the Lunch Rush on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. Somebody's that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a drive deep down the left field line. Kemp giving it a look, and it is gone. About 4 rows deep. Marcus Semien clubs his 18th home run of the season to tie the score at 1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. What is the biggest question for the Texas Rangers in Arizona as we continue our countdown to spring training? We talked a lot about left field during Baseball Nuggets, and I feel like for a lot of folks, that's probably going to be. Is it just going to be a platoon? Is somebody going to step up? Are they even going to have that opportunity? Does it still boil down to left field for y'all, or is there a different question mark that you're looking at going to Arizona?
To me, my major one, and it won't be solved in spring training, but how good can Josh Young be? Because we're relying on him becoming a cornerstone of the Texas Rangers. The way that I remember doing shows, pre- and post-game shows in 2017, the new pillars of the Texas Rangers, right? We'd build them up for a whole year in 2017. The franchise is going to regain dominance, and 2010 and 2011 are going to happen again, and they're going to happen because of Nomar Mazara, Joey Gallo, and Rougned Odor. This is where we're building the franchise around, and in 2000 whatever, it is going to be awesome. I don't know if you guys can remember that or not, but I mean, that's what we were selling in 2017. They're the pillars. They're the things you're building your foundation on, Mazara, Gallo, and Odor. And honestly, none of them worked out. Now, obviously, Gallo got you some decent return value in a trade, but none of them worked out as being franchise-changing players. Mazara is pretty much a minor leaguer now. You know, Rugi's still putting up the same numbers that he's always put up, and Gallo's gotten worse. Josh Young needs to be a franchise-changing player. Now, I'm not saying Hall of Famer. I'm not saying like, oh, he's a 5 or 8-time All-Star. But he needs to be a guy that, and I'm not saying this year, but this season, we need to see the signs of a great player in the making. Because if he at the end of the year, or there's a chance, I mean, to be honest, there's a chance in mid-May, you're like, hey, we just have to send him down to get more seasoning. Or he gets hurt again.
Okay, and that was going to be my question. What if you see the signs of that for, let's say, 3 months? You're like, holy crap. And then it gets hurt again.
Sell.
Does that kill all momentum?
For me, it's sell. Because that
means have to wait till the off season probably in that to see if a team would. He would hurt his trade value by getting hurt again.
Yeah, and that's where it's like, could I involve him in something? But Kevin, a great man once said, "Hurt players get hurt," and like that would be me looking at him going, dude, all these things just keep happening like this. Dang, man, you're injury prone. Yeah, according to Kevin.
I mean,
but
so far he has been injury prone.
But and that's where I would be like, I can't, even with all this, I can't trust that you're ever going to develop beyond this. Even though we see these little glimpses, we can't trust that. So I would try to maximize value somehow by the end of the season and move on if I had some significant injury this year. But Mike's right, they would go away. But I'm very hopeful that he is a part of the block of foundation that they're building on, because their foundation right now is the veterans they bought. Like they don't have a foundation of youth that is the future for this right now.
I'm going to go to cut number 3 right here. This is Jacob deGrom just talking about his left side tightness, because I think that is what's going to remain my biggest question throughout spring training.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what I've been through the past couple of years, I've dealt with some things, and this is very minor. Left side was a little tight. Mentioned that to them. Actually, I was still throwing at home. And then when I got here, they just said, hey, let's take a couple days, knock this all the way out, and then resume. I was able to build a good bulk of throwing at home. I think I got off the mound close to 6 times before I came here, which normally leading into a spring, I would only have been off the mound 2 or 3 times. So I built up a good bulk, and, talking to CY about that and the training staff was hey, let's make sure this left side goes away. And then, where I was at with my arm, we were comfortable taking a few days.
Everything felt fine during all your bullpens at home?
Yes.
And when was your last bullpen?
It was like a week ago, I believe. A week, because I threw at FanFest, then I threw when I got back, and then I threw again off the mound, and then was playing catch. And honestly, I felt it a little bit in light catch, but once I stretched out, I felt great.
Okay.
So I continued throwing. And then, like I said, once I said, hey, it's kind of hanging around, then they were like, let's take a couple days and knock this out.
All right, and I appreciate all of that, but you can understand the level of concern is I just want to see what they do with him in spring training. Like, I have no doubt, like, he's a good pitcher. I just want to see how they handle his work in spring training.
I mean, let's be honest. They gave that contract, and, we had Chris Young on, the general manager. Yeah. They gave that contract saying he's starting 30 games every year.
Yep.
They did not give that contract going, we'll live with 20 to 22 starts.
You're right.
So anything less than 30 starts, I'm not saying is a complete failure. I don't think you can go like it's an A or an F in this situation, but if he makes less than 25 starts, that is an F. If he makes somewhere between 25 and 29 starts, you're like, okay, I can kind of live with that, but you guys signed him to make 30-plus starts a year. You really want a guy making 32 starts. And so if he can make 30 starts, they succeeded in we're giving this much money because we believe he can get back to being approximately 200 innings and approximately 30 starts a year.
When it comes to question mark, Kevin, obviously left field,
sure,
that's where we are, and that's that we kind of got to that one earlier. But I think, and I don't know if anybody else feels this way because maybe the position just is what it is now. But I don't know what kind of production to expect from the catcher position.
Okay.
And Mike, maybe you could help me figure out what would be a good production, because does Adley Rushman change? Is he like an outlier in the world of the catcher? Because what we have is meh.
He might be. Well, JT Realmuto is, but to your point, catcher has gone downhill in offensive production over the last at least decade, if not 2 decades. Because remember this, Bryce Harper was a catcher in high school.
Yeah. Face.
But they just said, you're not playing catcher. Like, we want the 40 home runs. We want what we believe you can do potentially offensively, and putting you at catcher is going to hinder that. Adley Rushman does look like a guy who can bring back and he's not defensively this poor, but he looks like he could bring back the Mike Piazza days or Carlton Fisk.
Yeah.
Pudge obviously built up to being a great offensive player. He didn't come into the league at his age as a great offensive player.
Everybody was just excited about his cannon.
Right, his cannon and all that. And then by 92, if I have my years right, or 93, you started seeing, whoa, this Pudge Rodriguez might be able to really produce offensively too. So I do think Adley Rushman is going to, even with JT Realmuto, I think he's going to crush offensive stats for catchers.
Okay, and that's where I'm like, I don't know what to expect out of Heim. And people
who had a great year last year.
He did.
His second half wasn't.
But
yeah, up to that point, he was borderline all-star.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people like Mark McLemore, who obviously has played 20 years in the game, and I didn't. He's like, when you see young catchers finally get to be everyday catchers,
you see them where
they die in the second half, and then the next year they know how to handle being a catcher and their body playing more like 6 months of that position.
So you're kind of in this place where you have Heim and Huff, and I know McCarver's like your DH guy right now, but I would maybe I would like a little better DH position too. But that's fine. He'll do fine if he's healthy.
And what are you getting from Mitch Garver too, right?
Yeah, so that's where I am with. It's just 3 guys that Heim was fun, right? But can Huff grow into whatever they wanted him to become? And will he always be catcher? That's another question that goes along with that.
With Huff, you're saying?
Yeah. So
I wonder how on the team he is.
Ooh.
I don't know if he's on the team.
He kind of bouncing back and forth.
I've sailed on him too. Like, he was the dude 3 or 4 years ago that people were hyped. Now I'm like,
I think he's 50-50. You know how we would come in different player, but you know how we'd always go to spring training and it would be the Willie Calhoun. Is he going to make the team? What is he going to be? And I think that Sam Huff is now entering the Willie Calhoun situation. Now, Willie didn't have the best attitudes if they're like, hey, you're going down the minors.
Right.
Which stinks. I always got told every spring training, 100% of the time, you're going down the minors. Never. Well, I guess with the Mets for one series, I got to start the year in the major leagues. And then after one series, like, you're going back down the minors. David Cone is ready. But I just wonder where he's at and where he fits in on the future of the Rangers. In fact, it just goes to, Broadus was talking about this yesterday, Corey, of the Rangers are starting to accumulate quantity. And I'm not saying quality. I don't know. For quality, you have to actually do good things in the major leagues. But when you start producing a lot of quantity, Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Sam Huff, Justin Foscue, they all can't play in the major leagues. This is when they do the top 30 MLB prospects for the Rangers. Well, at no point will all those guys ever be in the major leagues at one time because you can't. There's only 26 spots. So I just wonder if they take guys like Sam Huff. I think you want guys like Sam Huff to have good springs to almost use them as assets
Leverage,
down the road. Unless you think that I don't think they see Sam Huff as an everyday catcher. But I don't know that.
Like, did you see how many times Mike kind of twisted on that conversation? Because the position of catcher is kind of a weird spot. So there are a lot of question marks, I think, at that spot on what kind of production we're getting from the place.
And the other thing, too, is it's such a defensive position. Now, in a weird way, it's not anymore, right? But you still want great pitch framers. At this point, they still are not, electric strike zone. When they get that, it doesn't matter how you catch it. You can bury it in the ground. You can pull it away, pull it in. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a strike if the computer says it's a strike.
Yeah.
And that will open up a whole new world, honestly, at that position. Because now you're like, I don't care. Get on both knees.
Yeah.
Like, stand up. I don't even care if you catch the ball. Like,
lay down and just let it go past
until
you.
It gets to 3 strikes. If there's nobody on first base, you need to catch the ball or block the ball and throw it to first on strike 3. But literally, you don't even have to catch the ball until that point.
From the 3-5, what's our bullpen going to look like? Because
bunch of dudes.
You think so?
Bunch of guys kind of thrown in there. I think you have 2 guys that are considered late inning guys. One that has really good stuff, but still you're kind of waiting on him to do it. A guy that has a pitch that everybody knows is coming because he's afraid to throw his fastball also.
He just gets wild with it, Leclerc.
Yeah, and then the rest of it, I think it kind of feels like they have a bunch of starters that are going to be relievers.
Here's the hope for your bullpen. Your team is so good after 2 months. Let's just say you're 10 games over 500 at the end of May, that we do the same thing that happened in 2010. And you go, all right, we are good. Neftali Felice looks like he's a closer, and that's what I'm hoping from Hernandez. I don't think Leclerc, my honest opinion, I think Leclerc's more of a 7th inning guy than an 8th or 9th inning guy, and right now I think they're leaning to him being the 9th inning guy. But Hernandez takes over the closer's role, is great at it, because I think his stuff is top 10% in bullpen stuff in Major League Baseball. And then you go out and you get a Mike Adams, and you go out and you get other guys. And I can't remember. I know Koji Uehara did not work out in the trade situation when they got him. But I do think you do that. I think Chris Young is looking at it this way. If after 2 months I'm 10 games over 500, I will start using assets to build up this pen to make the playoffs. But right now, the pen does not look strong. It does look like a major issue for a team that wants to win 90-plus games. Usually if you want to win 90-plus games, your bullpen. Now, bullpens can be crazy. You can look on a piece of paper and go, I like this bullpen. And then you get 2-3 months into the season, you're like, what in the world is wrong with our bullpen? Yeah. And sometimes you have a bad bullpen on paper and you're like, man, we're figuring this out. But I tell you what, man, everybody will tell you this that played Major League Baseball. It's one thing to pitch in the pen when your team is 10 games under 500 or 30 games out of first place. It's another thing when you get past the All-Star break and you're in a race, a pennant race, and you're having to close out games because you know you either keep the lead in your division or you get a game closer. Whether we want to or not, our brain gets in the way a lot because pitching 30 games out or 30 games up are right in the same spot. It's the same 3 innings or same 3 outs, but our brain doesn't work that way. It works in this is more pressure. Not only do I want to do this for me, but I want to do this for my team too. I want to show that I'm reliable. I want to show that I can pitch on a championship winning team, a division winning team. So I do think the hope is in June, we're saying this team's good. They just need a couple more relievers to make sure it stays this good.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, I wanted to throw this out real quick. Maybe y'all already saw it. Did you see the FC Dallas new food item of choice?
No.
It is the short-ribbed grilled cheese.
Oh, I did see this.
5-hour braided beef short ribs, melted Monterey Jack, and cheddar slices grilled between 2 buttered slices of Texas toast.
They put butter on the toast for you.
It's supposed to say braised instead of
Oh,
braided.
braised,
I think
excuse
they
me.
misspelled it when I read it. I was like,
Look.
that doesn't look right. But yeah,
They take the meat and they start putting it in braids.
Yeah, maybe
I get
so.
it.
I've seen people
And then
do
they
that with salmon before.
They
yeah.
weave it in and out of the sandwich, like
No.
Princess
No,
Leia
nobody's
style.
taking that much time to do that, except for that one guy that works with chocolate on TikTok all the time. He's amazing. But yeah, no, the sandwich does look awesome, dude. I love grilled cheese sandwiches. Now you're putting short rib
You're
on
on
it.
that China TikTok thing?
Oh my God.
We don't have it. We can't get into a break here either, Kevin. So this
But
is
can't bail.
Very awkward.
You know what really sucks is because now it's time for Mike Likes It. So, like, what are we supposed to do? All right, Mike.
I don't get TikTok. I get on it some, and I like it. Like, there's some things I like on it. Let me ask you this. I'm a 45-year-old man. To be honest, like, I'm really being honest, I don't watch, like, porn on my phone. But when I get on TikTok, a lot of times it wants to show me girls that, like, they're barely covering their boobs or they're in swimsuits or stuff. Does it just know that I'm, like, a 45-year-old man and I'm probably going to like those things?
Corey?
I
don't use TikTok.
I've never written a logarithm, so I don't really know.
Do you feel like when you get on Instagram or TikTok or something, you're like, how is this what they're doing for me?
Okay.
Or are you like, oh, no, they know me well?
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. Instagram will tell me that I like blondes. Like, that's surprising to me because I like brunettes. But Instagram's like, hey, look at all these blondes. And I'm like, man, I just really want to look at some briskets. That's about it. So I understand what you're saying. Yes, somehow they figure out your age and what kind of group you fall into.
Mm-hmm.
And what's even weirder, like, you watched The Social Dilemma, right? That little documentary kind of thing?
Yeah, I think we all
There was
saw
a
that.
moment,
I think so.
there was a
Netflix or
moment in there
whatever.
where they were saying that even with their, I'll say algorithm just to appease you, that if you stop scrolling and are kind of looking at the screen, they presume that something that's on that screen, I could stop scrolling and be talking to somebody. But they presume that when I stop, that I'm looking at something specific on the phone, even if I'm talking to my kids or doing something else. So that's always weird to me, too. I don't know how it works, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll be honest. It is tough when I get on Instagram. I can't even remember last time I was on TikTok. It's been, I'm going to guess, a couple of weeks. But like when they do show a girl shaking her boobs around, like it's tough to not like just click and go like, well, what is happening here? And then it's like, oh, he likes that. And I'm like, well, dang it. You know, because then you get a whole bunch more and you have to start clicking on other things for it to try to not give you those things. So next thing, we had this discussion and we teased it in the crosstalk. We were in the getting ready room. And Corey, as me and you were getting ready, you took a shot at my man, Patrick Mahomes, and you've already taken a shot at him today on the show because he was enjoying the taste of the Rockies.
A nice can of water.
Coors freaking Light, which is a great beer, Corey.
Hold on.
Coors Light is a good beer. Now, you tell me why a beer that probably sells 1 billion times a year is a bad beer. And you know what? I like Bud Light too, and I like Miller Lite, and I like Michelob Ultra. I like all the generic beers. They are solid, good tasting beers.
And you probably also like the price point on them too. I imagine that's like for a lot of guys in their early 20s, maybe even before they turn 21, they love the fact that they can find enough coins to go buy very cheap beers, and you can buy a lot of them for a certain amount. Like,
but I do like them more than, I know there's probably a lot of fans of like Natty Light, Natural Light. Like I get that that's or PBR.
Yeah.
Aren't Pabst Blue Ribbon, Blue Ribbon and Natty Light, aren't those the cheapest beers?
I believe so.
And I don't mind those, but I'd rather have Coors Light, Bud Light, or Miller Lite, or Michelob Ultra over those.
If I'm going to the lake with some buddies, I'm crushing some Coors Light all weekend. I can drink a whole 24-pack over the weekend and be just fine. And you can drink them all day. Like, they're 6% beers, lots of good water content in them. You also do need to drink, water throughout the day. But when it comes to like the ingredients that are created, and this is why, I mean, you can buy like an 18 pack of Coors Light for about $18. Somebody's gonna be like, I can get it for 14. That's fine. I'm putting it in that price range. You buy a lot of times.
You can buy them for pretty much less than $1 a beer, right? When you buy a big 24 can thing, you can usually get them for less than $1 a beer.
And there are, as Kevin would probably call them, hipster beers.
Yes.
You're gonna buy a 4-pack for like $14. Like, it's because they put more quality ingredients into those than the Coors Light is gonna be.
I'm gonna sound like Kevin on this one.
Oh,
I feel like
that's a compliment.
The beers that you like, craft beers, a lot of them have too much flavor for me.
Probably so.
I'm like,
Yes!
what? I'm like, what in the crap is this?
Yeah, and it
now
also,
I do like Blue Moon, like that's kind of that orangey beer or whatever, like that. And I don't think is that considered a craft beer because that's at like every bar you go to, or at least most.
I believe that is owned by Anheuser-Busch or Miller Lite, because Miller I think owns Coors Light, and they all own each other. Yeah. So but at one time that was kind of the craftiest Belgian beer that you could find around. It was like, whoa, hold on, what is this? This is not just some regular lager. This is something different.
With Coors Light a lager?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're craft breweries that make lagers. But with like let's go through some of them around here. Martin House. They're gonna have so many different creative types of beers that are chocolatey or IPAs or whatever. Petacolas. There are a lot of different breweries around DFW. And there are a lot of them across the country. As a matter of fact, Mike, total beer sale volumes edged up 1%, like total beer, and craft brewery sales rose 8% to 24.8 million barrels last year. That's pretty significant. Like, that number right there is pretty significant. You're right.
How many times do you drink a craft beer? Because I will say for me, I'm going to go 50-50. It's a 50-50 for me. Somebody says, hey, you want to have a craft beer? I've never had Troy Aikman's new beer.
It's good.
I haven't had, sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Dang it, Dallas Stars, because I saw him at
Marty Turco.
Marty Turco. In fact, Turco, we saw him at Southwest Airlines, not Marty Turco, but he had like signs, he had like posters and everything.
He was like, hey guys, former Stars goalie Marty Turco.
I haven't had his beer. But I'm going to tell you, it's a 50-50 proposition with me. You give me and I hate the dark beers, the whatever they're, malt beers or whatever they are, like the really dark, thick ones. I don't like those.
What if I told you I could get you one that tastes like a chocolate pie?
I don't think it can.
Okay.
But I'll try it. I'd rather have chocolate pie.
I totally get that.
I just think that for me, it's 50-50 on those beers. But if you give me a common beer, and it doesn't have to be light, it can be Coors, it can be just Bud, Weiser. I'm just like, I know I'm going to be like, hey, pretty good. And I'm not a huge beer drinker.
Yes, I know that.
But I'm just like, man, these craft beers, because I know you're a craft fan, I'm just kind of like, man, there's just too many different flavors, and they are either way too flavorful for me, or I'm like, how does palates like these things?
Well, and that's the thing too. I'm trying to remember the IBU scale. You have bitter, and then you have sweet. And that's where you kind of find what you like in that ranges. And the bitter ones are going to be those, high IPAs that have a lot of, you can find the real fruity ones and stuff like that. Or the sweeter ones, the Belgians and these chocolatey, the stouts and stuff like that with the coffees and stuff. Those are all different flavors. So you kind of have to go into it with the mindset of what do I like and what range do I want to be in? Again, somebody just pointed out pickle beer from Martin House. They make a pickle beer. And people love it, especially people that like pickles. Tastes like pickle juice.
Do you drink pickle beer with like fried pickles, like at a bar? Because that seems very pickly.
That's a lot of pickly. Yeah, if that's what you're into, then that's the way you can go with it. So yeah, and somebody was pointing out there was something I wanted to grab here, but there've been a lot of texts that kind of rolled through. So one of the reasons, Mike, that I kind of went to the craft beer side was because I wanted to support local products. And like the communities and the Petacolas and the Martin Houses, those are local. They're crafted here. They're made here. It's something from Texas, from the DFW area. That's why I got involved and wanted to know more about what they do. And then I started finding out that they did have all these different flavors. All I knew growing up was that Miller Lite, Coors Light, and Bud Light were my options. And then I found out there was so much more. big beers that are like 9, 13%, and also are packed with all these flavors. And then compared to, the 6% beer. So all these different things kind of popped up, and I was like, oh, this is very different. But yeah, man, if I'm going to go to like a bar and just have a nice casual laid back night, I'll drink Dos Equis. I'll drink a Pacifico. Those are really good. But there's a lot of different flavors out there. And this is like where we talked to Kevin about his food palate, right?
Yeah.
We're always like, dude, why do you hate salt? And he's just like, oh, I hate it. It's the worst. Don't
Does
even
that mean
put
I like
salt.
Coors Light?
You would be a Coors Light guy.
Coors Lights are great.
See, now you get me.
I guess I get you in beers, but you've never had a beer, so you never even tasted a beer.
Nope.
Wow. I know this is Mike likes it, and you can say I don't want to share the story. Is there a reason why you won't even? Is it because your father?
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind talking about it.
So you're like, I don't even want to taste it because I might like it?
Yeah. Well, and plus, I mean, you've met me. I have kind of an addictive personality, and so that is part of it as well. And so my dad kind of messed up his life and to a certain extent our family's life because of alcohol and everything. And so I just thought, you know what, probably best not to travel down that road.
Now, changing the subject from beer to baseball. Back to baseball.
Okay.
We did this yesterday. We had a sick kid, so you didn't get to hear this yesterday, Kevin.
You were not
We were doing the
around.
top 100 right now, and they had come out with the list of 41 through 100, and the Rangers had 3 on the list. They had Simeon, who was in the 40s. They had Adolis Garcia was 99, and Nate Lowe was 70.
Okay.
So I think Simeon was 46. I'm going off of memory here.
Okay.
But we have 21 through 40 now that are out.
Best players in all of baseball?
Best players, it's MLB Network's top 100 right now for 2023. Next week, they'll come out with the top 20 players in baseball right now. So we have 2 guys that have now made it onto the list. And 33 is Corey Seager.
Oh.
Last year ranked 21, so he did go down a little bit. And Jacob deGrom takes the second biggest bump on where he was. He was number 7. He is now number 28.
You had to figure that was going to happen.
Yeah, he missed quite a bit
right?
of time last year, so that probably hurt him because just the guy who took the worst jump of number 3 overall last year, Fernando Tatis Jr. goes from number 3 to 26.
How much of that is like, I get the suspension and everything. I always wonder about perception too. And the more that happened, like we keep hearing, maybe people just don't like him.
Yeah, I don't think he's a likable teammate. I think he's going to have issues being a likable guy, but he is super talented. Even when he was hurt the year before, I thought he should have maybe won the MVP if you look at his stats. But because the Padres disappointed so much, he had the fight with Manny Machado in the dugout. They went from being over 500 competing to, I think at the end of the year, they were 81-81 or maybe even 80-82, and their manager got fired. It was chaos, and they're like, we're not giving MVP to a dude who might have led the chaos, even though his numbers overall were pretty good. But I think this is the tough part. We talked about this yesterday. 21 through 40, Astros, 23, Altuve, 24, Alex Bregman, 30, Kyle Tucker. Let me go down to now 31 through 40, and they have at 40 Jose Abreu, who's now their new first baseman.
Who they just picked up, it felt like on a whim, right? They're like, oh yeah, we'll take him. That's fine.
Yordan Alvarez, not on the list yet. I do believe he'll be in the top 10.
Oh, top 10.
So and he'll be in the top 20 for sure, but I think that he's going to be on that borderline, somewhere between, because he doesn't play defense for the most part. I think he'll be somewhere between like 10 and 7 is my guess.
Okay.
But to give you guys an idea, because now we're getting down to superstar names to finish up. Mike likes it. 21 was Francisco Lindor. 22 was Carlos Correa. I already gave you 23 and 24, Altuve and Bregman. 25, Ronald Acuna Jr. went from 10 to 25. Tatis, 26. Corbin Burns, 27. Jacob deGrom, our guy, 28. JT Realmuto, number 29. Kyle Tucker, number 30. So that gives you an idea of guys that are borderline top 20 players in the game today.
Wow.
And the great thing is the Rangers have 5. I've always said on this list, the Rangers need 5 guys to truly compete. When you get to last year, they had 1 guy on the list. Or they had 2, sorry. They had Simeon and Seager on the list. And you're like, dude, don't tell me they're going to be good when you don't have what people are considering premium players.
Yeah.
Now that you have 5 on this list, when you look at this list, the teams that usually compete have 5 to 8 guys on this list.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, an excellent edition of the Lunch Rush right there. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I might have to go to the restroom. I'll be back.
What? Next on the Fan.
Hey, we're doing some quick laundry, repacking our bags, and heading back out to Arizona. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin.
Are you going to reveal what that evil laugh was in the break?
Absolutely, I am right now. Guys, what colors do you want the Rangers to wear this year?
Red.
Because I have their uniform colors for this season.
I want them to wear red.
Mike, while you're over there on your new blue chair.
Can you give an update about what you said right before we went on air, though?
I was putting on the caps that, kind of make everything look nice and clean after you screw everything in. And some of them I was like, whoa, this got really loose. And so I just retightened it. I think it's good. I think it's going to be good forever.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's going to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
I've made 3 chairs now up here at the station, and third time's a charm.
I hope so, Mike.
Second one wasn't the best. It didn't keep the hydraulics as good. What was your question? I'll answer it right now.
What color uniform? You want blue?
I do. I don't mind red. I do think the Rangers, and I agree with, I believe, hopefully I'm not calling them out here, Chuck Morgan really likes if the Rangers would pick a color so it's not like spots of red and blue. Yep. Like when you go,
it looks like a home field, yeah.
Or it's blue. And I do think a lot of people loved when the Rangers went to red in 1994 when they moved to the ballpark.
That's how I was.
But I love Sunday powder blues.
All right, here we go. The Rangers will have a white uniform. They will also...
Major mistake.
And that's the white with the Rangers logo across it. They will also have...
They should do the outfield wall in all white.
No, Mike, that's not... You don't believe that.
Have you gotten any blowback about that yet from the school?
No, they're not changing it.
They will also have gray uniforms. Those are road grays, if you will, Mike.
Remember how boring when we were kids it just said Texas across it?
And it will say Texas across it.
But it's cool Texas.
The Rangers will also have the dark blue uniforms this year. The regular blue, blue top. Yeah,
because dark blue reminds me of navy blue.
No, I know what you're talking about.
We'll call it electric blue or something. I don't know.
Computer blue,
like this blue, like my Ranger hat blue.
Yeah.
And according to Levi Weaver, the Rangers will be also sporting baby blue for Sundays. I mean, they could sport any other day, but there is no red jersey this year.
Oh, in your face, Kevin!
That's why I laughed at
From
you.
From the 817, red is the only answer. The only answer is red.
Red.
Are you upset now?
Dead.
So upset that you won't talk to Greg Maddux?
No.
Okay.
Are you going to protest by wearing red jerseys to Ranger games this year?
Ooh, that is not a bad idea.
Or Kevin.
Yeah.
Will we go
Time
to
1053thefan.com/merch to get the new KNC Masterpiece shirt? This thing features a logo that says the KNC Masterpiece on it.
That's like our old-timey saloon logo.
It also says, it does have that. It's also
Or
long
salon.
sleeve. I think you can get multiple different types of sleeve. This is a next level
1L
shirt. It's super soft. Everybody is going to want to wear this shirt. 100% cotton, but super soft, baby. So if you want to look right now, we're all holding it up on the fan cam.
It's the good cotton.
Yes.
This is nice, dude. I can't wait to
When did they change cotton, by the way?
What? I don't.
Think about this.
It's the
you
fabric
think
of
about
our
it
lives.
and think about it hard. Back when we were kids and when we were in high school and even in our early adult life, cotton didn't feel this way. And at some point, cotton changed. And now I don't want anything to do with those old cotton T-shirts.
They felt stiff. They felt like they were going to fall apart on at some point. Yes.
I don't know if it's called soft cotton, if they changed sheep or something.
Did you say if they changed sheep? Did I get that correct?
Isn't that where they get the sheep from?
The wool?
Yeah.
The cotton?
That's wool. Cotton comes from the ground.
Maybe they added wool.
Do you think they turned...
It can't be 100% cotton and have wool in it. That's not 100%.
I can't read anything. I mean, sometimes How I'm not making $1 million a year on jokes, I don't know.
Mike, I think my understanding is that there are different qualities.
These letters are way too small. There's no way a human can read this.
There are different qualities of the cotton, and therefore, like, the older shirts were probably made with cheaper versions of cotton, and they were like, hey, we don't want to pay that much for this.
But isn't
nice
cotton?
I think there's different.
I guess
different qualities of it. Like, are all steaks the same? No, some are different. Are all green beans the same? No, they're grown differently in places.
You remember that first time you went to the fancy green bean place? Either they like opened up a silver tray for you or whatever, and you're like, "Oh my god, those are the fanciest ass green beans I've ever seen," and they're delicious.
And they tasted different,
yes,
right?
Yes, they did.
So yeah, I think you're not going to get the same oranges in Florida as you are in Montana. Do they grow oranges in Montana?
Yeah, that's
you
like what
ever
this
do
entire
what the tag
last season
says?
of Yellowstone was about.
No, I wash all clothes the same.
No, yeah, me too.
Machine wash cold ain't happening. Only. Man, this is tough.
Hold on, why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Because
Why won't you
that's
wash
too
them
big of
cold?
an inconvenience for you to turn
to
one.
push the cold button.
I think things get cleaner hot.
You're supposed to wash your towels in hot and your sheets in hot and your clothes in cold.
Only non-chlorine. Bleach when needed.
That
tumble dry low. Are you tumbling dry low?
Yeah, we have these like tennis ball looking things that we throw into the dryer. I don't know what they do, but Jess is like, put those in there.
I push power and then I say, and it says normal, and I go, yep, that sounds good to me. And so I just go with that. I have no clue what all the other ones do. Any other questions, Mike?
I have tons of questions.
We don't have time for this.
Kevin,
question.
what do you think the first question is?
What do you think they decided to make clothes with cotton? Like I feel like that's the.
Oh my gosh, his eyes lit up when he thought about that.
What do you think they made clothes out of first? I guess leaves, right? It kind of says Adam and Eve kind of tried to cover themselves in leaves. I
hemp,
think
maybe hemp.
Oh yeah,
hemp was a big product back
Adam
in the day.
and Eve were not married. Right? It goes back to the start
I don't
of the
know.
show.
I have no clue. Like, were they just married already?
I mean, honestly,
so
in the Bible, if you believe it, they're like, have sex with your sister and brother and everything. We need babies. And then eventually there's enough people that God's like, stop doing that. That's true.
I don't think it got phrased like that. Well,
brilliant.
when he says multiply in numbers, I don't think he was like, so saith on the mountain, you shallst bangeth her and
Oh my
her.
God.
That is not how that went.
Well, Cain stayed alive. Abel died.
Animal hides, right? Isn't that what they have
Oh,
to kill
yeah.
the first animal so they could cover up their bodies?
I don't know.
Or
That's a
the
good
leaf?
question.
I don't know. Anyway,
the show.
white, gray, blue, and powder blue will be the Rangers' uniforms this season.
What do you
Kevin?
think they're made of?
Cotton or nylon?
I don't know about
Fiberglass.
that.
I don't know.
Wasn't there a Seinfeld episode if they were all cotton, they would shrink?
Yeah.
I thought those were wool. So that's what
They
we're
used to
rocking
wear
with.
wool. That's what like Babe Ruth wore.
Yeah, and he was faster. Why wouldn't they? Like, you ever watch those videos? And he's around the bases
How
so
come
fast.
they can't ever get those in normal speed?
What is happening right now?
Babe Ruth's like when he ran around the bases. I'm like, I always thought he ran that fast too. I'm like, it is weird that he's taking such short strides, but his feet are moving that fast.
Go to 1053thefan.com/merch to
Or
check
to
out
send
all
in
the
your
new
resume,
merch.
honestly. That's what I would
Do
do
they have
if I
hats?
were you. This job is here for the taking.
There's
and
no
Carter
way.
and Joey, I concede. You might have a point.
I'm like a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, often imitated but never duplicated.
Lots of shirts. They got some G-Bag Nation shirts, some Twolo shirts, some Tolo shirts. This is awesome, man. Go check out the 1053thefan.com/merch page right now.
All right.
Kevontae Turpin sat down with somebody last week during the Super Bowl, Kevin, and said he wants a bigger role in the Cowboys offense this year. And he said we had a talk during my exit meeting, basically saying like they already know what I do with the special teams this year and all, but they're going to try and get me on the offense and try to make guys respect me more on both sides of the ball. I'm going into this training camp basically trying to show them that they have no choice but to use me on offense. That's my mindset. Now, Kevin, you said the other day the Cowboys will try to sell us that Jalen Tolbert and Michael Gallup will be better next year.
Here's the next step.
Is this another one of those additions where they're like, and Kevontae Turpin's going to take a leap?
You can almost feel, I can almost feel the Stephen Jones interview right now. It goes a little something like this.
I can't wait to see Turpin out there.
And I mean, essentially, we are adding a Pro Bowl receiver because Kevontae Turpin was a Pro Bowler, and now if we're going to open up his game to being a receiver as well, that's almost like adding a Pro Bowler to the crew. I'm not saying I agree with one lick of that. I'm just telling you that's what's going to happen. You can feel it. Or Odell Beckham. Those are your options. That's what's gonna happen.
Did you feel when you watched Kevontae Turpin line up this year in the offense that you were just like, there's no way the ball's going to him?
Yes.
And that was the frustrating part was I never suspected they were gonna throw the ball his direction. And I watched. Did you watch? You didn't really. You were sick the whole time. You didn't watch a lot of the Pro Bowl stuff, right?
That is true.
And I was watching the flag football game, and it was fun to watch Turpin get the ball from Geno Smith and take off upfield. I was like, whoa, this is interesting. He does have some cuts in him. These are going to be some fun things to see.
As long as you use him more, because that was the other issue, right? Is they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna use him on a sweep, and so if he went in there, you're like, all right, they're either gonna sweep him or they're gonna do nothing with him. And so yeah, that's all you need. Get 2 catches in the first drive if you're sustaining it, and then all of a sudden you'll be like, well, crap, is that a thing they're gonna do today?
Yeah, no, so that's I am very interested to see how they use him in the future, but again, they are going to tell you we didn't go get a new receiver this year because we found our gem last year.
I will tell you one thing about that. He makes nothing. So if you can find a way to make Kevontae Turpin even kind of usable in the offensive game, that's a great value. It really is.
And I am with Mike on, can we also work with him on making a cut in the return game? Just one. Just make one cut, and that should be good enough for you, man. Well, you are, hey, let's go full speed and go.
Do you go back and forth? Sometimes I think his effectiveness is that he just recklessly runs into a pile and probably gets more yards than he should have. But then there's the obvious downfall. When we all saw the cut, he didn't make it, and we know what happened next. So I think it works both ways.
Dak took the ball just a little bit, still good return, and he scored a touchdown.
Yeah, score all the
touchdowns.
touchdowns.
That's what Dak does.
Score all the touchdowns, Dak.
Did he not drive us all the way back down the field for a touchdown?
Well, Mike, I don't know if you know, but
I think he does know. I think that's why he's doing
another team won the
this.
Super Bowl this year, and that's tough on us.
We'll find out.
And then I wanted to go to this story. When was the last time you had a great epiphany? Do you know what an epiphany is, Mike?
Probably during this segment.
I think I shop there for my wife.
Is that Tiffany's?
No, that's way too expensive.
Is there a place called Epiphany?
I think I get candles, and they have some clothes. I think I got.
Apothecary? I don't.
Yeah, I forget the name.
All right. I messed up that one, but yeah. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions,
not the Canadian,
went to a Garth Brooks concert. And while he was there, he said this. I was thinking at the time and soaking in the atmosphere, and it was like, holy cow, this is what a home playoff game is going to be like. And this is what I want to be part of. This is what I want to feel. This is what I want to experience. And then he said it made me feel some type of way. And I kept going back to that as part of the process. You know that. So basically, when he was deciding to stick around Detroit and stay their offensive coordinator this year, it's because he went to a Garth Brooks concert. And the crowd was so rowdy that he was like, I want to be here for next season when Jared Goff becomes the Garth Brooks of football.
Anthropology.
I think Jared Goff could become the Chris Gaines of football, but probably not.
Because it don't matter to the sun.
Oh, wait a second.
I love me some Chris Gaines.
You don't like Garth Brooks, do you?
I do like Garth Brooks.
Better than George Strait?
Hey, look, one was Entertainer of the Year and one was Artist of the Year.
Every
year for
I would
like
give
10
an advantage
years.
to George Strait, but I do like Garth Brooks quite a bit, actually.
Leroy Parnell?
I'm sorry, I don't.
You got to listen to some Leroy Parnell, dude. It's going to really change your approach to everything.
I don't
Leroy
know who
rocks.
that is.
He's got some great music.
I don't
dude.
dispute that
What
whatsoever.
kind of food? Actually, that might have been Brooks and Dunn, but he worked on
That is Brooks and Dunn. That was the first concert I ever went to, and that was with my girlfriend who became my wife.
Brooks and Dunn was in an episode of King of the Hill. You know what the epiphany that we had on the show a really long
Is that how
time?
I end sentences sometimes? I was waiting for the end of the sentence, but it ended.
Yeah, exactly. And
He
then they
just
look
mic'd
at
you.
you like you're
He
supposed
just
to
mic'd you.
respond.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, what did they do on King of the Hill? They sang? What
They
did
had
they
a
do?
country music festival and Randy Travis stole Peggy's song. But then in real life, it was much worse. Is our epiphany on the show was we didn't have to talk about what people thought we were supposed to talk about.
What was
because we were like going through the motions of some bullcrap headlines on ESPN.com. And
I was like, I don't really like.
I don't care.
I don't care about this topic at all. I want to talk about something else. And Mike, that's how we've opened up the avenue to have the kind of conversations we have with you. Is let's have some fun conversations about fun stuff. Let's do it because we're 105.3 The Fun, man.
Yeah, what's in your head? That's like a segment.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's in Mike's brain?
I'll tell you what. Starting soon, I'm just going to throw out question after question after
Can't
question.
wait. Mike, I can't wait for that.
It'll be like the old fan. Remember when it started? I was listening and I was like, they can't stay on a subject for more than 2 seconds.
Is that when they took all the phone calls?
Yeah, Big B was running it and he's like, you guys don't have any topics. Just let the caller tell you what your topic is.
I have to admit, I used to hate this station when they did nothing but take phone calls. I thought it was.
What do you think about this station now?
I
Coming
think
up
this
next,
station's
phone calls.
awesome.
Yeah, I love this station.
This is the best sports radio station in town, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
Phone calls.
We're the K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Not that. Coming up next, NFL fiction or nonfiction plus masterpiece of the week.
Yes!
It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, as well as Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. That consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, coming up on the G-Bag Nation, there will be not one, not two, but 3 bet payoffs. It's going to be a hell of a fun day on the G-Bag Nation. Right now, we got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just 1 second. But first, how about a little NFL fiction or nonfiction?
Okay, I'm ready.
Sounds great.
Fiction?
Facts or non-facts?
Okay, fact or non-fact. Twolos.
Can we just go back to real or taco?
Yeah.
Because I know the difference
Started
between
that.
those. Like, we need to go back to real or taco, and I'm in.
We can do NFL real or taco.
You'd have to explain it to me.
The Tolos and the Twolos want to come party with us in Vegas at the Super Bowl next year.
Yes, 100% they do. Real.
That means fake.
Ugh.
Real.
Well, I think they would, especially the gamblers, the people that like strippers, alcohol people, possibly people who like hookers. Yeah.
You can't just go there because you like sports and you want to like hang out and watch sports with your friends.
Yeah.
Or you like
can
to
do
gamble?
that here, right?
You can't gamble.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but you can watch sports with your friends in Dallas if you're
can gamble
going
on sports here, I guess, with your friends.
Yeah, well,
make bets immediately.
But we, like, hey, I want the odds on this. I can't do that, right? I mean, I guess we could, but it'd take a while where you can just go up to the window and be like, what's your odds?
Yeah.
man?
How many times have you been to Vegas, Mike?
10?
Okay, that's a lot. And you went to go see Garth Brooks, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that part of your the thing? So he would see Garth Brooks in Vegas for a private concert.
I'd literally hang out with Garth Brooks.
Yeah.
Now, it would be with like 100 other Major League Baseball players, but we'd hang out with him and Trisha Yearwood. And
holy crap, that's awesome.
Yeah, we'd be up in his suite, and like he'd have the hotel suite, which was really big. And yeah, just hang out with him all night. Rudy was there, John Elway, like sometimes famous football players would be there too.
Wow.
Come on, Rudy.
Rudy, the guy who stole the money.
No, hey. The guy who couldn't really play that
Notre
football
Dame
that well.
football dude?
Yeah, he stole
Was it JJ Watt that was like, why is this guy like on this SNL? He's like, hold on, why are we, he can't play. He shouldn't play.
I always felt great. I'd like donate $5,000 for the year maybe, and they'd be like, all right, here's our guys that donated over $150,000. And I was like, I didn't even make $150,000.
But yeah, man, like I think, Kevin, when you showed up for the first time to Vegas, I was like, oh, Kevin's going to love this because the energy around that city is crazy. And there's something that's always going on. So I think you can show up in Vegas and still have a really good time. Are you saying that the Tolos will be able to show up to Radio Row next year? Is that because it wasn't open to the public?
I mean,
here.
look, the real party is going to take place outside of Radio Row. You know that. I know that. I need to know that there's a Tolo and Twolo contingent that will be in on that.
Yes.
NFL, real or not real? I don't know where we landed on the name of this.
I get it now. Taco means it's not real, even though tacos are real.
Just think of Taco Charlton
or Taco Bell. Because
their tacos are.
Daniel Jones will command $35 to $37 million in free agency.
Really? Real.
Yeah, super real.
It's just the rate. It's the going price for quarterbacks, dude.
I mean, if he gets $35 million a year or 37, what is he, the 13th highest paid quarterback in the NFL? I mean, isn't that kind of about where you would be at? And then just think of real quickly here, Burrow, Hurts, Herbert are 100% going to get 40 to 50 million a year. So there's 3, and then you have to throw in Tua might. So there's that right there. And then a year later, you're going to have Trevor Lawrence at the 40 to 50 million dollar range. You might have Justin Fields at the 40 to 50 million dollar range. You might have Mac Jones at somewhere between the 30 to 45 million dollar range. Like,
nice.
If you do give him 35, you could be looking at 3 years into this contract, him not even being a top 20 paid quarterback.
Mm-hmm. A lot of things that Mike said that are on like point right there. Those are all real.
Real or taco, the Jets will make a significant upgrade at quarterback.
I think significant.
Taco.
I say taco as well.
They might do like a Derek Carr stupid thing.
Unless they get Aaron Rodgers. Which any Aaron
Or
Rodgers
Lamar
over-
Jackson,
yeah.
right? Would those be the two names?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Other than that, like I don't know that they can even draft a significant quarterback that's going to make that much of a difference this year.
You think Jimmy G would be a significant upgrade for them?
I mean, he's going to play 7 games. I mean, I'm sure Milf Hunter would like that because he'd be back in the game sometime.
I think Jimmy G would definitely benefited from the Shanahan offense for a long time.
Right.
But I don't think that he would be a significant upgrade. But
I have a realer, Taco.
Okay.
Zach Wilson, not drafted by the New York Jets. Better career or same career?
Same.
You just think he's bad no matter
I
what?
just don't think he's great. I didn't think he was great coming out of college either.
What was the question again?
If he wasn't drafted by the Jets, would he have had a better career? Was that just too much pressure on him coming from
a weird spot to
BYU
be,
and being a little cutesy, quiet kid who New York probably ate him alive?
Well, and
I'm not
also-
saying he would be great. I'm just wondering, like, if he would have been drafted by.
I kind of wonder about that, though. Like, if you're out there banging your friends' moms and stuff, were you really that cutesy quiet, or did you just have to keep it toned down at BYU?
I don't know the answer to your question,
Okay,
Kevin.
Corey. I'm sorry I corrupted that question.
I think
a little
Saleh is a really good coach. I don't know that he knows how to get the most out of the quarterback position yet. I don't know that because I've never seen it. But I think if Wilson would have landed with maybe if he lands with an Andy Reid, things are different for him and he sees the game differently.
If he was drafted by San Francisco let's just say Trey Lance goes 2 and Zach Wilson goes 3
to San Francisco, and he has Shanahan and he has all those things. What are we saying about Zach Wilson today? I wonder about his mentality to do this, from burying the defense
Or
by being
reading
like,
a defense. It looks like he can't read a defense.
I also had this too. Like, wasn't Aaron Rodgers' comment about him as you have to be more than a Supreme headband?
Yeah.
And so that's a huge part of it, is the work that you put in outside of it. Your teammates see that stuff.
By the way, people are in on Vegas from the 469. Let me start saving right now. And from the 254, I'll reserve an Airbnb right now in Vegas for hoping that 25 Tolos jump in.
Let's go.
Now, I might be most intrigued by this. I hope this still counts. Real or Taco, you will watch XFL or USFL football.
1,000,000% Taco. I won't watch 1 second of that. Maybe if I accidentally am flipping the channels and it lands on it for 1 second, I hit my 1 second quota.
You know, XFL starts tomorrow. We host the first
Mentally.
game in Arlington.
Good luck, Arlington Renegades. I know that because they've sent 7 million emails to me.
They play the Vegas Vipers. Corey,
I heard you say XFL and I just said taco. So I don't even know what else you said.
You will not watch any
that's real.
XFL or USFL
100%
football.
real.
All right.
I don't need
Carter's gonna have to be our course.
I don't need to scout there yet. All right. I'll if Kavonte Turpin pops up out of nowhere, thumbs up. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
But that brand of football is even below college football for me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Howdy, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
How are you guys?
And if you do want to watch XFL or USFL, that's okay. You can. I'm not saying not to. It's just not my cup of bread.
Well, Ben DiNucci's in the league, so.
What?
Yeah, what are they going to do?
Joey didn't miss a beat.
He's going to make hats.
It is time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we play all the great clips that happen throughout the week.
Joey, do you think you have to give Ben DiNucci the run sheet upside down? Like, he's like, I can't read this play. I don't know what it means.
What's
put it upside down?
Maybe that was his issue.
This guy will figure it out.
If dyslexic is you read backwards, is there something for you only read upside down?
Man, that sounds awful. I hope not.
We are going to start from Radio Row. I found this one from a couple weeks back and wanted to show some love to Ricky Grimes.
What I think it is, it's Weenus moisturizer.
Best invention ever, he says, is moisturizing the weenus.
I can't remember. Was that the? Was that the?
Because I asked
topic?
the question, what is the invention that you think gets not enough credit? And I always think it's the aglet, which is that little tip of your shoelace that helps you tie your shoelace.
Showed that to them too.
Yeah, it's either that or the longer lasting light bulb. Like we had the long lasting light bulb,
spiral one.
but then that dude was like, "Hey, hold on. What if we make a longer lasting light bulb?" And everybody's like, "Oh my God, we'll be able to raise the rates."
Yeah.
Kevin went to Texas A&M, right?
That's true.
Everybody loves a good midnight screen practice.
The relationship wasn't
You
one
take
of
her to
the,
scream practice?
the great, it's yell practice, and
Yeah, it is.
that is more prevalent in the fall as opposed to, and also people are sending in other ways.
What is that? How y'all yell?
Time to make out.
It's pretty good.
Oh my
I
goodness!
saw where Carter compared me to a goat.
I did see that. I thought that was very funny. Make out.
It's pretty good.
Aggies.
Gig 'em, baby.
Some of the best moments on this show happen right before Kevin is trying to be serious so he can get a tease off for the next segment, and just never happens for him.
I like Dave Matthews Band.
Well, that makes sense.
The answer marching, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Up in the morning.
Super Bowl stew. Just cut it. We'll have it. I promise. I'm the fan.
Pants off. Isn't there a pants off
There is a
thing
pants
or
off.
something?
Let's crash, by the way.
That conversation continued into the break, as you might expect.
That was wonderful too, man. Jeez. God, we are on fire.
It's great.
I don't understand how this show stays on the air.
A lot of Mike per usual. This one was just hilarious because it took Mike a little while to understand what the question was.
From the 682, Mike, rank the players you showered with by how fortunate they are.
That they showered with me?
Yes, like.
Oh, that how big they were.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'll have to remember. I forget. You really don't really look at their things too much unless it's huge. You're like, my God. How do you play?
Then do you just,
everybody is like, my God. That's huge. Yeah. I mean, if we all showered together and then somebody had a big thing, you'd be like, well, I'm going to take my eyes off of it, but I remember what it looked like.
Fair enough. This one just kind of continues on the same topic.
Have I ever showered with a porn star?
No, that was not my question at all.
I've never showered with a porn star to my knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, I could have showered with some minor leaguer that ended up being in a porn that I don't know about.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of guys that had porn star pieces. I was not one of them. See, cleared up at the end there.
I just remember that was not even remotely close to my question. You're like, what? What's your question? Did I shower with a porn star?
Do you remember what your question was?
I think it was.
No, I think it was like, did you ever see somebody who maybe had the size that like you could have gone into porn and you're like, did I shower with a porn star? Is that your question? No, it was not.
Yeah, some of these are longer, but it's just great context.
Are you talking about what Mike was saying in the shower? I got it.
Mike was talking about the bases in the MLB, but he knew this one was going to be pulled.
When you just say a few inches, it doesn't seem like much. But then when you see a few inches on all four sides, it is a lot more.
Mike, there's no way.
There's no other way to explain it. They're 3 inches bigger on all sides.
And I think
well, I guess not. It's 1.5 inches.
If I remember correctly, Joey, he at some point he goes, I know why you.
Yeah.
Listen, play that again because you can hear me doing the 15-year-old bit.
When you just say a few inches, it doesn't seem like much. But then when you see a few inches on all four sides, it is a lot more.
All four sides? Holy crap.
Hopefully you can see a lot of bases this year.
You seen the bases, Kevin?
They
you
are
sick that day or were you here?
No, I was here.
Okay.
They are big. They are. They do kind of look like the pizza box.
Have you seen the picture of Altuve standing on top of the new base? It's like
they are flatter too, right? They don't have as much of a hump.
Yep.
We got one more for you.
That's true.
Sticking to the theme of showers and whatnot. This is Mike and Derek.
When did you? Okay, here's my first question. Fine. When did you get comfortable showering with a whole bunch of men?
I mean, you don't get comfortable. I mean, it's just like, all right, I got to clean myself. I'm going to go do my job, and then I'm getting out. I'm not in there to look around, all right? We're not window shopping. Let's go in there, get showered out.
Lollygagging?
No.
Don't window shop.
No. That's, the movie Bull Durham.
Yeah.
They're in the shower.
Yeah.
Got called lollygaggers.
You lollygaggers.
Man.
Oh, man.
A lot of good choices.
This is tough.
I think I'm going to go with, even though it is obviously insulting my school, I still think it's very hilarious. Mike talking about going to scream practice, I think is going to be my vote.
I'm going to go with Dave Matthews Band. We crushed that.
I'm going to go with Dave Matthews as well.
Oh, were y'all singing different songs? Yeah.
Not the same song.
Okay.
I'm going to go with I've never showered with a porn star.
Would you?
Alrighty.
I don't think I should.
Masterpiece.
I think I get in trouble.
Can you play the Dave Matthews, the winner, one more time?
Yeah. Here's the winner. We can maybe do the porn star one
You
too.
want to tease?
I like Dave Matthews Band.
Well, that makes sense.
The answer marching, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Up in the morning.
Super Bowl stew. Just cut it. We'll have it. I promise. I'm the fan.
Isn't there a pants off
There is a
thing or
pants off.
something?
It's called Crash, Kevin.
He's like, there is a pants off thing.
Coming up next.
And a boy's dream.
And what happens after that?
You have sex. Coming up next.
And you
Let's
crash
chit
into
chat.
me.
Fellas,
And I crash into
for the
you.
love of God, with the G-Bag
Hack
Nation.
your skirt
Right
up a
here
little
on
more.
105.3 The Fan.
Let me see that.
Coming up tonight on the Get Right with Reg and KG. KG's back in studio. And for the
Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, courtesy of Dean, I'm leasing it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Peggy, we are rolling.
Outstanding. So let's get right to it. We've got 3 payoffs today. What are the payoffs and what are the schedules for this?
Okay, so we got a little bit of disappointment. We'll start there. Walchuk's mom, who was the subject of Dawson's sexy talk today, we're gonna have some phone segs with her. That is no longer going to happen because she's under the weather. So we will circle back.
Oh no, she has a headache.
Walchuk sent the unfortunate.
It's been a long day. I get it.
She's got it going on too.
Yeah.
She really does. Yeah, she really does. And when you feel sick, you don't feel sexy, and Dawson's going to make her feel sexy. So we'll do that next week. But we have the double payoff today. I will be consuming 1, not 2, but 1 of the Lil Nitro World's Hottest Gummy Bears.
How many Scovols are we talking about over there?
We are talking about 9 million of those things.
Okay.
What is that?
Real quick.
Sounds like a lot.
It does, but I wish we would revisit the Scoville scale at some point because it felt like they got confused and they were like, this pepper used to be the hottest and it was 150.
Why are you trying to ruin our bit?
I know.
What are you doing over there? Your show's done. Go home. Don't poo-poo on my gummy bear. Put on your T-shirt and go home.
I just wish they would have gone more reasonably incremental.
What do you know anything about food items?
Yeah, what's your deal, Kevin?
Come on, Hagee. Haggee's over there arguing about, we need to change the scale of what tastes good because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. They said this is the hottest at 150. Now this is the next hottest.
Your palate
it's 2
is
million.
ridiculous. Shut up.
All I want now is
the calculator was a little wonky.
I just want to hear Broadus do Kevin all the time now. As like in an impression for
what?
I gotta go. I'll see y'all later.
I'm down
done.
for that.
Yeah, it's
All
Friday.
right.
My
Move
bad.
over, Dawson and Walchuk's mom.
Now, Broadus, you have what Mike has called the Orange Julius. Is that? And then he told us the story about being at the mall. It was lovely.
I learned about Orange Julius's at the mall as well when we were discussing this yesterday. They said this was like the highlight of going to the mall when
It's
you were
great.
a kid.
I feel like they're still there. I feel like if I went to the Parks Mall, there would still be an Orange Julius at the Parks Mall in Arlington.
It's all about the the Auntie Annie's.
Yeah, those are
the
pretzels.
Yeah.
Text
those,
in.
yeah.
There's still Orange Julius's around.
And what's the hook
I don't
with
think
that?
so, man.
What's the hook
29,
with
I've
the
never
orange?
They used to be all
Julius?
over the country, and I don't think you could find one.
It was kind of like the
It's like a steak
original
and ale.
smoothie.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a
Okay.
Mr. Misty
Okay.
from Dairy Queen, if you will, but orange.
Oh no.
I don't know if they're still around.
I don't think they
RIP.
are.
I went to
They're like your Blockbuster.
I went to
They were right next door to each other.
orangejulius.com
Yeah.
and clicked on the button that said locations. And it says, oops, this page doesn't exist.
Oh, no.
That's it.
And then it said I could explore the menu. For where?
Maybe you order it now?
I don't.
Just get real nostalgic.
You can still order gift cards.
Yeah.
And it has a link to Dairy Queen. So maybe they sell them at Dairy Queen now?
That is, I think that's true. I think at some Dairy Queens
Listen
they
to
make
you over
Orange
there. What are you
Julius's.
doing?
That makes sense.
Well, they got tacos and stuff, so why
They have
not?
the technology from the Mr. Misties.
Their
As I
tacos
just
are
established
underrated,
with
by
you.
the way.
All right,
I'm
so
going to go to my Google Maps and just type in Orange Julius and see if I can drive to one.
it's going to be like that Taco Bell.
368 miles.
All right, so what all is made up of your Orange Julius today?
It's pretty simple, honestly.
Yeah, it's really simple. It's orange juice, which absolutely destroys me.
Now, he likes orange juice.
I liquid,
but
it's just rough on
it
you.
runs out of him. It's a laxative.
It liquid, jet propulsion.
Yes, I am aware.
Okay.
Kevin had that happen yesterday.
And then
Found one. I
Orange
can
juice?
drive to one in El Paso right now. It takes me. It says 9 hours and 9 minutes.
You should have grabbed one on your layover the other day. You missed opportunity.
I think legally we're not allowed to leave that plane.
But for an Orange Julius, they realize it's the only opportunity.
Bring us an Orange Julius.
Looks like there's one in Pueblo, Colorado I can go to, Wichita, Kansas, Salina, Kansas. So there's a few. Not many.
You can have a great weekend.
Not very
road tripping for
close.
an Orange Julius.
People are saying that Dairy Queen bought out Orange Julius, and that's why.
And they're regretting that right now.
Yeah,
I don't know. Mike's about to go spend a whole lot of money.
If Dairy Queen was smart, they wouldn't put the oops page up. They just put every DQ location on the map for Hagee when he wants his Orange Julius.
I mean, we were trying to help out the cause. And they're like, oh, this page doesn't exist.
Is there
I'm
one in
sorry.
Arizona, Mike? Have you found out if
There's got to be one in Surprise.
In Surprise?
Well, I'm going to type in Dairy Queen and go to their website and then see how easy it is to have an Orange Julius.
If it's there, will you get one on the way home?
I don't know if I got some awesome matzo ball soup that I want to get home and warm
that's
up
right.
from Broadus here. I have not had matzo ball soup in a very long
I
time.
know you like soup, so I thought I'd try it out for you. Yeah.
Kevin might need it. He's the sick kid, man.
Oh,
That's all he does is get sick on us now.
Yes, it's hard to argue against that right now.
There is also hard-boiled eggs in the Orange Julius.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's going to be the big problem. The orange juice is going to set off a violent reaction. But the fact that I have to smell those hard-boiled eggs with the rubbery white part of it, with the I'll tell you what, I just couldn't even, the smell of them I couldn't even put them in the car. I put them in the trunk, and this one's going to be.
Put them in the warm trunk.
Thought he was gonna
it doesn't
down to the top of his
matter.
car.
It doesn't matter. Matter of fact, my new trunk of my I had a hit and run coming out of here last night, out of our place.
No, somebody hit you?
Lucky guy.
Yeah,
I apologized already, Broadus, and I don't know why you keep
going
bringing
down.
it up.
Going down the road here, down the back street, got hit right there at Armstrong and McKinney,
and he took off.
Yeah, I got a picture of his license. So he caught me. He ran the stop sign over right down there by the Chewies.
Oh yeah,
down in that area.
Yeah.
So I was going through there, and the gentleman English not very good, or non-existent.
Or he just played you like a fiddle.
Yeah. Or he determined, he looked at his car and it wasn't terrible, and mine was kind of in the front, was kind of damaged, but could drive. If we were at Martinsville, I'd been fine on the half mile.
Yeah.
In Daytona, we'd have finished 38th.
You have a number he should call, Kevin, if he wants to.
Yeah, 214-333-3333. What time?
7:05.
I was going to say, what time are your payoffs? What time are your payoffs? I wasn't trying to start
after the show,
straight up manhunt or anything. What time are your payoffs?
220 for Chief, right? 220 for Chief, 520 for Broadus. In what you drinking, what you thinking. Guess what he's going to be drinking? His personal breakfast hell.
So we think it's going to be a good show?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Other than that, it's a mail it in Friday, though.
Uh-huh.
We really have no clue.
And that's why you're not paying off your thing. I got it. All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Man Scout, Kevin.
Man Scout.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Be a part of the show. Text us. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a outstanding afternoon. Have a double bet payoff Friday coming up. It starts at 2:20. Was going to be 3. It's a 2. And the first one coming up at 2:20. Chiafalo with the hottest gummy bear ever. The little nitro. If you want to Google it, it looks like a firework packaged over there. Looks like a cherry bomb.
It really does, dude. It really does. It looks like when I open this, everybody should kind of back away a little bit because who knows what's going to ensue.
Do they advise that you wear like some goggles to protect your eyes when you eat that? Probably.
I think I was supposed to wear gloves, like latex gloves, because my fingers could be cinched in a weird way, and like remove my actual fingerprint off my finger, which the government's concerned about.
Yes.
These little nitros are no joke, man.
They are. And Chief's going to take one down coming up at about 2:20, and we'll just stand back and see what happens. You know, some people are in quite an uncomfortable state. You've been at one of these bars when they're doing the super hot wing challenge. The people are freaking out, you know. Guy's been talking a big game about how he can handle any level of spice. And now he's doubled over in pain, crying for milk like a baby. That could be Chief coming up in about 25 minutes. How's that make you feel, Broadus?
I'll tell you what, anything to make him feel a little bit uncomfortable, I'm all about right now. Because I know when it's time for what you're thinking, what you're drinking, I'm going to be really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm going to guarantee you I'm not going to make the segment. I mean, I'm going to do
We're going to be taking a lot of phone calls without you.
Yeah, it'll be
maybe reappear somewhere in the middle of LA Live.
Maybe. I honestly, this thing could happen so quick. And the fact that the eggs are involved makes it even worse.
Well, I'm expecting fireworks from both ends.
I just can't.
I am.
I mean, honestly,
for both of us, man. We might be fighting. We might be sprinting to the stall at the same time.
Let me tell you what, there, Chief. You walk down there with that wireless mic and try and get like commentary from me or anything like that, you and I are going to have an issue.
I just want to get a couple of sound effects, man.
Well, we learned last week Chiafalo does not mind people having an issue with him. He'll put you right on the air.
That's what I worry about. I worry about this guy. He's got this newfound bravery.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, oh, wait, hey, I can maybe piss off NFL players. Watch me piss off Broadus.
Yeah. Yeah, so, if you ever worked in the NFL, Chiafalo's coming to piss you off.
But hey, don't you even think about walking down there.
Fine. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to talk at 5:20 because my mouth might be on fire for the next God knows how long.
Of course, Lucius Alexander, the smartest one here, when we were putting this together, he opted out of it. Now, maybe we should do like some NBA playoff elimination survivor. Wouldn't that be fun?
Dum dum dum. Dum dum dum. Is that what you're saying?
Those were lyrics. That was not a beat. Those were lyrics.
He was trying to do bars, and in the real life, he's telling you guys are dum dum dum.
Yeah, I picked up on that too. But NBA playoff survivor sounds like a hoot, doesn't it? Like you got to pick the winner for a series.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, maybe.
What are you doing in there?
Maybe.
Man,
leave me alone, bro. You're going to get a payoff one way or another. You know, I think by the time you get to the end. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, enjoy our NFL Super Bowl payoffs. Well, I'm going to have to do mine. Woolchuck's mom has got it going on is what that one's called. And I guess that's going to be next week. She's a little under the weather and, wasn't feeling up to entertain any gentleman callers this afternoon, so
that's right.
So we'll call her next week. I don't know. It's Friday.
Is that stick stuck again?
I guess. Okay, but I think the top story.
Somebody else's hat was on the door. Apparently,
there was a couple hats. It was wild.
Yeah,
one of them was mine.
Be wary of a South African with a dart hanging out of the corner of his mouth.
Yeah. Papa Wolchuk, man, that guy's a dancing bear. He's got a reach like you've never seen before.
I bet. Man.
So you think you're at safe distance, and all of a sudden, it pops you right there on the mouth.
Yeah. Well, if he's anything like the Woolly Bully, he's one tough son of a gun. That's all I know.
And one hairy son of a gun as well.
Okay, Broadus, it's called What You Drinking and What You Thinking.
Yeah.
He's too psyched out about his upcoming trip to the restroom.
I am.
See that?
It's going to quickly go from What You Drinking, What You Thinking to restroom revelations.
Don't you go walking down the hall. People don't need to hear anything like that.
Well, it's already trending on the Twitch chat right now, RIP to Chiafalo's B. So, and I think they could couple you into that one as well there, Broadus. Yeah.
940 says, I'm heading to Bartlesville, Oklahoma for a funeral, and I've timed my trip up to coincide with these payoffs, so don't disappoint, gentlemen. Yes, remember, you can get us on the Odyssey app if you get out of radio range.
What if I just laugh off this little nitro like it's nothing, man?
That would be impressive. That would be a feat of strength.
The odds are not in my favor for that one.
If you start laughing it off, you're going for a second one.
Okay, just more laughs for me.
No, I need to see like eyes watering, nose running, like sweating.
You need a proper payoff.
Yeah, I don't want to see you like, like me doing 60 hours of radio.
I passed Choppy's house on the way in, so I hit him up. I forgot I needed some milk, so I went in and I asked for some milk, and all he had was muscle milk, but he handed me one. So I will have some muscle milk to take the edge off. When you guys deem I've endured enough, I guess.
Right on.
That's,
Okay, so we're about 15 minutes away from that. We're about 22 and a half minutes away from the G-bag of the day. Cheech, I love you, but you're about to have your ass handed to you, bro, says the 405, someone that's had the little nitro.
Nice.
Okay, so what you're saying.
Encouraging.
Okay, yeah, but come on. This should be a good time. Eric, I'm going to FaceTime Sarah and Tina with the phone by the TV to see you eating the gummy, okay?
Yeah, maybe family affair.
Yeah, get everybody involved. Okay, I think the top story, at least locally, there's not a big one, but the details around the Michael Irvin story in the morning news today were really interesting. And every time we have brought this story up or got news on it to talk about, I've been a little bit more convinced that we're looking at the playmaker being the victim. And I know that's dangerous ice to walk out onto, when you're talking, because the texts are going to come in, you're victim blaming. But I think we have enough now where it's like, wait a minute. This is exactly what the players let us know about, where they feel like they're victimized by they're constantly being targeted by one bad actor or another. Now, nobody's perfect, but the morning news put up a story recapping everything they know. We had Michael Gelkin on last week in the morning news. They've been working on this story, and they gave us more insights from the words of the witnesses. What witnesses said about this encounter, which was, I believe, last Sunday or Monday night in Arizona, as Radio Row was really getting rocking. Playmaker had to go home. If you didn't see the story, a lady at a hotel said some complaints to the hotel, and they woke Michael Irvin up in the middle of his sleep and said, "You got to get out of here." Then they reported the incident to the NFL. NFL kicked him off Radio Row. NFL Network was like, yeah, you're not going to be doing any broadcasting with us. So late last week, we got word that Michael Irvin has filed a $100 million lawsuit against the lady and the hotel for damaging his career, which I'd say is pretty accurate. What witnesses said about the encounter right here in the morning news. 3 witnesses spoke with the morning news. One provided time-stamped photos and videos indicating the conversations between Irvin and the hotel occurred at about 11:10 p.m. Okay? That's an important piece of info. I believe that's not super late, right? That's within professional go-out time if you're on the road working. 11:10 is very reasonable. Bryn Davis, Joe Manuel, Phil Watkins said they were at the hotel's bar lounge area when spotting Irvin standing there upon his return from his dinner with a friend, chatting with fans. The 3 men who were business associates hadn't previously met Irvin. Okay, that's another important piece of information. We're not biased in that way. They were not Cowboys fans. Another important piece of information. We're not biased that way. They said Davis, who owns a media company and works with Watkins there, supports the Eagles. Okay? Eagles fan.
Oh, wow.
They cheered him having a spinal injury.
Yeah. So if anything, they have an anti-playmaker bias here.
Yeah. All provided a similar account. Using a waitress as an intermediary, Davis and Manuel offered to buy Michael Irvin a drink. He declined. Soon afterward, he walked over and thanked them, explaining he had a Monday morning appearance on ESPN and he was not going to be drinking.
Anymore.
Yes, anymore, I guess, yes. The 4 men chatted. Irvin was asked if he'd take a photograph with them, and he said yes, but requested for the picture to be taken outside, which is interesting. I guess a picture inside could give a clue of people that want to come harass you, or, I don't know, you don't want to look like you're at the bar. I don't know.
The bar. Yeah, I think it's the bar scene. I think the one thing that pro athletes have learned, and if you're going to take a picture and you're holding a drink, even water, put it behind you, just set it down, because you don't want that to come back on you sometime like, oh, look, this guy is kind of a drunk and all that, holding drinks and stuff like that with fans. So he probably didn't want bottles or anything in the background for sure.
Okay, according to cell phone timestamps, Davis provided the photos were taken at 11:08. The men returned to the lobby. Davis detailed a female staffer approaching Irvin and striking up a conversation. So this is a female worker at the hotel. He recalled Irvin's hands being on his own shirt. It was very distinct. I remember where his hands were because I remember thinking he was in good shape for an almost 60-year-old guy, and he is. He leaned over, shook her hand, and I'm telling you right now that conversation was 30 seconds. If it was a minute, I would be shocked. I think 30 seconds, just a normal back and forth. Michael walks toward the elevator. She goes back into the restaurant, and everything is as normal as could possibly be, and that's it. Davis, Manuel, and Watkins said that to them there was no evidence the conversation between Irvin and the staffer was heated or inappropriate. Marriott went to the NFL about the incident. Irvin's lawsuit states a hotel manager contacted the NFL, informed the league Irvin had been accused of improper behavior. The lawsuit accuses the manager, when doing so, of trying to have Irvin canceled. And this week, Marriott banned Irvin from all of its properties, per the document. So a judge has now ordered Marriott to turn over all of the documents, video, and evidence they used to make their decision and to take the action that they ended up taking. So I don't know. It's a tough situation, but I feel a little bit more stronger than even I did last week that if you are defending the playmaker in this and are suspicious and feel like he's in the right, I think you have pretty strong grounds to feel that way. What do you guys think about this story right now? Is this a overreaction, a money grab? What's going on?
Yeah, and talking to people when we were on Radio Row that are really close to Michael, I ran into 2 or 3. I knew exactly where to walk to kind of figure this out. I went down to the other end, down there in that TV area, and I was asking questions, and they were like, "Listen, the 2 different people of the 3 I talked to said they felt like that it was a money grab, and that they'd had some conversations with some people that they thought it was a money grab." I'm interested to see what the video leads to, because Marriott was very strong and very adamant about doing what they did.
Yeah.
And you would not harass a guest. You would not jeopardize, obviously, the NFL Network. That was probably their
corporate account.
Yeah, probably their hotel for NFL Network. Big sums of money for that whole weekend. You would not harass one of their talent or take somebody out of that unless you had something significant. I'm interested to see how that goes. I think Michael's not going to get the benefit of the doubt here, though. I don't think he is, because of past history, of things that have happened to Michael in the past.
Well, I mean, in the past, he's been accused of stuff that that did not get proven to be true.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He is. Everybody seems to go after Michael because, and he'll even admit it, he puts himself in some of these situations when he was a younger guy.
Yeah.
But to me, Marriott, they better have the T's crossed and the I's dotted on this one.
Yeah.
Because you're going to facing this lawsuit from Michael and about his career and stuff. And also you are hurting a big time client, an NFL client, Marriott sponsored client. So I'd be very careful here.
I think that's a good idea to keep in mind that we've only heard from Michael Irvin's defense pretty much since the incident came out. But there's a lot going on here, and I do think of the story involving Peter Burns that we had a couple of months ago, where he insulted his broadcast partner's wife on the air. Who was the player?
Ben Watson.
Ben Watson. Yeah, SEC Network.
And Ben Watson, his sensibilities are to react in a way that if you're making I'm a married man and how dare you? And what if the person involved took this like such a huge offense, right? I'm a married woman and all this, and it's like, well, there was no crime committed, there was no contact made. This person thinks I'm making a pass at a lady. This lady takes it as this is a major life event, and this is so indecent that I cannot stay on the same property as this man. I guess I could see that sort of a reaction happening where the lady feels very justified, like you can't invite me up to your room. What do you think I am, a woman of the night? I am a manager here at this establishment. Now
you're just like the rest of us.
I remember I took a photo of a girl's butt one time at a restaurant, right? But she was my friend. We knew about this. Like we were all joking the whole time about it. But another waitress see me do this and raised hell.
Really?
And it had to get to the waitress that I took a photo of for, hey, that's my friend. We kind of knew it, but don't get involved. So sometimes from the outside looking in, you can kind of, blow a situation up.
Yeah, different perspectives, different realities, and the next thing you know, it's a way overreaction to somebody. Another person feels justified, and $100 million lawsuit is in the balance. So either a big settlement or clarity on this shouldn't be too far away. Hopefully. I'm Tiger Woods excited on this Friday. He finished with 3 straight birdies yesterday. He was 5 off the pace. It's opened up a little bit on him. This Mitchell guy is now at 9 under.
Yeah.
But Tiger's playing around par golf, and this is incredible progress. He took 7 months off to do physical therapy and rest and see how much a regular offseason could help his body heal. And at least he's competitive. I don't know if he can get back to the top, but he looks pretty damn good, and you got to be stoked about it if you're a Tiger fan like I am.
Yeah, I don't think Tiger Woods will ever catch Jack Nicklaus's majors record.
Got 3 to go.
3 to go. I don't think he'll ever do that, but he can be the all-time winner when he needs just one more, and he's just got to find a way. The fact that he's even playing in this tournament after what he went through, he had the accident at this particular tournament. There in Pacific Palisades where they're playing. And I think it's just, something I think it's kind of helping him along is his son, Charlie. I think Charlie Woods, his son, is helping him. They've played in some tournaments together, the father-son, father-daughter tournaments they have. And
it's giving him the motivation.
It's giving him the motivation to go back out there and play again. And the fact, I think that the Genesis tournament did a really good thing, too, by pairing him with guys he really likes. Mm-hmm. By pairing him with Justin Thomas and then with Rory McIlroy. That's good for Tiger Woods that he could play and feel comfortable.
Hey, he's doing bits out there.
Yeah,
now.
He's doing bits out there. They're having fun. Like Justin was trying to shake his hand after the round, and Woods just dropped his putter on the bag and kind of looked at him smiled and then here's Thomas takes his hat off bro, you're not going to shake my hand. He's just kind of nah, I ain't shaking your hand today.
He's out here having fun.
I'm just out here having fun too, guys. So but I think if Tiger Woods, if we see him win again and he can get his game in form, it will be at Augusta. That will be the place that he will win again.
We'll see if Chiafalo can survive long enough to cast a vote in the G-Bag of the day during his bet payoff coming up next year on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag.
Welcome back, Cheapback Nation. Hope you're having a good one. It is time now for the Double Bet Payoff Friday to begin. Eric Chiafalo about to take down Lil Nitro, the hottest gummy bear in the world. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free. Visit truckwreck.com. I'm sorry, I'm in way too good of a mood here. This is tremendous.
Are you?
I'm feeding off of the energy of Brian's anxiety about taking down his own personal breakfast hell coming up at 5:20. And little Nitro over here is taunting you, Chief.
Yeah, dude.
I might leave before the show's over. Seriously, I might just walk. I'm not liking this at all.
I'm genuinely I have that fear, that fear in your stomach when
you just don't know how hot it's going to be done.
Yeah. Well, I know that it's going to be 9 million Scovilles, and I know that it's going to be like eating 900 jalapeno peppers at one time. So I do know that, and that's bringing anxiety and some level of paralysis to my entire body right now. There's a fear. I am glad, though, that I don't have to wait like Broadus and think about it. One of the worst punishments ever was my dad telling me at the end of the day, you're going to get a spanking, and I had to think about it all day. That's where you're at right now. I'm about to just get this bad boy out of the way.
Yeah.
But I am fearful.
Well, your guy Tim in Carthage says, Gavin, I need to go take care of my horses, but I can't leave until my boy Eric either pukes or cries like a little girly boy.
Tim knows what he's talking about.
Sure, he said girly boy.
He did.
He did say girly boy. There's no question. Oh, wow. Does that thing come in special?
He and Tiger Woods are vibing today.
Yeah, this thing is coming in one of these child-proof packs where you have to do a lot to get it out because it really is not safe.
Do we need gloves?
It's not.
I wouldn't touch that with your fingers.
Yeah, no. Touch with your fingers and then rub your eyes.
I'm just going to throw it in kind of deal.
There you go. Carter Freeman's doing a good job right now on the video.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, so here's the little Nitro.
Just hold it straight up in front of the camera because he's got you on a one shot.
You're looking at 9 million Scovilles.
Yep. 900 jalapeno peppers. And it's the size of a gummy bear. That's what's giving me excitement. Like, how hot could it actually be if it's that small, Yeah. It's not very big.
Isn't it amazing how the mind can turn on feelings in the body? I think you're sweating already just thinking about this.
Yeah, I was cold, and now I am a little bit balmy.
Rub that in your eyes. Let's see.
Go bleep yourself. Rub that in your eyes. I can't wait to wireless outside of your explosions here in about 3 hours.
I'll tell you what, bro. There will be a fist fight outside that door if you show up.
Are you going to be wearing pants?
I might not be.
Probably not. They're going to be at your ankles.
I might be. Okay. It might be a little problem.
Did you bring a backup pair of undies, by the way, for today's show?
I'm just going to leave. I'm going to leave if it gets to the point where I have to. I mean, I played golf. Oh, what are you doing? Why you open it with your teeth?
Well, because it's childproof.
How about some scissors, bro? Right there.
Oh, we're good. We're in. Okay. So at some point, you guys tell me when it's been enough, and I can start pounding these muscle milks that Choppy gave me.
Okay.
Cool. Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
It is the color of red, which is apropos.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good color.
Here we go.
Oh.
Just the initial burn the moment it gets on your tongue without taking a bite is not pretty.
Oh, your eyes are watering a little bit. I could tell.
This is a chili extract on steroids, 900 times hotter than a jalapeno pepper.
Oh my dear God, boys!
It's 5 times hotter than a Carolina Reaper.
Okay, so you're still chewing. Yeah. Is it stuck in the back of your teeth, like the molar, since it's kind of a gummy material?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's going to stay there all day too.
How long does the little Nitro burn, Siri? Only about 90 minutes does it start to subside. And they say that they would never
Siri to go bleep herself.
Wish this on their worst enemy, says Siri. Kind of funny to watch at first, but worrisome that it could end badly for some, according to some online reviews here. And that look on your face is telling the whole story, Chief.
We haven't got close to swallowing this thing yet, have we? Oh, there we go. There we go.
Was that a near vomit?
Oh.
No?
No, it's just...
Oh, gosh.
It burns the back of your throat.
Oh, he's about to cry.
Tongue and throat. That's not good.
The jacket's coming off there. It's warming up your body significantly?
Yeah, at times like this, you have to go jacket off.
It's not hard.
Ow!
So is the extra saliva kicking in? The body's natural defense system?
Where are you going numb anywhere? Like, is your right arm numb yet?
I'm waiting to go numb. I want to go numb. My tongue.
Is it the tongue the biggest problem?
I'm going to start talking like
Hagee?
The Eagles play-by-play guy.
Say, be careful, bro. Be careful.
Touchdown Eagles!
Ow! Merrill Reese.
Merrill Reese. I was about to say.
Oh,
Is it
my
hotter?
mouth is sweating, bro. Can I drink now?
No.
Hotter than Kyrie in the fourth the other night. What do you think about the Cowboys offseason? Break something down for us, Chief.
Hot takes.
Yeah. What position you think they need to draft?
We need more speed on offense. I can't. My tongue physically hurts.
Oh, the nose is running. That's a sign right there.
Oh my gosh, dude. This is way different than a jalapeno.
It's 9,000 times jalapeno, isn't it?
Sounds like it's good for the sinuses.
Yeah, he's
It is clearing me out.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. So
it's like a gummy neti pot.
I've never my tongue has never felt like this before.
Is it numb?
No, it is on fire.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Is it burning so it's like
cinnamony or cayenne?
Oh, it's really very pleasant.
I think round 2 just kicked in.
Geez.
Wow, it's coming in waves.
It's the tongue pain, dude. It's the tongue pain.
Okay.
Okay.
Try to recover. I think we can greenlight a little bit of muscle milk now.
Not
and
yet.
No, okay. And we will we'll check
Don't leave
in.
yourself, dude. My tongue hurts.
We'll check in after we hear the champ and some challengers here. It's time now for the G bag of the day.
champ!
The Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
My man said it's the tongue pain. It's the tongue pain. So what brings you in today? It's the tongue pain, Doc. My God.
Gotta pay that piece.
It's making you emotional.
Yeah. If you were paying attention to that story earlier, I talked about taking a photo of whatever. It was the same day that Dez caught that, by the way. Same day. I almost got kicked out of a bar for doing a favor for somebody.
2014, right?
Yep. She's like, hey, man, can you take a photo for my gram for me? Sure. Then they tap me later. Sir, we need to see you outside.
So you were getting the angle and everything, right?
I was helping her out. She's
Yeah.
like, help me out. I need something for the gram, little thirst trap.
Yeah.
Our winner.
It works.
Yeah, you good, Eric? No, I didn't think so. It looked bad. It looked bad.
No, he can't feel his cheeks.
Our winner is it looks like it, dude. Mississippi Valley State student announcers. They're on the mic. Check them out.
Okay, yeah.
All right, Caleb. What do you think the Hornets coach is telling his team?
He's telling them, man, look, if y'all don't play right, y'all not eating tonight. We're not stopping at McDonald's.
Long drive.
Long drive back. And it's going to be a long drive back. The Devil's going to win this one.
Long, quiet drive.
Long, quiet drive. Ain't nobody talking. Turn them phones in. Turn them phones in.
Turn them phones in. Say that prayer.
Say that prayer.
Everybody go to sleep.
Right all the way back to Montgomery, Alabama. No talk.
Be quiet. And we're back. Hornets trail by.
These guys are a riot, man. I'm for that. Let's get to some play-by-play teams doing that.
Oh, no, a lot more of that. A class needs to be taught doing that way.
Long, quiet ride with no phones.
That's tough.
Wow, I'm ready to
How long
hustle.
is something?
I'm slapping the floor on the next possession if I hear that. Bus ride with no phone, no food.
No phone, no food.
How you doing, bro?
Carter's working over. Oh, we got a tear coming down the left cheek.
Yeah, how you doing, pimp?
He's
You
not. He's not bouncing
I'm
back.
not kidding you. This is one of the worst pains I've ever had.
Oh, we got both cheeks with tears.
Did we ruin your day? Pretty much.
He's
Hey, you need to relax, bro.
Headphones have come off.
You're in
It's
line.
no longer funny to Chief.
You're in line right now.
I know exactly what he's going through right now.
It's like in the judgment line, like laughing at other folks for going to hell.
I am throwing those stones at that glass house right now.
Carter's working overtime back there. You getting some memes up, Carter? We getting some good face shots?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right. You guys ever lied on an application? Job application?
Yes.
Wow.
I don't think so.
Yeah, me either, bro. Take something else out of you to do
I
that.
told you what I did.
You did. It's a great story, by the way.
I said I had a job at this place, and I really didn't.
We need you.
Yeah, we need you.
We can't lose you, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Don't tell me that. I'll lie all day.
We got a young actress right here that lied on her audition.
Oh, snot's coming out. We got a lot of snot.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of snot coming out now. Yeah, that's the next level. That's the next phase. The body is trying to reject the toxin.
Yeah, a little young actress lied on her audition right here. She says she can speak all types of language, even Spanish.
And Herlin, do you speak any other languages?
Yes. No, you do accents, but not language. I do. Yes, the bass. I can do that. I can do any language like that, and I can speak Spanish.
You cannot speak Spanish. Okay. Make sure you include it in her application. If she's on a call, I'll let you know tonight. And good luck to you.
Thank you. Gracias. Gracias.
Gracias. I think speak Spanish. Gracias.
Man. Wildin'.
Sounds like me in Tijuana.
Gracias. Gracias. Yeah. Gracias. Appreciate it, pal.
After 3 or 4 cold beers trying to show your appreciation. Yeah, thank you.
We got Shaq being a hater in Utah. He wanted
left the studio.
Yeah, I seen him. Yeah. Shaq wanted the Utah fans to chant, "We hate Chuck. We hate Chuck." But they wouldn't do it. They like what Chuck be talking about.
Man, hey, listen, I told y'all that this is one of the best kept secrets, the Utah Jazz, Salt Lake City.
Oh, no.
Okay, hold on. We're going to see if they, we hate Chuck. We hate Chuck. Louder. Okay, they won't do it. They won't even do it. No. Okay. Because you're trying to take Chuck. They said they love Chuck. We love Chuck. We love Chuck. We love Chuck. Louder. We love Chuck. Louder.
Oh, no.
Let's cry. Hey, thank you, guys. I told you, man. These people represent John Stockton and Karl Malone.
Oh, no, he's kissing their butts.
Yeah. These people represent Greg Ostertag. These people represent Thurl Bailey. These people represent Mark Eaton. These people represent Blue Edwards. These people represent Thurl Bailey.
You said that one.
Yeah, boy, Charles tore him up pretty good. Bad timing there.
Yeah.
Right as Charles, but I guess it's fun there. That's kind of the theme of the show is like different places hate Charles, like San Antonio,
yeah.
Golden State, and now Shaq's got a rivalry. That's good. That's funny.
You guys told me that Utah place all right.
It's fantastic, bro.
Yeah,
I wish I can go back. It's fantastic. People are going there for the first time on All-Star Weekend. Their minds are going to be blown.
Wow.
I don't know if it's going to be the same experience I had because there wasn't anything special going on. It seemed like us. We're the only special things going on. But yeah, it's a great time.
Yes, we found out Chiafalo couldn't make it to vote. Unless he comes running back into this studio, that ain't going to happen.
Poor kid.
I think he's about 20 minutes away from some kind of relief.
Flyers head coach. We're talking about hockey right here. Hockey. John Tortorella.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go. There you go.
John Tortorella.
His press conferences are the best.
Here he is with the media.
Feel this one compared to your last performance against the Kraken?
You have the answer to that.
Last game you mentioned. You mentioned exhaustion, structure, some of the reasons that.
You guys, you don't need me for the stories tonight.
Well, I guess.
Got your information, don't you?
No, not really, because we don't know, I guess, what you were saying in the room, what the plan was.
Well, I'm not going to. It doesn't do me any good to tell you what's going on in the room right now.
Why wouldn't it do us any good?
Because that's stuff that we have to figure out in the room belongs in the room. So you're going to have to kind of go with it yourself here as far as what you want. It's pretty self-explanatory what you saw out there, so you really don't need my comments.
That is him.
She got the story.
So she got the story.
Yeah.
I admire her persistence, though.
Yeah, that was good.
She's
That's
like,
good journalism.
listen, come on.
Yeah.
Go for it.
It's tough to have that kind of courage when especially a celebrity coach like that is all annoyed with you. Like, well, coach, you can Say whatever you want. I'm just doing my job. I'm a journalist.
Hey, he fits Philly perfectly, though.
Yeah.
They got to love
Every
him.
press conference
He
is like
fits
that.
Philly. Hey, what do you want, huh?
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Is it the
I tried.
Mississippi Valley State student announcers? Is it the little actress lying on her audition? Shaq wanted Utah fans to chant "We Hate Chuck." It was the ultimate backfire. Flyers coach John Tortorella, or is it Little Nitro? Who might be? I feel bad for Chief almost. I don't know where he is.
Yeah,
he was
where
walking
is
towards
he?
the break room. I haven't seen him go toward the restroom. Oh, here he comes. He is going to return and cast a vote like the champion that he is. It appears that he's gathered himself a little bit. Chief, you feeling better? Was it the ice?
I had to throw up.
Oh, you had to throw
My
up.
Stomach. The mouth was really hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what it did to my stomach, I didn't think it was going to hurt my stomach.
Okay.
It hurt my stomach for sure.
Okay, but
I'm
you got it
going
out.
Tortorella all day.
You got Tortorella.
Tortorella all day.
Nice vote. Lucius.
Feeling good, Tortorella. You sound like some type of mafia boss. Yeah, going Tortorella.
It's the exhale.
It was what it is.
Little Nitro brought out the mafia, Don and Chiafalo. I like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride with Mississippi, I guess. Ride with Mississippi.
Okay. How about you, Broadus?
I'm going to go with Shaq.
Okay, I'll go with Tortorella as well. So by a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Flyers coach, plus the reporter. I think she deserves credit on that as well. Now, Krusty's Corner's coming up next here on a Friday. Brian, where are we headed?
Yeah, is this guy really on the hot seat? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Monday morning. 1 million downloads and counting.
This is cool.
Get Cowboys Insider Access by downloading Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Presented by Boomer Jacks on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Eric Giafalo still recovering from little nitro bet payoff. Here's Broaddus, who has one coming up in 2.5 hours.
Thank you very much, General. You okay over there?
Not great, man.
Really?
I'm like, I got the shivers now. My body, I think it just feels like it went through something very traumatic.
And you said you got sick?
Well, yeah, but I wasn't expecting, because I did the hot one sauce a while back. Bobby had it up here, and we just take a dab of that, and it really hurt the back of my throat, and that sucked for a good 10 minutes. But it didn't hurt my stomach. I didn't think a little gummy bear would hurt my stomach. But man, it was like the first 5-10 minutes, it was all mouth and tongue, and it was every exhale. Every time you exhale on a breath, it's like you're blowing out fire, and it was just genuinely painful. Every square inch of my mouth. And then I went that's why I had to leave the studio, because it started getting into my stomach. It felt like there was a fire pit just underneath my belly button, and it needed to get out. And now there's still remnants of heat in there. I'm not looking forward to whatever my next number 2 moment is. That's going to be disaster. But my tongue's still on fire. My tummy's burning, and I got like the chills or something. So worst payoff ever. I'll say that.
Is it?
Wow. We've done a lot of payoffs this year. So for me personally,
it's still messing with your saliva bad.
Yeah, dude, I guarantee it is. Everything about my mouth right now is not fun.
So me doing like 15 and a half hours of radio was not even.
You'd rather do that, Chief?
I would do that. I would do it for an entire week before I do it again. Before I eat another gummy. I would do 16 hours of radio for 5 straight days, Monday through Friday. In the summer, you know, dead balls, like no any sports going on.
June,
and it's just
the whole month of June.
I'll do it for 16 hours before I eat another one of those gummies. Bleep that noise.
Lil
bro.
Nitro won the day, that's for sure.
Wow.
That is for sure.
405, Chiefs down bad.
We got one more of these, which is really exciting because one of you bleep holes is eating one of these days. I can't wait.
I am not going that route. After watching what you went through, I'm not doing that.
It was like
I mean, you're about to see me suffer here in a couple hours.
Just physical pain from mouth to stomach, and now my body went through something traumatic, bro.
Not good.
Yeah, we'll save that one for when somebody's talking a big game that they can handle any spice. We'll drop that on them.
Oh my gosh, the moment it touched my tongue, it wasn't even like I had to bite into it to get that spice.
Or if you want to have like an Office Space moment and like beat that thing with a baseball bat or whatever, to get right. It might be therapeutic.
It might be.
And you might need that after some trauma.
It might be. I'll tell you what, Baskey was wondering earlier if he should take one home and like pull a prank on his kids. Like, hey, here's just a good gummy bear, whatever, and have the kids eat it.
There's
no chance,
There's
bro.
no chance.
Your kid
That's child abuse.
You're going to the hospital if you do that.
Yeah, you might
never
go to
trust
jail.
you.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Speaking, it's amazing. It's the realization is kicking in for me that I'm about to go through hell too. So
it ain't gonna be worse than what just happened to me, bro. That physically
No, you don't
hurt.
understand how much I hate the white rubbery part of an egg. You just don't get that.
No,
you don't. I mean, when I put that thing and it's all, and I know what's in there all blended up. This is not going to be good. It's not going to be good.
Well, maybe we'll go
and
2
then the
for
orange
2
juice,
on pukes.
and the orange juice, get ready for that too. That's another thing. A whole nother thing. All right, I mentioned hot seats.
I'm in one right now.
You're in one right now. This is from our guys at the 33rd team. Those buddies, all those guys are like me, out of a job, think they were pretty good at doing this at one time. All those guys.
F you, Lucius.
But anyway, this is coming from the 33rd team, and they listed their coaches. This is from Jeff Diamond, who used to be a general manager with the Minnesota Vikings. He was not responsible for the Herschel Walker trade, but he helped build that team, and the Minnesota team in 1998 that was 15-1. Really good team. Jeff's pretty good at this stuff, but hadn't done it for a while. But on 33rd team, he says, lists his coaches on the hot seat. What's going on over there?
We got another old man computer moment.
What's going on over
So
there?
he was getting ready to get busy on a harmonica.
I saw
Okay, you want to know what I was doing? I was getting ready to send a link over to Lucius.
Wait, what's going on? That's what I thought. Yeah. I ran into a burning ring of fire. I went down. There we go.
Good one. That's good.
That is a good one. But so would you guys think if from Jeff Diamond's report that Mike McCarthy would be on this list?
Okay, what's the subject?
Coaches on the hot seat going in 2020.
I don't think so. No, if you're paying attention, the Joneses love this guy, and they think he's got all the answers. I mean, you kidding me? Back-to-back 12-win seasons? He's just what the Joneses want.
How about you there?
I go back and forth on this because I'm like, we talked about Mike McCarthy and the chance that maybe even after getting into the playoffs again, is there a scenario where even after this playoff run he could have been let go? And I wonder if that was more people talking than the Cowboys actually suggesting it. So I mean, is he number one on the hot seat, or is he just?
I'm just asking. Do you think he's part of the list that Jeff Diamond came up with?
No, I mean. Oh, okay. How many's Diamond giving me? Is he giving me 5 hot seaters?
5 hot seaters.
I'm going to say he's on the list. Yeah, I'm going to say he's on the list.
Gavin, you don't think he's on the list?
I do not think
it's good
so.
for Biz to put him on the list.
No, they put him on this list. They absolutely put him on this list. They said, and this goes to Gavin's point, though, McCarthy, so McCarthy says Jerry Jones told him he's going to be the head coach of the Cowboys for as long as Tom Landry. And Diamond goes, I wouldn't count on that, Mike. Only Jimmy Johnson, Jason Garrett have lasted longer than 4 years during Jones's ownership reign, and McCarthy's entering his 4th season. Gavin mentioned this about him winning 12 games each of the past 2 seasons, but the Cowboys have not reached the conference championship game after being knocked out by the 49ers in both postseasons. Their only playoff win in McCarthy's 3 seasons was the one that they just had here against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So McCarthy, they're saying, will be the primary play caller. We all know that after coordinator Kellen Moore moved on to the Chargers. McCarthy will need to get his $40 million a year quarterback back on track after a season with a league-high 15 interceptions in the regular season, plus 2 more in divisional playoff loss. Prescott played well in the wild card win, but however. He's saying here, go ahead.
There's a lot going on here, Brian, but I mean, the way that he has made it a turnover defense, he agrees with Jerry on how to play complementary football. There's so much good going on with Mike McCarthy and the back-to-back 12-win seasons after not making the playoffs in consecutive years for a decade and a half.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the only reason he's on that list is what Chief mentioned. It's just good for business to have the Cowboys in your story.
One other thing from the 33rd team, I just want to run this by you guys. Where would you think that when you look at the top 10 running backs, where would you think that Tony Pollard would fall as far as the free agent running backs? Where would you think?
As a free agent, guys?
As a free agent.
Saquon's a free agent too, so I'd say 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who. It's
back? Is this wave 3 now?
It's
Wave
just,
3's hitting you?
You can't burp, bro. I can't burp. The taste is terrible. Everything's just hot. I'll say he's 3.
He is
Jason,
3.
Josh Jacobs?
He's 3.
Josh Jacobs 3 and 2.
Yep, he is 3. Tony Pollard's 3, and then you've got Josh Jacobs 2, and then Saquon Barkley 1. So those are the 3 running backs that you can go
Good
after.
content.
Yep.
Think you're going to survive the break, Chief? You're going to have to go home?
We'll see. There was a 30-second to 60-second moment where I thought, okay, that's it for me today. I am going home.
Did you ever have any kind of hot flash? Did your eyes ever you could see pink things
gloss over and stuff.
like you just couldn't see.
I took my glasses off at one point. That was a
vision
mistake,
was bad.
Vision, everything. I'm telling you, that was a weird feeling that I will never want to experience again. There's nothing you could make me do to eat that gummy bear.
Can you quarterback a segment yet?
Damn it, let's give it a go.
Okay, we're going to give it a go. News of the day coming up next. Where we heading, Chief?
Well, we got news on Bieniemy and Carr, plus 2 NFL superstars that are likely on the move. Who are they? Find out next.
Listen.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. A lot of NFL news. Eric Chiafalo's got you covered. Here he is. Eric, take it away.
All righty, boys and girls. I think we need to get our bodies ready for Eric Bieniemy to be in this division, calling plays for the Washington Commanders. It is not a done deal. Crazy things happen all the time, but all signs are seemingly a go for Bieniemy to go from the Chiefs offensive coordinator, where he doesn't really call plays but kind of does, and then now he will very likely be the OC and head play calling man in Washington for the Commanders. What a home run hire that will be for the Commanders if they get it. And there's a lot for me to unpack here on a couple of different fronts, but one thing that just popped in my head when we're talking about McCarthy on the hot seat, and it's like, okay, why could that be? Well, there's no offensive coordinator. He's the offensive coordinator now. Who's the next scapegoat? Dan Quinn's not going to be a scapegoat. That dude is Teflon in there. And I'm like, it's a shame. If the Commanders are going to get Bieniemy, why couldn't we have just went and got Eric bleeping Bieniemy ourselves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't we all rather have Eric Bieniemy as the offensive coordinator than Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer?
100%.
Like,
you saw the clinic they just put on getting guys wide open.
And it wasn't something we really considered because Bieniemy and moving from Kansas City has always been like, is he going to be a head coach? He's getting head coach interviews. All of a sudden, they're finding out, I guess, that's just not going to happen. So Bieniemy, his next best thing to get some level of step up is to go be the real offensive coordinator, brain power, and play caller for a team. Had I known that was on the table, we should have all been championing Eric Bieniemy should have been the offensive coordinator right here in Dallas. And I don't know if the Cowboys knew this was going to be a thing where Bieniemy's going to be willing to just take somewhat of a lateral job to go be a play caller somewhere else. Man, I wish that would have been right here. And unfortunately, it seems like we're just going to have to face him twice a year. And the one thing we talk about with the Commanders, yeah, their quarterback has sucked, and that is a huge nightmare problem for them. They got weaponry.
Yeah,
they got some players. You all right?
I think the thing is Mike McCarthy wants to call plays. This goes back to Green Bay, where when it had been a topic then, he said he's never going to give it up. And I think now he and Jerry feel like he's learned enough about Dak and these players and what they've been doing to add what he does. And I think they think that is ideal. But I would be wanting to bet on Bieniemy more than Mike McCarthy if I was in charge at this point.
The thing about it is, Mike, Eric is not the primary play caller in Kansas City.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And so now if you're Jerry Jones, you understand, you're like going, okay, I know what's going on in Kansas City. Andy's the primary play caller. Eric and the staff put together the game plan. It's similar to what's going to happen here with the Cowboys. If you're Jerry Jones, do you go, Eric Bieniemy, 2 out of the last 4 years, they've gone to the Super Bowl, but he hasn't been the play caller. Do I want to go with my head coach that I know that is a Super Bowl winning play caller himself?
It flows logically.
I'm not trying to like poke holes in Eric Bieniemy, but I have a feeling there's this love of Eric Bieniemy outside the NFL. I mean, they're like the people that, whoa, look at Kansas City, look what they're doing, look at all that. And then within the NFL walls, there's the people that are whispering this, that, and the other.
Eric still has to prove some things.
I think that's to me. I've heard people. I know people that.
Is that fair to Eric?
I don't think it's fair at all. But it's the reality of where we are in the NFL.
Yeah.
They will hire somebody to Jerry Jones. Having Mike McCarthy call plays would be better than having Eric Bieniemy. To him, because then his argument, well, Mike's been a head coach and a primary play caller, and they've won a Super Bowl. Well, Eric Bieniemy, they've won 2 of the last 4 Super Bowls, but he's not the primary play caller. See, that's how some people think, and unfortunately for Eric, I mean, these guys, these guys in Philadelphia, they were there for 2 years. Both coordinators there for 2 years and got jobs before Eric Bieniemy got a job. That just shows you how crummy the NFL is. The hiring practices are.
Were you talking about the Eagles just then?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was going to be one of the things. And Roger Sherman, I believe, is his name, and he puts it very, very nicely in his article in The Ringer here. And it's just the idea, and I'm coming at it from a Cowboy perspective, but it's even worse, I would imagine, if you're an Arizona Cardinal right now and a fan of them, and you're going, okay. So as Roger Sherman put it, imagine watching the Chiefs score 2 walk-in touchdowns, which we later find out is courtesy of Eric Bieniemy, who the night before the game noticed Doug Peterson do something similar in a game versus the Eagles, and was like, "We need to do this," and they ended up doing
that's
it
what you're
twice
getting
and
with
scoring.
Bieniemy.
You're getting that kind of thing. And so, and the Eagles hired the defensive coordinator who was supposed to stop those plays and left 2 guys completely wide open walking in for touchdowns.
Yeah.
And those weren't like holy smokes players. It's like Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney. And so Roger Sherman's going like, if you're a Cardinals fan right now, imagine watching the Chiefs score 2 walk-in touchdowns against the Eagles and thinking, man, I got to hire the guy who didn't adjust that defense, and not, man, I got to hire the guy who schemed up that offense. That's exactly what the Cardinals just did when they picked Jonathan Gannon to be their head man.
That's the problem. We were starting to hear, even when we were at the Super Bowl, that nobody wanted the Arizona job. And they never asked Eric Bieniemy about the job. Never asked him about it. That just shows you how bad the hiring practices are in the NFL. That a fact that a guy could be as qualified as he is, and they don't even want to ask him. They don't even want to. I mean, if Arizona offered him the job, you think Eric Bieniemy would turn that job down? Hell no, he wouldn't.
I mean, he's willing to go to Washington right now to be an OC.
To be an OC.
Right.
In an organization that's about to be sold.
Yeah, and it's an organization that has a young quarterback that you probably want to have like a brilliant offensive mind conducting the next couple of years in hopes to get that thing on the right track. They go defense. It is what it is, but I did think, dang it, he was willing to go just take a play calling job. I'd rather him be my play caller than Mike McCarthy, who's also my head coach. Obviously, the Joneses don't necessarily feel the same way about that.
Right.
Now he's in our division, so that kind of stinks. But if I'm a Cardinals fan, I feel even worse. Like, we just got taken to the woodshed by a guy, and we're going to take the guy that couldn't stop him. Okay, so be it. We got 2 superstar names that are about to be on the move. We've talked about one of them plenty, and the other one a little bit. The first one I will start with is DeAndre Hopkins, who had a no trade clause in his contract. So he was going to dictate if he was getting traded anywhere, he would have to sign off on it, and that really shrinks the pool of teams that are even realistic to get him because he would have to sign off on it. Well, since he was suspended for the PED use,
got waived.
It is now because he was suspended 6 games for that.
Yeah.
He no longer has the no trade clause in his contract.
Right.
Thus can be traded anywhere at any time. And so I think that is something like I'm expecting DeAndre Hopkins to get traded this offseason.
Seems like Arizona's going to initiate a rebuild here. We're going to tear this thing down a little bit and try to emerge from the ashes. And I don't know, DeAndre Hopkins is definitely a player I'm hanging on to. A candidate for the best receiver in the game. You're never more than 2 years away. Don't think you're so far away that you can give away your best players, but that's just the kind of thing that Arizona would do, Chief. Yeah. I agree with you. I think they will move him.
I think they will. Somebody's gonna buy on him. I know a lot of Cowboys fans want it to be the Cowboys, and I wouldn't be completely against it, but I'm sure there's other ways. At the wide receiver position, you can find it now. So do you want to give
his
up
commitment to
aspects?
winning? You know,
I know. I figured if anybody was gonna champion the DeAndre Hopkins thing, maybe 12 months ago, no, but like 7.5 months ago, Dawson was like, "All right,
hey,
you can be on my team any day, sir."
New information. What's the next suspension look like if we want to do it again?
Is it going to be 6 again? Because I can manage 6.
Yeah, we can do that.
We got the Rams and Jalen Ramsey. And this is starting to get to the point where it seems like, I mean, you have Bleacher Report saying, like, if Jalen Ramsey gets cut, where could you see him landing? And Jalen Ramsey himself quote tweeted that tweet from Bleacher Report and said, 100% chance I will not get cut. God bless, though. You have the Rams COO, Kevin Demoff, saying, I think all of our players, it's going to be about figuring out what's best moving forward. Could not be more grateful for Jalen for what he's done for the Rams leading this defense.
But Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.
Tall Jeremy Fowler.
Tall.
Really tall Jeremy Fowler.
Agreed.
Yeah.
That was eye-opening at Radio Row. LA seems destined for a mini reset to recoup resources, and it must decide which marquee players it's comfortable letting go this offseason. Teams I've talked to wonder if the Rams will part with Jalen Ramsey, who has a $25 million cap hit. Rebuilding an offensive line will go a long way to help McVay regain his mojo on offense. So Jalen Ramsey could be a guy that's also on the move. Now, that's a huge money player who is more on the descent than he is hanging around in his prime. Broadus, I think you're going for a position change.
Yeah, I think
sending him to safety.
I think this may be Charles Woodson. I think this could maybe be the guy that you move from the corner, that played at a very, very high level, and then later in his career you move him to safety. And
where did Charles Woodson make that change?
Yeah,
that position switch.
When did he make it?
Yeah,
he got let go when he was at the Raiders,
and then he went to the
Green Bay Packers,
and their head coach was
Mike McCarthy.
Okay, look at us connecting dots over here, man. Jalen Ramsey, safety, Cowboys, 2023.
I like what you're doing.
Very expensive safety though. Joneses are going to have to figure out. Okay, I guess we're willing to pay that position. But who are we kidding? The Joneses aren't going to want Jalen Ramsey. They didn't want him in the draft.
Yeah. Well, I think Rod Marinelli didn't want him in the draft. And if Miss Marinelli, if you're listening, please don't call me. I do know that on some high authority.
Well, I am pretty excited about just the idea. Like, these are just two names, Hopkins and Ramsey, that I think very likely could be on the move. But like with all the player movement we saw last year,
the
big
quarterbacks,
name guys, and we
quarterbacks,
think about the quarterbacks
are going to be the big movers, yeah.
And all the wide receivers that moved last year. Like the NFL is morphing into a sport that is much more willing to wheel and deal, and not just seventh rounder for no name. It's like big money, big assets, huge name player. Let's go do this thing. And those are just two of the names that very likely could be moved this offseason.
These general managers, and they're getting really a little bit more opportunity to wheel and deal. They might make a mistake. I mean, they asked Howie Roseman. They asked him about extending the contract to Hurts, and he goes, "Well, what did you learn from the previous contract that Carson Wentz won?" And he was trying to explain it's two different things, but in reality, he's getting another opportunity to sign a quarterback, with a big contract. And I think it's a fair question.
The players do like Hurts. He is a great leader. He's not afraid to run. He's staying healthy. But Carson Wentz put up better numbers. Carson Wentz was a better player in his time for the Eagles than Jalen Hurts has been. At least the first couple, 2-3 years.
Yeah. He had that 1 year.
It's hard for me to say anything.
Special.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say anything really great about Carson Wentz.
Yeah, at this point as well. I was a guy who liked him coming out. But
I know.
You're
not wrong, but I'm just saying it's just hard for me to.
He was like leading the MVP race
until he got hurt.
He was putting up huge numbers with all the fancy numbers and stuff like that. His problem was he didn't have the character or the heart to play football, and once he got hurt, he turned into a coward.
We have Derek Carr, speaking of quarterbacks on the move, going to be visiting the Jets this weekend.
Yep.
So the Jets making it abundantly clear, hey, Zach Wilson, probably not, bro. And whether it's going to be Carr, Rodgers, whoever it is, they want to get a veteran man in there. You have, and maybe Zeke will do something similar, the Packers, Aaron Jones, their running back, he's agreeing to reduce salary to remain with the Packers. So I guess he probably looked at the free agent running back list. Okay, this is a deep running back class as well. Do I really want to test this thing? Sure, I'll just stay in Green Bay.
Is anybody picking the Lions to win the NFC North?
Yeah, I think so.
I think there are plenty, because there's a lot of people that are assuming Rodgers is going to be gone. The Vikings are going to take a step back because they're one of the fortuitous one-score victory teams all the time last year.
And the Bears might win 7 games.
And the Bears, who knows? I mean, the Bears are interesting to me, very interesting. And I did find the science to back up the moving off of Justin Fields take that you have there, Dawson, that we'll get to at some point. Hopefully today I'll have a chance to pull that thing out. But
looking forward to that.
Yeah,
I was just going off my eyeballs.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I get that. The numbers back up. Justin Fields throwing the football is about as bad as it gets, and we'll talk about that a little bit later.
One of these days, I'm going to step into that Scout Gavin role a little bit more for you, Brian. We'll get these quarterbacks figured out.
I hope so. Yeah, let me know.
Okay, we do have some disappointing sports news. Our guy Tiger Woods on the comeback trail finished with a flurry of birdies yesterday. Today, a flurry of bogeys.
Oh, no.
I know. He was even through 14, but ends up +3 on the day somehow, and I fear he's going to miss the cut, Brian.
He's going to miss the cut.
All the ladies are saying karma.
A little bit more strengthening in the legs. Well, he's free on a Friday night now. Ladies, he's free on a Saturday. Come get your Tiger Woods. And I'd say this is progress. He finished 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Maybe fatigue played a factor. I guess he's limping a lot, and strength in the ankle is a major issue. And fatigue with something as fine as a golf swing, you know how it could just wreak havoc on you, Brian.
It's a hilly course.
Yeah.
But you can also hide when you have to go to the men's room there, too. So
that's a bonus.
the good thing about the hilly part of it.
Hey, pros and cons to everything.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get a little bit more information on why you might want to pick the Lions, but the ESPN so-called experts predict the offseason. Did you see what one of Brian's old buddies had to say about your Cowboys? That's next to the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We have some ESPN so-called experts predicting 2023 NFL season developments. Let's do this. About an hour ago, we did bet payoff number one of the day, and Eric Chiafalo, he survived the little nitro super gummy bear. It was pretty insane, though. There was a snot situation. There was a throwing up situation. There was sweat. And there was a lot of looks of pain and anxiety on his face. If you were watching on the webcam, he has survived. And an hour later, you're doing pretty good, aren't you, Chief? You just quarterbacked a segment.
Yeah. I'm hanging in there. There's an afterburn in the back of the throat, afterburn in the belly right now. We'll see what the afterburn in the booty looks like a little bit later. But it was definitely the worst payoff that I've done all season. There's no question about that. And
worse than the straw dog?
This is worse than the straw dog. This is worse than the straw dog. Whatever other crazy, dumb things that I know we've had to do, I can't even remember them all. It's been a long season. It's been tough on the body. Lord knows I need the offseason to recover.
Yeah.
There's no way I'd ever do that again.
We might have to ban that payoff permanently after
the next one gets consumed by somebody. I think we should as well, because we got one more little nitro and somebody's eating that bad boy.
Well, we are 2 hours away from Brian's payoff, his own personal breakfast food hell. An orange juice and boiled egg smoothie, basically. Yes, 2 eggs, and he hates it. And it's going to be about 12, 16-ounce glass. He's going to drink that. It's going to be explosive on both ends. So it could be a double vomit, double payoff Friday here for your listening pleasure. Now, I was going to do, Wolchuk's mama's got it going on today, but a lot of kids are sick. A lot of parents are sick. There's a little bit of a late winter bug that's cruising around DFW. It felt like a couple of kids were sick last night at soccer practice. So hopefully everybody's going to be okay. And, we'll give Wolchuk's mom a ring next week.
Yes, absolutely we will. We are not going to let that slip out of our fingertips.
Oh, and I'm ready too.
I know you are, man. You're excited.
And I'm not a good. So the bit the challenge is, and it was thrown down by our program director Gavin Spittle. You got to call Wolchuk's mom and flirt with her or come on to her for 5 minutes. And obviously it's a sensitive situation because she's a married woman.
And in 5 minutes, I don't know if you have the stamina for that.
You're right. And
it's a long time.
I'm horrible at hitting on people. Like when I was single, I would just be like, "Hey, how's it going? Do you want to hang out sometime?"
Yeah, it works. Yeah, that's good.
No, yes, okay,
pool?
Right.
Yeah.
So
pass them a note or something.
So
like
making it smooth is not in my forte. But I was doing prep. Right. I googled it up. I got a couple of different tactics that'll it'll probably be embarrassing for me, but I believe it will be entertaining, and we'll get that paid off for you next week. NFL experts predicting the 2023 season. Can the Cowboys finally win the Super Bowl was the headline. The ball's on these guys to throw that out there just a few days after. We haven't recovered. We're not ready for a question like that. An old friend of Broadus, though, brought up a very interesting and exciting name for the Cowboys to pursue and might actually be affordable. We were just talking to DeAndre Hopkins. Not quite that guy. How about a dude 1 year younger? Stand by. Segment here of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, the Frankels, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation's always free over there at truckwreck.com. Yeah, they asked 10 NFL analysts to weigh in on next season's Super Bowl winner, MVP, and breakout candidates. If you want to give me your answers to those three, that would be excellent. What's your Super Bowl matchup and winner? Who is your MVP, and what are your breakout candidates? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. There's a lot of 49ers, Bengals, and Chiefs in their Super Bowl predictions amongst all the experts. And that's probably the three most likely teams. I don't know. Some people are skeptical on the Niners. Some people believe that it doesn't matter who their quarterback is. They'll be in fine shape by the time we get to January. There's a little Eagles in there as well. And one of your guys, Brian, maybe even a member of the Gang of Seven, not looking for you to reveal your sources or anything, but
no, we can't do that.
Mike Tannenbaum, ESPN, NFL front office insider. Bengals over Cowboys is his pick. Look for Burrow and the Bengals to take advantage of playing an AFC title game at home, which will buoy them in the Super Bowl, or into the Super Bowl. Dallas has a championship defense now, and adding a wide receiver like Michael Thomas A potential salary cap casualty in New Orleans could help its balance. I chuckled at first too, Chief. The guy has not been a factor in the NFL since 2019. He's 29 years old. I said, what evidence do you have that Michael Thomas can even perform at an NFL level? At the height of his powers, he was for a brief moment considered by some to be the best wide receiver in football, 1,700-yard season. But then he got hurt, and things got weird. And a few people in the building that we never got details on had issues with him. Like, it was coming at all sides for Michael Thomas, and it was not good in New Orleans, but they never let him go, despite a lot of rumors around that. He missed all of 2021. He played in 7 games in 20, and he played in 3 games in 2021 before suffering a toe injury. Check this out, guys. His 77.4 receiving grade in those 3 games ranked 12th among wide receivers. His 3 touchdown catches tied for second, and his 8 contested catches were the most in the NFL through the first 3 weeks of this season. So I don't know if I don't think I'll pick the Cowboys to be in the Super Bowl. But if you go get Michael Thomas and he plays at that level, and the exciting thing about Michael Thomas, he hasn't done anything for 3 years. So this is going to be a prove it type situation like Juju Smith-Schuster's in.
Oh yeah, it'd be a low money deal for sure. Super incentive based, I would imagine. And I hope that is not the. I love that that's his answer for it. It's not just like part of the all encompassing. It's like that's the move they need to make. And as long as they make that move and put their eggs in the Michael Thomas basket, who's played like 3 games in 3 years, then all is going to be well. He's played 10 games in 3 years.
Yeah. He missed all of 21.
So it sounds like he still got it when he's out there, but how often is he actually out there? You might as well just add OBJ as well, get all the vets in there, and they can go like a couple of weeks at a time just sharing rest. You know?
That would be painful to see. But, you know, I think if Michael Thomas is healthy, he can have a big impact in the NFL still. He's just 29 years old. You know, sometimes guys get hurt and it changes their body. But the other way of looking at that is he's had a chance to get fresh. Like, he has not been tackled much. He's not taken many hits over the years, Brian.
Michael Thomas or Anthony Davis? Which one of those guys you want? If you could take a hurt guy to help your sports teams.
Well, one's going to be way cheaper than the other one.
I think I'll take Anthony Davis, though. That's 2 picks. And I know it's a lot, but that could push the Mavs over the top.
Yeah, give me Anthony Davis as well for sure.
I'm going to put him on ice until the playoffs start.
I'll tell you, the one
I'm not
thing,
even going to play him.
The one thing you have going for you is that in Dallas, that Britt Brown, the assistant, associate athletic trainer, rehab guy.
He's good at his job.
He is like around the league. He is known as one of the best. And if you're one of those guys that's kind of struggling with your health, players are kind of buzzing about him a little bit.
Cool.
That if you come here, this guy will take care of you. This guy will get you right, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what Michael Thomas needs. Maybe he needs somebody that kind of can get him through, get him over the hump. But man, if you get him right at 29 years old, geez.
Okay,
he's a hell of a player.
I wonder if Sean Payton's gonna try and make a move for him. Now that he's in Denver.
I think with Sean, I've never asked Sean about him, but my gut feeling would be there's a lot of heartache there and maybe not some trust.
It was not going smooth.
No, there was. Yeah.
Kansas City is mentioned, and that seems like it might make a lot of sense for Michael Thomas as well. Do you guys have a Super Bowl matchup?
I think I haven't thought too much about it. There's so many unknowns at this point, but Cincinnati or Kansas City in the AFC, it feels pretty comfortable. And then in the NFC, I would love to know what the Niners got going at quarterback, because the Niners are probably going to be a team to fear. I'd probably do Chiefs Niners or Bengals Niners right now.
Bengals Niners. I think we're going back to the 80s, Brian. I think that's going to be my pick as well.
You know what? I'm going to give you a team that will be in the mix. That'll be. And then I don't think they're going to be surprising anymore. In the AFC, watch Jacksonville.
Okay, yeah, I could see that.
I mean, maybe Jacksonville will be the Cincinnati from 2 years ago, where they made that run. Maybe they had to go on the road. Cincinnati went and beat Kansas City and all that. I think that Doug Peterson's building something really special down there. It's amazing they had Urban Meyer down there, and they go from being a team that's just awful to Doug going down there. They got draft picks, they got money. This team is going the right the right direction. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Jacksonville has one of those runs like Cincinnati had 2 years ago and got in the Super Bowl.
I like that. That's a good pick. Joe Burrow got the most votes for MVP next year. Hurts, Mahomes, Herbert got some votes as well. Breakout players. This is where you get the next Cowboy mention. Tony Pollard getting some love from the ESPN panel. Maybe a big breakout year. I don't know how you bet on that with the 15-touch thing. That was such a big prevalent story, and a lot of people vouched that it was true. I didn't believe it at first, but enough people vouched that it's true that I don't know that you make a guy a workhorse, high-paid a running back. But all indications are the Cowboys are preparing to do this. But this is why Detroit is such an interesting name for a breakout team or maybe a breakout player right here. But last year they were the team that ended up drafting Jameson Williams, the Alabama wide receiver that tore his ACL, and he sat out the entire year. And so he's been rehabbing, and you add that to a figured out Jared Goff. He was top 5 in the NFL in total QBR last year. Like, I don't know if he's a good quarterback or not, but he plays the position highly efficiently for what they were asking him to do. So Jameson Williams, maybe a breakout player. You also had Justin Fields, George Pickens, Drake London with the Falcons as names getting significant buzz for breakout candidates there coming up this season.
I like those names. I like all those names. Tony Pollard being mentioned, though, is funny. I feel like he already had a breakout year. I feel like this was kind of his breakout year, unless they are expecting even more from him. I don't know.
I'm really interested to see what happens to Tony Pollard. There's a side of me that might not tag him and hope that I can get him back cheaper, just because of all the free agents that are out there as running backs that are veteran players. And then what's going on in this NFL draft? There might be such a glut of really quality running backs. He might not get what he thinks he's going to get.
So that he comes back on the cheap.
I think I might let this, because if he goes away, okay, I've got it covered. I'm gonna I've got compensatory picks. I got other picks I can use. I can move around. There's enough running backs in this draft that I feel like that I could let it ride. And see if in week 2 that he doesn't get, especially him coming off an injury.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, we do have
him $10 million.
It's a mystery to me.
I'm not giving him $10 million.
No, it's tough. I think the Packers are kind of like your sister franchise. Now, they got the Super Bowl, and they often make it a little bit farther, but they believe in draft and developing and apparently investing in running backs now, and they've become pretty inconsistent in the playoffs as well. It appears Shaq has a celebrity crush, if you didn't know already, and it appears it's Rihanna. He said, all you people disrespecting Rihanna, shut your face. He is about to go tell me how my you-know-what tastes in regards to all these Rihanna haters. He said she did a wonderful job. She's pregnant. She blessed it. She didn't fall. Just leave it there. All you superstars disrespecting and causing beef, shut it up, said the big fella. Says, if she was my woman and I seen one of you superstars do that, I'm going to have to get at you. Rappers, presidential candidates, I'm going to have to get at you. Leave her alone. Yes.
That's awesome, man.
I know a lot of people felt a certain, a personal offense to how Rihanna has been insulted as a result of her performance. She's got a lot of super fans out there.
Dude, I'm kind of one of them. I was thinking around, I'm going, like, of all the people that I could go see right now live in concert, I feel like Rihanna would be up there.
It's funny. I was watching a video clip of her. She was at some fashion deal, and like some gal walked by her and was kind of being kind of snooty, and she just double flipped her off. Like in this big time, with all the glamour and glitz. And
that's your kind of girl, isn't it?
It's kind of like, it's like, you're going to give me this attitude, and she just double bird the lady as she's walking down the catwalk. I'm like going, there you go. She gets it. Like, don't be giving me that, that look.
Billionaires don't have to.
They don't have to give you that look. Yeah.
No, that's the epitome of that FU money. Literally.
She did. She did.
She got the double FU money.
She shot him, and that girl just kind of like it like shocked her a little bit.
Okay, we're looking at Biggest L, Biggest Dub right now. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing though. Here we are. It is the weekend. Congratulations, we've done it. We made it again. If you need a new vehicle, you want or need.
To Arizona as the only DFW radio station covering Ranger spring training. We're live from Surprise with guests, insight, and of course, more hijinks beginning Monday, February 27th on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. 321 says, biggest L is owing on my taxes this year. Biggest dub, I haven't eaten a spicy gummy bear today. Yeah, that's right. And here is Mr. Little Nitro himself, Eric Chiafalo.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Let's party on a Friday.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Now my stomach's on fire. Okay, so big dub, I would say, for sports moms this week. It starts with the Kelsey's mom, who was literally headline news for about a week and a half, like leading into the Super Bowl. It was all about the Kelsey's mom, Jason Kelsey on the Eagles, Travis Kelsey on the Chiefs, and they do a podcast together, and they were getting emotional just talking about it, like how cool it was for them after the fact, looking back over the last week or two of how much just like hoopla was surrounding their mom and how much fanfare she was getting, and she really was sort of headline news for the week or two leading into the Super Bowl, and they just really, really appreciated it. And I think anybody could imagine like having their mom get a ton of love would just be, especially on their behalf, like, thanks to you, son or daughter, mom is getting all the love in the world nationally, and that would make you feel really, really good. So big dub for sports moms, because not only for the Kelsey's mom, but also we addressed this yesterday, Mikal Bridges, a.k.a. Brooklyn Bridges, now with the Nets. He had his career game, and sitting courtside was his mom. And right after he dropped 45 points, he was efficient as freak. It was outstanding. And he took his jersey off and handed it right to his mom there on the courtside after the game. So big dub for sports moms out there, man. Everybody can appreciate that.
Yeah, that's huge. That Kelsey mom in a win-win situation. And I think they handled it well. You know, Jason actually managed to convince me he was pretty happy for his brother winning his second Super Bowl.
Yeah, but L for the sports moms that like to venture onto the court or to the field and like go after the referees, right?
Oh, that's bad. Yeah.
Youth sports moms.
Yeah.
Cheerleaders, youth sports moms, anybody going after the refs.
If you're going after the refs or going after another player, you know, and you're like that sports mom, that's an L to me.
Yeah, okay, let's go dub for professional sports moms this week and L for youth sports moms this week.
Yeah.
Seems like things got a little bit out of hand there.
Yeah, put down the Yeti tumbler and, mind your business.
All right, 877-881-1053, 682. Biggest L had to put the dog down after finding out it was paralyzed in the hind region on Super Bowl Sunday morning. Oh. That is a giant L, 682. Godspeed to you and your family. It's one of the most heartbreaking things, and it's one of the very, I could probably think of just a couple of occasions where I saw my dad cry, and it was years ago whenever I was in third grade, and it was the very first family dog we ever had that we had to put down, and that's just never a fun time. It's never a fun time, so we feel your pain there, 682.
Do they have these things for dogs now? If they're paralyzed, do they have these wheel carts they can put their...
They do have some things. There's extenuating circumstances, I think, size of the dog, age of the dog.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
Something like that.
I got you.
But they do know Big Dub found homes for the dog's puppies and now can focus solely on their actual child that will be born in June. So
congratulations.
There's a silver lining there a little bit.
Good cigars for everybody, please.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Here we go. 972. Big time dub won 600 buckaroonies on a scratch-off ticket this week.
Oh, congratulations.
Lucius told the story of Lucius, she win, $20 million or something?
$20 million scratch-off.
Yeah, that lady won $20 million right there in Fort Worth.
Scratch-off.
And there's one out there in the state of Texas floating around. Yeah. There's 3 out of 4 have been found.
Man, the D-gens are sitting there scratching, going right back in line, scratching. Yeah.
It's going to be this one. I got a hot hand. I can feel it. I haven't won in years, but
exciting.
The next one, right? I mean, odds are in my favor. They're never in your favor. When you're doing a scratch off, you're not even thinking 600, right? Let alone 20 million. You're thinking can I get $50?
You're thinking,
can I just kind of win basically a free 50 here?
Can I get my money back is what you're kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Can I just break even?
Can I just break even on this, what I just did?
And then when you break even, you're like, well, why am I quitting? Now I'm on a roll.
Yeah, then you go right back.
Every one win for a scratch off feels like 10. So you win one and you're like, oh, and now I'm on a hot streak. Now any gas station I pull up to is about to see victory.
Let me ask you this: scratch off a suitable gift for somebody?
Oh yeah, it's a good gift. I love that. That's fun.
If you give them a gift, you're giving it to them. But if they don't win, we're still good with that?
Yeah, because they could have won a ridiculous amount of money.
Okay,
that's good value on that.
And when you do when we do these white elephant family Christmas things, when we
throw
involve
a few of those in there.
The cousins and stuff, and it gets a little bit big, and it's hey, $10-15 gift minimum. Boom, let's go $10-15 in scratch offs, man, and that could turn into something extremely special. All right. Let's see here. Big dub, I would say. I was going to give this dub to just all men across the world. Across the world. But I think I have to give it to humankind in general because the average male appendage has grown, science has shown us, 24% over the last 30 years.
Really?
I don't see a downside to this for anybody.
No.
I think everybody gets a victory here.
Everybody's picking up wins here. I wonder why that is. Is it because of how much attention society's paid to it?
That we've manifested it a little bit.
It's it's natural selection. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
The ladies are more aware of how much, better it can be.
Yeah.
So they're out shopping. They're shopping a little bit more.
I think there's a lot of videos where ladies are kind of not totally into that anymore.
Oh, those are the lying ones.
Are they lying, you think?
Are you going down those rabbit holes?
No,
that'll help you sleep at night, bro. It will.
No, there's some gals that are they kind of talk about it. They're doing podcasts about it.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like,
it's the Lie Your Balls Off podcast.
Oh,
they do a great job. They run the numbers up. They got guys listening all over the world, patting themselves on the back.
So guys are feeling good about themselves. What do you call it? Lie your balls off podcast. That's actually we should keep that.
We
name.
might need to go ahead.
We might need Odyssey needs somebody. We keep that name.
We need to jump into that one.
Yeah.
But I think we all just really need to thank our forefathers for setting the bar so extremely low that over time we were going to surpass by 24%. This isn't a 2.4%, boys and girls. This is 24%. All right. So this is, I think this is pretty exciting nonetheless. I just saw this. I'm just seeing this. I think we have to give Trayvon Diggs a little bit of an L here. A little L-ski pop for Trayvon Diggs.
What happened?
He's rooming with Wolchuk now?
He's allegedly not paying his rent.
What?
And somebody's coming after him, man.
Yeah.
Adulting is hard.
Adulting is hard,
really
man.
is hard.
They don't tell you about that in school. They need to have a class
He's blaming it on
called
his kid.
adulting.
Yeah.
Adulting 101.
Yeah.
At every level of grade
Of
school.
Yeah.
Thinks
Like,
he's
you
living
gotta
in
have that.
the athletic dorm in Alabama.
Yeah. Rosemary is alleging that he only paid 1 month of his 1 year lease. So, and now she is suing for up to 250 GBOs, unpaid rent, maintenance fees, other issues. This is Fort Worth Star Telegram.
I heard I heard the carpet's got a little wrecked over there. They were talking about all the things that she had to repair.
Oh, they got the details?
She said the carpets were not very good.
Throwing a couple of ragers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, imagine, dude, you have in one single NFL season double-digit interceptions.
Yeah.
The amount of parties, okay, that ensue from that
Pay your damn rent.
Yeah, no question.
Pay
your
your
rent.
rent. Pay your rent,
We're not
man.
upset at you for partying.
Yeah, just pay your rent.
Just pay your rent. Alvin Kamara is taking the L this week. It looks like Clark County grand jury indicting him for the alleged beating at the Las Vegas, they say nightclub, but I thought it was at the airport whenever they were doing the Pro Bowl. And it was like a weird deal where
I thought it was a nightclub, and then he played the game the next day.
And then so it was at the nightclub, and then he played in the game, and people were talking about it during the game while he's out there playing of how last night things got out of hand, and now a year later, I guess, is when the news is made official that he's indicted. So I don't even know exactly what that means, but it's not a good thing, right? Like when you get indicted, is that like a surefire you're bleeped?
Yeah, they say you can indict a ham sandwich. So it doesn't mean, but it means you're heading down the path of being like officially charged with a crime.
Yeah. Okay, very good. And the L in Don Lemon stands for biggest L of the week. I'm sure we've all seen that.
He looked
by
good
now.
in Fashion Week, man. Had a good coat on.
He went viral for crushing some female political figure for not being in her physical prime.
Haley, or is it?
Did he use the Waddle reference the same way Terry Bradshaw did?
I don't know. I think it was good journalism.
Might have been.
He's getting killed for it, though.
He is getting killed. So biggest L.
So sensitive about our primes. Surely we can talk about the male prime all we want, but don't mention that female might be out of her prime. Now you're about to get canceled.
Now you're crossing the line a little bit.
Yes,
over there,
sir.
Dawson.
Thank you, sir. I am. I might have just canceled myself. Who are your top 5 of those going into next season? We have the top 10 with Wolchuk, Chiafalo filling in for him coming up at 4:20 as well here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
This upcoming Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Autoflex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Would you like to know the best idea ever? Russell Westbrook getting a buyout and returning to
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Before we get to a fascinating quarterback discussion in which I'm going to shock you with my Dak Prescott opinion, I got to know, as we head into this weekend, what are you filling your football watching time with? At 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text is open. Please leave your name and city you're texting from, Brian.
College players, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I got to, I know one day soon you're going to go, hey, we're going to have a big board report.
Yeah.
And when you do, I got to be ready.
Yes.
I got to be ready for the big board report.
I cannot wait. Love BBR season, baby.
Yeah.
Well, big board reports are coming. The draft is coming. Obviously, Rangers spring training is off and running. Chief, what are you doing? Lucius, what's the hot stuff we need to be watching right now for people that don't have anything to watch now the football season's over?
Lucius is definitely going to be better at this than I am.
You got the XFL coming up, y'all.
There you go. Yeah, third year in a row now they've made it.
I'm ready to watch the Nooch. Fling it.
Are you gonna be watching some XFL for real?
Nah, I don't want to lie to you. Probably not too much.
There's some interesting figures. They need to find a way to wrangle like former NFL stars. Get Dez out there in some pads.
T.O.
Yes. We need something that's like eye popping or ear catching. Like, can we get a superstar that doesn't want to go 3 years in college? Like Bijan Robinson in the XFL. Like, give that guy more money than a college endorsement program would, right? Something like that, I think, would make the XFL watchable. Until then, I'm looking to stream something, Brian.
Well, good news is I got 10 of the most the top streaming shows that we should all be watching for our list coming up in a few minutes. So that'll be enlightening.
I need to catch up on those documentaries. Lucius names like 3 of them every day that I'm like, man, that sounds interesting. Boardwalk Empire. I see the clips for that.
Good. Nucky Thompson.
I'm like, what the hell? How did I miss this?
I don't know how you missed that. You must have been scouting.
Yeah, watching college tape.
Yeah, it was about 10 years or so ago, and I watched most of that. It was an incredible show about the old times running moonshine and stuff.
The bootleggers and
the speakeasies and the organized crime and the crooked government agents and everything in between. That's a great show. 817, an indictment means the grand jury has concluded that there is significant evidence that solidifies you're guilty, and it's 90% you're screwed. Whoa. Okay, so you've been arrested, and then the grand jury's looking at the evidence, and they're like, yeah, looks like that was a pretty good arrest. We're going to have to go ahead and indict your ass, and you'll be in front of a judge to plead guilty or not guilty here before too long. Okay, here we go. What are your top 5 of these going in? Emmanuel Acho, a Texas guy turned media member, quarterbacks going into next season is what I'm looking for here. Number 1, Mahomes. Number 2, Burrow. Number 3, Hurts. Number 4, Allen. Number 5, Lamar Jackson. I hadn't thought about this in a while, but my first thing going in is, before you compile your list, is it's more up for debate than ever that I can remember. Mm-hmm. Tua and Jared Goff had top 5 total QBRs. And then you've had retirements, Breeze and Brady, and you also have the NFL running more and protecting quarterbacks more than ever, which brings in a different type of quarterback. For the first time, you don't have to be a great pocket passer to be a great NFL quarterback. I should say, for the first time in my life. In the 80s, by the time I started tuning into the NFL, you had to be a great pocket passer with incredible accuracy, anticipation, and timing to be a great NFL quarterback, and it has remained that way for a long, long time. But we had a couple of things going on. Number 1, social acceptance of a more diverse idea of what a quarterback can look like and be like. The protection for the quarterbacks that want to be mobile. You can't hit these guys. And if you do, you're facing big fines. So now I'm feeling more free to run. I'm just going to slide. I'm not going to get beat up. I'm not going to have to, actually play football, actually play tackle football at quarterback anymore, which makes teams more comfortable with letting their quarterbacks run. So now that is happening, I think there are tons of different ways you can answer this question. Who are the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL? I just don't think there's much debate with the first three. It's Mahomes, Rodgers, Burrow, end of story. How about that for a hot take, Brian? What do you got for me? Chief, what do you got?
Yeah.
Mahomes, Rodgers, Burrow is where you're at?
Yeah, it's the official list.
Okay, so I would have, obviously, Mahomes, everybody would. And then I think a lot of people are going to have Joe Burrow at number 2 over Aaron Rodgers at this point. I would be in that same group. And then after that, do you still give it to Rodgers to an extent, or do you like some of these young guys, the rushing game? Where are you at with Josh Allen right now? Was he dealing with an elbow injury, or was he just kind of lucky for about a year or two, and now he's kind of regressed back to what he has always been, which is erratic and inaccurate at times? I'm Mahomes, Burrow, and then I'd probably hit Allen still, because I do think the elbow had a lot to do with his issues, and he is still a guy, when he is healthy, I think a guy who can throw the ball extremely well, and he also has the rushing capabilities like a Jalen Hurts has. So I would still go Josh Allen, and then I would probably go Hurts with with the way he can run the ball, and he really was good on Sunday outside of the fumble. And then I'd go probably Trevor Lawrence.
Okay. All right. So no Rodgers for you at all?
I'm not going to have Rodgers in my top 5.
2 MVPs.
2 MVPs.
Rebuilding team. Almost goes on a huge winning streak to put them in the playoffs late.
Almost.
So he's washed now?
I'm not going to say he's washed, because I still think he'd be a top 10 quarterback. And if you're washed, I don't think you're in the top 10.
I will accept, I think, challenges with Burrow for the second spot. And to me, like, the jury's come back into the room on Josh Allen, and now we're going to see he hasn't had the best offensive line or weapons either, and has played some really good football. But you're going to have to see how the next 15 to 20 games go, I think, before your opinion solidifies, and how invested are the Bills going to be in, keeping a really good defense and surroundings around him. It kind of seems like they're going to have to go into a salary cap rebuild, and I think that's going to affect his, production quite a bit, Brian.
You know what? I've got Mahomes, Burrow, Rodgers, Allen, and Lawrence for my 5 that I had, and that's putting Lawrence in there because me, I love that guy out there at the Chargers. I'll be interested to see how that works out with him and Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore's done it. The ball does move. They do score points. That offense and stuff like that. Can he help? Can he help that guy out there? In Los Angeles at the Chargers? To me, I have to flip Lawrence. I'm right with him right now. I just feel like Lawrence is with the right guy. I think he's with the right team. I think they're going to find ways to spend money. They're going to try and get him weapons. I think that Doug knows about players and drafting and things like that. I just can see Lawrence getting better every year, and I don't know if I could always say that about what's going on with that guy. Brandon Staley's one of those guys that's on the hot seat right now. The Chargers coach.
For sure.
So, I mean, this is a major move for him to go out and get Kellen Moore, maybe to try and save his job.
Yeah, and a lot of people feel like Kellen Moore is going to be really good for that situation. We'll have to see. It appears that Keenan Allen is going to move on from that. I don't think it's crazy to put Dak in this top 5. I really don't. I know that there are times this season where he struggled. But if you're talking about guys like Justin Herbert, if you just go off the stats of the resumes, these are very comparable things. Josh Allen compared to what Dak's done at the height of his powers. I think this is very, very flexible, especially after Patrick Mahomes. But more than that, I'll go Burrow and Rodgers, I think, are pretty dang solidified as 2-3. But, I mean, if you're a super fan of Miami, you can say, well, look at Tua's numbers.
Yeah.
When the guy was healthy, he was playing way more efficient football than all but just a couple of guys in the entire league. And if you're a Dolphin super fan, you're feeling like you're right on Tua. He just got to be healthy. The only thing wrong with him is he breaks down. Jared Goff has taken a team to a Super Bowl and took the Lions of all teams on an 8-1 run, beats Aaron Rodgers week 18. Again, has better efficiency numbers than almost anybody. Trash take, Dawson. Dak is fringe top 10 right now. I understand. I think that's a valid opinion. I think if you want to say Dak's out of the top 10, fine. If you want to say Dak's my 5th best quarterback, there is the statistical evidence, and it's close enough, quarterback is a very inexact science. You can drop guys in and out of different contexts. The way that we saw Dak play with the transitioning offensive line and only CeeDee Lamb, no Wookiee tight end, 3 try-hard dudes who, have a good job of getting open, and, maybe Ferguson's pretty athletic. But whoever you're going to put in slots 4 and 5 in your top 5 quarterback rankings, Dak is going to stack up very, very well against him, not only for this season, but for the career.
Can I ask you guys this question? Quarterback purgatory, these teams. You tell me if they're in purgatory or not with their quarterback. Okay. Buffalo.
No.
Miami.
Yes.
No.
New England.
What's purgatory mean?
Like that point where you're between being.
I don't think you can be in purgatory if I haven't paid you.
Hell and heaven.
Oh, haven't paid you.
Yeah,
Okay.
like I haven't paid. The Dolphins haven't paid Tua, so they.
But they don't. I was just saying you don't know what you have.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you don't know where you're going.
You're hell or heaven. You're kind of in between the two.
Okay.
How about New England?
Yes.
Jets.
Yes.
Cincinnati. Cincinnati's no, right?
No.
Baltimore.
Yes.
No, he's an asset. If you're not going to pay him, somebody will, and you'll get something for him.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
With Kenny Pickett?
Yeah.
Probably.
Cleveland.
Yes.
I think it's going to stabilize. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get any more massages. He'll be good. He'll be good next year.
Jacksonville? No. Tennessee?
Yes.
Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Houston?
Yeah.
That's a division you want to be in right there. That's why Jacksonville's going to run away with that thing next year. Kansas City?
No. There's no purgatory there. Gavin sounds like a ball sack garbage disposal with this Dak take. And not like Bassick. Just a regular sack.
It just seems like a lot of these teams.
I had to get that in there. That was pretty entertaining.
No, it just seems like a lot of these teams, like the Chargers.
No, man. Herbert's good. It's
good enough.
Raiders.
Yeah, I mean they don't have a quarterback right now. Denver. Yeah, I think they're in a nightmare situation.
See, I mean, you just go through the NFC.
A lot of teams are in purgatory.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A lot of teams have pretty good but not great quarterbacks.
Yeah.
There's a lack of like a legit top 5 right now. I think it's like a top 3. And you'll just see who does a better job surrounding their player and saying, bleep the salary cap. That's the quarterback that often is going to produce so well. He's got a good defense. He doesn't have to force things. He's got good protection, good running game. Oh, look at this. I'm an MVP candidate. We won 12 or 13 games. Like, that's the league right now. And, I think the teams doing the best job at being flexible and fluid with their team building every spring are going to be the ones that figure out ways to get back instead of, just believing, well, we have a franchise quarterback, so that's our ticket to ride. I just don't think that's not what it is right now.
Can I ask you about one more team?
Sure.
Detroit.
No. I think they found something that works for Jared Goff.
I mean, I guess he's in that class, kind of like what Dawson's talking about. There is a wide group of quarterbacks now after the top guaranteed, I would say, really at this point, 2 for sure in Mahomes and Burrow. After that, the gap between these guys is not very big. And what creates the big gap is how much help are you getting? Because Jalen Hurts, he runs the ball very, very well. And I got him at 4 right now. And a lot of the reason why I have him at 4 is because he's got immense talent around him and an organization that wants to continue to put that in front of him. And right now he's got the best offensive line. He's got a great tight end. He's got 2 number 1 wide receivers. Okay, things are good for you, Jalen Hurts. And I think you could probably put Dak Prescott in there and see similar results. You could probably put a lot of these quarterbacks that you have after the top big dogs and say, yeah, in that environment, he could have an MVP kind of season. Tua is a great example. Tua is extremely limited, but when you give him a wizard play caller and you give him all the speed in the world and a little bit of protection, man, he can actually, for a time, look like an MVP quarterback. Like, the gap between quarterback number 3 and quarterback number 10 is very, very small.
Yeah, Kyler Murray was an MVP, last year, and now people act like he's too busy playing video games to understand the way the football works. Gavin, you've lost it mentioning Dak in the top 5. 469, Gavin calling Dak top 5 is not reasonable. And then 972, the turnovers. And yeah, I mean that's a pretty significant factor with the turnovers, but it hasn't been for his career. So I think 7 years in, you do get a little bit of credit, and maybe, one season can get a little sample sizey on you. Look at that. Look at me defending Dak. I told you the take would surprise you. I'm usually on the other side of it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it also comes down to, like, who do you trust in big moments? And unfortunately, the last 2 years, big moments, you've had 3 of them, and Dak has played well in one. And in the other ones, he couldn't score 20 points, couldn't score 16 points. And so do you trust him? And at what point does it become the narrative around the quarterback? And the younger quarterbacks have the advantage to have not been in the big moments, so we don't know that we can't trust them yet. And so we're assuming, since you're Herbert and Lawrence and a top 5 pick and you're 6'6", and you look like you have all the tools, that you aren't going to collapse in the big moments. But it remains to be seen. At this point, Dak's 30 years old. We've seen him collapse in the big moments. Some of that trust has waned. We'll see with some of these other young guys who just haven't been there yet.
Good stuff, everybody, especially some of you with the insults here. I got to hand it to you. You bring it. You sound off like you got up here. Damn, Gavin, the Tolos hate you when you root for Dak, and they hate you when you root against it. Damn, Cowboys fans. Thank you for recognizing that, 817. Welcome to my world. Wooly Bully's top 10's coming up next. Chiafalo has it, as he has all week long. Chief, what's the subject?
We got all the sports, and we got 10 best shows to stream right now. And I want to know what you're streaming. 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Chiafalo still recovering from his super hot gummy bear challenge back at 220. You can watch that on Twitch, YouTube at 1053. The Fan is our Twitter, and you can find us on all social medias. Got to get an eye of that. It was pretty crazy, and he had to leave the studio for a while. I came back just in time to vote for the G-Bag of the day, but it'll be a long time before you think of doing something like that again, Chiafalo.
Never again. Never again. I feel like I am awoken from a bad dream now that most of it has subsided, and I'm just thankful that it's over. My stomach is still very, very, like if you've just crushed a lot of hot, like Flamin' Hot Cheetos or something, that's how my stomach feels right now. I know the afterburn here in a little while at some point is going to be a nightmare. I'm glad that is over.
Yeah, you could have some Texas-sized heartburn tonight for bed, and maybe a not too pleasant wake up in the morning.
For such a tiny little gummy bear, man, that thing packed a nasty, nasty punch, and I can't wait for about 60 minutes from right now.
Yes, Brian Broaddus' payoff is coming up in What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 5:20. This segment of the G-Bag Nation
I'm out
is
of here, guys. I ain't doing that.
brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free over there at truckwreck.com. Here's Eric with our top 10.
The top 10 things you should be watching right now. We will get to it momentarily. Text in what you are watching at 877-881-1053. We just had a great quarterback conversation that we need to address one particular player in a team that really holds the NFL by its gonads a little bit if they really play this thing right. But Walchuk, and it is his time of the day, he just texted me officially, I'm going to have to get a new car. So
it's done ski.
He broke down halfway to Austin. He towed it back up here to Carrollton Ice Auto. Mike Osmond got under the hood and said, yeah, this thing is no good, and it's going in the garbage. So Walchuk is going to be renting a car. I think he's enterprising his way home some point this weekend.
He and I are sharing that in common right now.
And then
enterprising, yeah.
Broaddus was in a bit of a fender bender hit and run situation yesterday after work, which is a huge bummer. So,
dang, what breaks on a vehicle? That's not a super old one. You know, was that like a 2008 Acura or something like that?
I think it's a 06 Lexus RX,
a little SUV thing.
Yeah, a little SUV.
Didn't we ride with him somewhere and it was kind of shaky?
260 something miles on that thing.
Oh, that many! Wow.
Yeah,
he kept it looking nice.
We were at the Ranger game. We were coming back from the Ranger game.
Yeah, he drove us back from the Ranger game.
Yeah, it was kind of shaky at that point.
It was nerve wracking. Yeah. And it wasn't just his poor driving; it was just the car sucked really bad.
Wow.
You know?
Well, speaking of that, Bobby Belt the other day was like telling everybody what a good driver he was. I was driving around listening. I'm like, what is he talking about?
Myth bust that.
Sir, I was like, he was terrible. Bobby's the worst. Bobby's like one of those guys that like he'll like when he's driving, he's like looking at you, like talking to you. Like he's like, yeah, what do you got? You know, he's just not even looking at the road.
Yeah, he's overconfident in a lot of things.
He is way overconfident in a lot of things.
Okay, so a lot of people are asking about Justin Fields. We just talked about the quarterback situation and how it's a little bit wide open after the first couple of studs, Mahomes, Burrow, guys like that across the NFL, and people were texting, well, what about Justin Fields? Is he about to make that leap? Well, usually you make the leap in year 2. We just saw that, Trevor Lawrence. The leap you make is in year 2, and Justin Fields made a leap this year, but he did so with his legs. I mean, as a runner,
yeah.
He is the best maybe that the league has ever seen as a runner at the quarterback position.
Yeah, most like 80-plus yard touchdown runs by any quarterback in NFL history, and he did them all in 1 year.
It is truly insane how big and strong and fast and quick. Like he can get in a short distance, they're very fast, and he can go 80 yards and outrun an entire defense, and he can do it at like 230-something pounds. He's a freak show. And just with his legs, if you guaranteed health and an Eagles-type revamping of that Bears roster with the assets that they have right now and the number 1 overall pick and things they can do and all like $100 million in cap space, if you guaranteed me his health, I'd be like, dude, I think they could go – like put him on the Eagles, they could still go for a Super Bowl run because he runs that good. The problem is you can't bank on that health. You just saw it this year. When you run that way, you are inevitably going to get hurt. It is 18 regular season games now. So it's just not sustainable. So can you throw enough to overcome the idea that you're going to have to run all the time? Well, Kevin Cole did a great study on this, and he is championing. Kevin Cole is formerly of Pro Football Focus. He's now solo doing his own thing. He's a great Twitter follow, and he is championing that the Bears should trade Justin Fields and take a different quarterback at number 1. I think he likes Bryce Young, but that's not even the point. The point is he is a guy that says, hey, Justin Fields, we've seen enough now, and if he was the Bears, he would move on from Justin Fields, capitalize on this number 1 overall pick that the Bears have, and draft a new quarterback. Now, you may feel differently. Here's why he feels this way. It's because the quarterbacks take their big leap. Their biggest leap usually is in year 2. And people keep hitting him with, this is just the same conversation we had about Deshaun Watson and Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen, these running quarterbacks. Is that all they're going to be? And when you look at their second-year EPA per dropback, expected points added per dropback, how did you do when you were just dropping back and throwing the ball as a quarterback? Deshaun Watson in his second year was 14th in the sport. Lamar Jackson was 2nd in the sport. Jalen Hurts in his second year was 18th in the sport. Justin Fields in his second year, dead balls last. Okay? So he did not make a jump like that. Josh Allen is the only quarterback that you can point to that was near bottom of the league when it comes to just dropping back as a passer his first 2 years that has turned out to be a good quarterback.
Yeah, and he did a lot of good work, but the result is so rare. Like usually players that match that profile in year 2 don't go on to success.
Right.
You know, he's by far sort of an outlier type of player.
No question about it. And even Josh Allen, his rookie year was 29th expected points added on a drop back. His second year, he at least improved to 24th.
Okay.
Justin Fields was second last his rookie year and dead balls last his second year. Now, a lot of people will say, well, hey, I mean, all the Bears were doing was tearing that roster apart.
Sure.
And selling off and getting rid of good players and leaning into the tank. And that's very fair.
Matters. That EPA per pass attempt is a reflection on the whole offense, not just the quarterback.
Sure. But it is one of the best things to point to tell you how good your quarterback is.
It really is.
For the measurements that we have.
Yeah.
And so no quarterback has been worse than Justin Fields, and he's playing in a sport where Zach Wilson resides. So, just keep that in mind. He didn't improve at all, and so Kevin Cole's like, you'd like to see a little bit more. I mean, if you're a legit quarterback and maybe everything around you sucks, are you consistently 2 years in a row just going to be last in passing the ball? Or if you're special talent, can you at least be 24th? We're not asking for much in year 2. We're just trying to see some improvement. You went from second last to last, which tells me you actually regressed as a passer. So I don't know. I think the talent around Justin Fields is a huge, hey, that's something to think about here.
It's a huge issue.
Yeah.
Just look at the names. Look at the names. I mean,
he was throwing to nobody.
Did they trade for Chase Claypool? And he came in, played 7 games.
Yeah.
And
deadline.
I mean, that's what they're dealing with. N'Keal Harry. What are we doing over there? You know, I mean, Moody is a nice player that they have, but I think he had 40 receptions. St. Brown. Who's scaring you over there? Who's a bad ball catcher over there?
That's what you're hoping for. But I think
that's a hope.
Yeah,
but that's the hope that you're taking is when I put good talent around him, he'll go from the last in the league and as a rookie, second last in the league, and he'll become a top 5 quarterback. I mean, that's just a giant jump is what this guy is saying. I think it's fair what he's saying, but I also think it's fair what you're saying. I'm excited to see how this plays out, and I'm really excited to see what the Bears decide to do. Do they lean Kevin Cole's thing, which is sell this guy now because he can't pass, or, hey, we put the talent around him, he's actually going to be pretty dang good.
For the lack of weapons that he has, he was a 1,000-yard rusher as a quarterback.
Yeah,
he was a 1,000-yard rusher. Think about that.
He's the best running quarterback.
His ability to run is rare. His throwing ability not so good. But I think they're having to play around the fact that they have no weapons for this guy.
Mm-hmm. He was fairly accurate at 60%. You know, he did have 17 touchdowns and just 11 picks. I think there's some good decision making in there, and that's good enough accuracy. But Brian, what the problem is he's running for 1,000 yards. He's getting a lot of man coverage and can't beat that any better than dead last.
I guarantee you this. If you went around and asked defensive coordinators around the league who they would not want to prepare for in a game, this would be the cat.
Okay, if you go around the league and you ask offensive coordinators which quarterback they want to go win a Super Bowl over the next 5 years, not one of them's picking Justin Fields.
But if they figure out how to help him with the passing game, his ability to run, you even figure out, we always talk about, man, if the defense could play half as good, if the Mavericks could get to at least 15th in defense, this is a championship team. What did they do figure out him passing the ball? I mean, we were all sitting here like,
then you're looking at
we're all
crazy
sitting here
situation.
poo-pooing Josh Allen.
Was this a pet cat of yours, Brian? Is that what we're finding out here?
I'm just saying, man, this kid had to run the football because everything around him was doo-doo, quoting Emmitt Smith. Diamonds and doo-doo. He was playing with doo-doo.
Yeah.
He was a diamond among the doo-doo.
That's a good analogy, too, because he's a running back. Sorry.
I'm just saying though.
Sorry.
But you champion the running quarterback.
No, I do. And I think he could be part of a winning formula. To your point, what you're saying right now, give him a good offensive line, give him good weapons and a good tight end. I think Justin Fields could quarterback a team well into the playoffs.
If you do not help him and it just turns into him being a running, fine. But if you go out and get him offensive weapons, like you're talking about the line, the ability to like some receivers, Komet's a pretty decent tight end for them. I'd like to prove me wrong. If they add weapons and he still can't throw the ball, I'll be happy to come back and say, man, you guys are right about him.
And we've seen a number of quarterbacks go through a fundamental transformation that affects their accuracy and their ability in some pretty big ways, like the work that John Kitna did with Dak, the work that one of the Palmer kids did with Josh Allen, even Tony Romo worked. But those Bills coaches, but you need a transformative type of coaching staff, and you need the player to have the upside. And just because I've seen it happen with one young player, I just don't think it's going to continue to happen with guys that kind of match this profile. Gavin, go look at Fields' numbers passing in college. Okay. I mean, college is a completely different thing, but I could. How much better would the Cowboys be with Justin Fields? That's an interesting question. Deshaun Watson was the exact same way. He figured it out. He's the same.
No, Deshaun. We just gave you the numbers. Deshaun Watson was not anywhere close to the same because he wasn't dead balls last his second year from an EPA drop back standpoint.
You remember Watson
wasn't great. He was 14th. No. He was 14th, and even Jalen Hurts, he was 18th. You're not looking for you got to be a top 5 quarterback as a passer your second year. It's just, can we see improvement from year 1 to year 2, or are you going to be second last and then last again?
I just kind of feel like, though, that with Matt Eberflus, there's the new coach and all that. I'm willing to give him the opportunity to say, okay, he was with Eberflus this year, and now this would be like his second. I know it'll be his third year playing, but I would like to give him the opportunity with Eberflus in that system. Let him draft. If they don't help him, I'll be the first one to admit it. But to me, he's having to do things to make up for their deficiencies in other areas. And running the ball, I mean, to me, that is super impressive. Michael Vick couldn't throw the ball either when he came out.
Yeah, it's a bad football team up there. I think the thing with Deshaun Watson, you had 2 other quarterbacks on the roster the first year he played, and they were failing, and he stepped in and started winning games immediately. Like, you had a control for Deshaun Watson in the form of replacement-level backup quarterbacks that were on that team, and they were flopping around and making fools of themselves, and Deshaun Watson immediately stepped in and made that team a winner. Because not only did he run, but he had an incredible ability to make plays deep down the field late in the play. And you don't see that from very many guys. Okay, we got to go. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, it is time to hit Cowboys Twitter. How bad does Micah want a ring? You'll find out the answer to that and more next in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we recap NBA All-Star.
Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Got some Cowboys Twitter here, but before we get to Cowboys Twitter, update on Chiafalo's bet payoff happened at 2:20. He did the hottest gummy bear in the world. YouTube won't let us upload it. They say there's evidence of self-harm in the algorithm.
There's hope for me then.
I'll co-sign that.
Yeah, so, they don't want to encourage that kind of behavior from influenced people out there, and have decided that Eric Chiafalo's video is too dangerous for the internet to see. So we'll figure out a way to get it up there one way or another. Be on the lookout. But Eric said it was the worst payoff that he's ever done, and we're considering banning it, actually.
Not really.
Somebody's doing a little nitro. Okay, I got one more little nitro. Somebody's doing it. This is a little. It's a Molotov cocktail disguised as a gummy bear.
Yeah,
somebody's gonna consume it.
Yeah, 9 million Scovols, I think is how they say that. Trevon Diggs has posted a Photoshop picture of his brother in a Cowboys uniform.
Wow.
To Cowboys Twitter.
It's amazing.
This is tampering, no doubt about it. But it must be legal tampering. It has Cowboys fans talking a lot. Is it realistic to you guys?
Yeah, anything's possible for sure. And if these guys are really going to lean into it that way and go about it, the Cowboys have a need there. And the Bills are probably going to find themselves at a crossroads of selling off pieces, getting other assets, because they built up a pretty nice roster. But the weird part is, outside of Stephon Diggs, they don't have much in the way of weaponry. Like, they're paying a ton for Josh Allen. I think a couple of their linemen. Defensively, they got some stars. Of course, Von Miller last offseason they paid. Can they continue to keep paying everybody? Do they want to? Does Stephon Diggs really want to be there? We all saw the blow-up between him and Josh Allen during their playoff loss, and Stephon Diggs was a little bit perturbed by it. So these guys, I mean, this is the way that we're seeing sports head, where these guys and these players, especially star players, really get to dictate the way some of this stuff happens. And it started in the NBA, and I think the NFL is getting there also, and the Cowboys could use a player like that. So I wouldn't put it past him. And, Jerry is loving every second of this.
Yeah. Oh, Jerry loves it. Will he pull the trigger on it? Will he slap Catboy out of the way and say, sit down, boy?
Well, the one thing that we do know that he will spend resources on wide receivers. He'll trade draft picks for wide receivers.
Yep.
So it's the one position that you look at that he's been willing to do that.
Seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, and if he feels like though that if he feels like that's something that can help him, then I think he might do it. I was looking at the dead money situation though. If they trade Diggs before pre-June 1, that's like $37 million of dead money for the.
That would have to be the start of a rebuild.
Yeah.
For Buffalo. But that's where the winds of change are blowing. Saying Buffalo has overextended itself to do what they have done, and somebody's got to go. I think that's why Trayvon's so hot on the story. He knows it's realistic that Buffalo is going to move him. The most unrealistic thing so far is it just hasn't been in the Cowboys' wheelhouse that it's something they would do. But the light should be coming on pretty soon here. Well, how many times do you need to go through this before you realize you're not building a team good enough to get the job done?
Yeah, his cap number is right at basically what you paid Amari Cooper. Right at $20 million.
Oh, that'd be lovely. That's a bargain for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
So y'all don't think what Brian is about to do is self-harm? I don't think it's as self-harmish. Like, what Eric Chiafalo experienced was an assault on his senses.
Yeah.
Like, Brian's going to experience significant discomfort.
Mental.
Yes.
Mental. This is very, I don't think the part of it is I just am not the white rubbery part of the egg. It's going to make me sick.
Yeah.
It really will.
And we're going to blend that up in orange juice.
And then if we've documented, that just doesn't help me either.
Yeah.
So, this is this is not harm. I think eating something that spicy, that harmful like that, I could see that.
Yeah, that was painful.
That was watching genuine pain.
Usually I could tell, I'm like, man, he's not acting here. This is real hurt.
My tongue, I've never felt that pain in my mouth or specifically on my tongue. And I'm not joking when I tell you the inhales or the exhales on every breath just felt like reigniting a fire in my mouth.
Dang.
Like a dragon.
For a good 12 to 15 minutes. Yes, it was dragon-like.
Dracarys, I believe, was your nickname in that segment.
Charizard.
The agents of Cowboys running back Zeke will figure out his value at the combine and decide if they'll accept a restructured contract to stay with the Cowboys. That's Dove Kleiman. That tweet has been going viral all week long. Do you think that when they get to the combine, teams are going to want what they see on film with Zeke? I know sometimes a player can. No, you don't think so?
No.
Sometimes you can get tired as a fan base of a player, but other teams still think there's value in there.
This is what I feel like. I feel like that he is going to get treated very much like what Des Bryant, how he got treated. They're not going to insult him with an offer that's way, way, way too low.
They moved on from D. Ware like that as well.
They sure did.
Now with
Zeke is way worse than what D. Ware was.
Oh yes, significantly so.
Just my 2 cents.
The Commanders of hiring Eric Bieniemy, that is in the process of going final. Tom Pelissero reporting the Panthers are going to hire Rams assistant head coach Thomas Brown as their offensive coordinator. Highly regarded young coach. Brown has gotten head coaching interviews the past 2 off seasons, a key addition for Frank Reich. I'm just going to hope that if this doesn't work out with Mike McCarthy, we can be in line to take a Bieniemy out of an Andy Reid coaching tree or a Thomas Brown out of a Sean McVay coaching tree and try to apply what has been successful. And I do believe in applying the coaching tree philosophy. It's clear Belichick's didn't work. It's very clear Bill Walsh's did.
Yeah.
You know, and part of Bill Walsh's coaching tree, 2 steps down, actually, is Andy Reid, who got that system from Mike Holmgren. Yeah. It's just handing down an elite way of problem solving and processing ideas and a coaching culture. And, you know, sure, everybody, but who's coming off of Mike McCarthy's coaching tree? You know, when it's time for him to hire guys, it's not the best and the brightest. And I think the ability for great coaches to identify the next great minds, right? They're interviewing all these guys. I have the answers. My name's Shanahan, McVay, Andy Reid, whoever, top coaches, Jimmy Johnson, Bill Walsh. I'm interviewing all these guys. I'm finding the traits that are going to win on Sunday. So whoever they hire, the absolute best coaches, there's a pretty dang good chance that they have the answers. So congrats to Eric Bieniemy and Thomas Brown. How about this Kevontae Turpin story? He wants to give the Cowboys no choice but to use him on offense. I'm basically trying to show them they have no choice. That is Kevontae Turpin and statements that he made at the Pro Bowl that are pretty popular here this week. Is that possible? Can he do it? Does he have the skill set?
Well, maybe with the removal of Kellen Moore as the OC.
Was he the one that was?
I think Kellen was.
He was blocking us from Turpin.
I think so. I think that was a situation where they probably didn't trust him. He muffed a couple of punts. How many things can you create? I think you can create stuff for him. I'll be interested to see. Dak was talking about a 20 to 30% different with the offense between Mike McCarthy and what they were doing last year. So maybe it is trying to incorporate. They need to find a better way of their deception games. Deception as far as the screens and the counters and things like that they need to run better.
Yeah,
he could be a part of those.
Yeah, and like Kevontae Turpin, we've seen him up close and personal. Like this dude is extremely small,
tiny.
I'm not going to say that he's got like great ball skills either.
True,
but he is elite of the elite with speed, and quickness,
vision.
And so you've got it. Well, I would push back on the vision thing after that return that he had.
That's a good point. Yeah, when he ran into the punter.
Like, what are you doing there, Kevontae Turpin?
That was a storyline all year. He would get around midfield and not know how to finish his returns.
Yeah,
when he got.
It was a surprise to me.
I'll tell you where the vision I thought was really, really good is his ability to know that the wall was set up to one side.
Yeah,
and just kind of see the defenders going that way and then going up. The sidelines
He's got that part
It's
down.
that initial part. It's when he got into space that it went a little crazy for him.
I just think it was inexcusable with the Cowboys' lack of speed offensively this past season. There was no reason to not put him on the field, and we even talked about it with Jesse Holly at Topgolf for the Jared Sandler Sandlot charity event. And it's like, dude, why couldn't you just line up Turpin with a guy with that so much speed? The defense knows it. Holy smokes, this guy's got speed. You have to respect it. What does that open up for other things? And why can't you just take him on the right side of the formation, snap the ball, and he runs just across the field all the way to the left? Just sprint. It's not even really a route. You don't have to do anything. You just outrun everybody, and maybe you're open over there. But at worst case, you threaten the defense because everybody sees that guy, and it's like, this dude is fast. We have to respect it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. That situation they were in begged for it. J-Ron Kirsch tweeting, damn, I want a ring before it's all said and done. I love how much he's talking about it. Micah Parsons retweeting it. I want a ring so bad my girl can't get one until I get one.
Wow.
Okay? Yes.
I like that, bro.
Yeah, that's that brings it home pretty good. And I just love how, these Cowboys, maybe not under Jason Garrett, but since he left, you get more talking about goals and, hey, we got to get this done, and instead of trusting the process all the damn time. That was boring. The universe ain't going to give you anything that you don't consciously state, I want this, and desire the hell out of it. And the more you desire it, the more the universe will bend to your will. So make it a huge thing. Obsess over it. I love it. C-Note and what the morning news is reporting about that Michael Irvin lawsuit. We'll get you some of that here. The Cowboys news of the evening is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. We have to chat about my friends over here at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because you want to get back to being you. You want to make
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get you a little bit of a C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Everything that is being written about America's team here. General at your service, at ease. You have Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout and executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control, keeping the Gators down best he can. Eric Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video and cutting up the story, trying to get it posted for Chiafalo's bet payoff, which we gloriously witnessed back at 220. He went all in to keep you entertained. Okay, I hope you appreciate it because it was personally and physically painful for him. But as we told you last segment, YouTube is flagging it for self-harm. That's what this guy did to himself to try to entertain you a couple hours back, and he did a hell of a job. We'll get that up before too long. Now, Broaddus is up next, coming up here in 20 minutes.
My stomach hurts.
We're 20 minutes away from Brian's personal hell breakfast smoothie. It involves orange juice and boiled eggs. So stick around that. It could be explosive on both ends. I'm predicting that, actually. Explosiveness on both ends. I'm going to have to pull my bet payoff next week because Wolchuk's mom is sick. She wasn't up for it. Okay, so
she wasn't trying to have a flu game today.
Yeah. So we'll get her on the line next week and see how that thing goes. Okay, hope you're having a great little Friday. Of course, what you drinking, what you thinking is coming up in about 20 minutes. LA Live with Lucius is coming up in about 40. Kevin Sherrington asked the questions in the morning news today. It's our first topic. Would you rather bet on Dak or Jalen Hurts? You got to bet on one quarterback to be amazing over the next, let's call it 5 years. Throw out the salaries. Who's the better player? Who's the better player, Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott?
Hurts is now. I mean, and I thought going into the season that was the Cowboys, that was the one advantage they had.
Yeah.
Hurts is a better player.
Hurts is a guy that has transformed himself in some pretty remarkable ways and figured out what it takes to thrive in the NFL.
He has.
Yeah, it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, man. I mean, you wake up in 3 years and the Philly roster is not the best offensive line in the league, 2 number 1 wide receivers, top 5 tight end, and Jalen Hurts probably looks a lot different. How quickly do you age as a quarterback that is running to win and throwing, in between?
He's throwing well enough, though.
We've seen Dak
absolutely is.
while he's healthy and young and running the way he is.
Yeah.
We've seen Dak in a less than ideal environment this year, and he, outside of a handful of games, performed quite admirably. There were the turnovers. Last year when Jalen Hurts only had 1-star receiver, an amazing offensive line, a great running game, they
were bad for half the season, and they figured out that they had to run the ball to kind of get him going. And I think that transition helped his career.
Do you know Hurts can be successful without throwing the ball?
Without running
the ball?
No.
We haven't seen that proven yet.
I think he can.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, though, because with the weapons he has.
Yeah.
With the weapons he has. Now, if you take all those things away, I think we could say the same thing about Dak, right? We've seen Dak have some regression with losing Amari Cooper, the running game kind of halfway through the season going away. I think there's some things you could say about both quarterbacks.
Absolutely. It's close enough for an interesting discussion. I think that's why Sherrington wrote about it, and I appreciate your opinions on that.
Yeah.
Y'all used to think Wentz was better than Dak. That aged like milk. That was like a tie, and I think most people homered that up. I've been on this show throughout the entire duration of both of their careers, and at most I said was Wentz was as good as Dak. And he got hurt and totally fell off just like RG3. And you don't know how quarterbacks are going to handle the injury and how it threatens their well-being. Can they play with as much reckless abandon? And can they play without running? And the answer with both Wentz and RG3 was no. The answer for Dak has been yes. We prefer he run, and he does in the playoffs. In the regular season, I think it's about staying healthy and getting a playoff berth. And I think they're playing that right. Hurts was well better than Dak in college. I don't think so. 214. What do you say, Brian?
I would have said, because I would have felt like that Alabama Hurts not as good as Oklahoma Hurts. Yeah. I think Lincoln Riley did him a huge favor the way he played. Yeah, you could clearly see that Hurts in college was better throwing the football.
A lot of Hurts answers in here. How does Dawson always get away with doing the easy bet payoffs? Hey, dude, I shave my head like Broadus. Now, these bet payoffs, there's a list of the ones you can choose. And I do go, to great lengths to try to choose the one that I think is going to give me the least physical, mental, and emotional anguish. But that's not a cop-out. I think now the one I'm going to do next week, that it's been on. Anybody could have picked those.
That's not comfortable.
So if you want to look at me, you got to look at these guys. Why do you guys pick such difficult payoffs?
I picked 16 hours of radio because I didn't want to do that to Wolchuk's mom.
I picked the straw dog because I thought it was going to be easy.
Yeah, and you didn't
and I picked
anticipate the horrible rancid nature of that beverage.
Yeah, see that's the thing is I've underestimated some of these, I've overestimated some of these, and then there's some that I actually enjoy, like the Harley Quinn. I just do that in the off season.
Yeah, there's been some good ones, but I try to pick fairly simple ones and then go full send on it. So I think you'll be entertained next week. Okay, next headline here. We stay in the morning news. Again, how Cowboys tight end Dalton Schultz made a lasting impact behind the scenes. He mentored rookies and set an example with his work ethic, catching more than 1,000 passes on a jugs machine days before a strong performance in a playoff victory. That's Dalton Schultz, Mr. Intangibles, apparently. That's a story from Michael Gelkin. I hope they're not laying the foundation to give him a big contract. He better not be warming the fans up to hit us with a big Dalton Schultz extension.
There's some really, really good tight ends. They'll find a tight end in the third, fourth round. They get compensatory. We talked about compensatories, potentially an extra 4 or 5 or 6. They could very well pick another tight end in that fourth round. That's something they're very, very comfortable doing.
So hopefully this article is just a thank you on the way out the door for Dalton Schultz and his 5 years of service to the Dallas Cowboys.
Maybe lay off the jugs machine a little bit and do that one machine that you run
blocking
through.
Sled?
No, not the blocking sled. The one where you're carrying the ball and there's a bunch of little arms that you have to run through and you have to run hard, because instead of half-assing your way out of bounds and the clock keeps rolling and then your team loses at a huge important game.
Yeah.
Take off 200 jugs machines and go do about 200 rounds of running through the arms.
We need you to beast mode break tackles. If you're not going to be fast, you got to be tough. You got to be strong. You got to, I don't know, maybe get some vitamin S going on in your life. Build that lower half. Be like Emmitt Smith. Just give it a little bit extra.
Zig when others are zagging, man.
Don't listen to the haters, General. Work smarter, not harder. You picked off the list. What more do they want? Salute. That's Tolo Richie from Ennis.
The biggest problem was simply
he doesn't lose.
Yeah. So we unfortunately lost enough times to where we can't pick the same thing twice and that whole situation. So that was really the biggest problem is we consistently took L's all season.
Now, I do think the Cowboys will take an L if they saddle back up with Dalton Schultz and Tony Pollard and they say, sorry, we couldn't get Stephon Diggs or Daron Payne because we had to franchise tag a guy we drafted and give an extension to Dalton Schultz. Couldn't lose him, So there's our $25 million to shop with Dalton Schultz and Tony Pollard. How about it? I will be livid. And
me too.
That was after the significant disappointment last year, giving Dalton Schultz the franchise tag, $11 million. Sorry, you can't keep Amari Cooper. Got to keep Dalton Schultz. Dak's like caddy down the field, 8 yards at a time. But I have faith they're not going to do that because they drafted Jake Ferguson. They brought in Hendershot, and those rookies succeeded at a high enough level that I think you should be confident moving on. Okay, what the morning news is sharing about Michael Irvin's lawsuit, I think it's important to do follow-ups on this, especially when you talk about it when it breaks. And I'll always remember, this is going back to the 90s, when the original Michael Irvin scandal broke. He looked all the reporters in the eyes. And he said, you better give the full retraction with the same amount of energy that you gave to reporting the accusations like they were fact. And I think we owe it to the players to do that. At some point you can lose the benefit of the doubt. Like on your second DUI, I can't give you that much of a pass on that one. The third DUI, I think they should lock you up and throw away the key. Like the first one, it's like, man, I was drinking and I thought it was a good idea. I was stupid. Second time it happens, I'm like, man, I really have no more patience for you at that point. You got to draw up plans while you're sober to make sure that doesn't happen again. But every time Michael Irvin has found himself in trouble, it's come out that, he nothing can be proven, or he wasn't guilty at all, or it was all made up. Okay, so here's what the witnesses have told the Morning News. 3 witnesses spoke. A couple of them were Eagles fans. One of them owns a media company, and they offered to buy Michael Irvin a drink at 11:10. He said no. He went outside to take a picture with them. This gentleman, Mr. Davis, says a female staffer approached Irvin, struck up a conversation. It was very distinct. I remember where his hands were because I remember thinking he was in good shape for an almost 60-year-old guy, and he is. Him and Troy are freaking dialed still. Probably work out every day. He leaned over, shook her hand, and I'm telling you right now that conversation was about 30 seconds. If it was a minute, I'd be shocked. Normal back and forth. Michael walked toward the elevator. She went back into the restaurant. Everything is as normal as could possibly be, and that's it. It's interesting that she could take such great offense to what he said in the 30-second conversation, and the people observing Michael Irvin tried to buy him a drink. A mega celebrity is in your presence. You're not taking your eyes off of him, and not one of the 3 saw a single thing to suggest that Michael Irvin had offended her in a great way. Marriott went to the NFL about the incident, and the lawsuit accuses them of attempting to cancel his career. And Marriott has banned Irvin. So the judge is asking Marriott to show everything they got. Everything that you got that led to this decision. We're going to see if Michael Irvin has a case for you basically just making up stuff with no reason to do so.
This is a significant case also for the NFL because of the sponsorships they do have with Marriott.
Yeah.
If you're all of a sudden you're dealing with, these, Marriott better have, they better have their ducks in line here.
Yeah.
You just don't go out and do what they did because a jury will find against them.
I know sometimes we can have personal interactions where somebody has offended us or we resent something or something seems distasteful. And people in power can take that feeling and run with it. Just like the Odell Beckham Jr. flight. All of a sudden an entire flight is turned around because the guy is too passed out to put his seatbelt on. And when the video shows up a month and a half later, it's like, wow, she's the agitator. She's the one calling Odell Beckham Jr. a baby. Sure, did Odell Beckham Jr. behave the best? No, but did it require turning the plane around and involving the police because he was too sleepy to put his seatbelt on? Just maybe he told her to go away. I don't know. But when people are in power and offended and maybe flustered or energized by something, who knows what they can do? And I wonder if that's exactly what happened with Michael Irvin. Deion Sanders spoke with ESPN today, and he's telling ESPN it's a whole different level of expectation around here at Colorado.
Yeah.
The story is they're going for it. They're striving for greatness. They were 1-11 in 2022. The Buffaloes were.
Their film was really bad. When you watch on some of these games, I've done some Colorado football has fallen off very, very badly. But Deion, his staff, they played the transfer portal well. They've got some guys, they've recruited really well. It's not, you could say, I'll be interested. I think he could turn that program around. I really, really do.
Mm-hmm. So he says he's not catering his message to the team that he inherited. Instead, he's requiring players to adjust to his expectations and demands.
Yeah.
Says you got to be able to play the game. So a certain level that might have been welcome, that level is no longer welcomed here. It's a whole different game now. Yeah, that's like, D1 to D2. It's like, no offense, kid, but you're just a D2 football player. You got to go. He's dramatically transformed the roster with transfers, including his son Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter from Jackson State, as well as recruits such as Cormani McClain, ESPN's top-rated corner and number 14 overall player in the 2023 class. Yeah, he got another transfer that was a 5-star corner in the 2022 class. So he's got 2 5-star corners. His kid Shedeur, his kid's favorite target, Travis Hunter. So I don't know what a quick turnaround in college is. 1-11 is a long way to go when you have that big of a roster to back to 8 or 9 wins. But I think they'll be close to 500 this year.
Yeah, I absolutely do as well. And the buzz is big time. My brother from here, born and raised here, lives in Denver now, and he's like, dude, it is all over the place. He's buying Colorado gear. Like they're all hyped up about this up there right now.
The great example this year, Tulane went from a 2-11 team to 11-2.
Okay,
they flipped. They won the Cotton Bowl. They beat USC.
I mean TCU. What were they?
Yeah,
were
exactly.
They 500?
500 team.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Or probably a little less than that. But that's what happens. You get the right players. You get the right coaches. You could get that thing going in the right direction. Deion Sanders, trust me, I didn't think when he went to Jackson State, I'm thinking, oh man, what's going on here? He made that a legitimate program. Those are like legitimate. Like you go to Jackson State and watch their players. They've got like NFL type players there because of a guy like Deion Sanders.
Yeah, if I was a kid, I'd want to go there for sure. I'd want to play for him. Yeah, it'd be awesome.
All righty, Tolos, G-Bag Nationals. It's time to crack them if you got them. At 877-881-1053, the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. It's what you drinking, what you thinking. Bet Payoff Edition. Brought us his personal breakfast food hell is next, plus your phone calls on the Fan.